let's start with the 4 leadership hats and the checklist. All right, let's go ahead and get this thing rolling. And here we go. All right, so every home service business can be broken into 3 parts. And first off, regardless of whether you're doing $3,000 per month or you're doing $200,000 per month, it is broken into these 3 categories. I look at sales, we get the work; operations, we do the work; and admin, we get paid for the work. And so regardless of whether you have a $3 million business or a $5 million business, or you're just getting started, ultimately those are the 3 major functions of a home service business. I have to get the work, do the work, and get paid for the work. Very simply. Throughout the entire book, I break this down in a bunch of detail because to give blanket advice to every single size business in home services is borderline crazy. Because what I would say to someone that's building a $3 million business, or is trying to build a $10 million business, or is at $3 million in revenue now, is very different than I would tell someone to do if they're doing $300,000, $500,000, $600,000 in annual revenue. That leads me to the 4 leadership hats. So inside the book, and what we're going to be talking about today is breaking up the 4 leadership hats that you are going to wear as you build a $3 million business. So from 0 to $3 million in annual revenue, these are the hats that you're going to wear. First off, solo operator. Second, working GM. All right, don't get hung up on the GM thing. We'll get to that in a second. But ultimately, this role, you are still out in the field doing the work. Hence, the working GM. Full-time GM. All right, and we're going to talk about each and every one of these levels. The main hallmark of this one is you aren't doing operations anymore. You're mostly doing sales and other admin, really just sales is your main focus and priority at the full-time GM level. GM Plus, at this level, we are no longer doing sales, operations, or admin. We have now moved into the role of leading the team, and we have managers in place for sales, operations, and admin. Now, if you look at these 4 leadership hats, I like to pair it up with sales, operations, and admin. And you'll see throughout a lot of the book that there's actually in the bottom right-hand corner, there's this little graph that I constantly refer back to make sure you know, hey, where are we at in terms of which of the 4 leadership hats are we covering? And are we going over sales, operations, or admin? So you know throughout the book, you can just turn to any page and be like, oh, right now we're talking about sales for a business as a solo operator. Okay, now these 4 leadership hats, each of them are going to experience sales, operations, and admin very differently. I know that today I'm speaking mostly to business owners. And so your hat that you wear as a leader is going to correspond with the type of thing that you're doing in the business when it comes to sales, operations, and admin. If you're a solo operator, you're doing everything. You're doing the estimate, sales. You're doing the work itself, operations. And you're also doing admin. You're answering the phone, you're doing emails, etc. You're doing all 3 of those things, sales, operations, and admin. As you start to progress into a working GM size of business, now we're usually going to go find someone to pick up the phone, do some email, do some admin and clerical work for us, and we're going to focus most of our time on operations and sales. As I move into full-time GM, now I'm going to hire someone to go be my operations manager. I'm mostly just doing sales. And then as I go into GM Plus, i.e. I have a manager for all 3 of those, I'm out of daily operations. So in my opinion, when I think about a full-time GM, when I'm mostly just doing sales and I've delegated admin and operations, that's when I am off the truck. And this is what a lot of people aspire to be, and that's why $1 million is kind of like the number people put on that. That's generally when you can get off the truck and start focusing just on growing the business and getting more work, i.e. sales. If you want to have the business run without you, you're likely going to need to find a manager for all 3 of those roles. So when you go on vacation for 2 weeks, sales still happen, you get estimates out. Operations still happen, the jobs get done. And admin still happens. The phone gets answered, emails get answered, text messages get answered. So as you progress through these leadership hats, you're going to be moving up the value chain from answering the phone to doing the work, and then eventually just doing sales, and then eventually just leading the team. And failing to move up the ladder of value when it comes to admin and then operations and then sales and then eventually leading the team is what keeps most home service business owners broke. And I talk about the 4L framework. the reason why your business stops growing. It's one of four things. It's either going to be liquidity, a lack of leads, a lack of labor, or a lack of leadership. The reason I called it the leadership hats, and the reason when I was originally writing the book, I was thinking I would actually need to create a different book for all four of these people. Because I was like, the 4L framework actually looks very different when I am a solo operator. What does leadership mean? What does leadership mean when I only have 1 or 2 employees? What does leadership mean when I have 30 or 40 or 50 employees? Very different. And so originally I was thinking I'll have to write 4 different books. And I'd say, hey, based upon your revenue size or number of employees that you're managing, go read this book. Instead, we created the leadership hats. And that's what they are. The solo operator, the working GM, full-time GM, and the GM plus model. Now, quick note, you do not need to hire a general manager. When I say working GM, when I say full-time GM, when I say GM plus, everyone thinks immediately that they need to go hire a general manager. The owner can wear the GM hat. The GM is just the leader of the organization. They're the person where the buck stops with them. They're the person that is likely leading the vision of the company. They're making sure they keep everyone accountable, whether they are middle management or technicians that they are managing. The GM is the leader of the organization, okay? Now, you can have an owner above a GM, okay? But that would be down the road when you're doing multiple locations. For now, the vast majority of people have one location. You will serve as a working GM. You will serve as a full-time GM. You will be a GM plus. These are simply labels I have ascribed so that whether you're doing multiple locations or you're doing one large location, the GM sticker label, the leadership hat, still applies. So let's go through the 4 different leadership hats and kind of break down the general revenue ranges I see. Now, when I wrote the book, I almost stopped writing it because it almost became impossible to make this useful across different services. Like if I just go from, let's just call it window cleaning, to then concrete, immediately these numbers are all over the place. Because one employee and you doing concrete, you could literally make $500,000 a year, or excavation. And you think about complex services, even inside the green industry, like mowing grass versus installing pavers. You're gonna make way more revenue per employee on the paver side than mowing grass. Maybe not profit, maybe harder to scale, but from a revenue per employee perspective, way more on pavers. So I was originally, like, this really kept me from almost writing the book because I wanted to be prescriptive, but I didn't want to throw anyone into doing the wrong thing simply because I put these revenue ranges on here. So these are revenue ranges, and I think that it probably encompasses 90% of home services. Inside the book, I actually put a list of home services at the very end of services that I would recommend not following the copy and paste method. All right, there's actually a list of them I have made. But 95%, 99% of people on this call today fall into these ranges and should follow the copy and paste millionaire method. So, solo operator, $0 to $250,000 in annual revenue. Absolutely, there are industries, even ones that don't have a lot of product costs, that do $200,000+ in annual revenue with no employees. All right, you're a solo operator, you're doing sales, operations, admin, you're doing everything. You have no employees. Now, as soon as you hire one person, you are no longer a solo operator. Hence, the word solo is no longer correct for you. We are moving to the working GM. The working GM is typically going to be doing between $250,000 and $750,000 in annual revenue. Okay, usually under $1 million, 1 to 8 employees. Now, why did I use the 8 employees? Because when you look at leadership styles and you look at leadership training, almost always 6 to 8 employees or 6 to 8 team members is what really is manageable for one person. Now, you might be a unicorn, or you might find a unicorn that can manage 15 or 20 people, but it's very rare, and I would actually still build the business in a way that would not require unicorns, because finding a unicorn is very hard and very expensive. So I want to try to build a business that if I'm not there, the business can still run. Not just in operations, but I mean literally, if I need to replace myself to go start other businesses, to move across the country because of a family emergency, because I want to start a second location, whatever it might be, I need someone else to be able to run that. And if it's really hard to find them and very expensive, I just locked myself into this business. Those are the golden handcuffs that many people feel when they're in that $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 range, or they start to go above that, $1 million, $1.1 million, $1.2 million, and they're managing everything. And no, the business cannot run without them. They can't find anyone that would be able to replace them in the business, and they feel the golden handcuffs because no one else can do your job. And if you found them, you would have to pay them as much as you're making because they have the skill of an entrepreneur. They have the skill of starting things. They have the skill of leading people, and that person is going to be very expensive. So working GM, $250,000 to $750,000 annual revenue. Full-time GM, this is $750,000, so $750,000 to $1.5 million. All right, between 5 and 15 employees. Again, this is ranging because of the different services that you're going to offer across the board, all the different industries. Now, if you look at the turnaround show, and I have the exact stat inside the book, but if you look at the turnaround show, the majority of people that we actually go help on the turnaround show are inside of this range. Why? Because this is the second wilderness of profitability. Usually around $1 million to $1.3 million is where people start having a second wilderness of profitability. What is a wilderness of profitability, you ask? It's the same or similar thing that you experienced when you went from a solo operator to a working GM. Because when you were a solo operator, you were super efficient, you made very good profit margins, and you contributed to the revenue of the business because you were in operations. As you move to working GM, less of your time is spent in operations and more is spent managing the team, doing sales, doing admin, doing things that are not actually producing revenue. And so back here in the working GM phase, a lot of people experience financial pressure between $250,000 and $500,000 in annual revenue. This is the first wilderness. This is why you'll see people that will get their first employee, things are going good, but they get a second, a third, they start going $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 in annual revenue, and all of a sudden they realize they're making just as much money now as they were when they were solo. And so there's a wilderness of profitability, typically between $250,000 and $500,000 in annual revenue, because that's the time you spend less time doing the work, operations, and more time doing sales or admin, i.e. overhead. So you just took your most efficient, profitable employee, you, and you became an overhead expense to the business instead of actually bringing in real revenue. And so that's why we have a wilderness of profitability many times between $250,000 and $500,000 in annual revenue. Fast forward to what we've already been talking about. The full-time GM has a similar wilderness, generally between a little after 1 million. Why? They start getting above 8 employees, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 employees. They're starting at $1 million, $1.1 million, $1.2 million in revenue. And what happens is now none of their time is spent out in the field, and they have to go hire an operations manager and an office manager and upgrade their shop space. And now their insurance is quite a bit higher because they have all these trucks and equipment. And all of a sudden they have, again, a profit wilderness because if you hire one person, and let's just say you pay them a regular salary, let's just call it $70,000. In our state, literally, we can't even pay people less than $80,000 on salary next month. Yeah, January 2026. We can't pay people less than 80. Let's just assume 70 grand as a broad average. Now, by the time you include benefits, by the time you include some bonuses, by the time you include taxes, we're looking at 100 grand. Cost to the business to hire a really good operations manager. That $100,000, let's assume you're 25% profitable, means you have to generate $400,000 in annual revenue to cover their $100,000 of salary. Because they're straight overhead. They don't produce revenue like your team members out in the field. And you need them to grow. They are vital. They're very experienced. They typically are the highest paid. You need them to continue growing. However, there's a huge drop in profit margin, profit percentage. And you see this wilderness happen over and over again. And this is why we see cash crunches happen. All right, when we look at the 4L framework, let me actually try to find the picture for you guys. When you look at the 4L framework, everyone thinks that as you grow the business, you get to the next level in the 4Ls. And that's true. Every time you grow the business, you will get to the next constraint. So if I have a bunch of liquidity and I'm going to go out and get a bunch more leads, awesome, fantastic, super excited for you. All of a sudden you have so many leads. Then what happens? You need more laborers. And then when you get a bunch of laborers, guess what you need? You need more leadership. And that's what's happening at the full-time GM level, is you have to go hire leadership for the very first time. And because of that, this is the part most people miss, and I literally cannot find it in my book. That's pretty embarrassing. But the 4L framework, the next part people forget about is after leadership, there's still going to be a liquidity crisis. Why? Because I have straight overhead I'm adding to hire these great leaders. And when I hired these great leaders as straight overhead, I now go right back to the next L of the 4L framework, which is leadership. It's a circle. It keeps going. And so because of this, at this size, usually right around $1 million is when people feel this massive cash crunch as they need to hire an operations manager. They need to hire a full-time person in the office. And they see the profit wilderness happen. 5 to 15 employees. All right, the GM Plus model. If you're continuing to grow, now you're at $1.5 million, typically to $3 million in annual revenue. Now, if you go beyond $3 million, I do talk about that organizational structure. Usually that means you're just starting to add mid-level management. So assistants to your office manager, assistants to your operations manager, and assistants or estimators to your sales manager. That's generally what happens once you cross $3 million. But when we talk about the GM Plus model inside the book, mostly what we're referring to is $1.5 to $3 million in annual revenue. And dependent on your industry and your seasonality, you're going to usually have between 10 and 30 employees. All right. Now, what I wanted to do today is I wanted to go through each of the 4 leadership hats, because at the end of each of the chapters, I break down the checklist of what you should be doing if you are a solo operator. So let's go ahead and you guys can bring it to me full screen, and I'm going to go through these right from the book's checklist. So this kind of consolidates a lot of elements from the book in the form of a checklist of things that you can do in sales, operations, and admin. Usually there's like 12 to 15 checklist items. So first thing, for the solo operator, that's what we're talking about right now. First thing is we're going to raise prices to a simple formula, and that is hourly rate and materials. You can get very complicated with your pricing. At the end of the day, I have an hourly rate and I have a whole bunch of materials that go into it. You're like, well, what about all the other cogs? Yes, there are subcontractors. Yes, there are other expenses, such as rental of equipment. There are other things that go into quote-unquote materials. But the vast majority of us, we have an hourly rate for labor. We sell labor. And then we have a whole bunch of other stuff we got to add. Materials, equipment rental, you have dump fees, etc. Hazardous waste fees, etc. Keep it very simple. I see so many people listening to someone who is running a $50 million, $100 million business that is doing things with their pricing, and they think that that's what I need to do. No, that's what you need to do if you're running a $50 million business. What you need to be doing is getting estimates out to your customers much faster and not trying to be so precise and getting out your calculator and having spreadsheets and doing all sorts of matrices, and you have this complex algorithm and it's taking you 3, 4, 5 days to get the quote back to the customer. You are losing way more customers than if you just use a very simple formula, which is my hourly rate. How long do I think it's going to take? That's my budget hours. Multiply it by my hourly rate. That's how much I'm charging for labor. And I'm going to add a bunch of materials into that, along with things like equipment rental and other supplies. All right, the other thing that we're going to be doing here, we're going to stop running the business out of your head. And you're going to install HomeWorks software, home.works. So I saw this the other day on Facebook, and someone was kind of bragging about the fact that they still do their estimates by hand. And I'm not going to lie, their penmanship was fantastic. They still did old-fashioned, like 8.5 by 11 notebook, and they would write out the entire estimate by hand. And I was like, surely people in the comments are going to be like, what, are you serious? But no, everyone was supporting them. And I get it. Everyone's gone very techie and AI and software, and it's like, oh, this is refreshing. I get that. But what I care about is the business owner. I'm happy you're serving your customers and they like your handwriting. That's awesome. But I care about what happens in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years of you doing this work yourself and being on every single job site. What happens to you and what happens to your family when you can't do that anymore? And so that's why I believe that software is required. That's why we started Copilot, now HomeWorks. That's why we started it, because software is the easiest way to have things copied and pasted. It's the easiest way for things to be replicated over and over and over the same way, because it's an algorithm. It's literally a piece of code that keeps running. Not unlike having a team member or a piece of paper that could get ate by a dog, an estimate that can get lost in the mail, a check that can get lost. I don't want to rely on that. I want to rely on something that works every single time. There's predictability and it's consistent. That's why I talk about software. That's why we started Copilot, and I'll talk more about that later. Number 3, we're going to collect deposits before starting jobs. Like, this is really basic. If this is really basic to you, it is likely that you are not a solo operator. We will get to your stage, don't worry. But you can't get on a job site, especially larger job sites, and put in labor, materials, time, all of these things, planning goes into this job, and you have no money. No one's giving you any money. You have all these expenses. You paid thousands of dollars for material, hundreds of dollars for equipment rental, and you don't have any money yet. And you're going negative on every single job from day one. And then you're hoping they pay you 30 or 60 days later, and you make some profit. I need to cover my cost of goods prior to starting the job, so I never go in the red. This is what leads to a lot of cash flow problems for home service businesses, is we don't do this. If you just collect enough revenue prior to the job starting that allows you to cover your cost of goods sold, that's your direct labor. As a solo operator, you don't have a lot of direct labor. Materials, subcontractors, anything else that's direct labor, I need that covered before the job starts. And the reason I put this as the checklist item for a solo operator is because since you don't have labor, you make sense of not collecting deposits. You're like, well, it's just, I'm going to work on the weekend. I'll get the whole job done on the weekend. It's only a couple $1,000s. I don't want to slow this down. I need the job. I need to make some money. Okay, I'll get the job started right away. Forget about sending the check for the deposit. We'll collect after. And you're doing it in the name of good customer service, what the customer wants. No. You got to collect the deposit before the job starts. At least 50%, at least cover your cost of goods sold. Now, if you're doing massive projects, for example, roofing, foundation repair, if you're doing tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, there are some states that are going to require you can only collect, like, say, 20 or 30% before. And that's fine. But I want you to cover as much as possible before the job starts. And if you are in a state that requires, say, only 30% on larger projects, etc., great. 30% before, and after day one, I'm going to collect the other 20%. I'm going to collect more as soon, like, these are progress payments. As a big project goes on, I want to collect enough money so I never go red, I never go negative on cash flow for that specific one project. This is how you grow yourself out of business. This is how you grow yourself into bankruptcy by big projects and big jobs that you never collected a deposit on because you went red. You put money into the job via labor, materials, subcontractors, supplies, rental equipment, all of this stuff you poured into the job. And then either, like, let's hopefully they pay you down the road. But even if they do pay you immediately when the job is done, you had a point in time when you went negative for that project. You had negative cash flow. All right, number 4. The solo operator checklist. This is leadership hat number 1. Track time on every job. Very basic. Again, if you think this is basic, you're probably not a solo operator. If you're not tracking time on every single job, you do not know if you are making money. If you do not know you are making money, let me save you the time. You are not making money. It's as simple as that. Every single job, I'm going to have budget hours versus actual hours. In other words, how long do I think the job is going to take? And then how long does the job actually take? You must track this. I don't care if this is a 20-minute job. I don't care if this is a 20-day job and hundreds of thousands of dollars. I am tracking budget hours versus actual hours. It's the only way to know if you should raise prices. It's the only way to know if you're really making money on a job is to track budget hours versus actual. And to be able to refine your estimating process and your pricing system, you need to know, are we actually accurate on the budgeted hours? Number 5, we're going to send 100% of estimates through your CRM. No verbal pricing. Again, if this seems simple to you, you are probably not a solo operator. But if you are sending verbal commitments or text messaging customers a price and it's not documented inside of your CRM, we are going to have big problems. And it's not that right now you feel that pain. And I'm sure someone in the comments right now is like, I do all my estimates in person. I just tell the customer, or I write it out by hand, or I send them a text message all the time, and it seems to work fine for me. You're right. It will work for you. But the whole reason we're talking about this is to build a $3 million business. And you're not going to build a $3 million business doing that. And so create the discipline and the skills and the habits now that will allow you to get there, so you don't have to unwind bad behavior and bad habits when you're at $1 million, when you're at 1.5 million. And a lot of what you see on the Turnaround Show is business owners that never instituted these basics when they were small. And now at $1 million in revenue, they still aren't sending their estimates through software. They still aren't tracking their time. They still don't have a pricing formula. Like, do these things basic now so that as you scale, you'll be able to grow without breaking. Next on the checklist for the solo operator is we're going to follow up 3 times on every estimate. You're like, but I'm going to annoy them. Okay, let's get this really straight. A customer called you or sent an estimate request form in. They need service done. Why do you think they're calling you? Why do you think they're submitting an estimate request form? It's not to get an estimate. It is to solve a problem. And the problem is they need this problem solved. Whether it be installing something, removing something, fixing something, maintaining something, they need something done. They have a problem. You are doing them a service by solving a problem. Until you have solved that problem, you have not served them. Like, oh, they called and they got an estimate. And that's, I'm just waiting for them to get back. What kind of customer service is that? You haven't solved their problem. In fact, you actually took their time and energy to go onto your website, call you. They had to do all this stuff that did nothing to solve their problem. Until they say yes, until they have a card on file, and a deposit paid, and money has been transacted, you have done nothing for them. And so out of a matter of principle, follow up until they say yes. And if they say no, that's fine. I will stop annoying you the minute you say no. If you found another contractor, if you think I'm too expensive, if you need to talk to your spouse, I don't care. I just need to know because I care about you and I want to solve your problem. And until that problem is solved, if I actually care about you, I will relentlessly make sure that I follow up with you and make it as easy as possible for you to solve that problem that you have at your property. If you actually believe that, you'll follow up way more. The next thing is, a lot of people have too much fear that they aren't the actual correct or best option for the customer, and that's why they don't follow up. Well, I don't want to be pushy. If you actually cared about the customer and you actually believed you were the best option for them, you would push. The reason many of us don't follow up is because we don't actually believe we're the best option for the customer. You're like, well, I'm not really the cheapest. Like, I'm kind of more expensive. That doesn't mean you're not the best option for that customer. If they were going after the bargain basement prices, if they're going after cheapos, they wouldn't have gone to your website that looks super professional, was built by Home Service Web Design, and they know they're not getting the cheapest price in town when they call you. They know that. When they see a wrap truck, what do you think goes through their mind? Do you really think they think you're going to compete with the $20 guy down the road? But in your mind, you're comparing yourself to the $20 guy down the road. But they contacted you where you say you have reviews and you're licensed and insured and you have a great looking website and it's mobile friendly and it loads fast and it looks good and your trucks are wrapped and you have uniformed employees and you have great social media. And so why are you comparing yourself in your mind to the lowest competitor in your market on one thing, price, when there are a litany of other things that the customer cares about? Like the fact that they don't want to see they don't want their neighbors to see crummy contractors in their yard. They want people that are professional and uniformed and have wrap trucks. They don't want their neighbors and the people from their HOA and the people that attend their golf club seeing people smoking and with no shirt on and music blasting in their backyard. So they're willing to pay more. But you, because you think that it's too expensive compared to the lowest price competitor in your market, you stop following up with them because you don't want to be pushy. News alert, they haven't opened up your email yet. They haven't even seen your price. And yet we think that we can't follow up. We don't want to be pushy. We want to be respectful. And here's breaking news. Less than 50% of people, if you're emailing them a quote, less than 50% of people are opening it up. That's why we send text messages from Homeworks. Because I know that immediately my open rate goes from about 35 to 40% all the way up to 98%. So there's one little thing you could do to follow up is send them a text message. Well, what if there's a landline? What if they, I didn't get their phone number, the number is wrong? Great. That's when you're going to do a little digging and find out what their real number is. You can use county assessor's office. You can figure out who owns the property, get their number, look it up, and call them. I'm going to call, email, and text message every single person a minimum of 3 times. We do not need more leads. We need to fix our sales process. And we're so concerned about getting more leads in the top of the funnel instead of just focusing on the leads that are in the funnel and they're leaking out of the funnel every single day because of all these leaks. They didn't even see the estimate. That's crazy. Okay, next up on the checklist for the solo operator. I want you to get 30 Google reviews as fast as possible. Also respond to the reviews when they come in. Okay? And don't get people to lie and say that they did service for you. If you're going to get reviews from family or friends, tell them to review you as the owner, your character, your personality. Don't have them lie about what they did, you did not do in their property. Next up on the checklist for the solo operators, book yourself out 2 to 3 weeks in the future and then hire an employee. That's when you get to migrate and move out of being a solo operator is when you hire someone. So I'm trying to book myself out as fast as possible. I'm not worried as much about my profit margin when I'm a solo operator. I'm trying to grow past this stage. And so I'm trying to get 2 to 3 weeks out, booked out in the schedule. And then what you can do, let's just say, for example, right now, end of this month. It's 4 weeks from now. I book myself out for the rest of this month. And then what I can start doing is booking jobs as if I have an employee starting next month. You're like, but that means I have to sell twice as much work. Exactly. And so you have to have the confidence that you're able to generate enough leads, close enough jobs to be able to fill your schedule, but also one other person. The big scary jump from solo operator to a working GM is the fact you have to produce twice as much budget hours and labor to be able to get completed. Twice as many jobs have to get accepted. Next on the checklist for the solo operator, you're going to open a separate business checking account. So you're not commingling funds. We cannot commingle funds and then have a $1.5 million business, and 3 or 4 years later, someone's suing us, and sure enough, it was from several years back when your business checking account was actually your personal bank account, and you're just commingling funds all the time. Separate between the business and your personal expenses. All right, last on the checklist for the solo operator is pay yourself a set weekly draw. Stop draining cash randomly. If you're looking at the bank balance of the business as the determining factor of how much money you take out of the business, we have a problem. We have a problem, Houston. This will lead to chaotic spending personally based upon how the business is doing versus having a budget personally because you have a set amount coming from the business to you and then being disciplined in your personal spending the same way you're trying to be disciplined in the business spending. Again, my recommendation, that's the checklist for the solo operator. Let's move on to the working GM. All right, so working GM is the next leadership hat inside the book. We got another checklist to go over. These are going to cover all departments, sales, operations, and admin, what we should be doing at the working GM size. Number 1, we're going to film estimate videos for every job. Okay, as of yesterday, inside of Homeworks, you can now attach the videos directly to a visit or a property inside of the Field Force mobile app. Then, you, right from your office, pull that video up and move it to a visit or put it wherever. You download it, send it to someone if you need be. You don't need to use WhatsApp. You don't need to use Google Drive anymore. You don't need to use YouTube. You can do it right from Homeworks, right inside the Field Force mobile app that's connected directly inside the software. Now, the reason to do this is because right now, if you're at $300,000, $400,000 in annual revenue, you have like 1, 2, maybe 3 projects a week. It doesn't seem like a big hassle to go to each job each morning and show your crew or your employee what they should be doing for the day. The problem is it doesn't scale. And so what I'm trying to do with these checklists is get you to change your behavior now so that your business can grow without hitting a bottleneck. The bottleneck came for me when we were doing around $900,000 to $1 million in annual revenue. And every single morning, I was driving around for 2 to 3 hours, from going from one side of my service area to the other, because I had 3, 4 projects that I would need to walk through with my crew every morning and just show them the job. They had the estimate notes, and they'd be looking at those, but then I would just walk them around the job, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Inevitably, Miss Sally would come out of the house and want to talk to the person that she's already met. That was me, because I was the estimator. So I was the estimator, so they like, oh, I know Mike. They came out and talked to me. Well, that's really difficult now for my crew, because anytime something bad happens on the job site, guess who they want to talk to? They want to talk to Mike. So it prevented my crew from taking accountability and ownership of the job. And furthermore, wasted 2 to 3 hours of my morning every single day. So what we started doing is doing staggered start times. 6 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock, 7:30, 8 o'clock for our entire crews. So like the early guys, I'd go show them the job. I'd come back to the shop, show the next crew. Then I'd drive the next job. They would have met me there. And then usually the maintenance crew would start last. So that way the project crews could be loading up and everything without them in the way. Sounds cool until you're like, wait a second, why are we doing this? Why not? You know what's crazy is then all of a sudden Miss Sally talks to me for 20 minutes and my crew at the second job is sitting there waiting for 20 minutes on me. Sitting there twiddling their thumbs because they don't know what to do. They're waiting on me. So now what we're going to be doing at this size of business is working GM. We're going to record what the scope of work is for the job before we leave the estimate. We're going to attach that directly inside of Homeworks to that meeting. Once it's there and it's attached to the property, I can move it wherever I want from inside of their profile. And if the job gets accepted down the road, I will pop that video right onto that job for the crew to be able to see the video and their notes together. I don't need to show up. When they show up, they know exactly what to do. They don't have to forget materials or supplies because they didn't really see the scope of work beforehand. They were able to watch the video the night before. These are the type of things that will allow the working GM size of business to continue to scale. Next up, use the yellow slip system. It's an accountability system for callbacks and errors. In other words, you don't want to be running around fixing everyone's problems. Now, when I make videos about this, I have made some shorts about the yellow slip system. I get roasted online because the vast majority of people aren't business owners. I understand the vast majority of people have never hired anyone and they don't know what it's like when you have 10 or 15 employees and your entire day is spent doing quality control. Your entire day, I know what it's like to be here. Your entire day is fixing the irrigation head that got messed up, the windshield that got broken. Oh, so-and-so did a skid mark. I'll take seed and soil over there. And now that hour-long drive because of traffic and then an hour back and then I'm late. Like that is you fixing the mistakes of your crew over and over again. And people in the comments are always like, well, that's what leadership is you got to fix them. No, what leadership is allowing your team to grow and get to the next stage of their career and gain skills. Not babysitting them to when they make a mistake, you go fix every single little thing. And furthermore, if they do a great job, I'm going to pay them extra. And we'll talk more about that in just a moment. Next up, yellow slip system. Just in case you don't know what it is, if someone calls in, they're complaining, I'm not going to go fix it. I'm going to write out a yellow slip. It's going to go next to where the keys, end of the day, everyone goes to the keys and hangs up the keys, and they're going to see a yellow slip, and they're going to see the name of the person that did it, and what happened, and what the customer was complaining about. And within 48 hours, they have to go fix that yellow slip. They have to take it off the board, and usually the next morning or that evening, they're going to go back to the property, communicate with the customer, fix the problem, have the customer sign off on the yellow slip. That yellow slip comes back to that same board, and is going to be talked about at the next team meeting. This ensures accountability for the job. This is the extra 2 seconds it takes to look back at a job site and be like, did everything go smoothly? Cool. Oh, no, I forgot to pick up my piece of equipment. Oh, no, I forgot to trim that bush. Oh, there's a skid mark. I should go ahead and rake that out, blow it out, maybe put some seed down. These are the little things that prevent you from running around like a chicken without a head all day long fixing the mistakes of your crew. And there needs to be upside if they do a good job. I'll talk more about that in just a minute. All right, next on the checklist for the working GM, we're going to train crews to run jobs without you present. Because if you have to be on every single job and you're starting to go from $250,000 to $750,000 in annual revenue, it ain't going to work. It might work at $250,000. You know, you're the hero. You know how to do the jobs. You're on every single job. It's like, let's go. But at $750,000, you can't keep juggling everything. And you can't do it profitably because you're straight overhead and you can't spend time running around to every single job site anymore. You're going to have to train your crew. There's a lot of times we have to kind of clear the board, reset training and onboarding, make sure there's systems in place for making sure team members are trained up. Next up, number 4 on the working GM checklist. This is, if you're following on, page 75 of the book. We are going to route jobs and schedule using a CRM calendar. No more whiteboards or sticky notes. If you've seen the turnaround show, there was a business that was doing like $1.5, $1.7 million in annual revenue. And still, how estimates were accepted was the admin lady would print off the estimate that was accepted and put it up on the board. And it was like this giant Kanban system of estimates accepted, estimates in progress, estimates that were sent but still pending. Crazy. I was like, well, so how does this work? It's like, what happens? Like, who determines when the pending estimates go off the board? It's like, well, when it fills up. Like, if I run out of space to put more estimates and people haven't responded back to me for a few weeks, I just shred their paper and then it's done. Okay. We should not be doing that. We should be routing jobs. So if you have recurring jobs, we're using a routing software. If you are using projects, we're going to make sure we use budget hours to appropriately schedule them on the calendar. This is why inside of Homeworks, when you're on the weekly view or the monthly view, you're going to see budget hour capacity and how many budget hours are recurring, how many budget hours are one-time jobs, so you can very quickly glance at your calendar, know exactly where you can afford to fit jobs. And if you go over your capacity, it turns red. So it's like, hey, no more jobs in the schedule. We're over capacity. We need that for projects, and we also need to be able to route jobs for recurring using a routing software. Number 5, on the working GM checklist, we're going to create estimate templates inside of our CRM. We're not going to create custom quotes every single time. Remember, we are trying to systematize our business. And to systematize our business, we're going to do things that are simple and things that are not complex. Cool. We are also not going to do things that are custom. We're going to do things that are standardized. So we want simple and standardized. Therefore, I am not going to create a custom worded estimate for every single quote that I send out. I'm going to have templates that I can copy and paste in or drag and drop or whatever from my software to be able to have a good, reasonable enough template of the estimate notes. So I don't spend an hour typing them all up. We were able to, when we did paver patios, excavation, putting greens, the whole 9 yards, we had templates that we could still make a $50,000 job. The estimate quoting process still only took 3 to 5 minutes. Because it's like, okay, great, put that big chunk of text in here with all the exact verbiage, basically a start to finish of exactly how the job was going to roll. And then we're going to change 3 or 4 things that the customer wanted adjusted. Or how many yards of material, or how many pallets of sod were coming in, whatever it might be. We're changing out a few little things, and that's all it's required to be able to get the quote out. So I'm creating those templates at the working GM size. We're going to fire poor performers quickly and stop carrying dead weight. A lot of times, nice people at the working GM size stall out simply because they don't fire poor performers. It is your job to fire people that are low performers. And it stinks. I hate firing people. As the business has grown, I now have operations people in all the businesses. And they do the firing because I hate firing people. I always held on to people way too long before firing them. But here's what's crazy. I never fired one person that I regretted doing it afterwards. Not one single time. Every single time I or any of my managers have fired someone within about a week or two after initial, there might be hurt feelings or friendships that people had, etc. But after a week or two, it's like, oh my goodness, that's so much better. And you also hear all the stories of what they were actually doing on the clock. Always amazing how those come out after they were fired. So you got to fire poor performers quickly. It's like cutting out a cancer. Do I want to cut off my arm because there's a huge tumor that's growing and metastasizing inside my body? No. But I must do that in order to preserve the rest of the body, because then my other arm is going to get affected, and my legs, and my chest, and my head, and I'm going to eventually die. And so a business that doesn't cut out the cancers in the organization eventually dies. Full stop. Okay, next up on the checklist for the working GM, we're going to document your top 5 admin tasks and delegate to a virtual admin or seasonal office staff. So the things that are taking your time, I will save you some time by telling you what those things are. Number 1, if they interrupt you while you're working, delegate it. At this size, the working GM size, $250,000 to $750,000 in annual revenue. You're like, oh, no. I'm going to go out and I'm going to delegate and find an estimator. Nope, that's the highest leverage task in the business, and 99% of the time, the entrepreneur is the best salesperson. And so, I'm going to delegate the lowest leverage task first, admin. And that's where I'm at at the working GM size. I'm trying to do this in a way that I don't need a full-time office person. I can't afford it. I can't afford the shop space for them to be in. Is it nice? Yes. Is it great? Is it more custom? Can I get everything the way I just want it? How I want it done? How I want the phone answered? Is it easier to manage them? Yes. If they're in person, yes. But I'm usually going to do a virtual assistant or pay some sort of answering service, or like a seasonal office staff member is great if they can work for you like during spring rush for 4 months when you're completely bogged down with phone calls, text messages, emails, anything that interrupts you throughout your day. You want to delegate this at this time. The reason is because there's switching costs. Every single time you're out in the field or doing estimates, i.e. doing sales and operations, and a phone call comes in, that's admin. It's a lower leverage task that's interrupting you from higher leverage tasks. Good idea to not let that happen. Also, there are switching costs. When you go from working to answering the phone call to then doing an estimate with Mr. Jones, and then all of a sudden you get an email, and then you get a complaint, an online review, and then you're going back to Mrs. Sally Jr.'s because the irrigation thing broke. This chaos is caused for all the switching that's happening in your day. And the reason you feel like a hamster on a wheel is because you're just switching from operation to sales, sales to admin, admin to sales, sales, operation, that you're all throughout the day. And that's fine as a solo operator. That's what you're supposed to be doing. But a working GM, we have to start delegating the lowest leverage of those tasks, which is usually admin and usually the thing you're not good at. The first things I want to delegate in any business, and things I'm not good at, the things that suck energy from me, and things that are the lowest leverage. And admin is the lowest leverage. And for most entrepreneurs, they're better at sales than they are at admin stuff and keeping things organized and keeping track of QuickBooks. All these things, they stink at. So don't do those. Just focus on being a better salesperson. Focus on being a better manager of your team out in the field and operations. Okay, so we're going to delegate those things. 2 more on the working GM checklist. We're going to hit 50% of revenue from recurring work. Again, I believe in recurring work. I like one-time jobs just as much as the guy next to me. I also look at who got impacted and scared out of their mind when COVID happened, and for 2 weeks, everyone shut down. It was the guys with the big projects. All of a sudden, their backlog going from 6 months to 6 hours overnight. I don't want that to happen. I think I lost at my location maybe 1%, not even 1%, because it was like 2 people. So like 0.25% of our recurring customers canceled when COVID happened. I like recurring revenue. It's something that doesn't leave tomorrow if I leave the business. It still keeps coming in. I don't have to keep getting more jobs. I can actually go on a vacation, not do any sales, and revenue still comes in. That's the kind of business that you can eventually leave. That's the kind of business that will give you ultimate freedom. And the vast majority of us got into this whole thing of business to become free from time schedules, from having other people tell us what to be able to do things that we want. And yet, because we don't have enough recurring revenue and we're going after big projects from one to the next, we're in this constant hamster wheel. And instead of getting freedom, we get the exact opposite of freedom, bondage to our business. Doing all the sales, making sure all the projects, moving materials and equipment, and then making sure when our admin person's out, like, oh, we're going to answer the phone calls, and we'll jump back in, and like, it's chaos. Okay. Last on the checklist for the working GM, take a set salary and reinvest remainder into marketing and growth. I put this here because a lot of times I see people start buying a bunch of equipment this size because now they can kind of justify it due to the fact they have multiple crews. You can buy trucks and equipment tomorrow. Every single person here with a credit card, assuming your balance is high enough, your limits are high enough, you can go buy a truck tomorrow. Assuming your credit score is decent, you can go buy a truck tomorrow. If you don't have cash, you can go buy a truck tomorrow. Here's the thing. Anyone can do that, which means buying more trucks and equipment doesn't add value to your business. It just gets you more trucks and equipment. It's just a tool to get the work done. And the reason we buy the truck and equipment is to be able to get more work done. And the reason we get more work done is because we have customers and we have contracts and we have contacts and we have people that we do business with. That is how you build a business. That's where you get real enterprise value, not in buying more trucks and equipment. And that's why at this size, I encourage you to spend the money that you do have on marketing and advertising and a better website and wrapping your trucks, because that ultimately will get you more leads. That'll ultimately be the thing that grows the value of the business. Buying more trucks and equipment is required to be able to fulfill on the work that you sell. But if you have all the trucks and equipment in the world, you do not have a business. You have a bunch of trucks and equipment. All right. The full-time GM. This is the third leadership hat that we talk about. This is on page 101 inside of the book. First on the checklist. This one's pretty small. Only 6 things. Full-time checklist, full-time GM checklist. Number 1, build an SOP, that's standard operating procedure, library for sales, operation, and admin. I'm going to make sure it's digital and repeatable. So you can do screen recordings for admin very easily. Operations, I'm going to have a checklist for new hires. I'm going to have what are they doing on day 1, day 2, day 3? What are they doing in orientation? If orientation is, here's your shirt, there's Bob, Bob will tell you what to do, jump in the truck. If that's your orientation, at this size, we got to solve that. We got to create operating procedures, standard operating procedures for sales, operations, and admin. All right, so admin, digital, I'm going to make sure that I'm usually doing screen recordings for every little thing they do, from routing to scheduling to billing to sending out automations to doing the QuickBooks, checking the email, doing the text message. All of those things I'm going to do screen recordings for. Operations, I'm going to have checklists typically. I'm going to have some training videos, not too many because usually field technicians don't like sitting down for videos for days on end. I'm going to have an orientation process. I'm going to have a hiring process. I'm going to have how do I screen applicants out, etc. All of that, the full-time GM. And then for the sales side, I'm also going to have systems and procedures, standard operating procedures. If I'm doing a door hanger, how many door hangers per hour should I be putting out? What kind of houses should I be putting door hangers on? These are all standard operating procedures. Where do I write the number on the instant quote price? What templates do I use? These are all things that a salesperson should have, and you're building an SOP. You're like, well, I'm still doing sales. I'm a full-time GM. Aren't I doing all the estimates? Yes, you are. But I'm trying to get it to where you can hand this off. And in order to build a business that runs without you, you need to have systems that run without you. You're like, oh, great, find great people. I agree. It's easier to find A- talent and train them up to be A players with systems than it is constantly looking for unicorns that are 1 in a bajillion that can just create the business for you. Like, well, I have all these leads coming in. I have no idea how to do pricing, no idea how to do sales, but like we're growing. If you're going to go try to find someone to replace you doing that without systems, guess what you're going to be trying to find? An entrepreneur like you. So it's very likely you will probably hire your competitor. Someone's going out of business. Yeah, let's definitely hire that guy. The guy that ran the business into the ground. But that's the only type of person that can run your sales system because you don't have any standard operating procedures. You don't have any sort of automations that tell them, hey, you call them after 24 hours, you call them after 3 days, you call them after 7 days, you call them after 10 days, you make this offer, here's the 5 things that you say on the follow-up phone calls. Here's what the text message says, here's what the emails say, here's what you don't say, here's what you do say, here's what a good close rate is, here's what a bad close rate is. This is a standard operating procedure that you need to have for sales, operations, and admin at this size of business. Full-time GM checklist, page 101. We're going to automate invoicing, billing, and collections inside of Homeworks. Okay, inside of Homeworks, you can set up to where it automatically creates an invoice, daily, weekly, monthly, etc. You can have it where it automatically bills, charges the customer, their card on file, or their bank account on file, daily, weekly, or monthly. You can just set it up one time in the settings, done forever. As long as you complete jobs correctly, as long as at the end of the day, you kind of do end of day, make sure everyone clocked their jobs, completed them. Oh, this one they skipped, great. We won't be billing them, fantastic. As long as you just make sure things are straight and organized, you should allow for automated billing and automated invoicing to happen. Little side note, if you're doing daily billing, where you're charging them every single day, do not send them an email with a receipt every single time. Have them have a customer portal login where they can go see all of their payments in one spot. The reason I don't want to be sending an invoice receipt every single time I charge their card is, number one, it reminds them of a recurring service that I have. And the more times I remind them, the more likely they're going to churn and cancel service. Secondly, more importantly, is I do not want them to get fatigued from my marketing messages, which are going to happen once a month. I'm going to send a mass text or mass email from Homeworks. And when I do that, I do not want them to be in the habit of archiving all messages from my business because they're used to just seeing receipts. No one looks at a receipt, especially when it's the exact same amount every single week. So don't send them out. Have it where there's a login. If they call in, they say, hey, I want to see that. Great. Let me go ahead and text that right to you. Here's a link. Boom. They can open it up, see all their payments. Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's go. Okay, next up on the docket for the checklist for the full-time GM, we're doing pay for performance, scorecards, and efficiency tracking across all crews. It's kind of a good idea if the thing that you're selling, in this case, in home services, we are selling labor. If you're going to sell labor, it's a good idea to know if you're being efficient at selling it. Because ultimately, all of home services boiled down to is you take an hour's worth of labor, whether it be you or an employee, you add supplies, materials, training, experience, etc., equipment, and you charge them more for it. So I take $20 per hour of labor that I'm paying an employee. Give them training. I give them a uniform. I insure them. I give them a whole bunch of experience on a piece of equipment, and then they get the equipment and the trucks and everything's there. Great. I can now charge, because I've added this value to this equation, I can now charge $100 per hour to the customer. So if that labor that we're charging per hour for, ultimately, he's like, oh, I don't charge by hour, I charge by the job. It still takes a certain function of hours to get the job done. And so if you're not efficient at producing the product, i.e. this end result of labor being efficient, it's probably not a good idea to not know that number. You should track efficiency scores. I very rarely use the word should. I'm going to say it. You should track efficiency scores. Mind-blowing. Home services, the thing that we sell is time. You should probably make sure you're tracking how efficient your crew is. How do I do that? Budget hours divided by clocked hours. So if the job was 8 budget hours, estimated to take 8 hours, and it took 10 hours, 8 divided by 10, it's 80% efficiency. In other words, 20% of the day was doing unproductive things like driving, loading up, doing meetings, having lunch break, whatever it was. That was part of the clocked hours. And we'll talk more about what a good efficiency score is. But at this size, we should definitely be tracking it and giving them a piece of the action if they're really efficient. Because who cares what my efficiency score is unless you tie my pay to it. So if you can tie the compensation of your team to their efficiency, all of a sudden it matters. All of a sudden you'll see the needle start to move. All right, checklist item on the full-time GM size. Reduce service menu, standardize offerings, and cut complexity. The fastest way to grow revenue in any home service business. Add service area. The least profitable way to grow revenue in a home service business. Add services, add service area. Here's what's crazy. You will always prove me wrong when I say you should not add that service. You know why? Because if you add the service, you will add more revenue. Guaranteed. And I say, I don't think you should really expand another 5 or 10 miles on that service area, and you do it. Guess what? You will prove me wrong because you will get more revenue. It's the easiest way to grow revenue. And for that reason, people wake up with a $3, $5, $10 million business serving massive service areas, doing 10, 15, 20 different services, and realizing they have a horrible business they can't hand off to anyone. So for that reason, at the full-time GM size, that's again $750,000 to $1.5 million in annual revenue. I'm going to standardize my offerings and cut complexity. Next, last on the checklist for full-time GM, we're going to 75% of revenue to recurring maintenance services. Again, I am trying to build a business that runs without me. I am not trying to build a very expensive job. All right, last, GM Plus. This is when you're between $1.5 million in annual revenue and $3 million in annual revenue, and typically having between 10 and 30 employees. Here's the checklist. This one gets a little bit lengthy because this is now when we're stepping out of daily operations. First up, we're going to promote leaders into managers, and we're going to develop a leadership bench. All right, this is why we have the stages of success. 21 stages of success at Augusta is to turn technicians all the way to owners, and in that period, my only goal is to get them to the next stage. Turn my technicians into great managers. Number 2, on the GM checklist, GM Plus, cross-train your admin staff to eliminate key man risk. Okay. As you start getting into 1.5 a plus million in revenue, you're going to start getting the second or third person in the office. You got to have them cross-trained. Now, in the book, I talk about when you start developing a command center and you're after 3 million, you start doing the exact opposite, which you start creating pockets that do certain things. For example, accounts receivable, accounts payable, payroll, HR, answering the phones. These are all different departments as you scale much larger. Again, People hear me say that second part on podcasts sometimes, and they take it like, I'm going to hire 3 people. One's it's like, whoa, you're doing $700,000 in annual revenue. Hiring 3 people in the office is the wrong move. At this size, 1.5 million, as you cross this, you need more than 1 person. And by the way, if your spouse is doing all of your admin work and they're the only one that knows how to do it, you have very much key man risk. Okay. If you have multiple people now in the office after you've crossed 1.5 as you're going to 3 million, I need my people in the office to know how to do everything, 20 or 30 tasks typically, because I can't have one person gone for a week and just no one answers the phone. Oh, yeah, Sally does the payroll, so when Sally's out of town, payroll doesn't go through. Good luck keeping your team. And so if you're going to really delegate to people, you need them cross-trained so that if someone leaves, at least someone knows how to go log into QuickBooks and run payroll. At least. Or this is why I'm a huge fan of having other services do that sort of thing for you. This is why we have home service CPA to do payroll, do your bookkeeping, do your taxes, because I really don't want to train that to someone, and I don't want that to be the level of skill required to be my admin person. I would rather just have someone else do it so I can focus on how to answer a phone call and how to do an upsell on the phone. And when someone has a question about this service, sell them this. Like, I would rather focus my time and energy on that. However, at 1.5 million plus in revenue, you have multiple people in the office, and I would recommend you cross-train them to reduce key man risk. If you do have your spouse in the office, they're going to do a phenomenal job. Absolutely amazing. Just make sure they record everything they're doing. Because what I don't want to happen, and I say this in all sincerity because I see it happen so often, people build very good, profitable businesses, and their spouse gets pregnant, gets sick, they have relationship trouble. There's a little bit of space where they need to spend some time away from each other. These are periods of time that wipe businesses out. And no one posts about that on social media or writes a book about what happened in their personal life that caused their business to close down. They don't. They'll blame it on the market. They'll blame it on the economy, employees, etc. And those are all good excuses because I understand you don't want to bring up the fact that because you had some rocky part in your relationship or someone got sick or there was a miscarriage or some horrible thing happened in life, I don't want you to lose your business over it. And these are why I create systems, because I see it so often of the time. And so anything that right now is your crutch, the thing that you lean on all of your time and energy on, any person in your organization that you couldn't work without, that the business would fall apart without, is a absolute liability to scaling the business. Number 3 on the GM Plus checklist, we're going to create manager scorecards. Okay, so for every single manager, sales, operations, admin, I now have a manager of the department. Again, we're $1.5 to $3 million in annual revenue. For example, operation, going to be labor efficiency. That's our big metric. I'm probably going to have 5 or 10 for each one, but that's a big one. For sales, my close rate, very important. For my admin person, there's a lot of metrics here too, like speed to lead, how fast we get them back to quotes, how often we answer on the phone. These are all metrics, but I should at least have a few for each of the managers, and ideally they're compensated on it. I was talking to an owner at Augusta this morning, and I said, do they know, we were talking about one of their general managers, and I said, hey, do they actually even know what metrics they should be hitting? He's like, well, generally, yeah, and they get compensated on it, etc. I said, how about this? Create a red, yellow, and green, i.e., for every one of these metrics, if it's red, you're gonna get fired. And by the way, you don't do this years into their tenure. You do this during the onboarding and training and before they even get hired. You set these expectations. Okay, red, you're fired. Yellow, good enough. I'll stay off your back. I will not dig into your business. Green, you're probably getting bonuses. That's it. Clear metrics, what success looks like, compensated based upon the success of those metrics and hitting benchmarks. Red, for example, let's use close rate for a salesperson. If your close rate goes to 20% or below, you're fired. Straight up. If it's above between 40 and 50%, so let's do it like this. If it's under 30%, very bad, you're going to get fired. If it's like that for 2 months, you're gone. Red. If it's between 30 and 50%, very good. Yellow. If it's 50 plus, green stars. As long as you can have all of your pricing being exactly what I've told you here, and you can use that in your quotes, and if you're able to close more than 50%, fantastic. Now, would I compensate a sales manager just on close rate? No, but that general rule of thumb is important. Here's the metric of success, and here's what good looks like. Everyone's like, well, I compensate them based upon profit. Yes, but they weren't able to connect the dots that close rate, efficiency score, answering the phone on time, responding back to quotes, following up with quotes once you've sent them, actually lead to the profit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say, hey, your compensation or your profitability, the profitability of this business, you're going to get a piece of it. Cool. Here's all the metrics that will lead to that. And I'm going to create a red, yellow, and green, or good, bad, and awesome, red, yellow, green, for each of those metrics so that you know where we're standing and I don't have to watch over your shoulder and be a micromanager. All right. We're also going to, next on the checklist for the GM plus size business, we're going to establish quarterly profit share or incentive plan for the managers. So that profit share or incentive could be based upon the overall profitability of the location. It could also be based upon those KPIs, key performance indicators, those metrics that we've identified as the most important for their individual departments. Because it might not be super fair to give a percentage of profits to the admin person that answers the phone. So how do I give them 1.3%? And then the other person 2.4%. And then my salesperson got 4.8%. And then my operations manager got 6.3%. Like, that might get a little tedious. So what you could do, especially if you have admin assistants, etc., you could just make the metric that is most important to them, that you deem the most important to them, as the one that gets incentivized and bonuses. Be very careful, because what you incentivize will happen. And everything else will seem less important to them. So if you're going to be like, well, that sounds like a great idea. I want them to answer every single phone call within 3 seconds. Okay, cool. Guess what? If you put a compensation plan in place where they're going to make way more money if every single phone call gets answered in 3 seconds, what's going to happen is they're going to answer every single phone call within 30 seconds. What's not going to happen is everything else that you've asked them to do. So don't create perverse incentives when it comes to incentives and profit sharing that would lead a manager to focus all of their time and attention on one thing when you need them to do a whole bunch of things. Because I can't put someone in the office, say there's 2 or 3 people in the office at this size business, 2.5 million in revenue. I say, your job, answer the phones. And I'm going to incentivize you, and you start at $18 an hour, but you can make up to $25 an hour if you just answer every single call within 3 seconds. Again, the calls will get answered within 3 seconds, but they're probably not going to do the other 10 things you're asking them to do. And at this size, I need to have them cross-trained in admin. That was just an example. The same thing is true with sales. Like, if I just did close rate, guess what's going to happen? They're going to get a bunch of jobs sold, and they're not going to be profitable. And the operations person is going to point at them and say, there's no way I can hit these budgeted hours. My efficiency scores are low because you're not putting enough labor hours on these jobs. And you're making me look bad, and my incentives are going down because I'm incentivized based on efficiency score, and you're incentivized based on close rate. And so now this is why you have managers inside an organization beating their heads against each other, because you've created perverse incentives whereby one person winning on their close rate causes the other person to lose on efficiency. All right. Next on the checklist for the GM Plus, we're going to use lead tracking for online ads. If you're running Google or Facebook ads and you do not have tracking set up, you are flushing money down the toilet. You say, well, I don't really care. Like, I'll put money in and I'll see how many leads I get, and I'll ask them if they came from Facebook or Google or whatever. Cool. I don't really actually care as much about you knowing where the lead came from. I care about the algorithm knowing that that lead actually completed an estimate, because a whole bunch of people are clicking on your ad, going to your website, and then leaving. I want Google or Facebook or whatever platform I'm using to know who actually submitted an estimate request form and got to a thank you page. And I'm going to put that tracking code on that thank you page so it talks back via Facebook Pixel or Google tracking code back to the algorithm and says, hey, this person, they went all the way through and actually didn't submit an estimate request form. I want you to show the ad to more people like that. Not the person that clicked, the person that actually submitted a form. Create a monthly template for email and text blasts. Upsell all your contacts in your Homeworks database. You will forever be on the treadmill of spending more money on ads if you do not simply take the contacts in your database and sell more to them. If all things were created equal, and I had this random person walk up to me and say, I own a house in your market. And then over here I had someone that I already have their credit card on file, I've done service for in the past, who is probably more probable that I will sell them more work? Probably the person that already knows, likes, trusts me, has given me money in the past. I have their credit card on file. The likelihood of them doing business with me is much greater than blow schmo glow over here that I don't even know who they are. So why in the world do we keep spending money on ads going after cold traffic when there are people inside of our database that we have done service for in the past and we never reach out to them? It's crazy. Last week at Augusta, my location, within 24 hours of sending out one text message from Homeworks, one text message, 18 accepted jobs. That's within 24 hours. Not to say what else happened. And there was 3 of them were recurring and the rest were fall cleanups. And I believe it was around $8,000 within 24 hours. And he was like, hey, like, if you give me another week, I'm sure I'll double or triple this. But no, I just want what happened within 24 hours. And just estimate accepted over the course of 24 hours, one text message. And guess how much it cost him sending it from Homeworks? Zero. And yet people spend thousands of dollars on Facebook, Google, yard signs, door hangers, all of this craziness. And don't just send a text or an email to their customers saying, hey, do you want more services? This time of year is when a lot of people are getting XYZ service, and we want to give you priority and make sure that we are going to prioritize our loyal customers. Sounds like a good idea to me. Okay. Let's see here. We got next on the GM checklist, GM Plus checklist. We're going to standardize our trucks, tools, uniforms, and equipment. Notice I didn't say that all the way up until we were at 1.5 million in revenue. Worrying and stressing about it, going to Equip Expo and trying to get all of your trucks to look the same, tools, your racks, your all of your equipment to be exactly the same. Like, oh no, I can't get the BR 112 because I already got the BR 114 and I got everything that has to match. Like, I don't care. Get the work done, grow the business, and at this size, we can start thinking about standardization. The reason I say this is because people overthink stuff way too much. And they spend money they don't really have on things they don't really need. And it is in part because when you're doing 300, 200,000 in annual revenue, no one cares if your mowers match. No one cares if you have Jeff's GMC versus Silverados. No one really cares if you have an F250 and an F350 and they aren't both F250s. No one cares. Customer-wise, no one cares. Now, at this size, I want to start standardizing so it's easier to be able to hand off operations and it's easier to manage. If I have everything being the same, it's easier to hand off to someone to dispatch when it's like, hey, all the trucks are the same, all the equipment's the same, all the trailers are the same. Just go ahead and route based upon budget hours. It's a lot harder if I'm like, well, these 3 different types of truck, they only pull trailers. These ones are set up differently, and like these have to do this type of service, and only so-and-so can drive it. So the manual transmission. I know what it's like to be there. It's horrible. At this size, though, as I'm starting to hand off all daily operations, I want to be as simple as possible. I want to be able to have like different like backup tires to all of my trucks, backup tires to all of my mowers, but I only have to buy one tire. I don't have to buy one of that because I have all the same mower, all the same truck, all the same trailer, etc. But I don't focus on that as my most important thing until I'm much larger and I'm getting out of daily operations. All right, next on the checklist for the GM Plus is I'm going to decide between a model. Either I'm going to stay with the GM Plus with one single shop and grow well above 1.5 million, all the way up to 3 million plus, or I'm going to do multi-unit, multiple locations. Usually those locations are $800,000 to $1 million in annual revenue, and I'm going to just copy and paste that across a service area. Next on the checklist, we're going to build an org chart with clear roles. So we're going to have department managers, assistant managers, and technicians. I have a picture of this in the book of what a GM Plus organizational chart looks like. And the only difference is that you start having assistants. Because when you start having 25, 30 employees, you start needing assistants to the operations manager, assistants to your office manager, assistants to your sales manager, estimators. And so I've got to have clear org chart, who reports to who, and what their roles are. How does the office assistant, how does their job different than office manager? Who reports to who? All right. We're also going to create recruiting and training pipeline. So there's an ongoing farm system for future managers. So I don't want my operations manager to bail because they have to move across the country for whatever reason, family, etc. And all of a sudden I'm stuck, me as the owner, jumping back into operations management. I need to create a recruitment farm inside my organization that pulls talent up, trains them up, and serves as backups until someone leaves, then they step into that role, creating that redundancy. All right, a few more GM Plus checklist items. Number 1, or not number 1, but just next on the list. Shift owners focus to strategy, acquisitions, real estate, and capital allocation. Notice I didn't talk about that when you're making like 150, 200,000, 300,000. Like, it doesn't matter. Grow the business. Don't worry about acquisitions and how you're going to buy your shop space and use that for capital gains and do a section 170 or what's it called? 531. That's right. I'm messing up. What's it called? Goodness, I just blanked. The 531 exchange, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Doing real estate and all these sort of things are not going to be the thing that you focus on until this size. At this size, when you're out of daily operations, the business is doing $3 million plus in revenue, you focusing on like acquiring a local competitor that outranks you on Google for some random reason because they have the name of the city in their URL and they have like 50 customers and you can buy them out. Awesome deal for you to think about. Not an awesome deal when you have 20 customers and you're just getting started as a solo operator. Okay. Next up, we got automate reporting dashboards. So now all these reporting dashboards and these KPIs that we talk about need to be automated. Your profit and loss statement, the KPIs, the cash flow. You can no longer operate on gut feel. Like, oh man, I just feel like we're spending too much on fuel. Well, how do you know that? Like, we should have percentages inside of our P&L that tell us, like, oh, compared to last year, you're up like 15%. Oh, and like if I adjust for price of per gallon, it's still like up 15%. Okay, that's something I should be looking into. So automating the reporting is something that you start thinking about this size. So that way you can be away from the business, see a report, and be able to judge the health of the business based upon just the numbers. Also, allowing your sales, operations, and admin managers to run the business without you constantly micromanaging or looking over their shoulder. Like, I'm not micromanaging. I'm just asking them how things are and like what's going on. No, they look at it as micromanagement because you're constantly asking them about everything. So is that almost done today? Okay, did that job get out? Okay, yep. Did you this? Did we do this? Like, they're like, oh my word. Can I just do my job, please? Last on the GM Plus checklist, lock in personal time, vacations without calls, business runs without you. Okay. At this size, you have to start developing all of these systems to be able to get to the point where you can go on a vacation, no one's calling you, and you're like, well, I delegated the phone calls, but if every single time a customer complains they're contacting you, we don't really have a system. We have a stopgap measure. We have something that slows down most traffic. I want to be able to, by this size of business, make sure I can leave and I don't get texts and emails when jobs go bad. I don't get texts and emails when someone needs to get fired because my operations manager does that. I don't get texts and calls when a job is underpriced because that's my sales manager's job. All right, that is it for the checklist of the 4 leadership hats: solo operator, working GM, full-time GM, and the GM Plus. Cool. All right, Jace, for everyone that's watching on the live stream, Jace is going to be our operator today because today's going to be a long day. And he is, Jace, you want to say hi to everyone real quick on the microphone? You can't see Jace, but you can hear Jace.
Hello, everyone.
Let's go. That's Jace. Okay. So Jace is going to be my operator today. He's going to be fielding in questions, calls, etc. We'll kind of alternate today between what we just did with training and then also call-in show. We'll do, if you want to submit a video of your question and you're like, I don't really want to call in, I'm a little nervous about that, totally fine. You can submit your question. So I'm going to give you a couple thoughts and ideas. I'm sure the team is probably in the chat. If I can see the chat, guys, that'd be great. But there's a few ways you can do this today. Today you can call in and they'll put the phone number on the screen or in the comments. And then you can also, if you just want to submit a video of your question, go to mikeandys.com/question and we will be able to play your video right here for me and we'll try to answer it. So whatever I can do to help, I would be super honored to be able to have you on the show. So I cannot see call queues, etc. So Jace, you'll have to let me know. Do we have some folks in the call queue? What are we going to do today in terms of questions coming up first?
Yeah, we've got a couple video question submissions already. No calls in the queue yet. But
Okay, so let's put the phone number up on the screen, and then we'll go ahead and play a couple of these video questions for everyone. Let me see here. I'm going to make sure I can see the call. There you go. Now I can see the call queue. All right. While Chase is pulling that up, so there's the phone number. If you want to call in today, 361-733-3332. He's going to pull up one of the questions that was submitted at mikeandys.com/question. You can also call in, and I'll talk to you live. But one thing that was very clear and noted by everyone on the live stream from last Friday on the book launch was that was that this bad boy, although we referenced it, we never opened it up. So there is something inside of this. It's a box. But it is a gift for everyone that showed up live only on Friday, the book launch. Because, people register for events. About half of the people showed up live throughout the event at some point. But if you showed up live on Black Friday for the launch, I am going to give you a gift. Now, what's inside is just a box. But I will give you a gift, I promise. So we will open this up, but first, let's go ahead and take a couple questions. Looks like we got a couple video questions, so I will move this probably. Jace, do you want to pull up the first video? Oh, here we go. Let's go. Perfectly framed, too, with the red, and then around the border. Okay, cool. So this is Riley Merritt, it looks like, but let's go ahead and play the hopefully I can hear this, too. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, Mike. My name is Riley. I run Oakmont Lawn and Landscape out in Gwinnett County, Georgia. We're expecting to do right around 120 this year. Thanks to last month we did about 50 grand in revenue in larger landscape jobs. I've got 2 employees, 2 full-time and then an extra part-time. And I'm looking to see what would be the best option or the best amount of money that I should be spending into advertising to get more of those larger jobs. I know I've done a lot of maintenance. I spent a lot of my time in the industry in maintenance, and I'm looking to get some more of those high ticket jobs to get a little more lump sum payments to grow my company more rapidly. So, thank you.
Okay. So, at this size, it was Riley, I believe it was. How you're building the business right now and how you're thinking about building it will allow you to grow faster. There's bigger projects, bigger contracts, etc. In the long term, for the business to run without you, I do recommend moving more towards recurring jobs, more recurring revenue. Does that mean you can't do big projects? No. For now, you could standardize projects, have the same materials, have the same estimate templates, have the same checklist for your crew, do the same type of work all the time. You can absolutely do that and still be a very successful. I would say, as you grow, I would try to sell maintenance packages on the projects that you do sell. So if you sell a $50,000 job, the ability to be able to then sell them a $300 per month maintenance package over the course of time, if you sell that 100 times, you have $400,000 in annual revenue of recurring revenue instead of this lumpy stuff. Because what you've experienced is you had $50,000 last month. The 10 months prior, you had $25,000 in total revenue. That's a very hard business to scale. It's very hard to do that profitably and reliably because to do $50,000 a month in revenue, you need another employee. You have one now. You probably need a second truck. You probably need some equipment. You probably need some shop space. But what I can promise you, if you don't sell more of these projects, is you will not be able to survive on that kind of overhead if you're doing $25,000 in 10 months. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say you started this year and you were kind of getting warmed up. Actually, you said you had years of experience in maintenance. So yeah, that's where I would be very careful. The big projects, you get this huge win, and you can absolutely predictably create big wins. The reliability is just lower than if you do singles and doubles over and over and over again and you stack them up. So I'm not saying you should not do projects. I'm saying read the book and you want to become the project manager. In the book, I talk about the quadrant. The project manager is the person that's very, very good at standardization of all of their projects. So you could absolutely do that. And I would say be very careful about expanding overhead because that's the demise of many big project businesses in Boomtown. Like during 2021, project companies doubled and tripled in size. Massive. Like I'm talking like going from 10 million to 30 million. And then all of a sudden it went bye-bye when interest rates went up. So projects are going to be very tied to interest rates, the economy, whether or not the housing market. And so I'd just be careful. I'd be optimistically careful. And what I mean by that is go ahead and do the big project. Yes, you will make bigger paydays. You will grow revenue faster. You'll be able to grow and expand the team faster. Just make sure you don't expand overhead to the point where you have to sell projects to maintain overhead. That means renting equipment a little longer, Maybe you allow people to take the trucks home. Maybe you contract in labor if you get a $200,000 job, maybe you contract some of it out so you don't have to expand your team to the size of a $200,000 per month business. And the next month you make 10 grand and lose 20 or 30 grand and lose half your team because there's no work to get done. So just be careful. I'm not saying you should not do this. I would just be careful about this sort of idea. In terms of where to get those big projects, I would be leaning on all the maintenance clients that you have in the past and trying to upsell them into project work and showing off on an email or using a text message to drive leads for the specific upsell or one-time job of your maintenance clients. And the nice thing about having a maintenance repertoire of clients that you're building is you can always sell them one-time services. So that is my answer. Let's go ahead. Can we bounce back over to a different on the call queue, Jace? Would that be fine?
Yeah, you want to take some calls?
So let's take some calls. I can govern it from here. First call on the day's show is from 704. Welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on. Oh, I can't hear them, Jace. 1 second. Whoever this is calling, we will figure this out. You're a first caller today. We got to make sure we can hear you, though. Oh, Jace, do we hear anything? Do we need to pull up a fader? Is your phone muted? We're just looking for options. Okay, I'm going to leave whoever this caller is on the call. We'll figure out the audio. Let's go ahead and play the next video, though. Jace, if we can do that. Pull up the next video. I'll try to figure that out while you figure out the audio for the live caller. But stay on the line. 704, stay on the line. We will get to you. But, Jace, can we pull up another video question? All right. We got another question coming in live from Philadelphia. Blue Leaf Landscaping? Yeah, there we go.
Hey, good afternoon, Mike. Yeah, I'm keeping it real short and simple. I think is just one of the things I struggled with, I struggle with the most. And it's getting consistent leads. Obviously in the spring and summer it's pretty consistent because of the rush. But I think towards, I would say, August and September and even July, late July, the consistency in the leads starts to, drop. The name of our business is Blue Leaf Landscaping, and this year, we're projected because we're about to be over for the fall cleanup. We're right around under 500 k. Um, Normally, on average, we have 4 to 5 employees. This year, particular 2025, we had consistently 7 employees. So yeah, my question is, what strategy other than door hangers can we do to continue to get leads more consistently? We have used, Thumbtack, Angie's List, things like that. We haven't done an agency yet, but what's your opinion? Thank you.
Okay, so John is at the working GM size in terms of where he's at in the stages. And so I would recommend for someone like John, what you're going to do is you're going to go to the working GM size chapter, and then you're going to say, okay, is this a sales, operations, or admin problem? Oh, this is a sales problem. And then you're going to read this part of the book because it'll walk you through exactly what you just talked about. That's the big trouble you're having at your size. So how I would like to think about this, where's my iPad? I knew I had my iPad in here. I thought I did. Oh man, I thought I had my iPad. Okay, I'm gonna text someone to get my iPad in here because I want to show you guys something. Here, let's see here. Okay, I'll draw something out for you in just a second. But what I will say is, I think about, as you said, when demand is high, it's easy to get leads, and so during the spring, you're probably getting a bunch of leads. During like August, for example, it's harder to get leads. That's when demand is low. And so there's a few ways that you can artificially create demand, and that is through advertising. So you spend more money in ads, you drive more leads artificially. When demand is low, always, the cost of acquisition is going to be higher. So the trouble that most of us have, especially if you're doing one-time projects, is that when demand is low is also when you need to go and buy more customers. That's also one of the most expensive because no one needs your service. And so what's crazy is people will end up spending all their marketing dollars when it's the most expensive to get customers, i.e. when demand is low. So this is why, from a resource planning perspective, I want to try and, oh, thank you, sir. Oh, what? Oh my goodness, did I seriously miss it? It was right there. Oh my word. You're amazing. All right, thank you. So what I'm trying to do, if I can actually plan appropriately, that was pretty embarrassing. My iPad's like literally right next to my foot. The thing that I'm trying to do is spend money when customer acquisition cost is low. The problem is customer acquisition cost is low when demand is high. So when the phone's already ringing off of the hook is when, if you were to spend money on ads, you'd get the most bang for your buck. All right. I know I'm throwing all sorts of curveballs at you guys, but if I can show my iPad now, we'd be in massive business. Can I show my iPad?
Yeah, you should be able to once it loads up on our end.
Okay. All right. There we go. Oh, look at that. Genius. Okay, so check this out. So if we look at, all right, let's make sure this works. Boom. Okay. So if we look at July, let's say that's January, this is June, this is December. This is across the months of the year, so months, okay? Now, I'm going to use lawn care and landscaping for an example because we just had that as a question, but you can mark this out on your calendar. So when I look at demand in my market for lawn care and landscaping services, really, really low during January. Also really low at the end of the year. But then I have spring rush where it just goes like stratospheric. Okay. So to his point though, he kind of has a lull, sounds like for him too, in July. Okay. So what this actually looks like if you were to plot it out is this is what spring rush looks like. And then you kind of have this, then you have like fall cleanups, and then the year comes and we go right back. This would be our this would be our demand curve. Okay. So let me just go ahead and like get all fancy on us. Let's go like this. Okay, demand goes really high during the spring, a little bit of fall cleanups, bit of a fall rush. That is our demand curve. Okay, so demand. Oh, I can see it. Let's go. Okay, now let's go ahead and switch this out. Because the inverse of demand is our customer acquisition cost. So what happens is this. I think I did that right. Yeah. So this is our customer acquisition cost. Meaning, let me swap this out again. Boom, boom, boom. Meaning, right here is when you have tons of demand, you have so many calls coming, you can't even get to them. Let's move this down a little bit so you guys can see. There you go. Oh, beautiful. This is when you turn off ads a lot of times because you have so many leads you can't even get back to them. But what's crazy, if you were to spend money during that period of time, that's when your customer acquisition cost is the lowest. So in the perfect world, I'd actually be able to spend money on ads when customer acquisition cost is lowest and my demand is highest. Now, what the caller was just talking about is, hey, I have this lull of demand right here in July. How do I fill this up? So there are a few ways that we can solve this problem. First way is demand goes up, i.e. the economy gets better, interest rates drop, everyone has a whole bunch more money, we send out stimulus checks. Okay, that would solve your problem. The other way to do this is to, boom. Oh, wait, Michael, thank you very much. Very good. Okay. The other option is to simply spend more money on ads. Now, the hidden one that we haven't really talked about, but I want to focus on, is the one that no one talks about. It's not fun, it's not sexy, and people are rarely trying to sell you something. And that is, oh my goodness, Michael, just use the same one. Thank you. And that is, drum roll, upsell, i.e. text and email your customers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to preset, before the year even starts, texts and emails for every single month of the year. And I'm going to send that to all my customers. And I'm going to make it the service is going to correlate with the demand for that time of year. So during the spring, I'm going to send mowing. During the summer, I'm going to send projects. During the fall, I'm going to do fall cleanups and leaf cleanups. During the winter, I'm going to do snow plowing or Christmas lights. Like, I'm going to have a specific service offering or upsell for that given time of year. And what's cool is, boom, boom, this one is free. It shouldn't cost you a whole lot. Okay, let's just say you pay for some software, a couple $100. Great. Like, even if you use something like MailChimp, it's going to cost you $300 to $400 to send out a text message to all your customers a couple times a month. Okay, I think you just use Homeworks, but we'll get to that later. Customer acquisition cost, going to cost you a whole lot more. Like a lot more to drive enough leads to fill a $500,000 annual revenue business during times when leads are dropping off a cliff. Going to be more expensive. Good luck trying to change demand. That means you are going to have to change the political outcome of the country. So this one, off the board. Again, you have no impact of whether or not the Federal Reserve is going to lower interest rates. So what we mostly do in this industry is we'll just spend more money on ads. And usually we'll do it at exactly the wrong times. When customer acquisition cost is the highest, demand is the lowest. Okay, have we figured out the phone call situation?
Yeah, I think we can give it another try.
Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do that. I think we did lose whoever called in, or is that 704 number right there? It is. Yeah, we got host queue. Okay, fantastic. All right, I'm going to pull this caller up, and let's see if this works this time. 704, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. I don't hear nothing. What am I doing wrong, guys? Oh, no. Oh, maybe it's on their end. Maybe it's on their end. Could be. Could be. All right, we're having technical difficulties. I promise we will figure this out. This is in the new studio, our very first live stream. They're figuring it out. Can we pull up another video question while it's for 704, who's probably hearing every word I'm saying right now? We're sorry for the technical difficulties. We will get to you. We promise. So either hang out or call back in, and we'll make sure we prioritize your call. But let's go ahead and pull up another video question while they're figuring out the phone difficulties that we are having in the new studio. Drum roll. Is there another question in videos? Okay. Who we got here? Patrick. I think he's from Germany. Oh, I now have audio. There it is.
Geoformal gardening. We're doing right now 270,000 this year with 3 people. My question for you is, right now, Google ad and Facebook ad are way too horrible expensively. Right now, we are paying about $300 to $500 per lead. Door hanger wise, every 1 in 400 door hangers get us about a lead. So including the labor cost, if we're going to hire somebody for that one, should be roughly 105. Should we go all in on door hangers, or should we take time and effort to learn how to do new, i.e. Facebook and Google? Here in Germany, like bush and hedge trimming is our main bread and butter. From 100 households, roughly 10 to 15 hire a gardener. The rest of them do it themselves, which is very low, quite hard market here, but we get it done. Greetings. Wish you a good day.
Yeah, so guys, let's maybe change out the graphic. If the call's not working out, let's change out to the question graphic. So if your customer acquisition cost is 105 because you spent about 4 hours delivering door hangers, and your alternative is to spend $300, $400, $500 on Facebook and Google ads, then yes, we should focus on the 105. And I can make a lot of sense spending $105 on a customer, assuming I have good customer retention and lifetime value of the customer. So $105, I would give you the green light to go ahead and do that. I will also say there's probably a lot of optimizations if you're spending that much on Google and Facebook that can be done. Like a lot. So later on in live stream, I'm going to be talking about some of the Facebook ads training and how you can get your hands on that. Honestly, for the cost of one ad, you could get that training and get a whole bunch of books and a whole bunch of other giveaways that we're doing for Black Friday. So I would recommend that because it literally just needs to save you one lead. And furthermore, the reason I say this is like, are you warming up your audience? Are you importing your CSV from Homeworks into like a lookalike audience or at least a saved audience inside Facebook? Are you, how many pieces of creative are you creating? Are you doing like vertical and horizontal video? There's just like a bunch of optimizations that you're probably not hitting. The question is, do you even want to learn that? So like, I think I can give you about 90%, 85 to 90% of that in like the Facebook ads training that I'll talk about here in a minute. And it'll probably, I'm going to just go on a limb and more than half your customer acquisition cost down like that 200 range or lower. Because if you're paying that much per lead on Facebook and Google, you're doing like something wrong. Like there's something wrong in your campaign. And so we can fix that. We can fix that. I would say though, if all other things were held constant, I would either A, hire an agency to do this for you and see what their customer acquisition cost is, because they do this all the time, and then judge yourself on whether or not you can do Facebook and Google. And then even if that works or not, I would just say like, for now, door hangers, $105, keep printing cash. Make sure you do some sort of offer where you're able to collect, let's call it $300 or $400 up front on, say, a cleanup or some other project, even if you're selling them a recurring service. That way you can recoup the customer acquisition cost as quickly as possible and keep the gravy train alive of $105 customers. I would do that. But I do think there's a lot of optimizations. And if you go to mikeandys.com/Black Friday, get any of the 20 book above, like those offers, and do those donations. And if you do those donations, part of that is that in February, I'm going to send a video training to everyone that does donate books. And they are going to get, it's probably gonna be an hour or so of me training on all the stuff I know about Facebook ads. I think it'll get you 85 to 90% of the way of hiring an agency. If you wanted to just go do it right, like they're going to optimize every little thing, every keyword will be right, et cetera, and go to 100%, you're going to go pay someone to go do it. Depending on how much your ad spend is, I don't think it's going to be much though at $250,000 annual revenue. Like it's not like you're spending $3 or $4 grand a month. So I don't think an agency would make sense for you. I would stick with door hangers until you improve your Facebook ad performance. And I think you can absolutely improve that by 3 or 4x, honestly. So I would highly, try to get the Facebook ads training. Again, that is for anyone that is the 20 book, 100 book, or 400 book offer for Black Friday at mikeandys.com/Black Friday. Guys, are we fixed with the audio stuff, or do I need to swap over to go through the offers?
We can queue up a couple more videos. We're still trying to figure it out.
Okay. All right. Let's do another video. For now, we'll do videos since the phone call seems to have not be working right now, but we will get to you. We have a whole bunch, the call queue is full. It's completely full. So if you're trying to call in, we will get to you, but the call queue is completely full. We only allow like 12 people in there. So that's all full. So if you are trying to call in, we will get to you, or you could even just hang up and then call back when we get this working. But for now, let's go to Joshua with a video question.
Hey, Mike, my name is Joshua Jarman. I'm the owner of Jarman Lawn Care here in Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. We are on course to do $850,000 this year. I have 9 employees. We just hired our first admin assistant, and that's definitely something that's new for us. And I'm trying to figure out, how do I create one source of knowledge for all of my team members, but especially my admin? When it was just me fielding all the calls and doing everything, any client could call me and ask me any question, and I immediately knew the answer for it. How do I transfer some of that knowledge into a CRM? What does that look like? So when a client calls and asks my admin about any specific subject, they can go in, pull it up, and have an answer without immediately having to transfer them to me. Thank you.
All right, Jarman. So I think you use Homeworks, if I remember correctly. If you do, use the wiki. So there's a thing called a wiki, and we literally have that so the admin has a quick access of notes while they're in the software. They don't have to like switch to Google Drive or switch to something else. Use wiki and create different files or folders in there for specific things like scheduling, billing, invoicing, service area, information about services, promotions that are active. I would put it in your wiki. I will also say that to train them, I would probably use something like Loom or any sort of like screen recording software, and put that into like a Google Drive, for example, or even just folders inside of your Loom account. That's what I would do to train them. In order to be able to make sure they know everything that you know, you're gonna do 2 things. You're gonna simplify and you're gonna standardize. We're gonna like, just to make it a song here by the end of the day, probably. To make systems in your business, to systemize your business, you simplify and you standardize. So you're gonna simplify your services likely in order to like make them easier. Like cut out the ones that you know every single time they got a call about, they have to ask you about. Simplify, cut them out. Then the ones that you stick with, standardize them. So it's like, okay, we don't do all sorts of pavers. We don't do every sort of tree trimming. It's like 30 feet or below, for example. I'm making stuff up. But you're going to create a system. And to do that, you're going to simplify and you're going to standardize. So we're going to cut stuff out that's complex, way too difficult to train someone, that every single time you have to get involved. And then for the things that we do keep, we're going to create a cheat sheet for them inside the wiki that they can just click the tab and quickly see any information about that service. So yeah, the quick answer is wiki. You're going to simplify and standardize everything. Services, the way they answer the phone, their scripts, their upselling, every little aspect is simplified and standardized. If you just run it through that synthesis, then you'll become very clear. And you look through that prism, you'll be like, oh, I need to cut these services out. I need to cut these customers out. I need to change my pricing this way. I need to stop running so many promotions because it's going to confuse my admin person. So there'll be things that you just know you have to start doing simply when you start thinking about, okay, someone else has to do this. They don't have all my information. I have to simplify and standardize. And so the forcing function of delegation makes you have to simplify and standardize in order for the business to run without you. So you're in that full-time GM phase. You just crossed past 750,000. So you're going into that full-time GM phase where you're focusing likely mostly on sales. You've hired out the admin side. You're probably, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess, if you continue to grow top-line revenue, you're probably going to hire an operations manager, someone to manage the team out in the field, probably next year if you're continuing to grow past 1.2. And then by the time you hit 1.5, you'll probably be mostly doing sales. And kudos to you, man. Young man, crushing it out there. Keep killing it. All right, do we have another video question?
Yeah, we got about 3 more videos we can do.
Cool. Let's go ahead and queue those up unless you think the call queue is cured for us, Jace.
We're still trying to figure it out.
Oh, good. All right. Let's go ahead and roll the next question.
Hey, I'm Phil from the UK, own a window cleaning company called See It Clean. Expected revenue this year is probably going to be around 600K, and we have 5 cleaners full-time, plus 1 part-time, plus 2 directors who are both in the office doing the admin. My question for you, Mike, is at what point do you think we need to employ an administrator to take over the day-to-day operations so that we can then focus on the sales and marketing and growth side of the business to continue to push us through? We have an end goal, might seem minor, but we have an end goal of 10 vans, 1.2 million turnover a year. Obviously, we know that's going to be a lot of hard work to do that, and we're going to need some support on the administration side, the organization of the business, workloads, and so on. So yeah, at what point do we look at that?
Hey, Jace, could you play that one again? I missed the revenue. I think it's at 500K.
Hey, I'm Phil from the UK, own a window cleaning company called See It Clean. Expected revenue this year is probably going to be around 600K, and we have 5 cleaners full-time, plus 1 part-time, plus 2 directors who are both in the office doing the admin. My question for you, Mike, is at what point do you think we need to employ an administrator to take over the day-to-day operations so that we can then focus on the sales?
That's good. Yeah, thanks. Okay, cool. So, what you want to be careful of here, and in the book I talk about ratios of overhead versus revenue producing employees. You got to be careful here. You have 6 employees out in the field producing revenue, and you have 2 people already in the office, and you're an owner that sounds like you're an operator, like you're doing it. And so for the people that are in the call queue, we're going to restart that. So I apologize. You did get dropped. We'll bring it back here in a second. You can call in. Sorry about that. But for you, like, Phil, I'll be very careful about trying to get an operations manager. That's basically what you're talking about. So if we think about sales, operations, and admin, I'm going to go out on a limb and saying right now, you're doing sales, you're doing operations, and you have 2 people already in the office doing admin. You're thinking about now moving up the value chain and getting an operations manager. And I would personally say you need to grow 50% before you do that. So if you look in the book, like when we talk about the going to the full-time GM size, that's 750,000 to 1.5. You kind of got to be more in that $800,000 to $900,000 range, in my opinion, to be able to afford operations manager and 2 people in the office. So I would also say, what I would potentially think about, Phil, if you have identified, I'm going to assume that you have identified the current constraint to growth in the business is getting this operations manager. Here's what I would do. I would personally try to get from 2 people in the office down to 1, and then have either part-time support during your busy season or a virtual admin that that charges you by the minute. Like, for example, answering the phone. That way, you can take all the extra cost of that second person in the office and move that towards the cost of someone doing operations manager. That's what I would be trying to do. Because if you're gonna go get an operations manager right now, and you have 3 people overhead and 6 people on the field, that's a 2-to-1 ratio. 2 technicians to every 1 person in the office are doing admin, and I'm not even counting you. And so that's what I'd be careful of. I'm assuming also that you're not concluding yourself in the admin roles. That could be something, and you said we, so I'm almost wondering if there's a partnership and both of you are just in the office, in which case some of what I'm saying would be incorrect. But I'm going to assume you have 2 actual admin people, plus you doing sales right now, and you're thinking about getting an operations manager. Like, if you're still in the business, that's 4 overhead people. If you're not in the business, that's 3 and 6 people out in the field. I don't like that. That's a ratio I do not like. I would strongly recommend trying to keep that ratio more around 4-to-1 or better. 3-to-1 would be okay, but like 4-to-1 would be best, which means you need to get to 8 technicians before you start thinking about getting another overhead position. Minimum. So hopefully that helped. Okay, let's go ahead and do another question. Before we do that one, though, I'm going to go ahead and show everyone what's in this box. So let's take down that question. Thank you, Jace. For everyone that did call in, we will get the call queue back up and running eventually, but we had some technical difficulties. Okay, the red box. Let me open up my slides. Give me 1 second. I have my slides here, my handy dandy slides. Okay, boom. First off, okay, we can show my slides. I want to say thank you to everyone that supported the book launch last Friday. I really, really am blown away by all the support. If you go to mikeandys.com/Black Friday, which we can go ahead and put that on the board, gentlemen, and then also the slides.
Yeah, you got to switch from your iPad to.
Yeah, that might be smart. Okay, yeah, my bad. Okay, get your act together, Michael. Okay. And then on the board, we can change it to mikeandys.com/Black Friday. That is where all the Black Friday deals are, and they're going to be ending tonight at midnight Pacific Standard Time. So 13 more hours. But thank you to everyone that came to the Black Friday event, supported the launch. Here's what's crazy. If you see on the screen here, we hit the #1 in the release in entrepreneurship in new releases. So thank you. Wow. And then also in business, we were momentarily here, I think for about 6 hours. The #1 bestseller in business on Amazon, which was pretty cool. The one on the left is actually more impressive, but we're nowhere near that now. I think we're like 20th because the launch just caused a lot of people to buy the book. So, but it's still very cool. We got the screenshot. Big W for the home service industry. But thank you all so much for supporting. However, we never opened up the red gift. Okay, so the red gift is going to be opened on Christmas Day. And on Christmas Day, anyone that showed up live is going to get exclusive access to a course that I made and I did not talk about on the Black Friday launch for the book. So I have an entire course that goes along with the book. And anyone that joined live or donates books is going to get access to it. Okay, so if you donate books or if you showed up live, you're going to get access to the course, the online course of the book. It'll probably be about, I'm still working on it. It's probably going to be about 3 to 4 hours long. And so whether or not you like audiobooks or reading or watching courses, this will be another tool in your tool belt. There'll be things that I share that I didn't talk about in the book because sometimes when you're writing, it's difficult to share certain stories because they get aged or they get taken out of context, etc. So the course goes into a lot of other details that are not in the book, but it adds on top of the book. So that is, again, for everyone that donates books or that showed up live at the live stream on Black Friday. On Christmas Day, I will send you access. You don't need to do anything. I will send you access on Black Friday. On Christmas Day, I will open up this here gift for all of you, and you will get access to the live course. So you can go ahead and make me full screen. Black Friday, mikeandys.com/Black Friday. I am going to go ahead and go through what those offers are for the book, because there are several. Let me pull this up. Boom. Here we go. So, perfect. We can go ahead and put my slides up. So let's go ahead and go through the book launch deals. They end tonight. Wow, that was great timing. 13 hours is when these are going to end. So midnight tonight is when the Black Friday deals are ending. Whoever does donate books is going to be able to unlock these. And after that, it's off. It's done. The links will not work at midnight tonight. So pay for performance is required to build a business that runs without you. The harder your team works, the more money they make. P for P, or pay for performance, is a cornerstone of the copy and paste method that we talk about inside of the book. So I wanted to give all of it to you for free at p4psoftware.com. It's not going to be for 7 days, not 14 days, not 30 days, but not even 60 days. 90 days free. So if you go to p4psoftware.com, you can go ahead and just sign up, and everyone that signs up until tonight at midnight, if you sign up at 12:01, it will not work. So go sign up. If you're an existing member and you attended the live, you can still get 3 months over there. So yeah, p4psoftware.com, 90 days free trial. It's usually $199 per month. That's $597 for free. It does not expire December the 1st. Expires December the 3rd, tonight at midnight. And you can cancel after the 3 months if you don't want it. But it gives you the opportunity to, during the off season, put all your crew inside of there, really figure out how to pay your employees based on performance and how hard they're working instead of an hourly wage. The course is in there for free, etc. So if you attended the Black Friday live stream and the launch of the book, these might seem like you've seen them before. I'm going to recap them. I'm going to go over what each of these offers entail, because when that clock up way over there strikes 0 at midnight tonight, these deals will not work, okay? So we're going to go over these. These are donation tiers. We're trying to get to 100,000 books donated and given out to business owners in 2026. And so these are the 4 different leadership hats that we talk about in the book. And these are the corresponding donation tiers that I've made for each of you. So if you've identified yourself as a solo operator, so 0 to 250,000 annual revenue, I have one for you. Working GM, I have an offer, $250,000 to $750,000 in annual revenue. If you're a full-time GM, that's $750,000 in annual revenue to $1.5 million in annual revenue. GM plus, anything above 1.5, that's going to be for you. So I'm going to go through these 4 donation gifts and what you're going to get, because it ends tonight. And then we will jump back into questions, and hopefully by then we have fixed the call queue. So the 4 donation tiers are only for the book launch. So if you get your hands on this tomorrow, literally December the 4th, these links are not going to work. This is the last chance to get these deals. So let's go over the best and worst case scenarios, because most of you have already heard the donation tiers. I will recap them if you have not, or you could go to mikeandy.com/Black Friday. Let's go over the worst case scenarios, best and worst. So best case scenarios, you're going to get a bunch of discounts on tools and private training with me to make sure that you can actually implement the systems in the book for your specific business. And we create a roadmap for you. You grow your business and you help raise the level of professionalism in the industry, which by doing that allows us all to charge more. The goal is to get the Copy and Paste Millionaire book into the hands of 100,000 home service business owners in 2026. But let's go ahead and go over the worst case scenario. The first thing is, like, I don't donate the books. That is an option. Like, for example, right now, if you donated 100 books and you came for the training, and you ordered, say, 10 of the books to you, and the other 90 you're expecting me to donate, there's a chance I don't send out the books. Okay, that is the worst case scenario. The other worst case scenario is that the donation gifts that you get are worthless. Like, they don't actually help you at all. Okay, so let's go over these 2 worst case scenarios, because I want to debunk these to make sure that you get the value you want from these giveaways that are only valid today. So first off, what if I don't donate the books? Here's how I'm going to donate the books. I'm going to share them with the turnaround show applicants that we cannot visit in person. So right now we are able to get to about 1 per week for the turnaround show. We get hundreds of applications, and for the people that don't make it on the show, I would still like to help them by giving them the turnaround show book, the turnaround book, as well as the Copy and Paste Millionaire book. So I want to send those out to them. And the second way is, you will see me running ads in 2026 to give the book away to the people that need it. And there'll be a form that I will be able to validate whether or not they're a home service business owner and need the book. And I will donate the book to them. All right. So if you see ads, you can go ahead and click it. You'll see there's a form for them to be able to get the free book. And I'll be able to keep track of it and be able to show publicly all the books that we've donated. And I already have thousands of books being delivered here just from Friday's book launch. Okay. Now, if the other concern is like, well, what if the in-person events that come along with the donation tiers are not great? They're not good. I have 100% money back guarantee on these. So I guarantee a full refund if the in-person intensive, which you get if you do 100 books, and the franchise advisory, which is the 400 books donation, if they're not worth it to you, you just simply come up to me and ask me for the money, and I will give you your money back. All right. So again, MikeAndes.com/Black Friday is where all of these deals are and have a whole bunch more information. I'm going to spend the next few minutes and recap them. But if you go there, that's where you're going to see the most details. Guys, can we put the QR code up, or is that going to block me probably? Okay, if so, you can leave it. Okay, let's talk about the solo operator donation tier. This is if you donate 10 bucks. Okay? You're going to get 80 plus print marketing templates for free. You can see all of them on lawncaremedia.com. They're going to be Canva and Photoshop designs for door hangers, flyers, postcards, and yard signs. This one's only useful for you if you are in the home service industry. Green industry. So lawn care, landscaping. We do have a bunch of other stuff in there that are kind of adjacent, like gutter cleanouts, pressure washing. But like the main stuff, the meat of it is for the green industry. Donate 10 bucks. That's going to be $349. Right now it's discounted. We're losing money on every book on Amazon. We make a whopping 22 cents if it sells for $34.99. Right now, you can go buy this book. I think it's for 32 something on Amazon because they discounted it. Once we hit like a new release, they discount. And when we sign into, like, it's called KDP. So where we sell the books through Amazon. In there, you got to give them rights to be able to discount it. So when they are running promotions or it starts going up the charts, they can discount it. So when they brought it down 10%, I realized the other day we ain't making no money because we had to price it at $34.99 just to make 22 cents per book if it sells at $34.99. These are not selling for $34.99 right now. So if you're like, it's a money grab. No, I'm not making, I want you to get these 10 and go give it to the people that are in your market that do home services. Like, I don't want to give it to my competition. Okay, great. Give it to any home service business owner in your local community. Okay. I'm not making money on this, and I'm trying to incentivize with the lawn care media stuff for you to be able to then go take this and you're like, I don't want to give it to other landscapers. So, okay, good. Go give it to a plumber, an electrician, a contractor, someone else in your local area that could be benefited by this. Because if we all are paying our team members more, pay for performance, if we actually charge what we're worth, we have great websites, we use software, the overall professionalism increases and we all make more money. At least the people watching this show. Because if you're not watching this show, it's not that I don't care about you. I just know that the type of person watching this show is going to charge a premium price. They're going to have a premium service. They're going to make sure that the professionalism is conveyed through their website, through their team, their training, and that's the type of person I want to win. And so if we all do that, what's contained in this book, we will be able to charge more and we will make more money and we will be able to become the copy and paste millionaire. So if you donate 10 books, assuming that they have the price, it's probably like $320 now, I'm guessing. That all goes to Amazon. Michael's not getting a single penny right now because of the discount. And I think even if it's full price, I make a whopping 22 cents. All right, so please keep that in mind because someone was in the comments the other day saying I was making a bunch of money on these books. That is not true. All right, so you can see if you go to well, you can't because it's all blurry, but if you go to lawncaremedia.com, you can see all the templates you're going to get as part of this donation tier, and we sell it every day for $4.99. These are some of the services. You can see everything from instant quotes are on here, mowing, fall cleanups, coration, Christmas lights, bush trimming, snow removal, mulch installation. Like there's a ton. There's also other stuff like around documents for your estimates, marketing, a 12-month business plan, your P4P crew guide. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, post-fertilization door hangers, a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, now how to do this one. So to do this one, you're going to go to the old Amazon. Just type in Mike Andes, copy and paste. Buy 10 copies on Amazon. You'll probably get within several days. And send me a picture of the book. So when you log out, when you check out and you do your donation, it's going to give you the book at mikeandes.com. You're going to send the picture of you holding the books And within 7 days, we will get you access to lawncaremedia.com and the full marketing package. Okay. So you can get all the details for that at mikeandys.com/Black Friday. So there's tens of thousands of designs that have been sold on lawncaremedia.com. The full marketing collection is usually sold for $499, and you save $149 over that instantly, and you get the 10 books on top of it. Okay. So there you have it. All the designs, 10 books, mikeandys.com/Black Friday. It's literally cheaper than if you just went and bought the templates. I saw someone yesterday, they bought the templates. I was like, why didn't you just donate the 10 books? Anyways, go to Amazon, buy the 10 books, take a picture of it when they get there, send them into book at mikeandys.com, and we will get you the access to Lawn Care Media next week. Now, if you are in the working GM size, that's $250,000 to $750,000 in annual revenue, I've created this donation tier, which is $20. By doing that, you're going to get access to the private Copy and Paste Millionaire online workshop with me. It's about $699. It's going to be less now. I guess, no, you're not buying this through Amazon. So I guess it's literally $699. You're going to get a private Zoom workshop with myself, and it's capped at 20 people. So you see, if you go to the mikeandys.com/Black Friday right now, there's several of these events that have already been filled up. So you'll have to get the next available one. So the working GM, 20 books, about $700 in donations, and includes the full video recording. Inside that workshop, we're going to go over specifically for your business in the Copy and Paste Millionaire, whether your business should be going multiple locations or just growing the GM Plus model. Also, we're going to do Q&A. So once you've read the book and you have this and we have the online in a few months, because now the earlier ones have booked up. So a few months from now, we'd get online. You would be able to actually have implemented some of the systems and then have specific questions about certain things you're running up against or having trouble with. And I'll be able to give you answers on the Copy and Paste Millionaire system for your business and create a roadmap for you to do multiple locations or continue to scale the GM Plus model with multiple managers. Okay, so inside of that training, we're going to talk about the $1 million fork in the road, hiring, training, and compensating general managers. We're going to talk about building mid-level management if you go the GM Plus route. And we're going to talk about installing recurring revenue and instant quotes. We're going to talk about running a grand opening playbook for your new locations, as well as leadership and exit and legacy strategies. So good stuff for the GM tier, working GM donation tier. So usually if you go to mikeandys.com/coaching, it costs $2,000 to talk to me for 50 minutes. So instead of doing that, save $1,300, get a 2-hour workshop with me. We'll still do live Q&A. It's limited to less than 20 people, and you get the 20 books. And you also get the Lawn Care Media package, which is usually $500 in and of itself. You're like, I'm not in lawn care. You could give it to someone that is. Like, we sell these every single day. So, like, they're worth $500 easy. Like, $5 or $6 a template. We've used these millions of times, and they work. Okay, so you're going to get the 20 books. You're going to get the online workshop, and you're going to get all of the print marketing designs. Again, mikeandys.com/Black Friday. And when you, to validate this one, on mikeandys.com/Black Friday, click on the working GM, the 20 book offer for that donation tier. We will get the books to you within 6 to 8 weeks. Unfortunately, it's just going to take that long. Sorry. Especially after Friday. So I'm hoping by beginning of January, I'll have these out to you. And on there, you can choose if you want them shipped to you and how many of them. So you're like, I don't really even know 20 business owners that are locally in home services. Okay, great. You can put 2 on there, and then I'll donate the other 18, and I'll ship them out next year. Okay, so either way, they will get in the hands of a home service business owner, whether you give them to them or you let me ship them out on your behalf. Okay, now, anyone that does the 20 book, 100 book, or 400 book offer by tonight at midnight Pacific Standard Time is going to get this. This is the exclusive Facebook ads training. It's for the working GM donation, 20 books, and higher donation tiers only. It's going to happen spring 2026. I am working on this, wrapping it up now, because even last week we were spending up above $5,000 per day. And so, like, I'm learning exactly what to do in the new Andromeda update inside Facebook and Instagram. And I think I can get you like 80 to 90% of what a ad agency will do. I will put this massive asterisk and say everything you learn in this probably within 12 months will be obsolete. honestly. Like Facebook is moving so quickly with the AI tools that they're making. So this is really relevant really for 2026 spring. So if you want to crush Spring Rush, everyone that does 20 books or higher donation tiers is going to get access to this. And I should have this done. I was saying February. I think I'll have it done in January. But it'll be an hour solid of just like super tactical stuff. I'll walk you through exactly what to do. It'll help you a lot in Spring Rush. It's not going to help you next year in fall, winter. Like, they're just moving so quickly. So I don't want to set the expectation this is going to help you forever and you're going to learn Facebooks and it's going to be great. No, within a year, the platform will look different and it's likely that the way that I would teach it would be totally different. But for next spring, this will be super valuable if you're wanting to run Facebook ads. I think I can get you to 90% of what an ad agency that does this for you and charges $1,000, $2,000 a month. I think I can easily get you to 90% of that in this training. So we're going to talk about using direct message, lead forms, and web lead strategy to dominate spring 2026. And I'm going to make sure it's all updated for the new Andromeda update inside of Facebook. So there's like a screenshot. You can see some of the ads that are running, and there's like messaging, website leads, where you put your tracking. We'll be talking a lot about all of that stuff in the training. I'll show you how to create video ads that sell, set up ad tracking correctly. Most people don't have it set up correctly. Retarget existing customers and past leads, and how to use AI features that are new inside of Advantage Plus and other parts of Facebook to target correctly and get through the learning phase of ad sets. If an ad set is in learning phase, it's kind of like you're gambling. Whereas once it's out of learning phase, you're able to then, the algorithm knows what type of people it's supposed to be targeting. So we want to get out of learning phase. I see too many people adjusting things and keeping their ads in learning phase way too long. We're going to talk about creating a lookalike audience to have your cost per lead very quickly and get them past learning phase very fast. Customers say, I see you everywhere, because as long as you're targeting a small enough area, they can see you every single time they open up Facebook. They can. And if you're like, I see you everywhere, Mike, I'm doing this exact same thing. So if you see Facebook ads for my stuff in the past month, 2 months, that's what we're doing. Create organic content that serves to hone in the ads audience. So by running these tests on your the creative on organic, you can test which is going to be my best performer on ads before I throw a bunch of money at it. So this will be the first time and only time I do this, because it's just like the ads platforms are changing all the time. And this is something that we are going to next year do only for Augusta, where we are constantly updating. But for this one time only for spring 2026, I'll do this Facebook ads training for anyone that donates the books, because I really appreciate it. Like, if we can get this book in the hands of 100,000 home service business owners, I think we'll make a serious dent in the whole objective of making home service business owners rich. That's the whole objective here. And so if you're willing to help me do that, and it's going to take a lot of money, if you're willing to help me do that and donate the books, I'm happy to make this one time for you. So anyways, ad strategy changes quickly, so that's just why it's going to be this one time. Okay, 2 more. We got the full-time GM. This is if you're making between $750,000 and $1.5 million in annual revenue. 100 bucks. So this is where you're going to be able to visit our new headquarter office in 2026. I'm sitting in it right now. That's why the studio has been different this past week since the launch. That's the new Homeworks logo and Augusta Lawn Care logo on the side there. And it's pretty cool. During the spring rush in-house, I think we'll probably have 80 people or so. Like, we'll be right at kind of like that at peak. Right now, I think there's about like 35, 40. But we'll be like 80 plus in spring rush. And then most of the team is virtual. But you'll be able to see the headquarters in person, tour the command center. You'll get 2 tickets. So the 100 books is $3,499 in book donations. You're gonna get 2 tickets. So you can bring you and your spouse, you and your general manager, you and your admin might be helpful, especially so they can see command center. You're gonna learn from my general managers, regional managers, and my leadership team. You'll tour the command center seat in action, and it's capped at 20 seats, so it's be small and intimate. This past week, since the book has come out, my leadership team specifically has been pelted with requests to learn from them. This is how you do it. So if you want to come learn from the command center agents, from command center management, from my managers, etc., you're coming to this event. So it's the only way to get it. What you're going to learn on day 1, tactical kind of growth side for the full-time GM donation tier, is how to find and hire GMs for multiple locations. We're going to talk about the hub and spoke model, where you build out your command center and then push multiple locations out in smaller size around a service area. Works really well if you're trying to go that model. Building management for sales, operations, and admin. How to launch a command center for admin support. Installing instant quotes and recurring revenue systems for the business. Day 2 is going to go a little more wealth and less about the business stuff. And talk about family succession done the right way. So if you're passing the business along, how to sell your business and how to do seller financing correctly, as well as maximizing valuation before an exit. So what to do actually in the business to increase the sellability as well as the ticket price if you're trying to sell. And then talk about ESOP. So employee stock ownership programs is something that people don't talk about. But if you're like, I don't want to sell my business, but I would like to be able to like bop in occasionally and still feel like I'm involved, selling it to your team. Trust structures and tax efficient estate planning, as well as diversifying assets to reach $5 million plus net worth. Talking about real estate, using loopholes around like short-term rentals, et cetera, to be able to wipe out your taxable income. These are the type of things we're going to talk about in day 2. All right. Again, I talked about this before. If you attend every single session of the 2-day intensive, and if you don't believe it was worth it, just request a refund before leaving, and I'll return your full investment, including your book donation. Like I'm donating these books regardless, the 100,000. I would love if some of people could help me out because it's going to cost a lot of money, but we're doing it no matter what. If you do the intensive and you come and you donate the books and you're not happy, just walk up to me at the end and be like, hey, I don't think it was worth $34.99. Okay, great. I'll just give it back to you. So 100% money back guarantee there. All right. It's $4,000 per ticket if you went to mikeandy.com/HQ. We will sell these tickets in the future, and then you could go there right now and see it for $4,000. So instead of paying $4,000 for one ticket, you get the 100 books and 2 tickets for $34.99. Kind of cool. You save $8,000. You're going to want to bring either your operations manager, your sales manager, or your admin manager, or your spouse, someone with you to the event. It's 2 days in person, Bellingham, Washington. All the details are on mikeandy.com/Black Friday. That wasn't the in-person here at the headquarter building. So again, same exact thing. When you go to mikeandy.com/Black Friday, you can choose for me to send you some of the books, and then the rest of them I ship out for you, or you can just have all 100 shipped to you. That's fine. We will get these books out to you as soon as we possibly can, 6 to 8 weeks. And if you don't want to do that, I will ship them out for you. All right, last donation tier. This is the GM Plus model. So again, if you're doing over 1.5, you can have them shipped to yourself, or I'll ship them out for you. 2 days learning how to start a franchise. Actually do the franchise in person at this exact table. That's our new boardroom. Very, very posh. Boardroom. So we'll be at that table. And so it's 400 books. That's about $13,996 in book donations. You're going to get 2 tickets. That's going to allow us to be able to get 400 books in the hands of home service business owners. You're going to learn from my franchise development team and tour command center and see it in action. This is capped at 12 seats. So it's very small. Only 6 brands are going to be eligible because like 12 seats, 2 tickets each, 6 brands can come to this. Here's what you're going to learn in this. Again, I do not recommend this if you have like a $500,000 business. Do not do this. Do this if you're like, I want to do what you've done with Augusta and do massive. Like it's very different business than whatever you're doing now. So please don't buy this if you're like just scaling one location or trying to do a couple like copy and paste method. This is if you're trying to franchise the business. And I'm doing this because I got asked this question a lot. How do you get to 200 locations with Augusta? What do you do? I've learned a lot of things. 99.999% of it is not useful for you and your business. So this is my one time I'm going to give people the ability to come out here in person. I'll just teach you everything I know. Insurance trap that no one tells you about when it comes to franchising, how to fund growth without debt or private equity, compliance pitfalls that I fell into. It was not good. And how to avoid them cost me tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Setting up a franchise advisory council, how to set up daily communication with your owners, super valuable. How to set up preferred vendors and a coaching program. And then also like we give our initial franchise fee back at Augusta Lawn Care. So we're going to talk about why we do that. And my hope in doing all this too is that we push the franchise, people that are franchising their business towards the way that we do things, which in my opinion is much more owner first. People can leave whenever they want, take their customers. We give the initial franchise fee back. There's a lot of things that we do that are kind of different, but I think valuable so that franchising becomes more popular. And the reason I want franchising to become more popular is because people will be more successful if they're building a business inside of a community. How we achieved an NPS, Net Promoter Score of 87. It's higher than Apple. How to train new owners and create a learning management system. That's where all your training and your academy and everything, how to build all that. We have like AI that scrubs all of the the words, and then it's a searchable database so they can find the training easily. How to manage social media and marketing for your franchisees. How we ranked in the top 500 franchises according to Entrepreneur Magazine. You can go check that out. I think we're like 367. I forget. How we set up a franchise fee forgiveness program for our technicians so that people that are technicians become general managers, serve in that role, are able to move into owners for free without the $24,000 initial fee to join the franchise. And how to maximize enterprise value if you are trying to exit. So same exact thing as the 100-book offer. The donation tier for the GM Plus is going to have the same exact thing, 100% money back guarantee. If you attend every session, if you don't believe it was worth it, just request a refund before leaving, and I'll refund your full investment. Okay, so if you go to mikeandes.com/advisory, you will see this for sale for $20,000 per ticket. And some people are going to think that's crazy. I spent way more than that when I was starting Augusta, and I went to like consultants, attorneys, advisors, and most of them gave me information that was outdated because they did it 10, 15, 20 years ago. We have got all of our owners at Augusta Lawn Care from social media. Without going to private equity, without going into debt, we've been able to do it. And I want to share that with people that are thinking about franchising. And a lot of people have asked. And so this is the opportunity to do it. So you get 400 books, you get the 2 tickets, which is usually $20,000 a piece. So at $53,000 worth of value, it's going to be $13,996. Plus you get the 400 books. Whether you want them or I'll send them out for you, this helps me get towards my goal of 100,000 books. In return, I want to be able to have you out here and give you some value for the franchising side of things. In my opinion, that will be the best, not my opinion, it's definitely the best advice you will get to franchise a business ever. Like unless someone, I don't know of any better program. I'll say it like that. Because every other person you talk to, consultants or attorneys or whatever, when it comes to franchising, has done it 15 or 20 years ago, before social media was the main driver of leads for franchising, before the commoditization of so many of these antiquated systems around contracts that keep people locked in, before all of that. So anyways, 2 days, franchise advisory with myself and my team. Again, if you go to mikeandes.com/Black Friday, you'll be able to order this and donate the 400 books. I will ship them to you. And again, you can have a slider. So if I only want 10 bucks, the other 390, you can go ahead and donate. Great. Thank you. We will get the books here and we'll ship them out next year. And either way would be super beneficial. All these donation tiers are only valid today at midnight. When that clock strikes 0, these offers are done. The links and QR codes will disappear tomorrow. This is the only time the donation tiers will be in effect with discounts. So in the future, you will be able to buy the intensive, the 2-day intensive for $4,000 a ticket. And down the road, you will be able to, and you can right now, buy the tickets for $20,000 for the franchise advisory. Those discounts, if you're donating books, are only valid till tonight when that clock strikes 0. So this is the recap. If we fill all the spots that are available, so there's only a certain amount of spots available for each of these tiers and these donations, we'll get to about 30,000 books. So there are limited spots available. I think a couple of these we are close. We'll probably fill up today. So you'll see when you go to the checkout and you start doing your donation, you'll be able to see which ones are already filled up, like which dates are already filled up. So my goal is to send 6,000 books out per month. That's around 72,000 in 2026. With your support of doing the 30,000, that gets me to the 100,000 goal. And so mikeandes.com/Black Friday. I certainly do appreciate it. It's 100% tax deductible. Talk to your accountant. You don't want to make this a donation. You want to make this, I paid $3,400 for training, and then you can write it off. You can write the whole trip off. If you come out here, make it a trip, come up and see all the cool stuff in the Pacific Northwest, and make it a write-off. If you want, talk to your accountant, though. Certainly a good idea to talk to them. But as we head to the end of this season, end of the year, if you're looking for tax write-offs, this is certainly be on the docket. While you're here, you're doing work, so you should be able to write off the travel. Again, talk to your accountant. But if you're doing business planning, etc., you should be able to write off that entire trip, assuming that you meet certain regulations. Cool. So there's the recap. Go ahead and screenshot this if you need. But these are the solo operator, working GM, full-time GM, and GM Plus leaderships, hats, and a corresponding deal and donation tier for each of those. And I genuinely appreciate all of those that have donated already. Okay, that is it for that. Let's go ahead and do some more questions via video. The team will let me know when we have the phone system back up. But for now, let's go ahead and take my slides off and go to the next video question that has been submitted. If you have a question and you want to answer, go to mikeandes.com/question. You can submit your video. It takes like a minute or two. It's super low friction. And as soon as we get the call-in show set up, we will make sure we get back to that. So I apologize for those technical difficulties. But I appreciate.
Mike,
Go ahead, Jace.
We got a handful of videos we could queue up, or I think we got the calls working. If you want.
All right, let's go to the calls and knock out those, especially the people that have probably been waiting like way too long now. Okay, cool. Yeah, so for all 12 of you that are filling the QL queue, go ahead and call this number, 361-733-3332, and we will get your questions answered. Let me go ahead and pull up the queue, and I'll be able to make sure. Here we go. Fantastic. All right, first call. I apologize to, I think it was 704 from out in North Carolina. I'm sorry that we could not get you on. Please call in and we'll make sure we prioritize you. Next, or sorry, should I say, first call is from 206. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
Hey, Mike. My name is Eric.
Yep.
I
Hi,
bought
sorry.
a business in Seattle. We have a terrible delay on the phone.
Okay, you go ahead. And
so anyway,
I'll
let me
answer
just finish what I'm going to say, and then you can answer my question.
Yep.
So I've got a decision dilemma. I bought this business in 2023 from a previous owner, and I've got a lease on a lot in downtown Seattle. It expires in October, and I found a good location about 10 miles north of the city. All of the employees have worked with the company for at least 20 to 30, 40 years.
Whoa.
We do about $850,000 in revenue. My dilemma is, do I move this location or expand to a second location?
Got it. So just for some clarity, let me kind of encapsulate this. Are you buying this company right now, like doing an acquisition?
Already purchased it and have been operating it since 2023.
Oh, okay, fantastic. And since when you bought it, what was the revenue then?
$750,000.
Okay, cool. And so your question is, do I start another location, like copy and paste this in another area about 10 miles away, which I'm going to go out on a limb and say is probably like a 30-minute drive from you?
It's 10 miles north of our existing location.
Got it. All right. And are you thinking of doing a second location, or are you thinking about just expanding into that market? Or like, do you already have customers in that area?
We do. The closest one is about 1 mile away.
Okay. Yeah. So.
And the furthest is about 15 miles away.
Yep. So I will talk about this a little bit later in the live stream, and that is like the decision between going the GM Plus model, which would be just overall expansion in this new market, versus when do I actually break this off? So one of the things that I would say is one thing that points me towards, hey, just go ahead and keep growing and do the GM Plus model, is that you're saying this is like a 10, 15-minute drive from where you're currently at. Now, my question would be, is your current shop
Correct.
space also so maxed out right now that you're saying if you continue to grow, you would have to get another shop space? Is that correct?
Yes. The lot we're in right now, it's a dirt lot behind a residential triplex.
Yes. And that sort of is probably like very cost effective, allows you to be profitable. And you're like, okay, okay, I got you now. So in this case, this is a great way or great reason to do multiple locations is, you know, that if you keep expanding to the GM Plus model, you're probably going to double or triple or quadruple your rent by going in a space that allows you to facilitate a $1.5 to $3 million operation. And so what this probably comes down to is, can you find a space like you currently have and actually copy and paste the model? Because what some people do is they think, okay, I'm going to this new market, like, and they go buy a completely different space. It's like, wait, let's just copy and paste what we're already doing, which is we don't have a bunch of overhead. Like, have you been able to find another spot 10 miles north of you that would actually work?
I have one. I've negotiated the lease, and it's cheaper than what we're doing right now.
Oh, cool. Okay. And so
and
what?
it's got interior space.
Okay. Like an office. Cool.
Yeah.
And so what's your question then specifically? It sounds like
Yes.
you're already going forward with this. How can I help?
Well, here's the concern is that I haven't had to hire anybody.
Mhm.
And so I've got employees that have been with the company for 15 to 40 years. And I'm concerned about morale, moving them and having them drive an extra hour per day to get up to this location.
Oh, so it is like 30 minutes away.
Well, I've got some guys that commute from Tacoma to Seattle.
Okay.
So it would be Tacoma to Shoreline or Kent to Shoreline.
Okay.
It's a I don't know, it's a morale dilemma.
Wouldn't you
But
just
for the business,
right?
it's great.
Couldn't you just keep the current crew coming to the existing location though, and then only hire new people going to like the new location?
I could. Here's the thing, because the business is so new to me. The previous owner has 0 systems in place. There's no marketing, there's no nothing. They just built a great, solid, profitable business. And I saw that and said, well, I can apply my experience to the marketing. I can hire people,
Mm-hmm.
but I will have to pull an employee to train
Mm-hmm.
and have them be the trainer, not me.
Right. Yeah. So it comes down to like, there's 2 ways you could go with this. One is, do you currently have an office person working full time?
No.
Okay. So as you begin to scale, it's probably going to become a thing that you'll have to think about. It sounds like this new shop space would allow for an in-person, a person to be your office manager. So that's cool. I think what I would do is I would try to get an operational GM up in that area. Ideally, someone that has worked with you and that's closer to that market. It sounds like to me though, there's no one that that currently works at your business that could be kind of a general manager up at that new location without way more drive time. Is that correct?
Yeah. There's a couple twists that I'm not getting into it. I donated 20 books from your live stream, and I'm just going to be talking to you in a couple months about this.
Mm-hmm.
But when this popped up, I figured I would hop on the phone and wait.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, I think it really comes down to if you can find a great general manager. Because if you can find a great general manager, the ideal scenario here is that you begin to you break off. Let's call it. I'm just gonna make up a number. 150 grand of your current revenue that is already closer to this second location. You break it off. You get one person to go start working out in the field as a GM of that location, and you talk to them like, "Hey, you're gonna be out in the field doing the work, but your team, as this location grows, you will also manage other technicians as we scale." Also, I'm going to be hiring an office manager to be inside that office because now I'm going to be growing to the size where I can make sense of having an in-person office person, answer my phone calls, level of like, it's just so much higher than you doing it or juggling with VAs, etc. as you pass $1 million plus. That it's going to come down to your GM. And ideally, you can convince one of your current crew to be that person and basically, hey, at first you're going to do the exact same thing from a different location, serving the same customers, everything's been the same. But as this location grows, I would expect you to become more of the leader of the team, training them, getting up and going. But you're going to have an office manager there. Like, you don't have to answer the phone. You don't do email. You're an operational GM. You focus on just being with the team. And I think that could absolutely work. It all comes down to that GM. And so if you are really wanting to gun for it, and it sounds like you already have the second locations, like that's where I'm going this direction with you. I'm not going the direction of like, how do we make this work with the GM Plus model? If you're going to do this, it'll come like the success of that second location will come down to that GM. Are they able to attract, train, and retain great team members? It sounds to me like your current culture is pretty fantastic. People have stayed around for a long time. And so if you can convince one of them to go start and like they carry that culture over, that would be most ideal. To do that, to set them up for success, though, you're going to need systems. Like, how do you actually hire someone? How do you actually train them? The book will definitely help you set up a lot of those things, like the actual systems required for them to be successful.
You want to hear another twist to this story?
Okay, yeah, go for it, and then we'll move on to the next one.
Okay. So the senior guy that I would have be that GM,
Mm-hmm.
he's probably going to retire in the next year and a half.
Okay.
My other 3 employees habla un poco inglés.
Yep.
They speak a little English.
Yep.
So they may not be able to train somebody
Yep.
that doesn't speak both English and Spanish.
Okay. So here's the thing. I would talk to your current person that is he out, like your main guy right now, is he in the field with your crew?
He is, yeah.
So I would talk to him like, hey, first off, it sounds like you already know he's going to be retiring. I would ask him like, hey, if it's going to be a year or 2, would you be willing to take this other role on? I'll pay you more. And then our goal is to scale that location over the next 3 to 4 years to get you completely out of the field and just managing the crew. And you could just set benchmarks for when that's going to be. Like, hey, if I could push a button right now and you have a business that has a second location that also makes 750, 800, 900 grand a year in 3 to 4 years, you could have him just manage the team. He'd be training people, he'd be selling. Like, you could definitely move him into that role if he wants it down the road. But I would just have that conversation with him because that'd be your slam dunk. The alternative is you just go find someone that's done this before and you pay them well and they leave another company that they're doing management already.
Yeah. Yep. I'm on Indeed already this morning looking at that manager.
Yep. In the book, there's a couple things about finding that general manager. If you're going to try to find someone from outside the company, there's some specific warnings I have in here about screening applicants, etc. So definitely check this out. I think it'll be helpful. But thank you, sir, for calling in. Next caller on the show. And if I cut you off, please don't be offended. It's just I'm trying to move through and serve everyone else that is watching. So please don't be offended. Next call is coming in from 678. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike, what's going on? We're going to be out there in May at the headquarters, but a few questions real quick. So I know we were out at the Blue Collar Summit last year, and I think you kind of were less definitive about, what size locations other than the 800,000, the larger for a copy-paste model.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't as defined. I think now you kind of have that more honed in, and on the book launch you were talking about, just the 800,000 and 3 million as kind of the finish line. So we're kind of trying to define. We're at our first location, looking to move into a second one within the next year or two. 1.5 expect to be. And I know from watching turnaround and stuff, that was one of a really problematic ties. So I was trying to see, what we need to be looking to do to be able to copy and paste kind of as quick as possible,
Mm-hmm.
move to a second location.
Mm-hmm.
I think we would probably moving forward want to be at the 800 range, but we, we're operating well at the size we are now. We're right about $1 million.
Okay.
And I think we can be at 1.6 profitably, but I just, what obstacles are we going to run into, and what should we try to aim for long term to copy and paste?
100%. How long have you been in business?
Since 2021, so coming up on 5 years.
Cool. You've grown fast. Good job. So, couple things.
Yes.
The reason that you're able to hit $1 million is many times because you've built the business in a way where you don't require more overhead at that size. And so what usually happens when people grow as fast as you have, they add way too many services. They have to hire an admin person full-time, a salesperson full-time, an operations manager at $1 million, and they can't make any money. So it sounds to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that you have avoided a lot of that overhead and you've built the business in a pretty systematic way. Am I correct in that assessment?
For the most part, yeah, that's definitely been the goal. We've implemented a lot of systems, simplified everything a lot. We raised prices this year, so we've condensed it, made it as easy as possible. Try to make it where we can train somebody pretty quickly. But for a GM role, but we're just trying to figure out how we should step that all up, honestly, for our current size, or if it's possible, we need to shrink or grow, or what we need to do.
Yeah. What's your current structure in terms of okay, so I'm assuming you're kind of serving as the GM. Is there any mid-level management currently? What does that look like?
So it's a little bit different for us because it's a partnership. So we have I kind of more run like the GM. I've been doing all the estimates previously. We just promoted our longest tenured employee to estimator.
Okay.
And we got him trained up. We do Christmas lights, so he spent the last couple months doing all of our Christmas light estimates, and we'll kind of have him moving into that with more like the landscape side of things next year. But my business partner, he handles more like the operations side. So we do have essentially kind of two people managing different parts of things. Like I said, I'm more of the GM role, especially at like a below $1 million size, like I said, doing all the estimates and everything. But we have a little bit different structure as far as how we can delegate things.
Yeah. That's the advantage of a partnership, is you're able to like scale past where it usually breaks. Because where it usually breaks is you have one owner, 6 to 8 employees. It starts to get 10, 12. That's when it starts breaking. When you have 2 owners, that is very much leaning me towards like go the GM plus route, which is just scale one location. That being said, if you're like, hey, no, I like the copy and paste model for all these other reasons, which is a bunch of other benefits of like, drive time, you have employees you want to move up inside the company. You don't want to have to expand service area. Your customer acquisition cost starts to go up as you start to penetrate a market a lot. So then you have to expand. Like, I understand all the reasons why. I would say if you're going to 1.6, I would actually say you already have built the business in a way that it will do that next year with very little effort. What I mean by that is you're covering operations. It sounds like your partner's covering admin, and then you have this estimator that's now just moved into that role of sales. And that basically perfectly aligns with you're going from a full-time GM role to a GM plus role. Like that's where you're kind of like, I feel like you're going to get 1.5 pretty much with your current structure. Like where do you see it breaking?
I mean, it would just be.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was just, we're not really, I don't think we need to adjust anything massively to get to that 1.6 level. I think like my business partner, he's in the field a little bit more. And one of our main goals would be, in order to have everything kind of operating smooth and being able to manage everybody effectively, get him out of the field so we have kind of a better ratio of managers to technicians. But other than that, I mean, we're just probably adding, 3 technicians to the field this year, maybe 4, and I think we should be able to make that work. Just kind of increase our efficiency and everything, and we can probably get to about 1.5, 1.6.
100%. Like I think you're probably going to become lead constrained if you raise your prices and your close ratio drops. So I would be looking heavily at your sales process to try to nail down all the leaks so you can retain a decent close rate despite higher prices. Because that's the only reason you won't get to 1.5 next year, is because you've already filled in the gap of like a sales manager. And so like you have the mid-level manager, sales, operation, admin covered. You have 3 new technicians, which that alone is enough revenue. So like from a supply perspective, you have the labor. It's just going to be, do you have enough leads to fill those 3 people's schedule and maybe hire 1 more? That will get you to 1.5. And so I think you're definitely on the right path. I would be.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think getting to 1.5, 1.6 is we're okay there. I don't think, I mean, I'm sure we'll run into problems, of course, but it's not like a huge concern as far as getting there. It's just once we get to that point, like I said, I know that can be really problematic for a lot of businesses. That's like, watching the turnarounds. There's like 10 in a row where people were drowning at that 1.65. Like I said, I want to make sure, if our goal is, which it is, to have a second location by 2027 and, continue kind of the copy and paste method, what should we be aiming for? Are we overrunning? Should we kind of try to stop where we're at? Or what
great
should
question.
we try to go for to be able to make that work as quick as possible?
Yeah, great question. And thank you for the donation. I know we'll see each other in person, so we'll go over it in a lot more detail. You definitely are at the $1 million fork, right? You have the option to continue doing what you're doing. You can absolutely get to $3 million doing what you're doing. The question just becomes, should I just keep this $1 million profitable business as it currently stands and go break me and my partner away and start another one? And so that comes down to a lot of other questions. And I'll probably jump into that right after our call here. Like, what are the decision factors of splitting and doing multiple locations versus just growing one large one? The partnership pushes me in the direction of going to 3 million with the 2 of you there. That being said, I also know if you both left the business right now and it sounds like you have enough systems for this one person to basically run the GM run as a working GM / like mostly doing sales all day long, like at $1 million, you could make a really healthy profit. And it sounds like you guys know how to grow businesses very well. And so I have this inclination to also know that you could probably go start a second location, and within a matter of like if you did this one in 4 years, you'd probably do that in 3 years, getting it to $1 million. And so then it just becomes, do you have the systems in place
like
to train that
we could
GM?
probably do it.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, my bad. I know there's a delay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, I think I said everything.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying, like, it really just comes down to like the copy and paste method simply determined by finding great general managers. It sounds like you have a winner. And if he's able to do sales, it's likely also knows how to do some operational stuff. And if you're able to then hand your current one location to him and immediately make it more profitable because you and your business partner don't have to be in there every day and can take way less draw and go start a second location, that looks very appealing, especially if you're currently constrained by like your service area. So like right now, do you find it difficult to continue scaling without moving outside your service area or driving, 30 plus minutes away, or not really?
Not really. I think our service area right now is a little bit too large. So I think if we were to start a second location, I think we would do it a little bit differently. We'll definitely focus on a smaller service area. So I think we have a lot we can fill in with how wide our service area is right now. It's partially due to we're not as densely populated directly in our area. We don't have as many target customers as, I know there's a couple areas like an hour away that are just way denser with target clients. But I think, it's definitely sustainable, but we have a pretty wide service area, so I don't think that's an issue we're running into. We can fill in with our current service area, just get a little better route density, and I think we can make that work and grow from where we're at without expanding.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, I think from my perspective, either way, you're going to win. Either if you continue as you are, you can grow to $3 million with your current structure, and fantastic. I think that the thing that I think about when it comes to multiple locations is if you were to step you and your partner out of the business right now, it would force you to create way better systems for your general manager. And then you would use what you've learned and go do it again in a smaller service area. And better yet, break off the customers that are far away. So this is when a copy and paste method works really good. You start growing in a different area. It's too far of a drive to make your guys efficient and profitable. And this is why tracking efficiency score is so important. Because if you know your crew can't be efficient driving 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes away, that's when you break that area off. And now your current location is doing 850,000. It has 6 to 8 employees. One general manager is able to manage them very profitably because you both step out of that business, that location, and go start another one and immediately are more efficient on those customers. And so I certainly think that this would apply to go ahead and copy and pasting it. I also think that if you both stayed there, you could build it into a $3 million company, no problem. I don't think either way you lose here. It simply comes down to, do you have a great GM? And also, I think your skill is growing. It's not necessarily going to be operationally, just because in 4 years, if you're able to build $1 million business and you already have learned so much, you've already said, like, I would do it differently. You go do that again and do it in 2.5 to 3 years in another market. Your current one, you'd have to simplify, create systems so that someone else could run it besides you and your partner, which usually means there's a lot of inherent knowledge wrapped up in the two of your brains. When you have to step out, you would be forced to create systems. So let's go ahead and get the next caller. I'll put them in the team. If you guys can put the MikeAndes.com/Black Friday banner on the screen. Oh, dude, you're such a goat. Let's go. Thank you, sir. We got a Jocko stepping up. Go ahead and put the banner for the MikeAndes.com/Black Friday deals, because those are running out tonight. So let's go ahead and go to the next caller, though, which is coming in from 615. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Whoa, it's a delay. Hello, 615.
Hey, Mike, this is Christian. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. What's your question?
Hey, so I'm actually an owner here in Clarksville, Tennessee. We own a lawn care business, and it's me and my wife pretty much run it. And we grow around 250,000. We own a holiday lighting and a lawn care. So the biggest thing is trying to see I guess like what our roles could be in the business. And we have one employee, which is my brother, so we pretty much run a 2-man crew during the busy season.
Okay. I think I'm losing you. You might be. It sounds like you're outside working. I'm gonna drop your call, but I have enough information to answer. Unless you start talking right now.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. I hear you. Okay, wrap up your question. You're kind of cutting in and out, and I think to clarify, it's like you and your wife, you have your brother running a 2-man crew, and you're wondering how should this be structured. But add some more clarity there, and then I'll go ahead and answer.
Okay, so yeah, pretty much my wife, she does like all of the admin stuff. She's super stressed with like answering phone calls, answering reviews. So if I step into like the admin, how would we work that out? And do we expand that 2-man crew?
Good question. Does your wife want to work in the business?
She does. She just wants to learn more. She doesn't know much about lawn care, if that makes sense.
Okay. Does she want to do admin? Like, it sounds like she doesn't like doing the admin job. Is it the fact that she doesn't like admin, or is it the fact that she doesn't feel like she knows enough about lawn care?
She doesn't like the admin stuff necessarily. She loves being a business owner and learning more of how we can expand our business. But she always talks about trying to delegate like the phone calls and hiring like a VA. We have gone through a couple of VAs, but it just hasn't been successful for us.
Yep. What would she do if she doesn't do admin? Because like we have sales, operations, and admin. She's serving as admin. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you're doing sales and operations. What would she do if she doesn't do the admin?
So I would want to say I hardly do anything within the business except do the job and talk to customers while I'm out on the field.
Okay.
She mostly does like all of the sales, like bad reviews, which I don't think we've ever had. So she would lean more towards like customer service and helping out customers and trying to, I guess, more like the sales.
Okay. All right. That makes more sense. So how I'm hearing you is that she likes doing sales, hates doing admin because just a bunch of stuff and kind of pulls her into stuff she doesn't know about, doesn't like doing, and you do operations. And so when it comes to a marriage, I actually think of it like as one person. And so I would actually look at you as moving from a solo operator into a working GM. And that corresponds with the size of business that you're at. And that is you're passing 250,000, you're on your way to 500,000, for example. At that size, you're still out in the field mostly. You're a working GM, but you're also doing sales. It just so happens that you're married and your better half is doing the sales for you. And so when you read the book, there's a bunch of stuff about this, specifically because the one thing you're going to let go is admin. And what you're struggling to do right now is actually delegate admin to a virtual assistant or someone to answer the phone, etc. So like there's a lot of things in the book that talk about the admin side of things and when you're delegating and like who to be looking for. Like if you just go out and hire someone for, if you go to the US, let's say 15 to 20 bucks an hour. And then if you, let's go. Okay, I'll finish the call up and then I'll be right there. Okay, cool. You're good. If you go in the US, you're looking at 15, 20 bucks an hour to delegate to someone. And if you go overseas, let's call it 10 or 15 bucks an hour if you go cheaper. Okay, great. You still have to train them. You have to create systems for them to win it. Answering the phone, doing the text, doing your QuickBooks, like all these things that you're currently doing. And so what I would recommend is break your admin into all the different things that she does and just tell her, hey, I want you to write out every single thing admin-wise that you do every day. And if she doesn't know what to write, look in the book. It walks you through all the different admin tasks that you're going to do in a day. And then ask her which are the ones that suck all your energy and you hate doing and or the ones that take all of your time. And those are the things that we're going to go delegate to someone. And ideally, we're going to delegate a specialist that does just those things. For example, there are people that just answer the phone. And right now, you're not getting a ton of phone calls.
Mhm.
So, like, I don't think it's going to take a ton of her time. But if that's the thing that sucks all her energy out to not be a good estimator and salesperson, then we should get rid of it. And ideally, if you're getting 1-2 phone calls a day, you hire a company that charges like by the minute. Even if it's $1 or 2 minutes per dollar or two per minute, if you get 2 calls a day and they're 3 minutes a pop, that's like $10. And you don't have to train them on how to answer the phone because that should be a specialist at that. Versus going and hire an admin where you're going to pay them $15-20 an hour, but you've got to train them on all this stuff and they come to you for training and systems instead of already having that built. Does that kind of make sense?
It totally does. I think she would genuinely love the idea.
Like the first thing I would do is after you make the list of what you hate doing, what sucks all of your energy out, because like it sounds to me like she's, if we look at her as, if you look at you and her as an employee of the company, she's a valuable employee. We need her. We need to retain her. We can't let her quit. And so in order to not let that happen, and obviously being married to someone is somewhat, they're somewhat handcuffed to you and the business. But let's make sure she enjoys her job and focuses on what she loves doing, which is sales. Great. Tell me exactly what you hate doing, and I want next to it how many hours per week are you spending doing this? So if she hates doing QuickBooks and bank reconciliations and running payroll, go find a bookkeeper. Home service CPA will do it for like a couple $100 a month. So like, go do that. Cool. That could be off her plate. Then go get someone to answer the phone. There's a bunch of companies out there that'll charge you a couple bucks a minute. You're at your size, you're getting a couple phone calls a day. And so we're talking about $5, $10, $15 per day for them to answer your phone. Yes, that becomes $300, $400 a month. I can guarantee you if it's a task that sucks the energy out of her, that's one extra job she has to sell per month to make up for that cost. And so then I would take, what are the 2, 3, maybe 4 things that are sucking her time, sucking her energy, and that you could go hire a specialist for, like a bookkeeper, like a phone service, someone that can manage your email, whatever it is. Because as soon as you get someone full-time, whether it be in person, whether it be remote, U.S. stateside, or if you go remote overseas, any of those 3 are going to require you to come up with a bunch of systems. And I'm going to go on a limb and say those aren't built yet.
Exactly. Yeah, because we tried like a Philippine VA.
Won't work.
And we definitely needed systems, and it was just all over the place.
Chaos.
And it didn't work out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cool. Does that help somewhat?
So another quick question.
Okay.
If you have time. So for next year, we run a 2-man crew. Should we look at expanding? Because I'm looking at maybe another 2-man crew, or profiting, which I think in my head would totally suck.
Okay, so you would rather grow? Is that what you're telling me? Instead of going into profit mode?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay,
I think we both like the idea of growing. My wife.
Okay, your wife wants that too?
Yes.
Cool. So this is what I would do. I would get to $500,000 in annual revenue. I think you can do it next year if you delegate some admin roles, get her on sales more, and improve your website to get more leads. If you do those few things, you'd probably get to 500,000. Once you pass 500,000, the next stage in the copy and paste method is to go into profit mode, and then you raise prices. Next year is going to be stressful financially. If you're adding a new crew, you're going to double the size of the business, you're going to be stressed financially. But you both have the goal of getting to 500,000 annual revenue and then turning on the profit knob and raising prices.
Okay, it already feels stressful enough.
Oh yeah, 100%, right? So like, here's the thing. You just have to both have the conversation like, do we want to have the stress financially for one more year? Or do we want to go in profit mode, get to 500,000 over the next few years? Either way is fine. It sounds to me like both of you want the growth. This is what I would say I would do. It'd be a three-step strategy. First off, you're going to have a conversation with your wife, looking over the things that sucks her energy and her time, and delegate those specific tasks at an admin level, ideally to specialists like a bookkeeper, someone to answer the phones, someone to manage email, etc. Stage 2 is you're going to make sure your website's dialed in so that your lead flow increases so that you can actually get more leads for her to go do sales on. That's the next constraint. Because like I'm mostly thinking about the admin fix and solve to make sure she stays in the game and the relationship and your marriage is good. And then the second thing is I need more leads for her to go actually do in the sales side. And then next step, stage 3, is get to $500,000 and raise prices. If you do that, the year after that, you will make $650,000 and you'll make $150,000 in profit. And that's a good business. All right, next caller is coming in. Is Brianna still here? Did she leave?
No, she's not around anymore.
Heartbroken. All right, she brought me a smoothie. Let's go. We got lunch on wheels today. I did, okay, the smoothie is fantastic, but the straw is going to make this way too hard to suck. Okay. So, fantastic. Thank you, baby. I know she's watching. Okay. Fantastic. Got rid of the straw. Okay, we're going to the next caller. Next caller's coming in. Oh, I think this is the one we already messed up on. Okay, definitely sorry for this one. 704, welcome to the show. Thank you for holding like 5,000 times. But I appreciate you being on the line today.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
I can, absolutely. What's up?
Hey, I'm actually hopping in my truck real quick. We're on our curbside pickup. My question is for you. I'm in between like growth mode and profit mode. This year, I haven't put much towards advertisements and stuff. I haven't got a website up. I've been doing a little bit of meta ads. We've done really good on the meta ads. I've got a bunch of leads, but I've been trying to pay off a bunch of debt. Some of the stupid decisions I've made when I was younger.
Okay.
I'm 22, so I'm still working through that. But for the 2026 season, I want to know, should I keep putting money towards the debt or get a website up, get leads, bring the revenue up? I just don't know what to do.
Okay. Yeah, being stuck between growth mode and profit mode is like a recipe for disaster because you're not making money and you're not growing and it feels horrible. So,
yep.
When you look at it, are you more inclined to like raise prices and try to make more profit to pay down the debt? Or are you like, hey, I still want to grow really bad and I'm okay with this financial pressure? Like which way are you leaning?
It's kind of both. Like I'm still living at home with my parents, so I want to move out. So I want to get the debt paid down so I don't have as much overhead on a truck note, etc.
What's revenue?
But I want to revenue. So right now we're shooting for saying 95,000 this year.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
And are you solo right now, or do you say we? Who is it? Just you?
Yes, it's just me. During leaf season, as of right now, I partner up with Momin, Phelps Kiefer.
Oh yeah.
We kind of work together on leaves. Yep, we team up. But during the mowing season, basically everything else, we're separate.
Cool. Okay, so you're a solo operator. Everything in the book is related to solo operator for you. I would say,
yes, sir.
Do not spend a single dollar on Facebook or Google. Like I say this with all the love in my heart, but I'm gonna go on a rant, okay? But this is exactly what I would do if I was you, and I will say it with all the love in my heart because I want you to win, okay? Do not spend a single dollar on advertising until your website's fixed. If you don't have a website and you're doing Facebook ads, what are you driving them to? A place that doesn't convert well. And so if you're gonna convert 1 out of 200 clicks, the best way to triple your business or quadruple your business is get that to 1 out of 50. And so before you're probably spending, I'm going to go out on a limb, say $300 to $500 a month on Facebook and Google ads.
I've actually, this fall season's the first time I've done advertisements from meta ads. And I've seen a really good turnaround from it, a bunch of leads, got some jobs from it. But my primary advertisement has been Facebook. So the Facebook groups, putting posts up, everything. I've been doing that since I was 14 years old. I'm 22 now.
Yeah. So like the way that you grow this business, like double next year without any ads, is get a good website. Now, you're a little small for home service web design, but go to home service web design or lawn care web design and look at our tab that says our work and just try to get as close as possible to that on using like something like Squarespace or Weebly. Like if you want to make the investment, you can, but like you might be a little small still to make that kind of investment, and I get it. So, but that website will double the business next year without ads. and I'm assuming you have a good Google reviews. Like if you just got 30 plus Google reviews and a decent looking website that looked good on mobile, loaded fast, ranked well on Google, had the estimate request form above the fold, all the things I talk about, and there's plenty of videos that you can watch and I just show you exactly what to do. Like do those and you will double the business. That will solve growth mode, quote unquote,
Okay.
for you. I will also say you are
Okay.
probably underpriced without knowing it. Like what's your hourly rate currently when you go to a job? Like when you do bidding?
I'm shooting for anywhere between 60 to 80
Yeah. So,
is my average.
yep. So back to the checklist for the solo operator. The number one thing is tracking budget hours versus actual hours. Because if you do that, you'll know exactly what your hourly rate is. Because if you're hitting budget hours, that means the hourly rate is accurate. It's not like it's between 60 and 80. It's like, no, like I budget hours based on 80 and my efficiency score is 90%. Therefore, I know I'm making $72 per hour effective hourly rate. And so tracking that would be super, super important. I don't care if you do it on paper and pen, Excel, but like ideally getting the software and a website is like what differentiates you from $100,000 a year to $500,000 a year is if you can do those two things. If you can get into software, start tracking the stuff, and you have a great website that just gets you more leads. And that will solve the growth problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I've learned a lot about this, honestly, past 2 months from Phelps about you. I've really learned a lot about the budgeted hours. I've had Copilot for about a year and a half now or so. Year?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. But I'm really starting to do it like in leaf season, what the budgeted hours are, and doing the business the right way, I guess you could say.
Yeah, so to keep doing that
So.
and then funnel more leads in using the website. Again, if you don't use home service web design, lawn care web design, you're probably a little small for that investment, but just get as close as possible, get at least 30 Google reviews, get an address verified on your Google account, and you will double the business next year. That will fix growth mode. From a profit mode perspective, don't go hire 2 employees when you do 200,000 next year. It should be you and 1 team member. And assuming that you track your time inside of Copilot and Homeworks, if you track that budget hours and clocked hours, you'll have more accuracy around exactly what your hourly rate is. And if you're actually making 60 to 80, is it 60? Is it 80? That's the difference between making money and not making money. So we got to get really focused on that. All right, guys, let's change out the banner on the top. We're going to do these 3 calls that are in the queue. So the 3 of you that are in the queue, we're going to answer your questions. And then I'm going to do a little more training and teaching. So let's first jump, though, to 860. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, can you hear me?
I sure can. How's it going?
Oh, hey, Mike. It's good to talk to you. My name is Mason. There's a little bit of feedback, so forgive me if I'm stumbling a little bit. But I own Mansfield Precision Lawn Care and Landscaping in Mansfield, Connecticut. We're going to do about $150,000 this year as we close out December. It's just me and 1 other employee right now, and I'm still running in the truck day to day. So right now I'm building out a weekly property maintenance program because running weekly and biweekly clients in the New England weather has kind of been crazy, rain, snow, rescheduling, and then having weekly and both biweekly clients on the same street kind of messes us up. So I wanted something simple and predictable. So what I've come up with is weekly property maintenance. It's a simple recurring service model, mowing when it's growing, maintenance when it's not. It runs 52 weeks a year, rain, snow, or sun, same time, same day, same price as a mow. And the clients are placed into small, medium, large, or extra large tiers based on target time and price. It's billed upfront monthly. During the season, we mow. Outside of the season, we do client priority, simple services like, cleaning up the garden beds, refreshing, stuff like that. Something that we can do in like a 30 to 45-minute window, same time as a mow, basically. So no skips, and it's a flat rate. And then we are also using Homeworks or Copilot to automate the messages and use photos and the communication of like what we're going to be doing. So my main questions to you is, 1, do you think that's a strong move for the company, my size and my market. Not anybody around us does that. They kind of do, you know, whatever, it, you know, weekly, bi-weekly. There's really no like seemingly structure. Another question would be, when should I do it? I was thinking like March. Is that, you know, the right time? Because we have the seasonal, you know, slowness. And then another question would be, you know, what's the cleanest way to move the weekly and biweekly clients that we currently have, which is about 50. And then, yeah, what could we do in the winter that kind of isn't like a, you know, time waster kind of service, something that provides value? We don't really get a whole lot of snow here, but it's still cold and, you know, harsh. Like, we're not going to be doing any green services.
Cool. What's your goal? Are you trying to grow big? Do you want to make the current size profitable? What's your current goal?
So right now I'm in college. I'm finishing out my last couple semesters of college. I'll be done in spring, but I do definitely want to grow. My goal is to have one other employee as we come into spring, so that they can do take the one truck that we have and do that and be full time in that. Then I can step back and do sales and admin, and, you know, hopefully continue to keep growing. I want to have, you know, eventually I'd like to have a lot of trucks and, you know, service a lot of the people in our town.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, like you have till spring, so that's kind of, you know, you have till then you can even do some of this stuff. Here's the thing. The biggest thing you said is no one in your market does this. Like, in the perfect world, I would always want everyone recurring monthly, year round, never stop paying me, pay at the beginning of the month. Awesome. The question becomes, will the market allow it? And so, have you already rolled this out, or are you going to roll this out?
It's like in the process. So right now we do weekly, and I've watched your videos for a while. So what we do is we have, you know, biweekly is 1.5x the price of a weekly.
Yep.
And we try and sell it as a weekly as a drop down price. Like, hey, you know, we'll be here weekly. It's cheaper per service, and, you know, you get better care. But what I thought of, and, you know, I figured, you know, there's people that are going to be like, oh, we only want a lawn mow and stuff like that. And I don't really want to, you know, cut them out of our service. So I was thinking, like, you know, if we only advertise and, like, on the phones and stuff, talk about weekly property maintenance, and then as like, you know, if they're going to leave or go with, you know, say if they're going to look for another company or something, you know, we'll say, hey, you know, we can do weekly mowing or biweekly mowing, but it'll be at like a X rate.
Right. Okay. So here's my 2 cents. First off, I would say, though, is I would test this, because right now this is all hypothesis and we don't actually know what your close rate is or if anyone will bite on this, right? I would track 2 things. One, close rate to new customers if you pitch to them. And secondly, what's the conversion rate of the existing customers you have on weekly and biweekly that would be going into this? My 2 cents, when the sniff test, because no one knows that this is the regular thing. If you lived in Florida, if you lived in California, there's parts where they only think in terms of the monthly rate. That's like the going thing. Everyone expects that. So you have to do monthly rate year round. In your market, no one even knows what that is. And so you're going to be increasing the amount of sales drag that you have to explain this process to every existing customer. And it's very difficult to do with instant quotes because no one knows what you're talking about. And so over the phone, same thing. Like, it's very educational selling. It takes a lot longer. It's going to be a lower close rate. If you were in a different market, I'd probably say something different. In my opinion, I would take the low-hanging fruit of the thing that they're asking for, which is usually mowing. I would sell that to them, and then I would upsell them on this other thing after they've accepted that price. And you'd use their price accepted as leverage to say, hey, if you commit to this other thing, it's cheaper, you get all these other benefits, you get year-round service. And I would do a price comparison of your mowing and a spring cleanup and a fall cleanup versus this new, cool, flashy monthly thing. But the reason I would do it in that order
Gotcha. Okay.
is because you get 100% of the people that you could otherwise close on just the service. No one says no. And then you can convert some portion of them to this other thing. And then eventually, if you're like, I like this other thing, it's
Right.
way better for me. Cool. Now you go tell your existing customers that aren't on that, the 20 or 30% that don't accept, you go tell them to go pound sand or convert over and say, hey, as of this date, we're only going to be doing this new plan. But I would not personally think that it would convert well because in your market, it's not normal. I would just sell what people know and then use upselling to get them into the next thing. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah, that totally makes sense. So, and then I'll be quick with the next one, but what would you recommend like to do in the winter? We can do, like brush work and kind of, check the garden beds and make sure that the mulch is doing well. I just want to make sure that it's something like, mowing is a high value service, right? You get a lot of value out of what you pay. And I feel like I just want to see that same value in the winter services that we would do. What do you guys do at Augusta?
Well, I show you exactly what we do in this book, but you can also just get the course for free on my website, mikeandes.com/workshop, or just go right on there. And it's the off-season workshop. There's 5 different ways. You're talking about doing winter services, which is cure number 4 to solve the off-season. And so 100%, I would go through this. I show the checklist that we use during the off-season. I show the emails. I show you exactly how to convert one-time mowing customers into winter services. And then that would be a great parlay into then your monthly thing that you want to do. So 100% just either read this or get the course for free. I show you exactly how we sell this using Loom and like doing a screen recording and pitching existing customers. And you go one by one, and you eventually solve your off-season. All right, next caller, last caller before we're going to switch over and do a little more training situation is going to be from 805. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike, just making sure you can hear me.
I can hear you. How's it going?
It's going good. I've been in the pool industry business for about 5 years now. It's going to be 6 years in March. And for the last 4 years, I just grew the business continually, putting a lot of money back into the business. And my family looked at me like I was crazy. And they said, well, you should have money. But, obviously they didn't understand what I was doing. Now, this year I did something different. I hired enough people to where I was able to just focus on sales. And then towards the end of the year, right now, I did a price increase, but it feels weird. And I guess my thing is I would just want your advice on what to do. The thing that feels weird is because although I'm making more profits, it feels weird to go give estimates and hear no a lot more. Kind of feels like I've stagnated. I don't know. I feel like there's not enough movement, and my revenue is only $370,000. So it's on the lower end with 3 employees. I'm pretty much out of the field, but I feel like I'm not where I should be. I feel like I should focus maybe on growth, as you have said. But I mean, what would you say? You've been in business a long time. Like I said, barely been in it 5-6 years. I don't know if there's something that you would recommend. Again, it's a full service business. You know that our expenses are very high compared to other industries, compared to the green industry as well.
Okay. 2 things. First off, are you going into profit mode now? Like, are you trying to raise price, et cetera, and try to make more money right now or not?
We already did it. We lost about 20% of customers, which that also kind of hurt emotionally, or I guess just mentally. But our profit continues to be the same even with that 20% loss.
Okay. And so your question is, should you continue to grow the business or continue to stay in profit mode and just raise prices whenever you get more customers?
Yeah, I guess that's my main question. Being a business that right now we're getting about 50% no's, 50% yes when it comes to estimates. It just feels like we're not really growing. And obviously, you've said before you can't have both. Um, but I'm not sure if I'm at the point right now in this business to where I should even be in profit mode.
Right. Yeah, that's my concern is that you being out of the field at 370 almost guarantees the business won't make a lot of profit. Like if I was you, I'd be figuring out how can I delegate the admin tasks that you're currently doing or automate some of the sales aspects so you can get back in the field. The business can do $450,000 to $500,000 with you in the field doing operations and managing the team. More, not full time, but like every dollar you make in profit at your size will be determined by how much you are in the field producing revenue. So if you produce $80,000 in annual revenue out in the field producing revenue at 370, 400,000 annual, that will be your profit. Meaning if you don't do that, you'll be break even at best. And so I would look hard at when we look at sales, operation, and admin. Sales is your highest leverage activity. I would say though that at your current size, as you move through the working GM model, and the thing we talk about is like as a working GM, you want all of your time and attention on operations. Meaning I want you to think about what do I do in admin? What do I do in sales that I can automate or I can delegate? Automate being, can I sell over the phone from a VA? Can I get someone to charge me per minute? Because at your size, you're getting a few phone calls a day. Again, not expensive to get someone, even if it's 2 minutes a minute, per $2 per minute on the phone. Doesn't cost a lot to get them to take phones off your plate. Email, payroll, QuickBooks, whatever. Then on sales, it's like, if I simplify my services enough, I can sell instant quotes from my website. I can have standardized pricing and I can reduce the amount of in-person interaction and drive-bys that I have to do. And so I would be heavily looking at like immediate solve is you in the field doing more work and reducing the amount of time you have to spend on admin and sales, i.e. not making money. That'd be the immediate solve. The long-term solve then becomes, how do I drive more people to your website and you get more leads so that the funnel that you have now automated, i.e. instant quotes, someone to answer the phone and sell over the phone for you, those get more juice in the top of the funnel. That's going to be like making sure your website's dialed in, make sure you know how to do Facebook ads, make sure you know you're sending out texts and emails through homeworks, like making sure you upsell your customers. Like that's all how do I get more leads in the top of the funnel. But right now, like immediate fix is how do you got to automate as much as possible in sales. You got to delegate as much as possible in admin so you can spend more time in operations. And again, that's all I talk about in the working GM side is like the determining factor of whether or not you're profitable between 250 and 750 is can you spend time in the field outperform the going and doing work.
Awesome. I think that's what I needed to hear. I mean, I had an idea that maybe that was the right thing to do to hop back in the field, especially right now that we're a little bit slower. And I'll go ahead and do that. I'll automate the stuff that you mentioned, the admin stuff, and I'll get my bug back to work.
Awesome.
Appreciate it, Mike.
You got it, man. And by the way, don't care what your family thinks about whether or not you should grow your business. They don't deal with all the stuff that you have to deal with every single day. They don't deal with the employees. They don't deal with the customers. They don't deal with the online interviews. They don't deal with pricing. They don't deal with any of that stuff. And it's likely they don't own a business. So don't let them determine whether or not you should be making money or you should be in profit mode. Why are you not making more money? Because you've been in business for 3. They should go and fly a kite. Okay. We are going to go do a little bit of training. So I'm going to swap over here. There is a couple people in the queue. Just stay there if you like, or just call back when we go back to the call section. But I'm going to do a little bit of training. And I want to make sure we kind of alternate throughout the day of training and Q&A. So give me one moment here. Here we go. We're going to be talking about GM plus versus multiple locations. This has come up already multiple times in the Q&A. So I want to talk about this specifically and give much more clarity as to should you grow to that $3 million size using the GM Plus model, or should we do multiple locations and copy and paste the working GM model. That's what we're going to be talking about right now. So this is the org chart for a solo operator. This is someone doing between usually $0 and $250,000 in annual revenue. The solo operator is going to do all three aspects of the business because there is no one else. They're going to do sales, they're going to do operations, and they're going to be doing admin. Now, for the working GM, the GM is at the top of the org. We could also put /owner, but I label this as GM because that's the role the GM is, the owner is playing, potentially as the operator is the GM. The GM is going to do sales. The GM is going to do operations, but they're going to try to delegate as much as possible on the admin side. But I don't want to go get a fancy shop space and a full-time office admin person because immediately at this size, if I do that, I will barely break even. If you're doing $500,000 a month, $500,000 a year, and you hire a full-time office manager and go get a shop space for $3,000 or $4,000 a month, all of your profit is gone. And so at this size, I am, as the owner, in sales, doing all the sales. I am also doing operations, out in the field doing the work. I am trying to spend as much time as possible actually producing revenue. The determining factor of whether or not you're profitable at this stage of business, at this leadership hat of the working GM, comes down to how much revenue do you produce in the field yourself. And that's not fun, because especially as you get to $500,000-$600,000, you're like, man, I just want to get out of the field. I want to get off the truck. I'm tired. I'm done working out. I understand. But if you go from producing $150,000 in annual revenue in operations, doing the work, and then you become overhead, you can wipe out your profits immediately. You got to be very careful at the size to make sure that you stay in operations as long as possible. Okay. And then usually when you start hiring. As a working GM, on the operational side, doing the work, you're going to hire technicians. Okay, full-time GM. This is now where you're going to do full-time sales. This is when you are, quote, off the truck. You no longer are doing operations, and you're usually going to have to hire an operations manager. Okay, so now I've hired someone in the office doing admin. I've hired someone in operations to help train the crew. They're responsible for big projects, etc. And then I am mostly just doing the sales. All right. Now, as you pass 1.5 and $2-3 million in annual revenue, this is generally what an org chart looks like in home services. We got sales, operations, and admin, but not all three have a manager. Now, those green, the ones that are labeled green there, like estimators under sales, a mechanic or an assistant operations manager in operations, and office assistants, those start becoming a real reality once you get close to 3 million and beyond. That's what starts to grow. Like, if you really start like $10 million business, it's like, okay, I have a sales manager with 3 or 4 estimators. I have an operations manager with an operations assistant. Some would call them like crew leaders. There's more hierarchy that starts to get built out here. And inside the book, even on the admin side, you have office assistants, and then you start actually would silo people as you get to like $5-10 million and start really scaling the business up. You just silo out your office assistants. Okay. So at this point, the GM is on the top of the org. They're not actually doing anything in the business. This is when you are out of daily operations, quote unquote. You could leave and your sales manager would get the work, your operations manager would do the work, and your admin manager would make sure that the work gets paid for. So this is when you are out of operations. All right. So the big hairy question is, should I stay in growth mode and continue to go to become a GM plus? Like, I want to go $1.5-3 million in annual revenue. Or do I take the working GM model where I'm at 750, 800, I'm going to profit my raise price at 850, 900, $1 million in revenue. I have 6 to 8 employees. Like, which way should I go? Should I copy and paste multiple locations around that 800,000 to $1 million? Or should I be more going the GM plus route, which is up to 3 million at one location, getting middle management involved? So let's go over the determining factors. Number 1, this is when it makes sense to stay GM plus. So growing one sized out more. If you have a lot of one-time projects and no recurring revenue, it's just better to stay in one location because the ups and the downs, the amount of skilled labor that's required, your oversight is required more, movement of materials and equipment is more often. You got to stay more centralized. This is why like HVAC, etc., where there's very highly technical, that's why usually these companies will grow much larger and they're willing to travel 2, 3, 4 hours driving because you got to stay centralized. Every job is custom and complex. Remember, that's the opposite of simple and standardized. When we talk about the grid of creating systems, I'm trying to simplify and standardize everything. I'm trying to avoid complex and custom. But if every job you do is custom, changes, it's ever always different, and it's complex, very skilled labor, hard to train, you probably just want to do the GM Plus model. If you struggle to manage managers, this is a real skill. And the cool thing about knowing that it's a skill is that it can be taught and you can learn this skill. However, it is going to be a difficult skill to learn for many. It's very hard to learn how to manage managers. It's a very different skill than learning how to manage technicians. So just because you manage 8 or 10 employees as technicians does not mean you're going to be able to manage managers. Very different, because as a manager, I'm going to be thinking very differently about my role. I want autonomy. I want to be able to manage my team, and I don't want you micromanaging me as the owner. So if you struggle to manage managers, this is another reason why maybe just staying centralized, because it's harder once you split up your team, once you have diversification of location, and you can't be in both spots, you need management. And they need to be able to run without you around. And so I see 2 different problems with this. One, a very strong owner, very strong presence and personality that is very difficult to work with as a manager. I see the other side where they can't even get technicians to stay with them long enough to be able to move into that GM side, like into management. So they struggle with retention of technicians that can move into that operational GM role. And they struggle with, once they have a GM, managing them without that manager feeling micromanaged, or people blow up over stuff. They make a big deal out of everything. No one wants to work for you. You're not going to be able to have multiple locations. It's going to require you to be in one location, in the business all the time. And you might grow it to the point where you have managers that can fill in while you're gone, but because of your personality and the lack of skill in leadership, that will keep you from ever having a manager that operates the business 100% without you all of the time. And so if you have the personality where, like, I have to be involved in hiring, I have to be involved in, if projects go wrong, I get really mad or agitated when someone does something that I train them not to do that. And you start to micromanage people when they're trying to sell and their close rate drops for a week, and you jump in and you try to tell them what to do. Like, trust me, this is the hardest thing in growing a business. So the thing I hated most about this title is it sounds easy. Copy and paste is an easy function on a keyboard. Very difficult to do in practice because of this one thing. You'll have to become a better leader. And a lot of poor leaders in home services skate by having one location because they're such strong personalities and they micromanage so well. They juggle things so well. And they are so good at their job. They can build a $3 to $5 million business being a micromanaging manager and never delegating fully, always having their hand in everything, knowing every little thing in the business, looking over everyone's shoulder, not being able to retain managers for more than a few years because everyone gets burnt out working for them. That happens. And it's a mask. It's like, this is $4 or $5 million business. How could you say that they're not successful? Ultimately, it's because their lack of leadership that doesn't allow them to be able to do the copy and paste method and potentially groom managers up, be able to give them places to be able to succeed inside the organization and not lose management because people just feel like you're just doing their job for them. And they feel like every little thing that you see in the business is a big deal. And so managing managers is a very different skill. It takes a lot of time, longer than anyone thinks. It's like, well, you had a very successful business. I'll just put this manager in place. As soon as you leave and they actually are the general manager, the dynamic between you and that employee will change. And that's not a bad thing. They are now responsible for your business. You will have to treat them differently. I see this mistake all the time. And that will be the biggest hurdle to doing the copy and paste method, is the ability to manage managers. All right, another reason why you should just stay one location and grow it up massively is the business struggles when you are gone for 2 weeks. So one really quick way to test this is go on vacation for 2 weeks and see if your business actually is systematized enough, is simplified enough, is standardized enough, and see what breaks and just keep fixing that every few months. So go 6 months, leave for 2 weeks. Okay, we had these jobs went bad. This service did not work out well. So-and-so didn't show up to work. Okay, great. Let's just cut that service out because we're never profitable on it. And that was the one thing I got text about while I was on my trip. Okay, great. Cut out that service. Oh man, that means it cuts out 15% of revenue. Okay, great. Let's spend a little bit of time on developing our lead system and our sales process to be able to make up for that 15%. Okay, great. Now let's go on a vacation again. What breaks? Oh, all of a sudden the transmission keeps breaking on this one certain type of truck. Get rid of the truck. Okay, we're going to upgrade the trucks now to make sure it's more simple for someone to be able to dispatch without me getting involved and having a bunch of breakdowns. These are the type of things you will tweak to make multiple locations and someone else running your business a lot easier. All right, if you have an expensive office lease or mortgage, just stay with one location. If you're paying 3, 4, 5, 6 grand, see people that 8, 9, 10, 11 grand a month on an office space, there's not a lot of point in copy and pasting because you just double a very large expense by copying the location. So if you immediately are going to go get a $5,000 a month lease for 5 years on a property and you already have one of those, you probably should just stay at one location. So for reference, my location was at a farm and I think they paid $500 to $600 per month for rent because they had the trucks parked there and a storage container. It's just parked at a farm. $500, $600 a month. That you can copy and paste. You can find them easier. You're not locked in long-term leases typically. If you can do that, copy and paste starts to make more sense. If you already have an office team or your spouse is in person doing all the admin side, another reason why the GM Plus makes sense. Because if you have a very strong person in admin like your spouse who has inherent equity in the business, they're going to run it amazingly. And so why split that up? Like just keep growing that one location. I think that there are inherent risks involved with doing that. And by having a key person risk of having one admin person being the reason you build the whole business model around. And so that's what I want to be careful of. Because if you're like, well, we're good, great. We're going to go to 3 million. I have my spouse is there with an assistant. Awesome. You better make sure that assistant knows everything in the admin. They're going to be a little expensive, but you better make sure they know everything. Because if something like, if you go on a vacation and your office manager is now going, and now what happens when phone calls come in and that person calls out sick, like we would start creating redundancy just to make sure that if your spouse is out, that we can cover. But if you have a spouse, like it's just so much easier to grow. Like it's like having a partner in the business doing the admin side. And so that's a huge hack. And if you already have an office team, why split them up? The alternative to this, though, if you wanted to copy and paste, is you could make that your hub and then the spokes be the smaller locations. So if you already have an expensive shop space and you're like, hey, I'm tapping out this current space, I would rather just have satellite locations and I have GMs over them. Maybe this location is already doing 2-3 million. I would rather just, as I'd break off sections of my service area and they'd grow to 800,000, a million, one GM that's operationally driven. I automate the sales. I have admin being handled at my hub. And then operational GMs just do those service locations in smaller shop spaces. They don't need an office because the hub of the hub and spoke model is doing the command center stuff. Very cool. So when copy and paste the working GM model makes sense. Now, the working GM model is between $250,000 and $750,000 in annual revenue. Some people will get confused when I say 800,000 to $1 million when I reference this. The reason I say that is because if you're growing between 250 to 750, you're in that range of working GM. But at 700, you're past the $500,000 marker, which is where we talk about going into profit mode. And when you go into profit mode, you raise prices. You hit capacity, you raise prices. You hit capacity, you raise prices. And so when we raise prices, inherently, we will start sliding past 800,000, 900,000, $1 million. Like my location, both of my locations that I had this year and then my current one location will do over $1 million in revenue, but we didn't buy more trucks or hire more people. We simply just raised prices to the point where now what we would have been doing a few years ago at like 600,000 or 700,000 is now $1 million because we've been raising prices. And so assuming that you keep optimizing your website, optimizing your sales process, you should be increasing the number of leads that are coming in and the number of customers that want your service. And if that happens, that means you have demand is higher than supply. And if demand is higher than supply, you can raise prices and continue to grow past 750,000 and become very profitable. And that is what I would love for almost every home service business owner, is a business that does $750,000. They put that thing into profit mode, and then that same sized business makes $1 million in 2 to 3 years. Not hiring more people, not buying more trucks, just doing $1 million based upon raising prices. That's a 20 to 25% profit margin business that runs without you. And that's what the whole book is about. So if the majority of your revenue is recurring or reoccurring, then you can do the copy and paste working GM model. Okay. The reason is because if you have recurring revenue, I don't need a superstar salesperson to sell big jobs. If it's reoccurring, so recurring is it's on a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly cadence. It's scheduled. Reoccurring means it happens more than once and periodically, but it's not on a schedule. For example, fall cleanups, Christmas lights. These are reoccurring services that I don't schedule necessarily your bush trimming for the next 3 years. I'm put it, okay, we're going to come monthly. But you know generally that someone's going to have you trim the bushes 3 to 4 times a year. I'm just using an example. If the majority of your revenue, i.e. over 50%, is this type of revenue and not one-time jobs, I would give you the plus, the go-ahead. Does that mean you grow slower? Yes. I could grow $1 million business in 1 year, no problem, if I did projects and commercial work. I also know that commercial work will prevent me from going into profit mode because they're not going to take a 25% price increase. They're more price sensitive. And I also know that big projects are going to keep me from having recurring revenue that allows me to leave the business and not need a superstar general manager or salesperson. So that's why I'm looking for the majority of my revenue to be recurring or reoccurring. Second thing, copy and paste working GM model makes sense if every job is simple and standardized and the business can run without you for 2 weeks. So sales, I'm trying to automate as much as possible. Instant quotes, I'm trying to get as close as possible to automated. Operations, that's what my GM focuses on. I try to create systems for them for hiring, training, onboarding, etc. Admin, completely handled outside of the GM. The GM is not responsible to answer the phone. The GM is not responsible to run payroll. Everything on an admin perspective is either handled by my command center in the hub and spoke model, where I'm doing a whole bunch of multiple locations down the road. On your first and second location, especially, just have someone remotely doing this for you. So you don't need a big shop, fancy office space. You're not locked into salaries during the off season. Like if you have a great office person, you pay them during the winter to stick around and do nothing because you don't want to have to retrain someone during the spring. Crushes you financially. Crushes you. So, third one, you have a great employee that you want to promote. This is the most fulfilling thing I have ever done in my career. Is see technicians become general managers, and then at Augusta, we allow the general managers to become owners. The most fulfilling thing I've ever done. It's also the best attraction tool for talent. To be able to look at people on the wall and say, oh yeah, that GM, he started exactly where you're at 6 years ago, worked in the field for a few years, and now he's a general manager. In Augusta, we say like, oh yeah, and then these are all the pictures of people that now start their own location and went from general manager to owner. But even if you just had, hey, that person moved into the estimator role, that person moved in the general manager role, like we're all moving up here. Like that's the best talent attraction tool you'll ever have. And if you have a great employee and you know you'll lose them if you don't do multiple locations, because if you as the owner are there, it doesn't make sense to now have another person involved, another body, another overhead person. So you're like, hey, great. This person likes being in the field. They're excellent. They maybe getting a little older. Maybe they would like to be able to spend some of their time doing sales or some of their time doing the maintenance on the equipment or some of their time hiring, or they really care about the team. Great candidate for a general manager. Okay, next, you want to create upward mobility for your team. We talked about that. You enjoy sales more than management. So as you scale past the working GM, most of your time will be spent on managing people. If you're in daily operations, most of your time is hiring, creating systems for your team, training them up. There's going to be some churn. If you start going to $3 million, you have 20, 30 employees. Every week someone's quitting or someone needs to be retrained, etc. That's just how it is. if you enjoy sales and you would rather go do door knocking and door hangers and run ads, and that's your specialty, then copy and paste makes a lot of sense, because the hardest part is like getting it up to profit mode. Like get it past $500,000, find a GM, put them in place, and then you walk away from that operational and that management side and you focus on selling. So if you love sales, if you love the hunt, if you just love doing follow-up phone calls and the chase of a new job is the thing that turns you on, you might just want to stick with doing copy and paste so that you don't get wrapped up in daily operations as the GM at a facility that's now growing to 1.5, 2 million. You're trying to train up your sales manager, trying to train up people in the office, create systems for an operations manager to just get to 2.5, 3 million. Like, you might rather just not deal with that, automate sales, delegate admin, and then find a GM that can run 6 to 8 employees at one location just doing operations. They don't have to be a unicorn, know how to sell, how to do a whole bunch of other things, how to be able to do QuickBooks and how to answer the phones. You don't need them to do those things. You just need a great technician that cares about the team, is self-motivated, is money motivated, and knows how to manage their schedule. Okay. Last one. When copy and paste working GM makes sense. If you're able to create a remote command center for admin. So when I say that, you don't necessarily have to do it yourself. This also means you could, like I said before on one of the callers that came in, is you could take your accounting, your taxes, your payroll, and go get home service CPA to do it. You could contact, there's lots of companies like Jill's Office, Ruby, what's the other couple? Call Boss. There's a whole bunch of other companies that will just take your calls at like $2 a minute. Like, that's so expensive. That's $120 an hour. No, you know what's a whole lot more expensive? Is paying someone $20 an hour, where I know that 75% of their day is not actually doing work. It's just all the time in between when they do work. 20 calls a day, average call time 4 minutes. That's 80 minutes. What are you doing for the other 6 hours? 7 hours and 40 minutes. No, sorry, 6 hours and 40 minutes. Like, that's like 15% of your day is actually spent on the phone. What are you doing with the other time? Like, and it's hard to, tell them what to do when, like, it's off season, there's no calls coming in, and I've finished the inbox. And you're still paying them. And so I do not think that having someone remote charging by the minute is a bad move until you get to 1.5, 1.6, 1.8 million in revenue, and you can actually keep someone busy full time all the time year round. That's when I would give the okay to actually go get an in-person office person or pay someone full-time. I'm willing to take the hit on the off-season because I want to keep them during the spring. But if you have a remote command center, i.e. your admin is being handled by someone that is remote, you don't have to get a fancy office space, you don't have to pay someone on salary, they're remote, then I would give you even more, far more latitude to go ahead and copy and paste your model. That's the hardest part. I talk about automating sales as much as possible. Instant quotes, we'll talk about this more later today. Like, instant quotes, I want to automate sales as much as possible. I want to get over the phone estimates as much as possible. Admin, I'm trying to get remote. I'm trying to get per minute rates. I'm trying to delegate to specialists like an accountant or a bookkeeper. I'm trying to get rid of all that stuff so that I can narrow the focus of my general manager to just hire good team members and make sure they get the work done efficiently. Then you can copy and paste. All right, that is it for the training session. I can see the chat now. Let's go. I can see the YouTube chat. Hey now. Okay, here we go. I am going to keep it here for now. I am going to come back to training in a moment, but I want to go over something real quick. Okay, there's one more thing that I did not cover yet that is ending tonight, so I just wanted to go over this. Can you go back to my slides? Super. And can you somehow get the link to say mikeandys.com/Black Friday, or is it like overlapping me? I'm guessing that it's overlapping me.
Yeah, I can't do that.
It's okay. I'll forgive you, Jace. Okay. Let's rock and roll. Copilot. This is the Black Friday situation. Okay. The comments, when I see it, I love seeing them, but they're distracting when I have slides. Can I get them off while I'm doing slides? Otherwise, I just like to read all the comments. Okay, here we go. So this is the last deal I have not talked about yet that is ending tonight at 12 midnight, okay? This is for Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. So let's go over this, and then we will go right back into some questions. Jace, do we have some questions being submitted at mikeandys.com/question?
You said any video questions?
Yeah, do we have any video questions?
Yeah, there's a good handful queued up.
Okay, we'll jump right into those right after we go over this Black Friday deal from Copilot.
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so this deal runs out in 11 hours. You will not see this tomorrow. It will not be available. We have programmed this to stop exactly at 12:01 a.m. tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time. So when that timer up in the corner runs out, this deal, no bueno. But I want to give a little bit of background. I can see the chat. Can you move that? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. I want to go over some of the new features in Copilot. I'm going to talk about the rebrand too. In case you missed it on Friday, we're switching the name from Copilot to Homeworks. But I want to go over some of the new features. We've really reimagined a new customer portal with mobile-first design. Every page was rebuilt on a new code base called React instead of PHP for speed and reliability. Now, I will say, I did not say this on the launch, is we saw an average increase of 30 to 80% close rates once we changed this. Now, when I say 30 to 80%, that does not mean someone went from 10 to 90% close rate. What that means is if you have a 100% increase, that means you double your close rate. All right, so just to make sure I'm not overblowing this. 30 to 80% increase in close rate. The reason is because I'll get into some of the reasons here in a second. But the mobile first part is so important. When you send an estimate to customers, especially if you're texting the estimate, more than 80% of those estimates are being opened up on mobile devices. So we used to be in a CRM called Service Autopilot, and like oh, you guys are geniuses. Thank you. The mobile device, when I sent to a customer, the design was so atrocious. People have to like scroll in to click on the accept button. And I knew that was crushing our acceptance rate. Just that simple one thing. If your estimates don't look good on a mobile device and it's not optimized for mobile, you're losing out on a huge amount. And that was evident at the moment we switched this, 30 to 80% increase in close rate across all of Copilot. We also rebuilt the tipping flow. So it's just to be able to make sure that your customers can reward your crew for their hard work. 10, 15, 20%, they can click no tip or custom and add like a custom dollar amount. Fuel Force mobile app came out. This is built just for your technicians and it works offline. So that way, if you go offline into like a bad spotty area, they can still attach photos, take videos, attach job notes, clock in and out, track their time, complete the job, etc. You can see in that third one, I wish I could point, on that third one that it just has a little banner that says, hey, no internet connection. All of this will sync. Whatever you're doing will sync as soon as you get back into internet. So super valuable. You can see that there's like a job timer on there and just a lot of cool stuff they're adding. Last week, they added the Spanish version of the app. So you can just go to the settings, toggle it over, and that changes everything to Spanish. And we were able to make sure like there's a translator to make sure it's actually the real Spanish that is spoken and not like Spain, very different types of Spanish. So very cool. I want to talk about, though, some of the features we built specifically to make the copy and paste millionaire systems possible. Because I started Copilot a long time ago, but a lot of the reason I started the software is because there were certain things I wanted to change, and almost all of them are inside of this book. And so when you read this book, every single one of the systems that are in that book in 2026 will be made possible inside the software. There's a few things, as I'll get to in a moment, that we do not yet have in there, but we are working on and will be released in 2026. So a couple of things that we've done specifically for the copy and paste millionaire systems to be possible. Every single time an estimate gets declined, I want to know why. If all of your customers are saying price, then maybe I'll think about it. But there's other reasons like scheduling. They'll give you reasons, for example, like I got someone else already accepted. That's a really good reason as to why you should have speed to lead. If I get that feedback, I actually know what to do to improve my close rate. It also gives you a second swing at closing the deal. Because if someone says price, and you're like, my goodness, I'm willing to take a discount because we need jobs in the schedule right away. Great, you call them back. Mr. Jones, as long as we do this job next Thursday, we can get you down by 10% discount. Or what was your budget? You said it was too expensive. What was your budget? Oh, well, why don't we just move this scope of work on the estimate and then we can go ahead and fit within that budget. So it gives you that second swing. And is it a high acceptance rate? No. I'd say you increase your close rate immediately though by 5 or 10% just by having this data. And you can filter it down inside the estimates and see exactly what is the common reason that people are declining your estimates. All right, if you're doing copy and paste, multiple locations, you need Command Center or your admin if you hire VA or any sort of service to answer your phones, for example, to quickly bop between different locations. And so the Command Center login allows quick access to multiple locations with one access link, one access point. This also shows them like the time zone of whatever the location is that they're serving. So for example, at Augusta, we serve 200 locations. Some of them on the other side of the world in Australia, some up in Canada, some of the other on the East Coast, all over the place. We need to know what the time zone is for the current location we're servicing on the phone. And that's all shown to us as a floating window inside the Command Center login. Other features we added in 2025 for the copy and paste millionaire is that card on file requirements were integrated directly into the estimate acceptance flow. You will never ask for a credit card again because by the time they click accept, they already have had to put their card on file. They click accept, they put a card on file, and then you get notified. It's not a function of, oh, they accept the estimate. Great. Now I've got to send them a text or an email or got to call them and ask for deposit. I've got to ask for a credit card on file. That's the next one. Deposit thresholds. Automatically integrated. So based upon a dollar amount, if it's over a certain dollar amount, you're either accepting, hey, I want 50% down or I want X amount dollars down. And it's automatic. By the time you get acceptance on the estimate and you get notified, you know that job is ready to schedule because the deposit has been paid, a credit card is on file, and there's no back and forth. And the reason this killed me is like, what would it be, like 4 years ago, I looked at how many people accepted estimates, but we never did service because there wasn't a card on file and we never got a deposit. It was atrocious. And what was really atrocious was tens of thousands of dollars that was being spent on admin reaching out to the customer, asking for credit cards and asking for deposits because they didn't just get the email right after we clicked accept. It's like, well, I sent them an email. I asked them to go into this thing and put their card on file and create a login. It's like, they're not going to do that. There's just no way by me adding this much friction. Also, by integrating the deposit thresholds, I was able to bring down the dollar threshold for what we required deposits to be paid. I used to have anything above $3,000, people would have to pay 50% down. I brought that down to $500, and that helps cash flow. I'm not doing a $2,500 project now and then getting paid in a few weeks. Not happening. I'm getting a card on file. I'm having a deposit, 50% down, of anything over $500. I want that. It might even be any one-time project now. But I know at least we went down to 500. But it was all because now it's super convenient and super streamlined to accept, put a card on file, and get the threshold accepted. I think the next one is pay in full. There it is. So you can see here, when they're paying that deposit, there's this button here. Do you just want to pay the whole thing up front? You would be amazed at customers that have done service with you for years, that already trust you. They're like, I don't have to go in here afterwards and pay you again. Like, I'll just pay for the whole estimate right now. Improves your cash flow dramatically. Zero friction. They just tap a button there. They don't have to pay who in the right mind would do that? You've been servicing for 5 years. They have multiple properties. You do a great job. And it's easier because they make $1 million a year doing their business, being retired, playing golf all the time. They don't want to be distracted with a second invoice they have to pay in 3 or 4 weeks. So let's pay you up front. And you get all the cash up front before the job starts. Another feature for Copilot to make sure that the copy and paste millionaire method is possible is getting your crews, managers, and customers on the same page using video. Built-in compression for up to 500 megabyte video files. That's over 10 minutes if you're recording in 720p. It's about 8 minutes if you're recording 1080p. So like high definition extreme. And I think it's like 6 minutes or 5 minutes 4K. All that say, over 10 minutes is far more than you'll ever need for the estimate videos, to be able to take walkthroughs of jobs, project updates. If you're doing big, huge projects, send that quickly to your team. Attach the visit. As of yesterday, you can attach it to a visit or attach it to the property in addition to the before and after. So you can also then attach it with a click of a button as you're making the video and attaching it to the visit. You can also make sure it's attached inside the customer portal. So the customer is able to see the videos. So if they're gone for 3 weeks while you're installing a $20,000 job, you can say, hey, here's your login. Every day at the end of the day, you're going to get a video put into your customer portal with a quick update of the project. Like, that's awesome. Here's the thing. In order for this to happen, we have to rebuild so much of the backend architecture, because when you start throwing 10-minute high-definition videos at a system, it's like a huge drag on the servers. And so the fact that we've been able to do this And we originally did it at 200 megabytes, and we recently went up to 500 megabytes on the video file size. Super big win, because the copy and paste millionaire doesn't want to go back to an estimate or a project after they've originally visited the property. They want it to be where they show up, they do the estimate, they make a video, they attach to the job, and the crew shows up, sees the video, and does the work. Thank you. This is probably the most underrated feature inside Copilot, Fuel Force, and soon to be Homeworks. And yeah, like it's just such a game changer. If you do company cam, I love company cam. The problem was for my one location, it was gonna be over $500 to get all my team on it, where I can take videos and stuff. And like, there's a lot of cost of us actually just storing all these video files. These are big files. And so the fact that we have this now and it's just included is crazy. It's the biggest thing I wanted inside of Copilot from day one, is the ability to be able to put videos. In the past, I had to do like, I think it's the next one. Yeah, WhatsApp, YouTube, Dropbox, Google Drive links. No longer. Now I can just simply put it on the visit, on the meeting. I can put it inside of a recurring series. The video is just there. It's for the customer. It's for your office and admin team. Like, here's the cool thing. Now, my admin team can see the entire property on a quick walkthrough using video. Without, like, they're on the phone with the customer and just, I've seen it before. Like, in Command Center, I'm up above now. I can look down. I can see them watching a video inside of Copilot and just watching what the estimator was seeing, so that when they're on the phone, they have way more context with the customer. And they have saved a lot of estimators having to go back to properties or call the customer, because they're able to answer the question on the phone using the video that's attached to the property. Saves you so much time. And if you have your crew doing this often, it prevents a whole bunch of liability on your part, because customers say something happened, it didn't really. Well, now I have a video and it's attached to the visit and that property forever. Let's go. Literally the coolest thing ever. I'm so hyped about this. There's a bunch of stuff we want to continue to add more video feature stuff with, but like, I'm so excited about this. Like for example, in the past, your employee went to a job site and was like, hey, Mr. Jones could really use a mulch install. You're like, okay, cool. Can you send me some pictures? Like, how long do you think it's gonna? Now it's like, hey, just take the video, put it on the visit, make a note on the dispatcher notes and say, this person needs an S or so-and-so. And when I go back to the office, I don't have to be interrupted by the crew. They don't have to just text me. You don't have to WhatsApp me. I will just see video for customer and, hey, they need mulch install. And now the video, I can absolutely get the job, the estimate sent out without having to go back to the property. Saves you a huge amount of time. Okay, another feature inside of Copilot that we have added for the copy-paste billionaire method to be possible is infinite recurring series. Let's break it down. Infinite. It doesn't end. Recurring. It happens over and over and over again. Visits. Showing up to the job site. Okay. With off seasons. So what this means is I never have to pause or restart services again. If you're like me and we have hundreds and hundreds of recurring series, I do not want to have to pause all of them at the end of the year and then restart them all again the next year. When I set up my service, like here on the screen, this off season is now set from November 1st to April 1st. So what it's going to do is just pause the recurring series during that period of time, and it just picks back up in the spring. Fantastic. More importantly, you can go to your settings, and let's say, for example, November 1st, it's still warm, and I still need to do mowing, for example. I don't want to have to go through 500 visits and add 2 more visits to every single recurring series. What I can do is I can go to my settings, go to the off seasons, and adjust the date from November 1st to November 15th. And it takes about 10 to 15 minutes because hundreds of visits being created on the back end. It's going to create all those visits automatically in those 2-week period because I just moved the off season and it adds in where applicable. Saves you a ton of time. We used to take almost 2 days at my location to start services in the spring, because we would have to go through every customer and say, okay, did they cancel? Did they pause? Because we paused everyone at the end of the year, but like, do I need to restart them again? So now you can just set it up from the beginning as infinite recurring series, and it pauses automatically during the off season. All right, the waitlist got launched last week. Let's go. Black Friday, we launched the waitlist. This has been one of the most commonly requested features. It is the first step in the direction of some really cool stuff we're working on with scheduling. And right now it is doing it is doing multi-step programs, and it is doing one-time jobs. In the next several weeks, we are working on recurring jobs as well. We just know that right now in the off season is a good time for us to work on that part, and we delivered this slice during the Black Friday event. So waitlist is available. This is where you're going to throw jobs when they're accepted, but you don't know exactly where they're going to go. For example, I have a whole bunch of core aeration. I have a whole bunch of irrigation turn-ons. I don't know exactly where they're going to go because it's kind of weather dependent. So I just want to throw them on somewhere. I don't want to throw them on a random day and then kind of throws off my schedule. It throws off my calendar, my budget hours. Great, throw it on the wait list. And we've created all sorts of tools to be able to really quickly schedule right from here. It's super clean. Now, we realized that there was this gap that no one else had, and that is, I started thinking about, okay, if we're going to do the copy-paste millionaire, and the whole objective is to simplify and standardize things. Cool. And I know that overhead in the admin position and bloat in the sales and admin position causes so much overhead that many businesses are not profitable. And if they could just reduce their admin expenses or reduce their sales expenses by 20, 30%, they become extremely profitable. So we started walking our way through what does it look like when you tell an admin person to go put a job on a schedule. Oh, that seems pretty easy. All right, let me walk you through the steps. First step, go to the estimates tab. Next step, filter down by accepted estimates. Boom. Cool. Click on estimate. Open estimate up. See line items that were accepted. Click on line items and schedule the job. That's like 5 steps. And then I go back, schedule the next line item. Cool. Let's go back, schedule the next line item. Because I might have like a bush trimming and then a fertilization and then a mowing. I have all these different, I have to go back to the line item, schedule. Then back in and come back to estimate, find that line item, schedule it again. Okay, that, no good. Now, I would tell my admin, go to the unscheduled work tab and schedule from there. That's what I would say. I'm not gonna have a whole bunch of tabs open. I'm not gonna be trying to finagle where I can throw things on. It's like, I know that when I come in on Monday and there has been 10 accepted jobs, I do not need to rely on emails, text messages, alerts, none of that. Not filtering. I'm going to go to one page. I'm going to see everything that's been accepted but not yet scheduled. Hence, unscheduled work. It's super handy. I think this one is going to grow on people because they'll start seeing the use case to it and the power of what we're doing in the future with this. Because you'll see here, you can see your budget hours very quickly. You can see a lot of information, and there's filtering like service category, customer, estimate. So you can quickly identify what you want. So you're like, okay, I want all of those core iterations. I have 70 of them that I've put on here that have been accepted. I want all of those here, right? And then you can throw those on the wait list. You can schedule them from here. It's super valuable. I think it's going to grow on people. They're going to start seeing how useful it is. And more importantly, it's going to cut down all these steps that right now we just took for granted. Like I just took for granted. Then you go to the estimate tab and you filter it down. Or you go to your email and see which estimates were accepted and then find them inside the CRM. But now it's just like you go to one spot and you see everything that needs to be done from one spot. You don't need to go into the estimate. It's all pulling data from the estimate and as individual line items that you can schedule directly from here. All right, over this past year, we've increased this page load time by almost 25% at Copilot, and that's about 0.9 seconds. It doesn't seem like a lot, but if you have like 15 employees, we did all the math on this, and based on the average amount of times people clock in and out of jobs, add notes to visits, take pictures, all the other things that the admin's doing between jobs, we figured it saved about 12 hours every single month. And if you have, an $80 per hour rate that you charge customers, that's otherwise what you would make $960 on. So this one thing alone paid for far more in savings and opportunity cost than all the membership fees inside of Copilot. We made a whole bunch of additions to the team. Phenomenal group. I highly recommend watching the podcast on Home Service Millionaires podcast. It has the picture of the Homeworks logo and the Copilot logo, and you're able to hear from our VP of Design, that's Nathan, our VP of Product, that is Josh, and our VP of Engineering, which is Dan. A super high, just awesome people, brought in a whole brand new team of engineers and super skilled people from publicly traded companies, large privately traded companies that are in the CRM game. They're phenomenal. But I want to pull back a little bit on the curtain and show what is coming next year. It's very important that what we talk about in this book is going to be made way easier inside of Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. All right, save routes. This is coming out here in the next week, and that is going to be saved routes. You can see here a little bit of a screenshot of what the dispatch board looks like. There's several modifications of this, so you can save the route for the future weeks on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. There's several things where I don't have to keep going down to my list to be able to route from my map view. Lots of cool stuff coming. It's just the first step in the direction of saving the route order on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, so that if your crew is usually doing about the same thing each week in terms of the crew type, service type, the route, you can save that to save you time from doing it every single week again and again. Okay, for large projects, the copy and paste millionaire method requires building estimates fast because speed to lead is so important. The price and budget hours got to be accurate though. And so inside the book, I have this little description, this drawing. This is ways to give an estimate to a customer. Now, the slowest way to give a customer an estimate is do it in person, because I've got to go travel to the customer's property, visit with them, chit chat about their dog for 30 minutes, walk around the place, and then drive back to my place, and then put the notes together, like big, long, very slow. Then I have drive-by, which means I don't have to visit the customer, but I still got to drive to their house. Then I have over the phone, getting a little faster. This is where now I don't have to drive to the property, and someone over the phone is able to give a quote. Very much more efficient, faster speed to lead, saved a huge amount of money on the estimator not going to the property. Very good. But there's one thing better than that, and that's instant quote forms. Okay? This is something that Augusta's been using for years and absolutely has changed the game for us. And we are trying to make this possible for everyone inside of Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. It's the fastest way because now 24/7, even if you don't have someone to answer the phone, they can check out, they can put their card on file, they can become a customer. It's the fastest way. Okay, so let's first, though, look at what about big projects? Because the whole point with big projects is I have to go the slow route. Because half the people, when I started talking about drive-by, over the phone, instant quote, like, well, that's not possible for me because I do big projects. I agree. You're going to have to do in-person estimates to some degree. I agree. It stinks, but it has to be done for custom or complex jobs. So we are creating the price book. So that way your estimates can be created much faster. You don't have to go back to your, get a desktop out and like figure out, okay, my spreadsheet here and how much, it's going to be a price book. The price book is where you'll be able to have all the components of a job that you're able to then piece together the price very quickly and accurately and know your profit before the job starts. Whether it be compiling budget hours, labor, materials, all of this is going to be in one spot, and it's going to allow you to build big projects out very fast. Even at Augusta right now, we use spreadsheets at Command Center to be able to create estimates for 200 plus locations. Those will go by the way of the dodo bird by the time once we have price books, because we're just going to take all the information inside that shred book, those spreadsheets, put it inside the price book, and the estimator, instead of typing in 4 yards of mulch, 3 yards of cobble rock, 2 yards of soil, 18 budget hours, instead of that, they're just going to select all their components that will compile to make the line items, and the customer will just see the price. But inside of that will be the hidden components of the job that make up that line item, so I can very quickly and accurately create large project estimates. Now, that was for big projects. For small or recurring jobs, the copy and paste millionaire wants to use instant quotes. It's 24/7, as long as your website's up. It's fast, and there's no admin. Here's the part I don't really talk about. The best customers love instant quote forms. Your worst customers want to talk to you in person about everything. So there was a person I was talking to, very high net worth. I live out in Texas, and she said that when she was trying to get someone set up for her janitorial service, she said she literally got so frustrated just trying to get someone to do the work for them at their really nice house. And she said, it cost me more in my time to leave the office one time, go to my house, meet with someone as an estimate, and come back to the office. It cost me more in time there and like my value than the entire year's worth of janitorial service. She said, I would be willing to pay 3 times as much for this janitorial service if I could just go to their website and pay for it and get them to set up. That's what an instant quote form does. So, inside Copilot, soon to be Homeworks, instant quote forms will be born in 2026. The ability for you to be able to customize, and we have mowing on here, but it'll be able to allow other services. Very simple, small, medium, large, and customizations that allow you to embed this directly into your website and make it very simple for customers to select a service, check out, and that all gets synced directly inside of the form section of Copilot, soon to be HomeWorks. All their credit card information, you don't have to call them for their card, none of that. It's all baked in. It all brings the customer data over. We'll let you know that the customer is accepted, and bam, you can put them into automations. They have a card on file. You have a deposit paid. We're rocking and rolling. Instant quote forms coming in 2026 to Home.Works. That's the HomeWorks brand. HomeWorks links sales, operations, and admin. So we've talked about these three components of every home service business: sales, operations, and admin. That's really the focus of HomeWorks, is to be able to grow without breaking. And that's really what I'm super passionate about when it comes to why we do the book launch. Why are we trying to donate 100,000 books? Why do I build software? Why do we do all of this? Is to allow home service business owners to grow without breaking. Because that's what happens when people try to grow their business in sales, operations, and admin, and they don't do it correctly. Mental health problems, family problems, relationship problems, physical problems, financial problems, spiritual problems happen as a result of growing the business so fast that sales, operations, and admin, at some point, those links come undone. And that's what the whole link, the three links of the logo is all about. You can go to home.works. In spring 2026 is when we'll switch over to brands from Copilot. So right now it's still Copilot CRM. That's where you can join the day. Okay, so Copilot there on the left has served us for a while, but because of all the stuff with AI and other Copilots starting up, literally Copilot.com is owned by Microsoft. We get confused with it all the time. It's not a great experience, and I don't believe that it represents the hard work that home service business owners do. What does represent it is a chain. Oh, we got a chain, folks. 1 second. Yeah, come back full screen for a minute. I'll keep going in a second. But we gotta do the demo again because the demo was just so fun. Okay, so here. The whole idea of HomeWorks is that we're doing it live. Someone said I look like a rapper with this chain on, so I'm gonna take that as a massive compliment. Oh, this thing is super heavy. What's crazy is we were at Lowe's, and so the day after we determined that HomeWorks was going to be the name and the chain link was going to be the logo, I immediately went to Lowe's. Poor Brianna, bless her heart. I think it was like 7 in the morning. I'm like, we're going to Lowe's right after our workout. But when you look at a chain, this is, I don't think you guys can zoom in, but like these three links is what is the HomeWorks logo. So every single time you see the HomeWorks logo, I want you to think of these three things, these links. Can you go back to my slide real quick? Just show what's on my screen. See that those three links? That's what that is. Boom, right there. Boom. Yeah, there it is. 3 links. That's what the chain represents. And in my opinion, a chain is far more representative of home services because it's actually the thing that gets you out of a tight spot when you need it most. Like if you really need to pull your truck out of the mud because it got stuck, you're not going to go get a chain like this. You're not going to get a piece of rope. You're going to get a hardcore heavy-duty chain, and that's what is required to be able to build a home service business without breaking. If any link in that chain, sales, operations, or admin, is faulty or is weak, the chain will break. The business will break if your sales is faulty, the process is faulty. If operations is chaotic, you're getting bad reviews, customers are not happy, your business will fail. If you're in the service business and your service stinks in operations, your business will fail. If it comes to admin and people can't answer the phone correctly, they don't do upsells, they are constantly calling out, and then phone calls are going to voicemail. And half of your time on the week, things are going to voicemail. If you have someone answering the phone for 40 hours a week, you know how many hours are in a week? 168. Which means that for 70% of the week, phone calls are going to the voicemail. And here's a fun fact. Only about 37% of people leave voicemails, which means you're missing about 63% of all your leads every time someone's not answering the phone. And they're not answering the phone 120 hours out of the week. Probably a good idea to answer the phone. But if any part of the business, sales, operations, or admin, is weak, it's like this chain here. See if I can do this without having someone come out here. Boom, look at that. Let's go. All right, we're getting a live demo today, folks. I'm just probably starting to get tired. Just we wait. We're going to go a long time today. Okay, this chain here, right. When the going gets tough, when the relationship gets strained, when the customer is getting mad at you, when there's bad online reviews, when things are going bad and employees start leaving. Whoa, we had all sorts of things starting to break in here. Okay, let's try that again. Not supposed to put my foot on the table. Let's try to put my, here we go. We'll make this work. We are totally going to make this work. Okay, so if I take this little chain here and I pop it in here, can't get this over there. There we go. There we go. It breaks. I promise it broke. That's what happens when stress comes in the business in the form of a sickness, a divorce, an employee leaving, a bad customer review. Those are all stresses, like the bolt cutters. But a chain like this can't be broken. Literally, we went to Lowe's. I was halfway through that story. They could not cut this. That's why I have such a long chain here. It's massive. It's because I only needed a few links. But they couldn't cut it. They literally couldn't cut the chain at Lowe's. That's what we call grow without breaking. And so even internally for the team at Homeworks and at Copilot, the motto it's not just to grow for home service businesses so they don't break. As we went through bug hell back in 2024, I think our motto is so applicable because we need to grow the software without breaking. Because that's what happened last time a lot of you tried Copilot back in the day and scaled up. We were growing, but we broke. And we had a whole bunch of bugs, and we had bug hell. And so for us, that motto means a lot more than just the people we're serving, which is all of you. It means also for us as engineers, product managers, designers, we have to build a product that can grow and have all these features that we talk about inside the Copy and Paste Millionaire book without breaking the software. That's why I was super proud the other day. I put it on my story. We had 100% uptime all of November, despite having deployments almost every other day. Deployments for field force, deployments for waitlist, unscheduled work, massive deployments, no downtime whatsoever. Very valuable. That's how we internally want to grow, so you can rely on us just like a chain. Because when you're in a bad spot and you don't have any leads coming in, I want to make sure that when you click send on 5,000 text messages, that you're able to get 10, 20 estimates immediately. So you can grow without breaking. But to do that, we've got to grow the software in our team and the engineering side, and that's what we've done in 2025. And so it's kind of a two-way vision and mission statement is to grow without breaking. So back to my slides, because we do have an offer running out here in 10 hours, and I got to get this out. Okay. There's a Black Friday deal. You can go to Copilot.com. Oh, you're such the best. Let's go. Thank you. Black Friday deal is for Copilot. You can go there at copilotcrm.com. You can also scan the code up above. It'll take you there. You scan the code above, and then you go to the bottom of the page. This is where the Copilot one is. So if you sign up for the enterprise level membership, this applies to you. Okay, so 3 steps. Number 1, sign up for enterprise. Number 2, you got to complete the 12-point checklist. So you can see here, it's like add your logo, import your data, set up your payments, join a Copilot Academy. One of them is have a call with me directly. You can ask questions on that. Set up your call with the team here. We just try to really walk you through every step. We give you guides on importing your CSV file. Right now, I am looking down at the team, and they are importing CSV files, thank you so much, for everyone that's joined. And we will do that for you. If you're like, it just can't wrap my head around having to import all my customers and all their information, we will do it for you. We have a whole bunch of templates that you can do it yourself and use ChatGPT. It's like to organize the data correctly. We will give you all the tools, but if you really can't do it yourself, we will do it for you. I just so believe that this is where every home service business owner should be at in terms of software. And I say it with like all the conviction in my heart is that what we're trying to do and the team that's here really cares about your business. And growing without breaking is more than a slogan for us. I realize that I am not trying to solve cancer or cure cancer or do some major thing and change the world. I just want to make home service business owners rich. And the reason I want to make them rich is because I know that if they can grow their business without breaking, and if they can make more money, it'll trickle down to their family. And I've seen too many times on the turnaround show where their families are affected, their relationships are affected, their physical and mental health is affected. And I'm trying to solve that very, very, very small problem in this world. And I really believe that software is the best component of copying and pasting. It's the way that systems are built. It's the thing that can run without you. It's the thing that text messages and emails still go out without you being there, without you stressing about it. With collections, still happens. Invoices get followed up on, estimates get followed up on without you doing anything. And so, anyways, back to the Black Friday deal. Got my little stump speech, sorry. So first things first, you're gonna sign up for Enterprise. Okay, the reason is, you'll see in a second why it has to be Enterprise. You have to have texting to unlock this thing, and I'll show you in a second. So $279 a month. I'm gonna go through later today an actual comparison of all the softwares in terms of pricing, features. I'm gonna give my honest opinion who should join every single software. So that's coming later today. But join Enterprise, complete the 12-point onboarding checklist. And then you're going to get your first month refunded and 1 month extra for free. So 2 months for free if you sign up for Enterprise, complete the 12-month checklist, and get your first month free because you're going to have to sign up today. So sign up today. You'll get that refunded as soon as you finish that 12-point checklist. And you'll get January's dues fee free. So the next 2 months, December and January, will get free as long as you do this now. Like this will end at 10:30. The whole team has built this. We have it architected. The 12-point checklist stops offering this at 12 midnight Pacific Standard Time. So please join. You get 2 months free. Now, that's not the end of it. Yes, it's 2 months of free, over $500 value. Thank you. Okay. So when you do this for the next couple months, there are no, you get everything. Text messages, emails, wait list, automations, everything's included. There's no limits. And you can cancel with anytime with one click. I just know that if you actually do the 12-point checklist, you see the power of what texting and automations and everything that we built and what is coming in the next 2 months. I know that like this is why we're doing all this free stuff. And there's actually not just free. We're you're gonna see in a moment. It's gonna cost us a lot of money to run this promotion, and I'll show you why in a second. My suggestion is for everyone here watching is sign up, get the refunded and the 1 free month by finishing the 12-point checklist, and then send a text blast to all your customers. If you have never done this, this one thing alone will convince you to join Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. This one thing alone. The video features are great. Deposit thresholds are great. Credit card on file stuff is great. There's a lot of really cool components. Unscheduled work, waitlist, save routes coming out this week. Bunch of cool stuff. This software is cheaper than the one software package that I use at my gym, Anytime Fitness, to send out text messages. And I have more contacts inside of Copilot in my location than that gym. And I pay well and above for that gym to send out one text message to all my customers for 5,000 people in my contact database. I spend over $400. This one thing alone is why someone should join Copilot. So my recommendation is get the 2 months free, and in that, send one text message a month. So 1 in December, 1 in January. Now, when you send it, don't make it super promotional. Like, this one-time offer is 10% off today. Contact us and give us a call. Like, don't. Use the MERS tags like hi, first name, comma, and then make it conversational. Hey, Mr. Jones, we have spring cleanups coming up, and I noticed that we did that for you last year. And last year we booked out like 6 or 8 weeks. I don't want you to have to hit that log jam of all those leads, everyone trying to get on schedule. If you'd like to get set up now, send me a text and I'll make sure I get an estimate to you tomorrow. That is conversational. Your response rate is crazy. Crazy. If you just message, like if you send me a text message, there's so many random text messages you get that just say like some marketing message, you know it's spam right away. These messages are coming from a number. Everyone gets a designated number in your onboarding process. It takes a couple weeks. We get you all set up for it. We don't charge you for that. In the process of sending out that text message, do it in a personal tone and sell and promote one service. So in December, maybe that is an end of year treatment. Maybe that is snow service. Maybe that is Christmas lights. Maybe that is a winterization of their property. Whatever it is, sell that bad boy. But you're going to do it in a way where you say their name and you do it in a very conversational tone. Very personal. You'll get a ton of responses. How do I know? I will tell you. This is the exact text message that I got from my location because in my location, I have a rental property, and so I'm on their list. I got this text message. So I said, hey, I text the GM, like, hey, I just want to know, how did that do? Within 24 hours, there was 100 responses, 53 estimates, 15, this is not within 24 hours, just be clear. There's more that came in, and I'm sure it's a lot more than this now, but within 24 hours, 53 estimates, 15 one-time jobs were sold. They also upsold 3 recurring services, so for us, winter services, and over $7,000 in one-time cleanups in 24 hours. I can guarantee you this got to $20,000. Guarantee you. This is why we don't spend marketing at my location, because we have thousands of contacts, and we send them a text message and an email from Copilot, soon to be Homeworks, and we sell them services. And this is like real people responding. I blanked out the name and the street, but those are legit inside of Copilot. That's what's coming through. This is what he's getting in his email. Every time they're accepted, like bam, 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 bam. Just accepted estimate, accepted estimate, accepted estimate. Let's go. Those are automations coming out of Copilot saying someone's accepted an estimate, and that's all within 24 hours of the text message going out. Like, the copy and paste method relies on us going to profit mode. In profit mode, I don't want to be spending thousands of dollars on Facebook and Google ads. I don't. I want to take my existing database and farm leads when I need them most. Just think of the power if you were able to push a button and immediately get 15, 16, 20, 30 estimates in your door without paying Facebook. Like, I don't need to pay more for Mark Zuckerberg's stinking yacht. I don't need to be paying Google and racking up a whole bunch of money to a company that's making trillions of dollars. Their market cap is $4 trillion. Like, I want that money in your pocket. And if you're spending $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 a month on advertising, and if you look at the P&L at the end of the year, it's like, well, we spent $20,000 on marketing. And that was like on Facebook and Google and maybe some door hangers and flyers. That money is in your pocket if you just do this. It is ludicrous that we as home service business owners are so willing to go after new customers and pay Facebook and Google, and we buy into this notion that we need to keep advertising, when if we just stopped advertising and just sold more to the customers who've already purchased from us, we wouldn't have to keep paying out all of this money every single month. And then it's like we come back begging for more leads. You go to Thumbtack and, oh God, please, $80, $100 a lead. Okay, yeah, Facebook, okay, a couple $100 a day. Yep, okay. And why in the world, this is what boggles my mind, like, don't complain about any dollar you spend when you're able to take customers that have already given you money and get them to buy more from you. He made $70,600 in 24 hours. I can almost guarantee that between 15 and 20 grand within 3 to 4 days. Like, why aren't we doing this? Why are we so addicted to new customers, and the next shiny customer is just as appealing as the next shiny service? And we all these, it's like the new advertising. Like, if I make a video on YouTube about how some whiz-bang new way to get customers, it'll get way more views than me showing you how to make a text message inside of Copilot and immediately get 20 estimates. Well, he got 53. He got 20 accepted jobs. It's crazy. The text message for this event today had a 98% open rate. This is the book launch for last Friday. 98% of people opened up the text messages and 32% clicked on the link. That's nuts. And then check this out. The email messages said that the same people saying the exact same thing had a 38% open rate and a 2% click-through rate. The 38% also includes all the email filtering and spam bots that go through and open up things automatically on IMAP on Apple devices. That's crazy. The fastest way to increase your close rate by 20%, I would say more like 40%, but that's conservative. The fastest way to triple your response rate to upsell marketing messages is send text messages instead of emails. Copilot is one of the only home service CRMs that allows for mass text messaging without third-party integration. So you don't have to like piece things together or have 2 different softwares. My Augusta location, the one I just showed you, had 14,000 contacts in Copilot. One mass text from MailChimp to my list of 14,000 people would cost $300 to $500. Now, if you're going to price check me, I will do this later. Later, I'm going to go show you this. Later, I'm going to show you on my computer. I will walk you through their pricing. But you're going to go on there and you're like, oh, I put X amount of credits. Nay. Because our text messages are usually 3 to 5 text credits long. Because 160 characters is not going to fit my personalized message that I want to send my customer. And so you go to multiply that usually by 3 to 5 credits when you do their pricing on their sheet. That's what it would have cost me, $300. Now, let me just put a big period here for all the people that are like, I can't join Copilot for X, Y, Z. Great. Still get text messages and go pay MailChimp every single dollar you possibly can. Because I would every single day of the year push the $300 or $500 and get $8,000 in 24 hours. Probably $20,000 within a week. Why would you not do that? Why would you not? So if you have like Jobber, for example, you connect with MailChimp, yes, you're going to pay $500 or $600 a month at Jobber, and then you're going to go pay MailChimp probably more. So it's going to be $700 or $800 a month. Still a great deal if you just text all your customers. Okay. Now this month, you can send all of those for free in Copilot. Now we're extending this. I'll be really honest. I've said this for over a year and a half now. Eventually, we will have to charge for text messages inside of Copilot. Eventually, we will. Why? Because we go through Twilio. They send out text messages. We get charged 2 to 3 cents, sometimes 4 cents, depending on where it's going, per text message. We are eating that cost. Right now, there are members inside of Copilot that are sending more in text credits than their actual subscription. Crazy. So for at least December and January, because we're gonna have to eventually charge for text and meter it, so it's more fair to the people that are sending out tens of thousands and literally sending out hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of credits versus the people just getting started. That is going to have to happen. But for now, we have the 2 months free for the Black Friday event. So what I would recommend you do is do the 12-point checklist, get your first month refunded, get your next month free, and for all of December and January, you can solve your off season by just using this method for free. For free. I happen to believe if you send out one of these text messages, you'll never want to leave Copilot. That's why we're doing this. And it's going to cost me an arm and a leg to send out gajillions of text messages. We send out millions of Copilot text messages every single day, because we allow people to send out mass marketing. And I promise you, the response rate that general manager got and 53 estimates within 24 hours would not be half that if it was just email. Now, what you're going to do with the Black Friday event is join today, get the 12-point membership thing or onboarding completed, get that checklist done. You got to get it done by January 1st. But if you do that and then you send out a text message, the other 10 months of the year, you get for free by just simply getting a couple jobs accepted. Like it pays for it, I should say. You don't get it free. You get a job accepted. You get 18 jobs accepted. It pays. If you did one text message that general manager sent, you would pay for the entire year of Copilot with one text message. Crazy stuff. But wait, there's more. At Copilot, soon to be Homeworks, we offer a 365-day money-back guarantee. We have honored this through Bug Hell. Crazy. And there have been a couple people that we have, actually I think it's one. It's a couple, I know if I say couple, it's at least one. We have actually given this money back to. And so I want to go over what the 365-day money-back guarantee is. I guarantee, and you can put me on record because this is on our page. You can go to copilotcrm.com/guarantee and see this in writing. And we have honored this. I guarantee that your revenue or profit will increase by at least 10% within 1 year of using Copilot CRM enterprise level subscription. If your tax returns show this wasn't accomplished and you cancel your subscription, I will refund all your first year dues. This is about as risk-free growth to your profit and revenue of your business as you will ever have. I am offering 2 months for free, as long as you just do the checklist of adding your logo and the different steps of onboarding. 2 months free, as well as unlimited texting for 2 months. Insane. It's going to cost me an arm and a leg to do this. And I'm doing it as a way of saying thank you for all the people that went through Copilot. And we have kept the texting for free up until now because of this. All the people that stuck with us have allowed us to be able to hire the engineers. And I'll be fully transparent. We are not profitable yet at Copilot. And so That is a function of us keeping our prices low and allowing things like this to text for all the people that support us during bug hell in 2023. Now, later in 2025, we will have to adjust this with the texting. It costs us tens of thousands of dollars every month. But please take advantage of it, and I promise you that if you do this, your business will grow. And if it doesn't, I'm literally going to give you your money back for the entire first year. It's like if you could push a button and just guarantee you're going to grow your business by 10% or 10% in profits, guaranteed. And if it doesn't, I'll give you your money back. I don't want your money. I want you to grow your business. And more importantly, I want you to grow without breaking. And I would rather you focus on the systems that we talk about inside of this book. And I happen to believe that the systems of this book are most possible using Copilot and using Homeworks. No other home service will do this. Not a single one. I challenge you. Find me one single CRM that will do this. There is not a single software program in terms of SaaS that I actually know that it does this. I've tried to look, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know all 10,000 jillion software programs. I do not believe there's any CRM in any industry that does this. I don't want your money if we don't grow your business. I happen to believe, with all sincerity, that growing your business is most possible using Copilot. And it's been 2 years of not being able to say that. That's been very painful. But I believe we're there, especially as we head into 2026, and especially if what you read in this book resonates with you and the systems we talk about, they will be most possible inside of Copilot. No other home service software offers weekly live streams with the founder and open Q&A. Every weekend, last weekend, so after the book launch, we were down in Florida for Saturday and Sunday, just taking some time, me and Brianna. I did a live stream there on the weekend, answered questions, and you can ask me questions about the software, but just business in general, marketing, hiring, acquisitions, things that you're going through, and it's all private to the internal, just the members of Copilot. Every single week. Like, show me another CRM that's doing this right now. And I'm not going anywhere. Like, what do you think is going to happen? I'm going to leave? I've been doing this. I've been in home services for 19 years. We franchised Augusta 6 years ago, and we have 200 locations. 0% of the company is owned by anyone besides me or the team members here and members of Augusta Nation. We're not going anywhere. And so when I look out into the future, I truly can say that if you're trying to grow a home service business, whether the GM Plus model and growing a $3 million plus business, or you're trying to copy and paste multiple locations, you want to be in Homeworks. You want to be inside Copilot. All right, the Black Friday deal. You must sign up before tonight. When that clock hits 0, deal's done. Tomorrow you will not be able to, like, literally, it's programmed. Like, it will work. It's a system. Complete onboarding January 1st. So you got to sign up by tonight. And then you got to complete your onboarding, that 12-point checklist. We anticipate it takes about 3 hours. We kind of had to estimate some of the things like how fast you can get your logo imported and your CSV, etc. If you have problems with your CSV, I can literally see team members that can help you. Tommy's there to set you up. Other members of the support team is ready to rock and roll. And usually within a week or two, we can get all of your customers imported for you. You could probably do it in about 20 minutes if you just followed our prompts, the CSV import, etc., do the templates. But if you have a lot of trouble and that's like a big sticking point, we'll do it for free. All right? So you got to get the thing finished by January 1st, get your first month refunded, and then your second month free. Once you finish the 12-point onboarding checklist, the support team will automatically reach out to you for the refund and the free month. We didn't want to make this where it's like you have to come reach out to us and be like, hey, I finished it. Can I please get my money back? Like, you don't have to do that. If you finish the checklist, what happens is it automatically tells our team, and then we go validate that you did all those things, and then we immediately would refund you and give you the next month. We will validate you did that. You can't just go like check all the boxes and be like, give me my money. We need you to finish those 12, because if you don't finish the onboarding, you're not going to be able to successfully use the platform. Like, one of the checklists is send the text message. Because I know if you send that text message, you're going to get so much work. Like, it'll pay for itself. It'll sell itself. All right, so this is where you go. Copilot CRM, when you get there, you're going to see this pop up. It's going to look exactly like this. Sign up for the enterprise level membership, complete the 12-point onboarding checklist before January 1st, and get your first month refunded and your second month free. Bam. Let's go. Let's do some Q&A. Let's do the questions, actually. Let's do some video questions. I'm going to rearrange this bad boy real quick. Just for anyone that just joined us, though. This is the red gift from the Black Friday event. Everyone was wondering, why didn't we open it? Because technically it's going to be open on Christmas Day. Anyone that donates books at mikeandys.com/Black Friday, as well as anyone that showed up live to the Black Friday launch, is going to get this gift. And this gift is the course version of Copy and Paste Millionaire. It will not be available to the public. It will be only available to people that donate books at mikeandys.com/Black Friday and that showed up to the launch live. I appreciate it tremendously. On that note, let's change the banner down below to the QR code, etc. And then let's go ahead and get some video question answered. I'm going to move this thing over here. Move this real quick. 1 second. Jason, I'm taking my headphones off. Okay. Boom. Okay. Much better. All right, Jace, hit me up with a video whenever you want.
Hey, Mike. My name is Mason Orr. I run Mansfield Precision Lawn Care and Landscaping here in Mansfield, Connecticut. My business is expected to do about $150,000 this year in revenue. I'm a full-time college student. I'm going to UConn right now for landscape architect. I'm finishing up my 2-year degree. But in the full season, we have about 3 employees full-time, and then right now when it's slow, we dwindle down to we pause over the winter season. My main questions for you would be, we started this year, I'm starting to think about implementing a weekly property maintenance program where everybody gets service, whether it's mowing or maintenance, 52 weeks a year, we bill monthly, and that kind of gets us around weather issues, scheduling weekly and biweekly issues, and then consistency issues as well. My main questions would be, is that something that you think is a good idea? When should we start implementing it? Right now in Connecticut, it's really cold. We don't get a lot of snow, but it's kind of dormant. So I don't know if I should start trying to get that traction now, or if I should wait till like March and get that traction then. And then also, what winter services could we offer to stay busy in the same time as a mow for the same price in winter?
Okay, so I think we talked to Mason on the phone, but I'll recap, and that is, I would highly recommend, because in his market in Connecticut, it's not popular to do this monthly service. If you're in places like Florida, California, where it's super popular to do this type of thing where you charge monthly, then you can pull it off. In my opinion, if you're trying to grow quicker, I'm going to offer what people understand in terms of pricing, which is usually weekly or biweekly. And then I'm going to try to upsell them afterwards into this other package. Whether you sell winter services or you sell this more monthly thing, either way, and I've, there's pros and cons of both. Like the pros, hey, look, I get money at the beginning of the month. Great for cash flow. Let's go. The problem is if someone cancels in fall, when you're going into your off season and you usually do less work, then you're actually just acting like a bank, and it stinks because you now you lost all your profit because someone canceled in October, and so, or November, right after leaf season, they canceled. Like, oh, it's sick. So, there's pros and cons. I would be cautious, especially if you're in a market where it's not popular to do this. I would be very cautious. I would rather focus on an upsell strategy once I get them in the door on a gateway service, and I'd rather use instant quotes to make that as seamless as possible. For my website or over the phone estimate. So I don't have to spend as much time. I can focus on operations. Because at $150,000 in annual revenue, you want to spend as much time as possible in the field doing the work. I want to spend as little as time as possible doing sales and admin. Because that's going to be the determining factor of whether or not I can be profitable is how much time I spend in the field. So I'm doing instant quotes and over the phone estimates on sales. And on the admin side, I'm trying to get a VA or I'm trying to get a per-minute service to answer my phones and do my admin for me, or get a bookkeeper like home service CPA. I'm trying to do that. And that would be my answer to that question. Jace, do we have another one? Jace? Oh, we have Connor.
Hey, Mike. It's Connor. I'm with Augusta Lawn Care. We'll do about 1.6, 1.7 million this year. We had 20 employees at peak. And my question is, as we are breaking our locations up into multiple satellite locations versus the one large GM Plus model, what are your thoughts on the office controlling the schedule versus the local working GM, or GM plus, like having them control the schedule in-house versus the office doing putting the jobs on the schedule, assigning team members and crews, actually scheduling the crews, making sure time off is in, all of that stuff. Just another thing to take off the plate of the general manager. I know it will get complicated with late call-offs, people no-showing, different things like that. However, assuming you have a pretty consistent team, I think this is something that the office can do to fill those valleys between, high demand hours and low demand hours. I'm curious on your thoughts. Thanks.
Fantastic. All right. For all the haters out there that commented on Connor's video about what, 9 months ago, saying he was going to fail and everything, I'm very happy to tell you he's doing great. And so crushing out there, they worked through a lot of restructuring. And I think the skill that Connor has learned this year and is continuing to learn is the part we talked about earlier in the live stream, that is managing managers. And so what they did, as he recognized that was his skill gap, what he actually did is he brought all his locations under his control and used all under one spot. That shop space that he was renting, or is still, I think he's still there, was something like $10,000 to $12,000 a month in rent. Very difficult to make money. So what now he's doing is he took this year, reconsolidated these general managers, get everyone under one building. It's easier to manage when you don't have that skill yet. You get your skills, you get your great team that is used to you now, and you start to learn that skill. And now what he's trying to figure out, okay, how can we get out of this $10,000, $12,000 a month? How can we break this up a little bit more? How can we actually make sure that we're not driving as far, and we have a general manager that manages, $500,000, $600,000 of that revenue and breaks things out over time. The question, though, is, should the office be handling the scheduling, or should this be on the general manager? Okay, I think this is much more of a continuum than a dichotomy. What I mean by that is, it's not like yes they should or no they shouldn't. It is a sliding scale based upon recurring revenue. The higher the percentage of recurring revenue, the easier it is to do scheduling. Also, another sliding scale is the continuity and the longevity of the team. So location and growth mode, very difficult to do scheduling because your budget hours are going up every week. If your team has stayed with you in profit mode for 2-3 years on average, they have the same routes, the same customers, people have been there for a long time, the same trucks, all the trucks are standardized, all the mowers are standardized, a whole lot easier to do scheduling. So when I moved out of daily operations, one of the first things I did once I was in profit mode for a few years and I had enough money is I just bought new trucks for the whole team. Mostly, not because I think I wanted new trucks. Well, it was also because COVID made used prices go way up through the roof. So I got new trucks. But it was mostly to make scheduling easier for the general manager. Because ultimately, I would rather the general manager take on scheduling because it is such a key component of profitability that if I'm going to give them a piece of profit sharing or owner's distributions and then handicap them by saying, I control your scheduling, it's hard for them to take accountability fully for the position. That being said, if you're in growth mode, it's much more challenging when you're adding jobs every day. You got projects coming in to fill in the gaps, but now you got to think about the fact that you're adding jobs every single day. So in 4 weeks when you're booked out, your schedule looks totally different than it does today. That's very hard to schedule. So this is my recommendation, Connor. If you're in growth mode, I would have your office do your scheduling. If you're in profit mode and you've hit all the benchmarks of profit mode, which means very high rate of recurring revenue, simplified services, you're in profit mode, meaning we're not marketing or advertising and getting a whole bunch of new customers, meaning we aren't jamming like every single week, hiring more people, getting more trucks, getting more equipment, expanding capacity all the time. We're not doing that. Then I would try my very best to get the general manager to do the scheduling because it's such a key component to profitability. Because if I'm going to give them a piece of revenue, like a incentive in revenue, well, if they're close to the end of the month and the office doesn't put quite enough budget hours to get the jobs or get enough revenue to push them over the threshold, guess who they're going to blame? They're going to blame the office. And the last thing I want to do is ever have any mid-level manager be able to point at each other and cast blame. ruins your culture so fast. And so your admin person is potentially incentivized or wants to make sure everyone's schedule is within capacity and jobs go smoothly. Your GM, on the other hand, is like, I know if I just made $300 more this month, I would have unlocked a $500 bonus. And so I need them to have power over the schedule. Now, if it's profitability, same thing. If they know that one of their crews, because now if you now have this other location and then office over here, office doesn't know the crew. The general manager does. And he knows that this one crew is very money motivated and can complete 10 to 12 budget hours a day during peak season. And yet they're only getting 6 or 7 because that's what everyone's supposed to get, because that's what the office is trained to do. That's why the power of scheduling in the general manager's hand is so important, because they know their team. And their team also, I need the general manager to have full accountability for the schedule. Because when the team has a problem, they're going to come to the general manager. If the general manager becomes in between simply of like, oh, well, the office messed it up, or the office didn't put enough on your route, or like, sorry, they only put 6 budget hours. I know you asked for 9 or 10. I know you're super efficient, but like, I'll talk to them. I'll try to figure it out. Like, they can't, they're handicapped. They're like, you just took out their leg. They can't manage their team effectively. But I would say 100%, if you're in growth mode, it's way harder to schedule. If you're doing projects, way harder to schedule effectively. And the growth mode thing is the real kicker, because you're adding things to the schedule continually and adding new team members. So you're putting pressure on them in sales, like getting all these customers, upselling, managing all that. Then you go to, from operational perspective, like put them on the schedule, fit them on the routes, fit in the budget hours, make sure you're under capacity. And then they're also, from an operational perspective, having to hire new people to take on this new demand. And you could very easily add 30 budget hours of new recurring revenue every month. That's like 1 or 2 jobs a day during spring rush. That's a new team member, likely every 2 weeks. That's very difficult for a GM that has a team of 6 to 8 people. Like, they're adding a huge amount of operational drag, because there's now more yellow slips and callbacks, and people make mistakes, and they start making mistakes on scheduling because like there's so many moving parts. So I would agree that in growth mode, it might be a good idea to take on scheduling in the office. I would heavily push towards, if your general manager is incentivized on profit sharing, that you need them to be fully accountable to their team for the schedule, and they have the best pulse on where the team is at, especially if they're distributed workforce, i.e. away from the hub, i.e. the command center. And so then I want as much as possible that GM to do scheduling, but it's very difficult for them if I have different types of trucks, different types of equipment. All my team has been here for like a month or two. All of my trucks break down. I'm constantly marketing and driving tons of work. I'm expecting them to do a whole bunch of door hangers, but also train new team members that are coming in every week. That's chaos. And that's when the balls will drop on scheduling. Fantastic question. I give you the question of the day award. Connor, very good. All right, next question, Jace. Can we pull up another one? That was fun.
Yeah, Mike, we got about 4 more, but we still have a bunch of chat questions and the ones from last Friday as well, if you want to hit those.
Okay. How about this? I'm going to do another video question. Jace, you pick some of the top questions that have come in so far. I know the media team's behind you and they figure some of this out. And we'll go through some chat questions that have come in more recently, hopefully. And that might be like good topics I can discuss. And if you can show it on the screen, cool. I know it's hard. If not, don't worry about it. But just feed me, and you can just talk to me, like just read the question to me. But first, let's go ahead and pull up another video and do that while you guys are figuring out how that can operationally work.
Sure, let's do it.
Let's go. Okay. This one is from Jacob.
Hey, Mike. My name's Jacob. I own a lawn care business up in upstate New York. We actually just got done a snowstorm. My business this year will do just under 900,000, and I currently have an admin person, an operations person, and I do sales.
Full-time GM.
A lot
Let's
of people
go.
are stepping on each other's toes. I still do a lot of the admin and the operations work.
Good chapter.
So I know I need to separate the roles and assign roles to people, which I'm working on, especially this winter while it's slow. But my question was, what KPIs should I be using to monitor each role? Like just a few of the most important ones. And how do I actually monitor them? Like for admin, I'm guessing it's, calls answered, accounts receivable, a lot of the stuff I use, homeworks. So I know a lot of that I can monitor in there. I also use like Ring Central for answering phones. So should I just run a report out of there, or are those not even important things to be monitoring? Um, I appreciate it. Thank you for answering the question.
Let's go. Congratulations, 900K. Jacob, thank you for being a member of Homeworks. Okay. I love the fact that you use Homeworks instead of Copilot. Let's go. We haven't even changed the brand yet. It's not going to happen until in spring 2026, but that's super cool. Okay. Couple things. KPIs, very important for sales, operations, and admin. You are in the full-time GM role, which means you have delegated admin, you have delegated operations, and you're mostly focused on sales. This is an exciting part of the business because you can grow very quickly because all of your time is focused on sales, i.e. getting more work, i.e. growing the business. Fun and exciting for entrepreneurial types. Also usually a tight spot from a profitability perspective because you're having to afford 2 full-time overhead positions, and that can be very hurtful from a profitability perspective. So let's get through it as fast as possible. Sales, we got to make sure that we have certain metrics. The book goes over all of these. I'm going to give you the highlights. It is very common during the full-time GM phase. This is why I actually don't like going to the full-time GM, like going past in like 1.2, 1.3. I don't like going there. I like the copy and paste. It's because when I have mid-level managers and they get to work together, we have drama. And so, yeah, you're going to get a little bit of this. I try to avoid it by just not getting to the point where I need multiple layers of management or multiple managers that are overhead. Honestly, that's the truth. So to prevent that, you need clarity. You need clarity of the roles. You need clarity of what metrics they're responsible for. And you want to make sure you don't have perverse incentives. So for example, if you track in close rate, like you should for sales, don't incent them on close rate. Because if you do, they will increase their close rate, but they'll put pressure on budget hours and make the operations manager really brutal. And if you make the operations person incentivize like efficiency, they're going to get in the business of the admin person time and time again when there's complaints. Or when someone calls back and they want you to come back to the job, like, no. Like they'll give way too many excuses and customer support will go down because they're incentivized on budget hours and capacity and efficiency scores, which I think you should do for operations. Agreed. But if it comes at the cost of someone else's paycheck or their incentives, we have a big problem. So that's why we want to be very, very, very careful of incentivizing specific metrics. Because not only will they change, your focus on metrics will change as the business grows. So at the beginning, close rate is really important. As you move away from the business and you're in profit mode, you just care about distributable cash, money in your pocket. So be careful about that because you have to change their incentives, which can get a little hairy. Secondly, don't have perverse incentives between managers. And third, have very clear metrics of success. So if your close rate is something that you measure in sales, like you should, use the speedometer that we talk about in the book, and we'll go over this later in the training, even in today's live stream. Use the speedometer to know, okay, this is when you're good, this is when you're bad, this is when you're great. And those are like red, yellow, green of what those metrics should be looking like. So this is what good looks like. This is what bad looks like. This is when I'm going to get in your business. This is when I will not get in your business. I'll let you do your thing. So very clear metrics is the first point. What good looks like in each of those metrics. So I'll give you the basics. For sales, I need customer acquisition cost. I need close rate. Because that's going to be number of leads coming in. Customer acquisition cost. Like how much it costs me to get someone in and what percentage, how efficient am I at getting new customers? Because if I get a whole bunch of leads, but I have a horrible close rate, like, oh, well, we got $10 per lead. But if I'm only closing 1 out of 10, that's my constraint, not more leads. Like, oh, you know, pour more money on marketing. It's like, whoa. Like, let's look at sales process, not marketing and getting more leads. So I'm looking at customer acquisition cost and close rate for sales. For operations, I'm looking at efficiency score. And then, like, honestly, I have a whole bunch of them in the book, like, of metrics. But the ones that are most important to me is efficiency score and probably most important to Michael. I just want efficiency score. That's it. Because if my efficiency score is high, my team's making a bunch of money on P4P. And if they're making a bunch of money on P4P, the culture takes care of itself. And quality goes up because now there's real money on the line for yellow slips. So efficiency score is really all I care about. You could also think about like capacity for an operations manager in terms of like, are they doing the schedule correctly? Are you near capacity or it's an 80%, et cetera? For admin, yet like you said, there's a whole box of them. I have a whole bunch of them in here. Things like answer time, how long it takes them to answer the phone, what percentage of calls are missed. The bigger thing, in my opinion, is estimate lead time. So inside of Homeworks, Copilot, at the top there, make them actually put in when the estimate was requested correctly, according to like when it came in from the website or they called. If you're doing over the phone estimates, that's now, which shrinks your lead time massively. Instant quotes, also immediate. You're getting the price immediately from when you ask for the estimate. So that makes your estimate lead time your lead response time way down. But I'd be something like that would be tracked, especially if you're doing any sort of project work or in-person or drive-by estimates. I would be trying to shrink that time, and I'd probably monitor that with the admin team. I give a list of like 10 to 15 metrics for all three inside the book, and then when you need to be focused on them at certain times. So for full-time GM, you are handling sales still, and usually the biggest thing that you have to manage is operations, because it's the thing you just recently let go of. You delegated it. So once you've delegated operations and you move into sales, you are still, in the business as the operator and the owner doing sales. You will create systems down the road as you get to 1.5. At 900,000, what you need, what I would recommend doing is making sure there's really good systems for your operations person to be successful, so you can actually focus on sales and not just be the spare tire of your operations manager. And so that's where like efficiency scores are really important. Making sure like you have a really good red tagging system for your equipment. We go over all this, like broken equipment, how to do scheduling, how to make sure your budget hour capacity is on target, how to train crews, how to have an onboarding process, how to have a training checklist. These are the type of things like you want them nailed so that they can really do their job well. And almost always that aligns with efficiency score. Like the end output is what I'm always trying to incentivize or monitor, because if something is broke with efficiency score, I can usually track backwards and find pretty quickly what will happen wrong. So if my efficiency score is 50%, I know immediately people are not getting enough budget hours done. First thing I'm looking at is, are we misquoting jobs? So if efficiency score is low, are we misquoting jobs? You're doing the estimates, you would know, and I'm gonna guess you're not misquoting it. Assuming your estimates are accurate, we can cross that off the list. Okay, estimates are accurate. I'm putting the correct amount of budget hours, and they're still at 50% efficiency score. Okay, we know a 50% efficiency score is not good because we talk about what is good in the book, and we'll talk about more later today. And so then the next thing I'm gonna be like, okay, well, the estimates are accurate, but our efficiency score is low. Are people slacking off? And like, oh, well, no, we have pay for performance. Well, is anyone above base pay? Not at 50%? Probably not. So no one's actually incentivized by P for P. That's why people do P for P and they're like, oh, no, it didn't change behavior. Like, no, everyone's efficiency is at 30 to 50%. Of course they're not. They think you're a scam by doing P for P because they've never seen $1 of bonus on P for P. And then, okay, well, no, of course, no one's hitting base pay. Now what? Okay, efficiency score. What's your service area? Are you driving 30 to 40 minutes for your first job? Okay, how long is it taking for your team meetings every morning? Are those stand up? Are they sit down? Because all that wasted time is going to bring down your efficiency score. So that's what a great operations person starts doing, is tweaking all the little knobs. Okay, we're not going to have a daily stand up. We're going to do it 3 times a week. Okay, it's going to be a stand up, not a sit down, because I know that just standing up, everyone halves the time that the meeting takes, and no one's getting paid for that. It's not labor revenue is not being produced during that meeting. So an operations manager starts to fanatically think about efficiency, how we park the trucks, how we do the blades, how we do the equipment, how we do repairs, how we do maintenance on the equipment, all that things they start to dial in because they start seeing it affects the efficiency score. So that was a long answer to a very short question. But yeah, sales, operations, admin, you need metrics for all of them. Hopefully that gives you a starting point. In the book, I talk about the ones to focus on in your current stage. Jacob, operations is the KPIs you're going to nail. And it's going to usually trickle down to your efficiency score, budget hours divided by clocked hours. And then you can work backwards with things like number of yellow slips, operations. I got to make sure the work is being done to a high quality. And then efficiency is the other side. So efficiency and quality, that would be like the first thing I'd be thinking about. And then you have more trickle downs, like breakdowns, number of equipment breakdowns, how many people are above base pay on P for P. Those are things I'm starting to go down on, but like, it all usually bundles up to efficiency score. And that's why like at a GM level, it all bundles down to profitability. That's why I'm going to give them a piece of that action. Fantastic question, Jacob. Next on the docket. Are we doing another video question, Jace, or are we going to do some questions from the chat?
Yeah, we could switch to doing some Chat questions would
Sweet.
be fun.
Let's do some chat questions. Then we'll come back to, we'll actually do some training. I want to do some more training today. Okay, Blake. Zach, because you're sitting there, do you want to read the question? That'd be so fun. Do you want to?
What?
Oh, do you want to read the question?
Yeah, I can read the question.
Okay, you read the question.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Let me see. I can't see the
Blake.
question on my side.
Blake.
Can you pull it back up, Jason? Okay, cool. So, Blake is asking, he's saying, I'm a first-year business owner and still working 12-hour shifts at my W-2 job. If you had to start over in my situation, how would you grow the business without burning out going into year 2?
Cool. So this is where we talk about capacity-based growth. That is, how many budget hours can you actually get done without burning out? So really trying to define, okay, how many customers can I have? How many jobs can I do? How many budget hours can I complete each week without burning out? And so if you're working 12-hour shifts, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you don't have a lot of bandwidth in terms of time, assuming it's not one per week. If you're working 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, 60-hour shifts, like 60 hours worth of work, you don't have a lot of bandwidth for growing a business. I'll be honest. First-year business owner, you're probably on weekends. So you're probably looking at 10 to 15 budget hours a week that you can reasonably do without burning out. And then ideally, you can cut how many shifts per week you have and merge into being a business owner and increase the capacity on the other side. So if you're like, okay, I can work 70 hours a week without burning out. Okay, great. Let's assume that 50 of them is going to this other job. That means you have 20 hours you can work on your business. Out of those 20, let's assume you're 75% efficient. That's 15 budget hours per week that you can get done without burning out. And then as you reduce the hours you work at your W-2, you could increase the capacity for your business. Great question. Next one. Are these from the chat today?
Yeah, these are fresh.
Fresh. Okay, I'll read this one. Landscaping review. My question is, what or how do you see Augusta Lawn Care? I love how people always miss the U in Augusta. I forgive you. It's okay. It's okay. No hard feelings. And other lawn care companies in 10 years. I believe you sent some videos a while ago that you say it'll being done by robots. Do you have a plan? I will say this. Whoever can crack the code on robots will get the most customers. They will not make most profit. But what they will have is the opportunity to upsell customers other services that will not be done by robots, like installing mulch, trimming bushes, etc. And they will make gobs of money doing that. The least profitable service, when you think about a mowing service, is the actual mowing of the lawn. It's the least profitable thing because I need a $10,000 mower to mow the grass, and I need a $300 trimmer to do the trimming. So I would rather get a robot to do the most. And also, like, that thing can damage, like that $10,000 thing, damage. There's a lot of problems with it. So I do believe in not 10 years, but probably more like 12 years, that robotics will be a thing. If you see what's happened with full self-driving with Tesla and other car companies, we need that technology to go through on the roads, mostly from a legislation perspective, because right now line of sight is too much of a hurdle. You can't just let a robot that's full-sized, like a massive 52-inch mower, just be going in someone's backyard and you in the front yard doing trimming. You can't do that. You need line of sight. And so it's useless from a cost perspective for me to have someone watching the mower in the backyard and just watching it. So it doesn't save me any money. Once the legislation goes through where I can let the robot do its thing, I don't have to watch it, that's when it'll take off. And so, yes, I'm like very much thinking about this and where the future is. But it's not going to wipe anyone out. It'll only wipe out the companies that don't know how to text and email their customers and stay in touch with them and provide high value and be able to upsell them into all the other services that are actually high margin, not mowing. Mowing is the gateway service that everyone needs. And then I want to get them so I can sell them services they want. Anytime you sell something that people quote unquote need, it's usually a low margin service. Like, you need oil. You need wheat. You need barley. You need soybeans. Those are commodities. Everyone knows the price. It's like, you're not going to be the premium provider of corn and sell massive truckloads. You're not going to. It's a set price, And we all agree because it's a commodity. And so if you sell a commodity, it's rare that you're going to have outsized margins. Outsized being like double the industry average. And so, in my opinion, robots would be great because it would create a larger barrier to entry for people that are not professional, that do not have insurance, do not have the money to be able to get into that game, and then you be able to actually compete with people on price on that service and then sell higher premium margin services to the customer and make real cash. Let's go. Next question. Are they able to see, Jace, the questions on their screen or just me?
Yeah, it's both of you guys.
Hey,
they
okay.
can see it actually on the screen.
Oh, let's go. Donald, to save booking a call, what's the position you recommend existing business to be in before joining Augusta? Well, first off, don't try to save yourself a call because everyone has to go through quite an extensive process to join Augusta. We say yes to 1 out of 6 out of 7. So about, what is that, 10%? No, 12%, 15%. About 15% of people get in. During the calls, we're making sure you're a good fit for Augusta and we're a good fit for you. And so what's the position you recommend existing businesses being? Honestly, the best position is you're like, hey, I have a profit. I've grown the business. I need systems to scale up so I can get into profit mode because I'm struggling at 2, 3, 400,000. I needed some systems so I can actually get past 500,000, not be in the hamster wheel. Or you're in the size of being able to be in profit mode and copy and paste, and you want to copy and paste, but you're like, I do not want to have to figure out building a command center and figure out instant quotes and like building all that stuff myself. More, I guess, the command center. The command center is the hardest thing to scale by far and away. And so it's the hardest thing I've ever scaled is the command center because it's all people and it's all a people business and it's all management and it's very labor intensive. And so I would say it'd be nice if you're like, hey, I'm doing 700,000-800,000. I don't want to keep getting middle managers. I don't want to run this daily operations though. I'd rather just go start another location because I'm really good at sales and I love the hunt. Great. That's when I would say, hey, join Augusta, plug into command center so you can just keep starting them and then have a place to move your technicians in. And if you're like, hey, I have a bunch of great technicians, I'm going to lose them otherwise. They've been with me for years. I would like to move them into management roles. That's like a perfect candidate to just like plug yourself into the systems. We don't need to train you on like the basics of how to mow grass and how to, you just plug into the systems and then be able to copy and paste faster. That would be the ideal, like the most ideal. And like the thing is like 70% now have an existing business when they join Augusta. It's just like the community is honestly why you join, but like from a numbers perspective, this is obviously the numbers are important. But in my opinion, the reason franchises are valuable is because you're all using the same playbook and using the same brand, and all the information that people give you, you can 100% believe it because they actually want you to win because you're wearing their uniform. Like you represent them. And so if they tell you something bad, like you can take it to the bank that they care about you. And you can't find that in almost any community because everyone's wanting to compete with each other. So when you share wins, people are like poo-pooing on you and saying you're proud. And then when you share your losses, people say you're an idiot and stupid. And even if you find a good community, it's like you still compete with them. Versus when you're inside a franchise. And again, I'm a franchisee at Anytime Fitness. And so I've been a franchisee there for longer than the franchisor at Augusta. And like when you're in the same room, you all know you're wearing the same uniform. It's very powerful. And it's very difficult to find any other place where other entrepreneurs wear your logo. Like it's you can't, like, unless you get a partner. That's why people get partners in business, and a lot of times ends messily. Is that a word? It ends messy because they want that camaraderie of another entrepreneur wearing their logo and being able to be in the trenches with them. And that's the closest thing you can get with a franchise. Good question. Next one. Let's go. Yeah, I would say honestly, go to AugustaLongerServices.com/franchise, book a call. You'll talk to Eric and he'll give you lots of information. And then from there, you then talk to Lee. Lee's going to give you a full market analysis. He's going to make sure we do our vetting of you. We're not going to allow anyone into Augusta. Even if you have the money, we say no to people all the time. So yeah, go through that process. It'll be very educational. At the very least, you'll get a super cool 30-page an analysis of your market that we give to potential owners. All right, Wes from Indiana. Zach, go ahead, or someone. Jace, you want to read it? Go ahead. Give me a break on my
Yeah,
voice.
Wes says, I run a gutter business that uses subcontractors for all installs and labor. Since my crews only do gutters, what would you recommend for our Q4 once everything gets to cold snow covered to do that work?
Oh, this is a good question. Wes from Indiana. I would recommend the Turnaround Show that happened a few months ago for a gutter cleaning business out in, I want to say Utah. I'm probably wrong.
It was Montana.
Montana, thank you, sir. Look at this guy. Yeah, out in Montana. We talked about this specifically. There's like ice jams, and again the heat strips, or I forget what they're called now. To prevent those, you can actually take out the ice jams. You can install things in the gutters to prevent ice there. In winter, depending on like if it's snow, for example. So watch that turnaround. I think we went through like 3 or 4 different options, and then really what you want to focus on is baking the maintenance, i.e. repairs, i.e. Ongoing recurring revenue into the initial install. Because if everyone's calling you for installs, you sell them that, but in that process, you say, hey, by the way, we also have this other thing, and if you do it, you get all this other stuff. And you can just say, hey, on average, every 6 years, there's damage to your gutters. It's going to cost you X amount for us to show up. Why not just get this monthly plan that we show up during the winter and do all these things and prevent it with like heat tape or whatever you figure out after watching that show, and then show them that they actually save money in the long term, and then they don't have to worry about it. And read the off-season book and the course, because I talk about the 5 ways you can do it, and it might not just be the recurring revenue that you could offer. Because that's Cure 4. All right, next one up. Shane W. Man 88, pushing 5 million. My man. What process do we need to have in place? We have went from 600K to 5 million in 2 years. Worried we will lose it all. Okay, I don't have a lot of context, so let me go off of what I have. I would know, like, if I was talking to you personally, I'd be like, okay, what industry? Are you doing projects or recurring? What's your management team look like? I'd be asking you a lot of questions. So with what I have here, given the fact you said worry we will lose it all, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you have put a lot in on equipment and financing. There might be some debt or just really low margins, because worry we will lose it all means you've grown so big so fast. There's a lot of downside that there's somehow going to be threat to you losing it all. If that's the case, I would highly recommend going to profit mode. Like that's like, based on what I have here, that's what I would say. It's next year we don't do 8 million. We do 5,300,000, but we make an extra 15% in margin. 15% on a $5 million business is $750,000 in profit. That game changer for if you have debt, if you have a lot of financial strain. The thing that you might be struggling with though, is you have built the infrastructure of a $8 million business to facilitate the growth, and you might need to lay off or cut some dead weight on the overhead side of things. Equipment, shop space, especially if the equipment's not being used, admin or salespeople that are not super efficient or not hitting their numbers, trying to cut that as much as possible. Yeah, I'm somewhat limited on what I can say based on this. But I would say go into profit mode is your best hope. And if you're really, really bad, like if it's bad, you're gonna have to cut assets and people that are not fully utilized to reduce your overhead. Because what's going to kill you is your overhead. When you've grown that fast, you likely have, like, depending on the industry, you likely have not solved your off season, and so you will lose it all almost always at that size of business when you've grown that fast during the off season, because you have grown so quickly you haven't been able to backfill any revenue during the off season, and that's almost always a result of building infrastructure to grow 5 million. So to be able to make like 800 grand a month during the peak season or $1 million during the peak season, but when it drops down 90% or 80% during the off season, you have built the infrastructure and the salaries of management and shop space and insurance of a massive business. And that's when it catches up with you when you've grown so quickly. So it's common, unfortunately. So yeah, that my 2 cents. And Shane, like at your size, I would definitely recommend if you have the capacity, like donate the $100, because then you can come out here in person. And I think it'd probably be super helpful to see the command center, but also just like hear from other management, as well as have eyeballs on some of this stuff. Because like you have a great business. You're going from 600,000 to 500 million. Bravo. Like less than 0.5% of people in the world will do that. So fantastic job. And it's certainly salvageable. If you went into profit mode, you immediately get a lot more profit to the bottom line. I just know that sometimes you can't do that because you built the infrastructure way too large. And if you're going into off season, raising prices doesn't really help when revenue drops by 90% or 80% or 60%, even 50%. It can crush your business. And those are big numbers. So cool. Next question. Let's do one more question and let's do more video questions and then we'll go to the phones. Hustle with Jose. Is getting an office person that works from home a good idea to save on office overhead, or at what revenue point or profit point would that make sense? Also, is it smart to have them do marketing? Okay, so in the book, I recommend waiting until you pass $750,000 in annual revenue before you get a full-time in-person person working. Prior to that, I am usually looking, again, these are broad numbers I use as ranges. It's more a matter of like how many employees, like 6 to 8 employees. Once you start getting above that, it starts to make more sense. It's usually the revenue you're hitting though is 750. And so that's when it's like full-time in person. Until then, I'd probably be leaning on specialties like a bookkeeper to handle all the numbers, like a call service to answer the phones. I'd be leaning on a virtual assistant that I could maybe start merging in part-time during my busy season. So depending on what size of business you're at, I just slowly merge towards that full-time person as you get larger. But most people feel the pressure of admin at like 300,000 or 400,000, and they get an office person and immediately are not profitable or even lose money. When in reality, what I first want to do when it comes to admin, and I go through this in the working GM phase, is I want to automate as much as possible. Like you can automate billing, automate invoices, automate follow-up, automate invoice collections through Homeworks. Like you can set all of that stuff up and do a lot of back-end stuff for you. You can create rules inside of QuickBooks to do a lot of transactions for you. There's a lot of things you can automate on admin at that size. And if you took out something like phone calls and bookkeeping off of your admin plate at 400,000 in revenue, you might get 60% of your admin time back to focus on growing the business. Get it to 600,000 or 700,000 to where you actually can afford an office person. Good question. Are we gonna do video or one more question? What are we doing?
We can go to videos, back to videos.
Videos. Yeah, let's pull it up. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, by the way, if you just tuned in, MikeAndes.com/Black Friday. All the deals end in 9 hours and 29 minutes and 42 seconds, i.e. midnight Pacific Standard Time. Go check it out. You can get 2 free months of P4P software. You can get 2 free months of Copilot. You can get texting unlimited during that time. And you can also get all the donation tiers for the books. So if you join me on my mission to get 100,000 of these books in the hands of home service business owners, there's a bunch of giveaways for that as well. Next is Matt, it looks like. Go ahead, roll the tape.
Hey, Mike. My name is Matt. I'm from Ontario, Canada. I run a summer camp business called Maple Leaf Summer Camp. We do $500,000 in revenue each year, and we hit about a 40% profit margin on that business. While our business is not a home service business per se, I have found a lot of value in your videos, and I would like to ask you this one question. This is going to be our 5th year in business, and we have a 8-person team. And my question is, how do you go from one location to 2? And specifically in regards to hiring out the manager for location number 2. Would you go a franchise route or would you go a managerial route? And to give you some context, I run location 1, and my job in a given year pertains anywhere from administrative, including taking registrations, creating invoices, collecting payments, answering emails, and doing that on a continual and rolling 8-month basis. Setting up the program, developing it, developing design, implementing it, setting up the coordination logistics for it, such as who visits when, what do the kids do, what trips do they go on, how many volunteers, how many workers do we have, what types of themes and activities are the kids guided by each day, training the staff in various ways, hiring, etc.
Let's go. Okay, so not home services, but I think the same thing applies, and that is you're at 5 employees now. If you get to above 8, that's when you're going to start stressing the model of one manager at a location. So I think you inherently hit that cap and then feel the pressure to either get managers underneath you, i.e., what I call the GM plus model, i.e., mid-level managers, or you're going to go copy this in another market. I would only copy this in another market if one of two things are true. One, you're trying to promote from within and you're going to lose these 5 people if you don't have some sort of upward mobility. 2, is your customer acquisition cost is going up as you penetrate your market and you don't want to keep going further and further and further or further away. And this happens when you start running ads and your customer acquisition cost starts going up. You can't just keep funneling more money towards it because your acquisition goes up too high. Then it's like, let's just go into a new market because I know immediately my customer acquisition cost will get halved. So if you're going to do that, I would say try to find someone within the 5 team members, ideally. If not, you'd hire this person in to basically shadow you in your current role to learn everything you're doing. Anything they struggle with or is very difficult to train, I'm going to try to either automate it, delegate it, or get rid of it. Automate, delegate, get rid of it. So I'm going to try to automate a lot of aspects of the things that you talked about, like email registration, reach outs, like a lot of that can be automated. If not, I'm going to delegate it. I'm going to find someone that just does that thing. For example, if you're like, well, I answer the phones. Great. Get an answering service. If I got to run the ads, get an agency if needs be. Because I know like ads is going to be a big piece of this business. And then the last one is get rid of it, which is, do I need to simplify or standardize the business to the point where I can hand it off to someone? The reason a lot of people don't think that they can ever run the business can't run without them is because they have so many complex systems and systems that are so overly custom and always changing that you're right. For you, you will never be able to have someone run the business for you. And so as they shadow you and you're training them, I'm just thinking, automate? Can I automate this? Okay, great. Yes. Okay, no. Okay, can I delegate it? Can I get someone else to do it so they don't have to do it? Okay, great. Okay, they're still struggling doing this thing. I cannot figure out how to train them. They're not picking it up. Maybe this is something I actually just need to cut from the business. If it's making up 5% of my revenue and I'm doing it, maybe I cut it. I simplify. I standardize. So those would be the things that I'd be doing. I'd be trying to create systems for them, using them as I train. It's like, these are the things you must do. And all the things you just mentioned to me, Matt, I would list them all off and then ask yourself, do I have a system for that? Do I have a system for billing? Do I have a system for reach out? Do I have a system for all of those things you just mentioned and all the other things you didn't mention? Do I have a system? If not, can I simplify? Can I standardize? And then if not, like I have to have this core component of my business. Can I automate it? Can I delegate it? Or can I cut it from the business? And then you have a business that is scalable. So very cool. Another video. Let's do it.
Hey, Mike, thanks for taking the time, brother. Garrett Grain, Gold Standard Lawn and Landscape. Expected revenue this year is $200,000. Me and one other employee in the field. Question today, I have 2. I'm going to start with the most pressing one first. Google business listing. We have 101 reviews, all but 2 are 5 stars. We've got a great website. I update it monthly for the SEO. Only thing missing on our organic Google Maps listing is an address. We tried to put an address in spring, and unfortunately, it was a mess. We actually got kicked off of Google for about 2 months, so we backtracked that. What frustrates me, I go on an anonymous tab during business hours and do a test search in our area, lawn service near me, and we're either second or third. So the people in front of us, they don't have a website at all, not even a Facebook link, nothing, no website. They have substantially less reviews than us, but they're above us. Only difference is they have not a website. They have an address. Mind you, it's a home address. So you can see where I'm frustrated with this. Is there anything we can do to get on top? Google Maps. Question number 2, I'll make it quick. We have $30 give or take customer acquisition costs, mainly because we really do upsells and word of mouth. We get lucky with word of mouth. 50% close rate. Is there any way to scale that great CAC? Thank you.
Very cool. So first question is about, let's address the second one. Second one, can you scale that customer acquisition cost at $30? Keep in mind, if you're not doing ads and you start spending money on ads, it's likely that's not going to necessarily hold up. Because it sounds to me like a lot of your new customers are just referrals, upsells, etc., which is great. That's why you have the business you have. So fantastic. If you're going to scale it, just realize that you're probably going to start pushing that number up as you actually have to start spending for leads. Is there a way to scale it? Yes. All of them work. You'll have to test it in your market, and then you have to refine the one that's working best. So I would take 4 or 5 different channels, Facebook, Google, door hangers, yard signs, whatever. Make sure you're tracking it all. And then I would just run them, ideally at the same time. So that way I can actually make sure that seasonality and weather is not playing a factor. And then I would determine my customer acquisition cost based upon the channel. Then I would take my top 2 or 3 and refine them, keep going, and keep pushing all of them. And then eventually you get 1 or 2 that you get really good at, and you can keep the customer acquisition cost as low as possible and keep optimizing it and usually get it down. The first question I'm blanking on, it was, man, I completely blanked. Can you go halfway for me, Jason?
Hey, Mike, thanks for taking the time,
Halfway?
brother. Garrett Green goes, what frustrates me, I go on an
Got
anonymous
it.
tab.
Google, yeah, we're good. Okay, yeah, so in the book, I talk about the address thing for Google, your Google listing. Ideally, yes, you can get your address. Now, sometimes it'll allow for a home address, and it's fine, but you will rank better on a map if you have an address verified. What I would do, Garrett, is I would contact one of the many companies out there that do Google listing repairs. Usually cost between $400 and $600, but they basically guarantee they'll get you back up on Google. Get them in your back door, like in your back pocket, and then go try to re-verify your address and do whatever is possible to like put your truck in at a spot. Like ideally, don't do your house. The likelihood, it's likely they got grandfathered in from a long time ago. Sometimes it does work. I'll be honest. We just don't know. Like I'm sure they're using AI on this stuff for even the video submissions. Who knows? They change all the time too. So I would ideally go like to a commercial site. Like, hey, if I can verify my address here, I will mow your lawn for free. And that might cost you $50, $100 a month, whatever it is, in terms of your cost of goods. And all I want in return is me to put my sign in that window, put my trucks up here for a couple pictures and a video submission. I can verify this address. I would go that direction. That would be my 2 cents in terms of verification on the Google, which is very frustrating. And then if they do kick you off, you have something in your back pocket, so it doesn't take 2 months, but hopefully like a week or 2, someone can help you get it up. And is it worth it if it happens a couple times? Yes, because like you said, being 3rd or 4th is just stinks compared to 1st or 2nd in terms of the Google listing. So it is worth the squeeze if you can verify. We push hard all the owners at Augusta to really get an address verified, like you mentioned. Cool. Let's go ahead and do one more video, and then we will do some calls. So while we're doing this next one, Jace, maybe put the call number up top here. So if you want to call in on the show today, MikeAndes.com/question is a video submission. But if you call this number, it's coming. There it is. 361-733-3332. If you call that number, I will have you on live and we will talk, chat. Let's go ahead and answer this next question, though, which has come from Daniel.
Hi, Mike. My name is Daniel. My company is Ramos Lawn Care, and this season we did about 1.1 million in revenue. Next season, my goal is to do about 2 million. We have about 10 to 12 employees working full time. My question for you is, in your experience, what's the main bottleneck that holds most lawn care companies back from scaling past 1 million to 2 million? And how do I eliminate that so I can hit my goal for next season?
The skill of managing managers is usually the biggest constraint, because if you've gotten to 1 million, it means you're very good at selling and managing technicians. The difference between 1 million and 2 and 3 million is you now need mid-level management or managers of some sort, either through distributed like multiple locations, GMs, or mid-level managers, sales, operations, admin. And so your ability to manage those people and not micromanage them and them feel like they actually are accountable for their job, and you have clear metrics and you have systems in place for them to succeed, and you have a great compensation plan. Like a lot of this we cover in the book, by the way. If they have those things, that's the determining factor. So definitely I would be looking at the full-time GM and the GM plus chapters of the book, and it goes over a lot of these leadership aspects. But leadership is a skill. It can be taught. It can be learned, and you will likely fail in this area. It is uncommon to have natural characteristics of leadership that you just breeze through 1 million to 3 million because you have to change your leadership style. Managing technicians where they like, hey, just I want to show up, get my job notes, my video, get my truck for the day and head out. That's very different than managing someone who is responsible for scheduling, training, hiring, firing, team culture, one-on-ones, equipment maintenance, complaints. Like that's very different skill. Managing that person and keeping them and retaining them and keeping them motivated to keep winning. So that would be my 2 cents. Okay, before we go into the calls, is there another question on video, Jace?
Yeah, there's about one more.
Okay, let's get that one up. And if Liz can come up, that'd be great. I need to go to the bathroom tremendously. So if she can come up to the studio, she can answer some questions about Command Center. So in the chat, if you have questions about Command Center specifically,
Hey, Mike.
feel free to put those in the chat and we'll pull those up for Liz. But I need to go to the bathroom. So she'll have time for like 1 or 2 questions about Command Center or admin stuff. She's gone from my very first admin person all the way to now in Spring Rush. I think they'll probably have 70 agents at Command Center. So she can certainly answer any questions you might have. Put those in the chat while I'm answering this next question. But my goal here is to answer this question, and then Liz hopefully is hearing this and will come up the stairs from Command Center, and she can just sit here and answer a couple questions about admin, your first admin staff, any sort of process that you might have questions about. And Liz will be the one that is helping at the intensive in person at the Command Center here and teaching a lot of these aspects. So if she hears me, if she can come up, that'd be fantastic because I'm dying to go to the bathroom. But in the meantime, this is Tim, it looks like. Tim, go ahead.
Hey, Mike. My name's Tim. I'm the owner of Lawn Fox Lawn Care. I did about $80,000 in revenue this year, finishing up a little bit of Christmas light stuff, so we'll see where that ends up. I had 1 employee this year, and my question is next year I'm looking to grow to about $250,000 to $300,000 in revenue. And I'm kind of curious what you think my day should look like. Should I be in the truck fulfilling work? Should I be focusing mainly on selling, knocking doors, putting out door hangers, stuff like that? I'm just looking for a little bit of guidance on my best path forward to crush the growth next year. Thank you.
Hey, look, folks. I'm telling you, I tried to make this book exactly what I wish I had when I was in this size of business. And one of those things is, where should I be spending my time? Okay, so you are 150 going to 250. So like, I'm going to say you're a solo operator just in terms of the revenue. So I'm going to go to, in each of the stage, I share what your calendar should kind of look like. So this is what yours looks like. Can you cut to this one, Chase? Or Jace, can you cut to this one? I think it's camera 3. Is that even possible? Oh, it is. Okay, cover my face. Okay, there it is. This is page, I can't read, it's backwards, I think 30. I talk about what your calendar should sort of look like when you're a solo operator, when you are a full-time GM, working GM, GM plus. This is going to be mostly labor. When you look at a labor, manager, and architect time, that's what I break it into. Most of your day is going to be spent as a solo operator or with 1 employee as a labor. And if you're spending a whole bunch of time doing sales or admin or doing managerial tasks, we are above our skis. We need to spend as much time as possible doing the actual work in order to be able to be profitable as a solo operator or under $250,000 in annual revenue. A small fraction of your day, because you have an employee, is going to be spent on management. Hopefully 30 to 60 minutes tops per day. And then you're probably going to spend less than an hour per day doing architect time and trying to think about like working on the business and creating systems and procedures and looking for areas of weakness. Very small. That all shifts as you move from solo operator to working GM to full-time GM to GM plus, to where as a GM plus, most of your day is spent on architect time, developing your team, developing your leadership, developing better systems, looking for bottlenecks, looking for acquisition. Like that's all architect time. And so right now, I would just say most of your day should be spent on the field. If it's not at 150,000 annual revenue, it's just the business is not profitable. The business model is not profitable. I have no hate for you, and I just want you to win. And if I do 150,000 annual revenue, and you feel any pressure to be out doing full-time sales or full-time answering the phone, doing admin stuff, we have a broken business model. And you will need to create systems to be able to grow the business to the point where down the road it will make sense for you to do focus on sales and admin, but not at 150,000 in annual revenue. Most of your day, 90% plus of your day, should be spent out in the field doing the actual work. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and have Liz come on in. If you guys in the chat and you have a question for Liz about command center, office, admin, etc., ask her a question, maybe two, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Is there already a question or two in the chat?
I have some things I can share from questions that we've already heard.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, very good. I'll give you the headphones. All right, round of applause for Liz in the chat. Clap it up for Liz. All right, I got to get, do you have cough drops?
I can find some.
I'm dying over here. Okay, I'll be back.
Hello, everyone.
Can you read that?
Oh, kind of. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, so I can't read that completely clear, but I'll just give a little bit of the admin angle. We've been having some of the questions come in. And so I'm Liz, and I've been with Mike for 10 years. And when we started, we delivered materials, and I ran the office. So basically the idea was that he would replicate himself in me. So a lot of you have questions about when to hand things off, how to do it. And so what he did was I sat beside him and I answered every email with him beside me. He told me what to say. And I was from a completely different industry, so I knew nothing about lawn care or landscaping. So this is totally possible. And I just worked never as an office admin or anything, and I was never on a tractor. So we were instantly doing all of this together, learning together. But he needed to do deliveries and go out and do sales. So he would run back in, show me how to do something on email, and take off. Once he showed me something, then he basically, what you could say, is replicated himself in me. So I learned the skill from him. I look at it like the rings, the Olympic rings. So you had the 5 rings. So there's one person, they know everything. Then you bring another person in and they kind of overlap that so they can take over their role. You keep adding rings like that with the people in your organization already, if you can. And so you could have an admin person who becomes a GM even. But something Hutch brought up earlier was really good. And an admin person can definitely take over the routing and scheduling. They can do the scheduling, and they work with the GM on that. Where can we place this? What truck do we need to use? What would be best for hauling this load? How do I assign the guys? Eventually, the office person knows every truck. They know every trailer. They know how many yards a truck can handle for product. So they know how to order that, and the trees and all of those things. And so the owner has replicated himself in them. The office person and the GM can then work together, because they've both learned from the owner in those circles of the Olympics circles there. And so eventually the office person can do all of those things, just coordinating with the GM. They can do routing, dispatching, and it works. It works flawlessly. There's always going to be bumps in the road, but you can do this, and it can be a fun challenge. Okay, so any questions that I can see? The calls, I can't see that clearly. Anyway, so I run the command center now. So we have 34 people that answer the phones, and I'll be hiring 40 more in the spring. And so to manage a group of people like that takes a lot of, like Mike talks about, it's one thing to do the job yourself. It's a whole other thing to manage a boatload of people to, again, replicate yourself. So how I've learned to do that is to teach the skill to my team, to replicate myself and my team, and then they do the same. So it's the same, copy and paste, copy and paste. You train one person, you take the systems that you built with that team member, and you replicate it amongst the others of your team. Spring Rush for you in the office, for your team, I recommend that once you've handed that off to your admin person, that you never answer the phone again. Now, you can come back to the office and make some calls at the end of the day going out if you want from the office phone. But once they take the phone calls from you, I would recommend that on your cell phone, you actually type something in your notes app and it says something to the effect of, you have reached the estimator for Augusta Lawn Care Services. To have the quickest service to meet your needs, please contact the office at, and you put that information in there and you copy and paste it every time you get a text. And so what would happen is people would keep calling Mike and leaving voicemails, and so he would send them to me. Mr. Smith called again, and so I would call Mr. Smith then. I would never have Mike text back, and Mike would never call them back from his cell. But they had been trained that way, and that's what happens when you're a solopreneur and you're taking every phone call throughout the day when you're trying to work. Now you're trying to hand that off to somebody. They're still dependent on you. That doesn't need to happen, and you just retrain the customers. As you make progress in your company, you got to train your customers to come along with you. So I would take those phone calls for him, and I would call Mr. Smith back, and I would say, hey, Mr. Smith, Mike let me know that you had this question, and I can help you quicker than Mike. He's out working in the field, and you train the customer that they get the fastest service if they let you help them. And I've had people come in my office and say, nobody can help me but Mike. I'm sure you're a nice person, but only he can help me. And you just have to say, I'm sorry, I'm the person. And eventually they get attached to you and so on. Let me see. Thank you. That's kind. Revenue part of office type office person. Oh yeah. So we had some questions about revenue or what to pay an office person today. So I had suggested that you throw it in AI, what a wage would be for an office assistant, starting wage. So if they have no skill at all, I would take the going rate for that you search in ChatGPT, and then I would add a couple dollars to have somebody good. It's difficult to pay them on P for P, and the reason is if you say, I'm going to give you a bonus on however many emails you get done today or how many invoices you send out, what's going to happen is they're going to only focus on the invoicing, and they're only going to focus on certain things. Then the email is going to suffer, so you're not sure that all this stuff is getting done. So in the beginning, they have to be a generalist. They need to know how to do all of these things, and so you can't incentivize them per task. So if you give them a couple dollars more an hour, then you retain them because they'd rather be with you than anybody else, and then they have to do all these tasks. As you grow, then you bring on somebody else part-time. Maybe that part-time person takes the phone calls, so they take that off that person's plate, and they can keep generalizing everything else. But as you grow, the part-time person takes over a little and a little more and a little more. Now, when you get as big as that we've gotten at Command Center, you then require specialists. So I have a whole department that does P for P, whole department that does payroll, QuickBooks, and there's teams in each of those, which become much more efficient and much faster at all processes than any owner could do on their own. I don't see any questions anymore. You can keep asking them. Mike knows all the answers too. Yeah, right. So basically the part of the book that's copy and paste for the admin is everything he is teaching from the book is exactly what we've done and tried to replicate ourselves. If you can see those questions, you can ask if there's any.
I think we're good.
Okie dokie. Back to Mike.
All righty. Thank you. We call it bio break. Is there any way I could get warmer water? The cold water makes my throat just... Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we're going to do some calls. We got a couple callers on the line. So let's go ahead and jump right into the call situation. And then we'll do some training after these. First caller is coming in from 572. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, thank you.
Absolutely.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. Well, my name's Brody. I'm from Edmond, Oklahoma. I own Arrowhead Lawn and Landscape.
Okay.
I'm 18 years old. This is like my 30th business. And my main question for you. Okay, sorry, trying to get someone quiet. All right. Yeah, so my main question is I've had a big problem with like the laborers, trying to find good laborers.
Mm-hmm.
We do pretty good on sales. This is my first year actually hiring people,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, my main struggle has been like finding good people that actually care about the business like as much as more.
Yeah, like so inside of the first couple stages, as you move into the working GM and you have employees, one of the hardest thing is finding and attracting good talent. But a great team member is many times vetting you just as much as you are vetting them. And so during the interview process is really, it's a marketing play to attract that person to come work for you. And the reason is because they have 5 other people they would be happy to take them tomorrow. And so you want your processes around hiring and onboarding to be reflective of the type of person you're trying to attract. And so if you come in disorganized to an interview, you don't have questions for them, you don't have a site on your page that talks about your careers, your career opportunities, what they're going to be making, your job posting is sloppy, you don't follow up with them right away. The same way we talk about like customer, speed to lead. The same thing is true with a lead, i.e., an applicant that you are trying to hire. Like if you're not right on top of it when that Indeed application comes in or when they submit their resume via text, via email, via on Indeed, calling them right away. If you're not doing that, then you're not focusing all of your time and attention on the constraint in the business, which right now for you is labor. And if the struggle for you growing your business is labor, then all your resources should be deployed towards it, i.e., I'm going to have a hiring process. I'm going to have the questions already ready to go. I'm going to have a video sequence. Thank you. I'm going to have video questions that are going to allow me to be able to screen out the poor performers. So if I get 100 applications, only 10 of them actually submit the video side of things, and allows me to be able to focus on the high performers without getting 2 days worth of wasted interview slots that I offered to people. So honing all of that in is the same thing that it allows you to attract great customers, allows you to attract great employees by having a great onboarding and hiring system. And the same thing is true when they show up their first day. Like, do you just throw them in a truck, or do you actually make sure that there is a checklist, there is a training manual, there is a guide for them to, over the course of like 14 days or however long you're training them, what should they be accomplishing at each benchmark each day? When I hired recently some more higher level executives and managers, it was a function of like, here's the first 30, 60, and 90 day metrics that you need to hit. And then it's very clear what the metrics of success are and what good looks like for those roles. And so I would just laser-like focus on the same way you think about customer onboarding, think about employee onboarding. All right, next question. Oh, this is coming from Marcus. 425, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mr. Andes, I'm a huge fan.
Marcus, what's up, dude?
Hey, good to see you, man.
You as well, man. What's up?
Awesome. Yeah.
Oh, you cut out. Did you cut out for you guys? Oh, try again, Marcus.
Sorry, the audio is looping back a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, I'm going to have 2 full-time GMs going into next year. And my question is, how do I pay them specifically when I'm still going to be in the picture? I'm thinking about doing full-time sales and taking on that task while I let them do pretty much everything else and just be support for them.
Yep.
I know in Washington State, you have to pay them at least $70,000 without having also to pay overtime. But I'm going to be taking on the sales. So what should that compensation, do you think, look like for them?
Yep. Sorry about the looping audio. I don't know if you have it in the background, but I know it's annoying for you to hear that. All that to say, so specifically in Washington State, it's more difficult because we have such a high salary threshold. And in fact, in January, it's going to 80,000. So it's an anomaly in the States, but you will not be able to pay someone $70,000 salary next year. So all of that, thank you. Okay, appreciate it. The thing that I would recommend, Marcus, is either A, have a sliding scale of profit sharing for them. That means, hey, you're on hourly, but you get a percentage of profit, and that goes up when I am stepping out of the business. So if you're doing sales, do you eventually want to hand sales off to these GMs, or do you want this to be like more of a long-term role where you're doing sales and they're not?
I mean, super long term. I'd like to have both GMs just run absolutely everything.
Yep.
But for right now, I'd like to, be both support and also still be in the business to make it as profitable as possible.
Yeah, assuming they're in profit mode, I would and I think both of your locations are. I would give them a percentage of distributions and have that go up and go to salary once you don't do sales anymore. So I'm just gonna throw numbers at you. Say, hey, you get 10% of profit sharing, i.e. owner distributions. You get 10% of that, and you get, I'm just gonna make up a number, $35 an hour. And the minute that I don't have to do estimates and you're able to take sales off my plate 100% for an entire quarter, then you'll switch to salary, which is gonna be 80 grand at least. And you're gonna make, say, let's call it 15% profit sharing. So I would just, assuming your goal is that you move out, I would just make their incentives align with you getting out of the business. So then what will happen, Marcus, is they'll want to learn sales. They'll want to make sure they know all of that and get you out as soon as possible. And you won't be like forcing them or pushing them to do something they're not comfortable with. But better.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because
Okay,
in growth mode, you're going to be the best. Like, you're going to be the best salesperson, by far. So the objective is get as much of the revenue recurring by the time you do hand it off to them, so that very few of their estimates have to be done in person and very few projects are being done, making the sales part way easier for them to get handled. And so I think for both of your locations, given that one I think is like 600,000 or 700,000, the other one's at like 800,000 or 900,000 in annual revenue, I would be really looking at like this coming year, like being in profit mode heavily, trying to get as much recurring revenue as possible. Even if your revenue stalls out, but you just like basically don't take on projects that are not from existing customers, like just keep hitting your capacity and then like just get more and more, less and less tolerant with what kind of projects you're taking on, because that's going to be allowing them to take on sales sooner.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so I think my comp plan would probably look like hourly plus owner distributions, as long as they are kind of doing an operational role only, and say, hey, you're basically an operations manager. When you move to a GM and take over all of this off my plate, then you'll move to salary, and you'll also get a higher profit sharing percentage. And then you just right up front be like, hey, I know that as me doing the sales, it kind of handicaps you somewhat from actually governing the profitability of the business. And so I understand that. The goal is to eventually that's not the case, and we're able to actually, you can take more control and autonomy for the whole location.
Okay. In Mount Vernon, we pay $22 per hour base, and then in Redmond, we pay $23 per hour base.
Yep.
What should their hourly pay look like, do you think? Because some of our top performers on P4P for both locations make about $30 per hour.
Yep.
And if it's anything less than that, then they might seem like, I don't know, it's tough to look out in the future for like the next profit quarter for distributions, especially in spring and early summer where we don't really get a lot of profit sharing.
Yeah, I would, since you're going on hourly with them, I would just make it very much worth their time. So if they're like average on P4P is 28, 29, $30, do 32. Like, it's still going to be cheaper than doing salary. It's still aligned with them doing as much labor revenue as possible. And because they get a piece of the profit sharing, they're aligned with getting as much work done out in the field as possible. I would still very much watch and track budget hours out in the field, just like you would with the GM. But like, since you're taking sales off their plate, they should have most of their hours, like almost all of them, out in the field. So I would get really clear around like, hey, I expect you to get, let's not call it 30 budget hours per week done. Let's call it 25, because their only other thing they're going to be potentially doing is like interviewing people, doing maintenance, leading team meetings, doing one-on-ones, but you only have 6 to 8 employees. So it shouldn't be taking more than an hour a day.
Are you saying even in like springtime, they should be partly in the field?
If you're doing all the sales, yeah, because in profit mode, we're not adding more customers in terms of volume. So they're not like hiring a bunch more people, buying a bunch more trucks. That chaos is not there. And it's there also because you're doing sales, you're taking the brunt of all the lead flow. And so there really isn't a whole lot difference for them, assuming you're actually being strict with profit mode and not extending capacity. There shouldn't be a lot like different for them in spring rush. In profit mode, the only thing that really changes in spring rush is you get a whole bunch of new customers, but you're taking on that sales responsibility.
Got it. Yeah, and they both have kind of like a desire to see Bill in the field a little bit, and I think that would really help with team culture too if they're in the field. So that makes a lot of sense.
And
actually.
even when they merge into GM and start actually taking sales off your plate, assuming your recurring services and everything like simple services, they will probably still mostly be in the field. It's just a function of now they are getting a higher piece of the profit sharing. But like again, at a working GM size, the delta between profit and unprofit is, can they still be out in the field working? And what's cool with this model, the way you're doing it, is they'll get very used of working most of their hours out in the field. And then you'll set the expectation of how many budget hours you expect per week, et cetera. And then when they take sales off your plate, you'll trim it down based upon how many in-person estimates they do.
Got it.
Good stuff. Anything else, brother?
No, I don't think so. I really got to lay out the exact like compensation plan, and then I'm going to go over it with them one-on-one. Obviously, we're doing the Augusta only conference.
Yeah.
So the good news is I'm bringing like basically my entire team for both Redmond and Mount Vernon teams. So they'll get to meet each other. It'll be great. And then I'll also, right after that, once they're all inspired, I'll set the GMs aside and I'll kind of show them their contract, what it looks like, you know, potentially with their profit sharing bonuses and everything in the future. So I think it'll work out really good. Thank you for the advice.
You got it, brother. I'd say the one thing I would edit on your plan is to tell them their comp agreement and go over that prior to the conference so that when they show up, they're going to get way more out of it and listen a lot more and make connection with other general managers, because then that's now on their horizon and they're going to be listening with different ears than the technicians that might be coming. All right, next caller is coming in from 919. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me.
You got it. What's up?
So I have a question, and bear with me because I'm getting a lot of like feedback.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I hear myself.
Yeah, I don't know why you're getting feedback. That's really weird. I don't know if we need to somehow fix that out there, but I do apologize. I'm guessing, are you hearing yourself like a couple seconds later?
I am, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I do not know why that's happening. Okay. But go ahead and answer your question, and we'll try to barrel our way through this.
Sure. So, I built a lawn care business that was a small solo operator, 1-2 employees, based on mowing and cleanups.
Mm-hmm.
I got my weed control and fertilizer license, and I'm flipping the script and going to do more of a subscription-based business.
Okay.
And it's going to be set up with tiers where you have your weed control fertilization as your first tier, and then you can do mowing for another tier bundled in.
Okay.
So how would you like scale that as far as, should we run like little territories, or should we like try and do separate divisions, if that makes sense?
Yeah.
The whole plan is to have employees year round. So you're basically trying to stabilize the year-roundness and all the income. So that's basically what that is.
What's your revenue this year?
Sorry, it sounds really bad.
What's your revenue this year?
So my revenue this year is about 180.
Okay. And so right now, you're saying you want to do these tiers of services based upon what you're offering. And then your question is, as you scale, do you need to create different divisions inside the business for each of those services? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Or should we have like one technician who does mowing and weed control, and they have a certain area?
I would not suggest the latter because it's super dependent on people staying around forever. And so it's very difficult to count on having an employee stick around for months or years because there's churn. And so if you're segmenting it by, area and you have 3 employees and one of them leaves, well, now you just got to like figure out how do I route all these other ones and these 2 other people. I would just look at it much more like I get all these jobs and on a weekly basis, I'm going to determine where do I route them based upon the crew I have. Now, ideally, I do not have services that restrict me from cross-training and scheduling all jobs with all my employees. The copy and paste model, when you have 6 or 8 employees, it's almost impossible if you're like, well, I have 4 services. These 2 do this one service. These 2 do this service. This 2. You create all these bottlenecks of capacity to where if one person, anyone in the organization leaves, I now have halved the capacity for that service. So I have 2 people doing mowing. One person leaves. Immediately, I'm code red because 50% of my labor for mowing just left. And so I would recommend much more of a cross-training perspective, unless you're going the GM Plus model and you're going to have 8 to 10 employees doing mowing, 8 to 10 employees doing treatments, 8 to 10 doing bush trimming and enhancements. That's fine. But until then, I would recommend more of a cross-training perspective because you're going to be able to, from a scheduling perspective, it's going to work out much better. Next caller is coming in from 448. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Hello, hello, hello. Number 448. Welcome to the show. Oh, we got driving road noise, folks. Is that driving? I think it is, yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, hello, how's it going? Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Earth to 448. Welcome to the show. Earth to 448. Coming through. Houston. All right, we're going to have to drop, them. Next call is coming in from 201. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
All right. Guys, we got to fix this. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead
I hear you clear now.
You hear clear now. Okay, well, I don't know what they did out there, but we're back in business. Go ahead. Ask your question. Thank you, sir, for calling in.
All right, Mike. It's a great a pleasure to be here.
My pleasure.
So currently, I'm debating. I have an outdoor build company
that
focuses on remodeling.
Okay.
For all outdoors, so pavers, patios, pergolas, retaining wall, pavilions, stuff like that. This year, I've been focusing for the past 3 months on building relationships with architects because they have the big plans and things like that. Now, I don't have this consistent work of jobs.
Right.
I do zero marketing.
Okay.
I just do networking and just hardcore visiting job sites. So I spend no money on marketing. My one question is how can I grow more into this? Like, what would you do? And then I have another thing is I want to have like more cash flow. So I'm thinking of like going to maintenance.
Okay. All right. So first off, how I would do it is exactly what you mentioned, and that is as much as I want to keep doing, it sounds like one-time projects, outdoors, awesome, let's go. I'm going to try to bake in some sort of recurring revenue off the back of those installs or those big projects, whether it be home, like, do you do all sorts of handyman or do you do mostly remodels or what's kind of your bread and butter?
Remodel, so everything. So I usually get a project from zero and just build it all the way out.
Yeah. So I think every single big project you install, you're wanting to try to sell them some sort of maintenance package. That maintenance package, if they accept it, is going to come with a warranty on all the work. So if anything happens wrong, if something gets chipped, you just recover, you come back and fix it. There's an element that you'll be able to sell that to if it's a premium customer. That is a harder recurring package to sell. And so what you're likely going to do is get in the door with the one-time job, but then have a list of all the things that happen in a house that need to get done by someone like you. For example, checking the water heater, cleaning out air filters, cleaning out vents. There's a list of things that a homeowner has to do that they call someone like you for. And so you might be going in and doing a kitchen remodel, but I'm going to be walking out of there after pitching them this service that you would create on like a monthly or quarterly basis, that you would do these things so they don't have to think about it. And so I would be looking at it as like a very slow burn, because you're probably only going to get $99 a month or whatever it is for that service, but you're going to try to sell that to every single project you do. And over the course of a few years, you now build it where 30, 40% of your revenue is coming from this recurring stream, and likely services that can be done by someone that's lower skilled as well. So someone that you can send out and be like, hey, go knock out these 30 or 40 jobs that are vent cleaning this week. And then, the next one's like, okay, you got to go and put the little faucet covers, the foam it's to winterize things. Those are the type of things I'd be looking for and trying to sell to every one-time project and turn them into recurring revenue.
Okay. So this is, just to be clear, I do outdoor builds.
Okay.
So just like the landscaping, hardscape, and
I thought you said
the outdoor living.
I apologize. I thought you meant remodels like indoors. Okay. You're talking about design build. Okay. Same thing applies. Same thing applies when it comes to landscaping. If you install irrigation, if you install a hedge, if you install a wall, all of those things, especially outdoors, because now we're talking about living things like plants that need maintenance. Or we're talking about soil that grow weeds. All of these things you can sell a maintenance package for after you sell the initial job. So for example, if you install a bunch of irrigation, a bunch of plants, you say, hey, look, if you sign up for the maintenance on the irrigation, where we're going to blow it out at the end of the year, we're going to start it up at the beginning of the season, we're going to adjust it twice a year throughout, make sure that the drip is good, make sure the spread is good, all these things. If you get that, you get warranty on all the plants, and if anything ever dies, as long as you're on that program, you'll be covered. So you're trying to bundle in, things like warranties, guarantees, and just overall maintenance and repairs with that monthly service. Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah.
So one last thing, Mike. How do I learn these? Like how to price this, like these maintenance stuff, and is there anywhere you can guide me to go and buy that course, read this book, or something like that?
Well, like doing the services themselves, I think you probably know how to do. So for example, like the irrigation example, you probably know how long it takes to blow out. You probably know how long it takes to start up. You probably know how long it takes to adjust the sprinklers mid-year. You would generally be able to look, okay, over the course of a year, it's going to take me 30 minutes to blow out, 30 minutes to start up, 30 minutes twice to do adjustments. And then I'm also going to trim the bushes, pull any weeds, and do all these other tasks. Okay, over the course of the year, that's going to be 10 budgeted hours. Great. I'm going to show up every single month, and I'm charging $100 per hour. I'm just making up numbers right now. Great. That's about $90 per month I'm going to have to charge, and that's assuming 10 budget hours. I'm going to assume, so I'm going to create a level billing contract inside of my CRM, like Homeworks, where I'm going to create, okay, every month I'm charging them $90. But underneath that, I have all these different services with a budget hour assigned each. So the startup, the blowout, the 2 different times I adjust, my weeding, my bush trimming, I put all of those in underneath the level billing contract of $90 or $100 or whatever it is that it works out to be. And I would then put those visits on the wait list. So things like blowout, you don't really know exactly when you're gonna do that as you head towards the end of the season. I'd throw those all on the wait list. And then when you get to that season, that time, like, okay, great, this week we're gonna do all the blowouts. You go on the wait list, select that service, and move all of them onto the schedule.
Okay. All right.
Does that make sense? What part of that didn't really click?
Yeah, no, it makes sense. It's just it's just so new to me. I'm still processing it.
No, I get it. Well, I would recommend doing, because you do in-person estimates, and so the advantage is to be able to spend that time with the customer pre-selling this before the job starts. So there's several times you can sell this. I would do it before the job and show the package of the optional add-on. Try to get them to commit there. Some percentage will. Then after the install, they're super happy. It's like, this is awesome. You do it again. And if they haven't accepted, like, hey, by the way, do you want these plants to always look good? Like, by the way, the irrigation needs to be turned off. Here's a long list of instructions for irrigation. Boom. They're like, oh my word. You're like, or do you just want to sign up for this program And we'll be here next month to make sure everything's good and everything's warranted, etc. So like you can kind of see different places in the sales process as to when you do that upsell.
Yeah, that's very smart. It's like, before they make the decision to buy, have off of them.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Yep, you got it. Best of luck to you, brother. Appreciate you calling in. Next caller is coming in from 214 Dallas, Texas. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Check 1 2. 2 1.
Sorry. Hello. Is it
You're
working?
good. You probably have him mute. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, how are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
I don't know. This is pretty cool. I actually, it's pretty nice that I'm actually able to talk to you on the phone. I didn't ever think I'd do that.
I am a real person. I promise. Go ahead. What's your question?
No, So I've actually got two, and I'll keep it short and sweet.
Okay.
But here's the thing, just to give you a little background. I started my business about a year ago. I'm trying to brand as a luxury landscaping brand. And actually, the company's name is Golden Rule Landscape. It's supposed to be something that, it's supposed to be heartwarming,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, more like someone you want to hire.
Yeah.
And the point of this is right now, it's the first year. We're not making so much. It's more or less just me and a couple of buddies going out and trying to make it work. And I had a pretty good season, but obviously, and I've actually been reading your book, the Seasonitis one.
Yep.
And I've been trying to figure out new ways of incorporating your systems and certain things.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm at a point where I need to make decisions because I don't want to be just a tiny little landscaping guy that just pushes his little truck around and just handles stuff, right? I'd like to grow this into something decent, something big.
Yep.
So I'm at a point right now where when I started, I wanted to do commercial and residential. I'm actually paying like insurances for $2 million for the commercial properties and to be able to work for those things.
Yep.
Only problem is I don't think it's worth it because I'm not doing a really good job of marketing and I'm not getting the customers that I need. And the ones I am getting are kind of like the people that expect me to say, yeah, I'll do it for $20 kind of thing,
Okay.
And so with that, I started charging by $1.50 a minute. I actually stopped giving quotes in person and just started telling people through the phone, hey, we charge $1.50 a minute. And it's worked here and there, but the customers I do get, they're loyal, they're good, but it's very few, So I'm not sure if maybe I need to change the way I price things. I actually saw something in your book stuck out to me on how I need to learn how to systemize a lot of things. And I've got an idea for a mow, which I'm not going to go all of it, but something like pretty much like a self-quoting system.
So is your question mostly about how to present
on a
this
website.
$1.50 per minute and whether or not that's something you should be doing in your sales process?
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. I have lots to learn, but there's that, and then I was kind of leading into, I'm thinking of maybe hiring a marketing team.
Okay.
To start reaching out to the preferred customer.
Yeah, like I think so. To answer both questions, first off, if you're going to do a per minute rate, I do not lead that with the customer on the phone. They are going to get scared away. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give them a price because they can wrap their head around that. They accept it, and then I tell them, because this is over the phone, and I don't know if your lawn is 3 feet tall, we do have to charge you $1.50 per minute per man when we're there on the first visit only to get it up to snuff. And if it's not overgrown, don't worry about it. It won't be an extra charge at all. You'll do it after you lock in the monthly or the weekly or biweekly rate. That is more of a dollar amount, like a set rate, a certain dollar per cut, for example. So And then in terms of a marketing team or a marketing agency, you're usually going to be looking at at least $600 or $700 per month for someone to manage your ads. If your ad spend is not over $1,000, it's probably not worth it. And so that's why it's like kind of like you got to have money to make money, because you got to have a large enough business to be able to afford to go spend money on ads and have the agency manage the ads for you. But that's what the big businesses do. And so if you're smaller, I think that sometimes $1,000 per month would be better spent you spending the weekends doing door hangers and yard signs. All right, next caller is going to come in. Let's take the call button down, because after these callers that are currently in the queue, which I will get through you all, then we are going to go into training. Next call is coming from 978. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Can you hear me, Mike?
I can hear you. What's up?
How you doing, man?
Fantastic.
It's great to see that you have this live stream going on. First of all, I'd just like to thank you for all the videos you put out. It's there's not many people like you, if any, in the industry that I follow, and it's super refreshing to be able to see that that someone's out there truly helping business owners.
My pleasure, brother. My pleasure. What can I help with?
So this is my first full-time year in business this year. I've been in the industry for about 14, 15 years now. I have very little issues with labor itself, but so growth from the labor standpoint is not a problem, but I'm just worried about how I attract the right customer base to my business. I want to differentiate myself from the $10, $20 a cut lawn guys that are around me. I'm in the Boston area. And I just want to differentiate myself working at companies that do high quality work, and they're working on these properties that are obviously paying a substantial amount of money, more so than any of the trucking a truck down the street that are doing it. How do I separate myself from those guys?
Yeah, like ultimately, if you want to have a premium brand and charge premium pricing, you will have to, and attract premium customers, they have to see premium at every single step in the sales process. So when they see your truck, when they see the door hanger, when they see the yard sign, when they call you, there needs to be a premium experience. So like if you can say something that no one else can, like we answer our phones 24/7, or we our trucks look professional, like super premium. They're wrapped, they look clean. Our uniforms are clean. The team out in the field is professional. If those things are true, they will then expect premium pricing. Now, what the disconnect is, and why some people say, well, I raised my prices and everyone left, is you don't have a premium brand. Like when you go to your website, it looks like you are a $20 cut person. When you roll down the street in your truck, like you look like you're a $20 cut. So like the reason that the Gucci bag is sold for $4,000 is because of brand. It probably cost $50 to make it. Very similar to the $100 handbag that's also for sale on Amazon. And so the difference is simply brand. And so if you're able to create a brand in your market using a great website, great uniforms, great truck wraps, and that marketing aspect, like the premium brand, if someone if 70% of estimates, the first one that a customer gets accepted. 70%. That was a study from Invoca and Angie. Meaning if you just get if you're the first business to get in front of the customer and give them a price, you get 70% of customers accept that estimate. Here's why. Not because it's just they're impulsively buying. It's because it proves to the customer you have systems in place that make you a premium and you respect their time. If you have instant quotes, if you have over-the-phone pricing, it shows I respect your time enough and I've created systems in place enough, and if you can trust me to answer your phone call and answer your email and get back to you quickly and have a great-looking website, I can also do that on your property. And so many times we wonder, like if you go to a store and the sign is falling apart, like you're going to a gym or you're going to a grocery store and the sign out next to the road is falling apart. And then you turn inside the parking lot and the sign above the entrance to the facility is also falling apart, and there's like mildew and there's a bunch of moss growing and a bunch of spider webs. Also not a good look. They don't expect to walk in there and buy a $4,000 Gucci bag. And so what I kind of parallel that with is the sign is your truck. The big decal, the van, the truck that you've decaled, that's the sign. If it doesn't look good, they don't even turn into the parking lot. They don't even go to your website. When they now see your storefront, the sign out above your actual storefront, the building itself, that is the equivalent of your website. And these things need to match up. Then you look at your truck, premium. I then go to their website. I've now seen their quote unquote storefront, looks premium. Now when I walk inside those doors, I expect premium pricing. And so if you have a really low close rate, a lot of times it's a mismatch of value and price and the perception of value from the customer. So if your truck is not premium, your website's not premium, don't think you're going to be able to charge premium pricing just because. Next caller is coming in from 448. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike, man, it's great to talk to you. Thank you so much for doing this. So I've got quite an echo here, so stuff that talk about throwing me off. Well, I'm at the working branch manager level, and the challenge I'm running into is being able to juggle everything. Being a full-time technician out in the field, having a family. My wife's having our fourth kid. We're just slammed with everything from home projects to family growing to being the full-time technician. I find it so difficult to have that extra time to work on the business and not just in the right. It's like, okay, I've got to sacrifice something. I got to sacrifice sleep, sacrifice time with my family. And so my mindset is, well, I just need to grow through this phase as fast as I can. Even if that means death. But I'm just not sure. Am I kind of cornering myself, telling myself that? Is there a way for me to succeed at this level, or do I just need to grow through it as fast as I can?
What's the revenue right now in the business?
$600,000 this year.
Okay, and so you're saying basically you're kind of feeling stretched thin between all these different things, like responsibilities, being a provider, being a husband, being an employer, trying to grow the business, and it's just a matter of how do I allocate my time correctly?
Yeah, in my mind, I tell myself, if I could be a full-time branch manager, then I could really focus on the team more, focus on growth more, optimize everything, and have a bit more of a normal work schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, if I want to do all those things, plus be a full-time technician, then that means I'm having my 15-hour days, which I've already been doing for a couple of years, and it takes a toll on everybody, the family and me, And so I'm just trying to think, maybe I've never started a business before, so maybe I'm just pouring myself into this mindset. Maybe there's a way I could find a way to balance things here. Or is this just kind of a sucky stage and I just need to do everything I can to grow?
Yeah. So what year of business are you in right now?
So I just got through the second year. So coming up probably on 2 years, 4 months or so.
And did you grow it from zero?
Yes.
So I do think that this is a function of being in growth mode. So growth sucks cash and growth creates chaos. You have more employees and more customers joining every day. And so you have, while at the same time you're training new team members that are low skilled and you got to train them, you're also being dumped on by new customers and adding more customers to the schedule. So all aspects of the business, sales, operation, admin, get completely exhausted when you're in growth mode. And so I always have said, do not judge yourself as an entrepreneur until you have spent one entire year in profit mode. And so I happen to believe that if next year you did not keep growing at the amazing rate that you have so far, but rather next year you did 650 or maybe 680 in annual revenue, but you raised prices, you did not hire more people, you did not do more ads, you just simply did the work that you're currently doing and maintained enough work on the schedule to keep the crew busy, I happen to believe you would be far more profitable and you would gain the sanity and the profit margin to be able to give yourself the time margin by delegation. So for example, if you looked at all the things you do in a day, and there's probably 50 things that you're doing, you can actually allocate how much time do I spend all these things? And then ask yourself, okay, which one of those I don't want to do or suck energy from me? And maybe there's 5 or 6 of those. And then say, okay, what would it cost me to actually replace me doing this? I don't like doing my bookkeeping and accounting. Great. What's that going to cost me if I went to someone like Home Service CPA and had them do my books? Okay, I hate answering the phone. It annoys me as all get out. okay, what would it cost for me to have the phone answered? And then almost always at your size, 600,000, you're a perfect candidate to go into profit mode instead of continuing on this growth trajectory. Because if you raise prices by 20%, that's $120,000 added to the bottom line. Some people are going to leave. That's why you're only going to make $650 next year. But now all of a sudden you're going to, when you get more customers, you're going to keep raising prices. And that extra profit margin is what gives you the confidence to be like, oh, I can delegate all these things out. And the extra $3,000 or $4,000 I'm going to spend to delegate that out, I can make total sense of that because I'm making $10,000 extra per month with one price increase.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I kind of, in my mind, wanted to get a little bit bigger, so I could just from like a income perspective, a little bit larger team. I feel like there's some more room to grow. So, I mean, I guess it just comes down, right? I could do either or. I could continue to like push maybe for one more season or just stop. But essentially, you're saying what I'm experiencing is just the nature of growth mode.
How many full-time employees do you have at peak season?
Yes. Well, so I also didn't even mention I'm not in the lawn care industry. So we are like a leak detection and repair company. So half of our guys find leaks and half of our guys fix them. So it's a different industry than the lawn industry.
So how many employees total?
Yeah. I have four, and then I'm one of the guys out there in the field doing whatever is needed for the week.
Got it. So you have a higher revenue per employee. You're going to be the higher range. I do think you could probably grow to 750 and then go into profit mode. That being said, I think this is the constant treadmill that everyone faces, and that is like, I will always eventually go into profit mode, and I just want you to be careful of that. I will also say you've grown very quickly, so all of this growth does create chaos. It does make it hard financially. If you want to hold your breath one more year and get to say 750 or 800,000 and 6 or 7 employees, that's like my perfect range to go into profit mode, then I would say go for it. But if it's like, it's draining my relationship, physically it's killing me, my personal relationships are being affected negatively, like those are bigger and more important things. And the whole objective is grow without breaking. There's no pride in growing $1 million, $2 million, $3 million business and losing everything you actually started the business for, like your family, to have freedom, have personal health, all these things. So don't lose those. And so I would say be cautious of the fact that everyone always says eventually I'll go into profit mode and never do. And they run themselves on this treadmill of grow at all costs, keep going. I think you're smart enough to do one more year if you wanted to, get to 750, 800,000 annual revenue, then throw in profit mode and get up to that million marker and still just have you managing the team because there's only 4 people right now. It's only going to be 6 to 8. You can absolutely manage that 6 to 8 people and then have the option of, okay, do I keep managing these 6 to 8 team members at $1 million, one, making very good profits, or do I want to keep expanding and growing? That'd be an option down the road. Next caller is coming in from 208. We do apologize for the echoing. Don't know what's happening today on that, but go ahead. I think you're from Idaho. Go ahead.
Hi, Mike. My name's Jeff. How are you?
Fantastic, Jeff. What can I do for you?
So I knew I stepped in to buy something, and I knew you were going to answer me right then when I stepped into the store. Anyway, you're a fantastic resource, and I really enjoy listening to you. I've read all your books, and I'm really happy with it. So, but here's my question. So you talk about doing estimating from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
You say that you can look at it through a satellite, and then you can just make an estimate from there for lawn care. And my question is, what happens when you get out on the on the property and you find out that that there's a lot more weed eating, or there's a lot more to be done than what you saw on the satellite? What do you do then? I mean, because you've already given them an estimate, so do you change it then, or what do you do?
Yep, absolutely. I'm going to drop you a call. Just realize I'm going to answer your question. It's just mostly for background noise. So in terms of when we go to a new property and that we've measured over the phone, we are going to tell the customer, hey, we're measuring from satellite. We don't know what we're walking into. The first visit, if it's overgrown, is going to be $1.50 per minute per man. That's $90 an hour. You could adjust that up or down. If you're charging $60 an hour, you can change it to $1 per minute per man. Now, I do that after locking in the price with the customer and them accepting and getting a card on file. Then I tell them that. I don't tell them up front because there's all these questions, and it's like very simple. People do not back out. If I lock in the price and I say, hey, by the way, it is via satellite. I don't know if your lawn is 3 feet tall. If you have 4 jalopies in the backyard sitting in the grass, I don't know, because this is a 2-year-old satellite image I'm looking at. Ha ha. So like you can make this very easy and just tell them if it's overgrown, we have a problem and we will charge on this rate. Now, keep in mind, if you're charging $60 per mow, you show up and like, well, based upon the time I spent, it should be 71. I personally would just charge the 60 so you don't have any questions and keep rolling. Because the whole objective of over the phone is just get them on the schedule, and down the road you can adjust it. If you're like, well, the first visit I had to kind of double pass it once, so I went a few minutes over. I would just leave it. And the whole objective of over the phone is reduce your time. You saved a whole lot more than $11 by not driving out to their property and spending 40 minutes on that drive. Next call is coming in from 918. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike. It's Walter here in Oklahoma.
Hey, Walter.
I have a question. So this year we've noticed that December is usually like our peak for leaves, December and January, and we have a $350 minimum for 3 guys on the property for 1 hour, and that includes a dump fee.
Okay.
And we charge $85 an hour. This year we've noticed that we've been sending a lot of estimates out, and our close ratio is only about 30%. We've been getting a lot of feedback that our prices are too high these are for one-time cleanup, sorry. But our prices are too high, and we're just not closing as many as last year for the one-times, but we are doing a lot more reoccurring because we started doing the winter landscape stuff. So we started doing that. Would you recommend just charging the man-hour rate, the $85 a man-hour, and removing the dump fee just to try to lock them in, just to kind of keep the guys busy? Or what would your take be on something like that?
I would probably try to give them I would probably say if I can somehow bundle in winter services with this and give them a lower price, I'm okay with it. So for example, if you're like, hey, okay, price is too much. If we went down to $249, we can do $249 if you get this winter service package, right? So I would probably try to make this a slam dunk for you, to keep the crew busy with winter services, but then package it into a lower price if the price is the big issue. I would also say you could also go the opposite direction, which is, hey, I'm going to stick to my guns on price, but I'm willing to offer more of a value. So you're like, hey, I'll do a winterization treatment, or I'll throw in a core aeration next spring. Whatever it might be, you just could throw more value in on things that you know have low cost of goods sold. So like to aerate their lawn is going to take you 15 minutes. To throw down a winterization is going to cost you $20 worth of materials. So you could throw those things in and actually make more value to them, or you could go down on price.
Okay, because I know right now we have been saying if they don't want to accept the one, well, also to kind of throw this in, we do say that's for the first hour, and then if the cleanup takes longer, then we do charge for the per man per hour, whatever to get complete.
Yep.
So that's what's kind of holding people back on that. So we started saying if it helps, we can have somebody go out and take a look at it and give you an exact price. We did lock one person in doing that today, but it's just been one of those things where it's been trial and error since we're kind of A/B testing right now.
Yeah.
Those two different things.
Yeah, the 1 hour for $350.
Yeah, we'll definitely try that out.
The 1 hour for $350, people get scared over because this seems like they're paying you $350 an hour, right? So in my opinion, I would say something, if you're trying to sell a property cleanup over the phone, which is risky because one property cleanup could be 5 times larger than another, I think I would do one of two things. One, I would probably do in-person estimates and try to do 20 estimates in a day and knock them out, because I know I have accurate pricing for budget hours, and that's very important around P4P. And secondly, I know my close rate would go up because of the accuracy and the quoting system that I'd be using. and it's not a per rate. Like, it just scares people away. Like, it'd be like for mowing if you just said, hey, it's a $1.50 per minute per man. They'd be like, no way. Like, they don't have no concept of how long the job takes. And to them, the leaf cleanup would take 3 days. It'd take you 2 hours, right? So that's where you want to be careful with hourly rates too, is they start thinking it's way more than it actually is. So I would personally do drive-bys. I'd stack the estimates because these are one-time jobs. I can do a drive-by. The second thing I would do is try to bundle in winter services on the upfront right from the get-go. But more importantly, from the over-the-phone estimate side of things, you could also just say, hey, Mr. Jones, our minimum price is $349. Our average price is $499 or whatever it is in your market. And then that way they have a little bit more of like, okay, I generally know it's going to cost X. I think that would be a little bit, if you just made that one tweak, which is not just like, hey, our first hour is $350. It's like, hey, but our average in your area, in your neighborhood, the average cleanup is usually around $499 total. That might get you more results because it feels a little more concrete to them. And you could even give an upper limit. So you could be like, hey, because again, you're trying to save time with the quoting process. Just keep in mind, if you underbid this massively, the way I'm about to say it, one project going bad pays for an estimator doing all these estimates. That's why I would just do the estimates, probably do a bunch of drive-bys, stack them up on a day, and just knock them all out, and make a video in person while I'm there with the crew. So like I would probably do in person. I would and just drive-by estimates. I would also say you could say, hey, our minimum is $349. Our average is $499. I can guarantee you won't be over $699. That would immediately increase your close rate somewhat. So they have an upper bound limit and a kind of an average and kind of generally know. And then I would say if you want to maximize every lead, I'd probably be doing the drive-by estimates.
Okay, yeah, because we're doing that right now. We say the 350 minimum, and then we say on average, because we do about, the yards are 5 to 10,000 square feet usually in size, and we say we're seeing an average of anywhere from 350 to 500 for your size square footage for cleanup, if their leaves aren't too wet or anything like that. But I think for sure the drive-by estimates are going to be best for us to try to lock more in.
Good stuff, man. I appreciate you calling in.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mike.
Good stuff.
Bye-bye.
All right. Next call is coming in from 919. Welcome to the show. Thanks for being on hold for 30 minutes in the queue. 919.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
There you are. Very good. How you doing?
Good. No, I just appreciate you for everything you do, man. I watch you all the time. So my question was, I don't know, just with the business, with like having consistent people to work for you, just having people that follow the rules, do a good job, they're very consistent, and just trying to keep people. I mean, I'm not going to say for my whole life, but for a long time, and to build a relationship with them, and to have good guys working for you.
Yeah, like ultimately, when we start asking how do we find good people or how do we keep someone around, it's very easy to fall into the trap of like the labor market's bad, people are lazy, youngsters don't want to work anymore, all these other things. Let's assume that's true. I still don't think it's helpful. It might be true, but it doesn't help me at all. So what is helpful is things I can control. So I can control having a better hiring process. I can control having a better job posting. I can control the onboarding process, the interview questions I have, the way I train them, the way that I incentivize them, like using P4P, using profit sharing, using open book management. These are all things I can control. And so whenever someone says, I can't find good people, I say, okay, great. Let's assume every human being on this planet is not capable. Let's just assume that's true. Because if that's true, we can't grow this business. But if there's anyone out there, it's our responsibility, and something that we can control is we are going to find them. And then it just becomes, is that type of person going to be willing to work in my organization? And if not, I need to make the changes, the systems, the processes, the procedures, the compensation models, the bonus structures. I need to make the change in the business for that person to want to work for me. And because we constantly cast power, we give power to the economy, to politicians, to the labor market, to everyone else, we never take ownership of the fact that we can change the business. You can switch to pay for performance. Boom. I'm giving everyone for free. Go to p4psoftware.com. You get 3 months free as long as that timer says anything above 0, which is tonight at midnight. That deal's off. But until then, you get 3 months, p4psoftware.com completely free. The reason you do P4P, the reason you open up your books, the reason that you do profit sharing, which is the trinity of the trades, pay for performance, open book management, profit sharing in a pyramid, all good things in a pyramid. If you do that, that is the type of organization that will attract that very scarce resource of talent. So do I believe that talent will get better as a whole? No. Do I think that there will be more laborers for us to be able to find in the future that are hardworking and want to show up every single day and work out in the blazing heat? No. So it's going to get harder. It's going to be a matter of the person that is able to build the organization to attract that more scarce resource of talent will win. And they'll win in a bigger way. And so I do believe that like what you see in Europe and in Australia, this will happen in the United States down the road, and that is more and more solo operators because it's very difficult to find employees. But what will happen is there'll be a consolidation of the biggest companies that are able to attract the talent that's out there because it's there. It's just someone took the responsibility of like, I will create systems, I will create a compensation model, I will open up my books, I will give profit sharing, I will create a way for them to move up in their organization and get to the next stage of their career. And doing that will attract the best talent. Next caller is coming in from 951. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, how's it going, Mike?
Fantastic. What can I do for you?
Yeah, so I had a question. So for the past couple of years, 2 years, I've focused on building my fleet and my people. Now I'm at a point where I have more equipment than I probably should. And this coming up here, I want to focus on sales for commercial and residential tree service.
Okay.
My question is, so as far as residential, I'm thinking of doing billboards and EDDM, but also want to do some of that more, online marketing as far as, Facebook ads, Google ads or whatnot. My question is, should I hire an employee or part-time employee to come and do in-house? And I'm a big believer of doing everything in-house. So should I hire an employee to do my ads, Facebook page, Instagram page, and all those types of, digital or online ads instead of, just getting outsourcing these other companies to do them for me?
Okay, so what size of revenue are you doing this year?
This year hasn't been our best, but I would say about 800.
Okay, and so you have a bunch of equipment that you're not using. Or like quite a bit, like you could grow probably more. But your main question is, do I go out and hire someone to run ads? Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Because we are prepared to take on more than we can, any size.
Right.
Pretty much.
So you basically have low asset utilization. You're not using your trucks and equipment as much as you could, and so you're basically stuck in this thought of, okay, do I grow to 2 million because I have the trucks and equipment to do that, or do I not do that and I have to scale back and actually like sell some of the equipment off, etc.? Is that sort of the idea?
No, not necessarily, because that was initially my plan since the start, and I want to say, 85% of my fleet is paid off. So I still see it as, and I'm all in it for sure.
Okay.
So I know, through time it's gonna grow, but what can I do now to, get on reaping what I've sown, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I would be careful about hiring a full-time person doing ads. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I just be careful. The reason is because if you're going to hire a good person that knows what they're doing, you're paying a minimum of $7,000-$8,000 a month. But by the time you include taxes and benefits, probably more. If that money was spent on ads and done so slightly inefficiently, you'd probably still outperform them. Now, if you're planning like, I'm going to grow a $5 or $10 million business, I'm willing to take the L for a couple years and have someone in-house full-time, great, that's fine. I don't even think you spend enough on ads to keep them busy. Like, I think an agency, once they set you up, is probably going to spend a couple hours per week monitoring your accounts. Like, once you have the ad set up, it's a matter of tweaking, adjusting, monitoring, reporting, taking the winners, replacing creative. It's not like it's a full-time job. And so as much as I think I agree with you down the road, you should take this in-house if you're going to grow a massive company. I think right now you would be better off spending that salary on actual ad spend. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. No, definitely a new perspective for sure. Okay. And one more question, as far as like the commercial side, I am gonna hire a sales rep based off commission. Do you have an idea how that would work, or should I start him off of a salary and then a percentage of each sale that he makes or each company that he brings on?
Yeah, like certainly in sales and one-time projects, this is certainly more common as a commission-based sales, especially trees for salespeople. I preferably like them to see a piece of the action after the job is done, i.e. profit. Because if they sell a whole bunch of jobs, they're unprofitable, they make their cut, but then the business doesn't make any money. And if I ever down the road scale to the point where I have an operations manager, I just threw my operations manager under the bus because all the jobs are underbid. So I'm trying to be careful with that. However, it's very common in this industry. I would probably have certain parameters around whether or not it qualifies for a bonus. So for example, it's like, hey, you get a percentage, and if they beat budget hours or if they're under budget, then it's more. Like I'd have some sort of secondary way of making sure that they're also incentivized to make sure the job gets done on time and under budget. That would be my objective if I'm doing some sort of a sales-based role and doing commissions. And we talk about in the book, there are certain metrics for salespeople, sales managers that you can make incentives around. It's just you got to be very careful not to create perverse incentives where they just go after one thing at the detriment of the entire business. Because there's nothing worse than paying out bonuses when you're losing money. Next caller is coming in from 814. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you. We perform snow plowing. Sometimes we'll show up to a driveway and it will already be plowed. Our policy is to charge whether it's plowed or not. We've instructed the team to provide value like shoveling or salting, even if those are normally not secondary services that we perform for that customer. How would you refine this?
Yeah, that's challenging because also if you ever have a customer where you show up and it's plowed and you go ahead and do the shoveling and the salting, now all of a sudden they think that that's included. And so I would probably personally stick to my guns more on this because like, yes, you might lose a customer or two, but it's also very hard operationally to manage this, especially if you hand this off to someone else. Where it's like, okay, because you have all these if-then statements. Like, if the thing is plowed, then do this. And if that's done, then you do this. And if this, like, that branching of if-then statements, as it becomes longer, gets very difficult to hand off. And so I personally, like, if this is happening to 5% of customers, would probably just say, hey, like, if we show up and it's plowed and you haven't given us a heads up or notice, for example, I'm just making that part up, then you're going to get charged, period. End of story. Because as soon as you start doing the plowing or like the shoveling, the salting, it becomes discretionary to your team. You don't actually have in writing them accepting that service, so it can become a liability issue. And furthermore, it resets the customer's expectation to something that might not happen in the future. Because next time when they don't have it plowed and you show up and do the service, they're like, why didn't you do the driveway or the walkway and salting? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. Excellent question. Very, very good. Next call is coming in from 417. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike. This is Jesse Edwards.
Jesse, my man. How you doing, brother?
I'm really good. I wish I could get another turnaround. Maybe you guys will discuss someday. But I've got a lot done.
Good.
I'm actually on my 4th delayed flight. Simple Growth had a free budgeting class, and I'm on a shuttle right now. So I'll try to make it quick. But my question is, okay, we've built the shop. I didn't want to build a shop. I just wanted to lease something because the city I was in was like telling the owner that we weren't zoned right. So I didn't want to pay like $5,000 for something that's too small. And before I found your content, talked about building something, buying land, I chose to do that. My payment's going to be about $32,000, and I've got a sticky situation where I'm going to put Tracy, my guy, 10 years there. He's going to pay rent, and living quarters. It's risky, and I'm aware of that. But I think it's going to work, and we've got set up and service Autopilot, and with Simple Growth, it's great. It's changed my life. but also P4P. And I got to just say that on the call, like, thank you. It's changed my life. You said do it. I had to get in a CRM that could do it. It's changed everything. Tracy went from working 2,500 hours a year, making high 40s, and he's only worked 1,300 hours this year, and he's made 41 already.
Let's
and
go.
It's not even the end of the year. But my next question is I feel like I have to grow him. He's under the understanding that the next year or two, it's just going to take a lot of refining. And we probably need to stack a little more cash. We have 2 of our best months of revenue in the bank, around 24% profit with a little bit of draws that still have to come out. But like my big question is like, I got a lot done this year and it's exhausting, but it's like, I feel like I still have so much more to do, and that was fundamentals. And I have my virtual assistant, and I can only have her from 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. I'm aware now it's like, I am the manager. I am the general manager, and Tracy's more of an operational manager. It's like he's a working operations manager, not general manager at our side. We're 700. But we're still, showing a really good profit. My website's crap, but it's very cheap, cost effective. I feel like I need to work on that, fix that. I almost feel like I need to get out of this shop and sell it and rent something. It's not zoned right, but it's like, like our fleet, like our equipment is fine, and we have enough equipment, plenty of equipment. But it's like, I'm scared of the next step, I think. Like, it's true what you said, like I'm bad about thinking too far ahead, but I want to work on the right thing. And I want to pick the thing next year that's really going to have the most leverage to it. And I feel like it's either working on him and or getting some in-person help. And that's so hard to do. It's almost hard to get a in-person assistant and train them. I feel like it's just as hard as the virtual assistant, but I could just get another virtual assistant and stay kind of at our size, maybe for a year or two, stack cash, refine system. I love your model. It makes so much sense. Like a lot of the people in, the group I'm in, I feel like they just think, oh, grow one big location, but it makes total sense to me. Stay around 800, 850, stay profitable, start another location. Like that's my vision and goal, but it's like I have so many options. I feel like I could take so many wrong routes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and the positive thing is you'll never know which route is right or wrong because you can only choose one. And so you don't want to have analysis paralysis and think about all these different options I can have. You got to choose the one that makes the most sense, and you stick to it. And I think commitment to any of those tracks is far more important than choosing the right one. If you put a good entrepreneur in most businesses, they'll do okay. And the reason for that is because they execute. They get stuff done. The same token is why you will put someone who overthinks and will not take action, doesn't execute into any business, and almost always can't grow it, can't make it more successful, more profitable. And so I would choose any of them. And whether it is this, if you're going to go the larger route, the larger size route, then it's like you're going to have to develop this person and probably an operations manager and move into sales. And in doing that, you're probably going to have to delegate more in admin. You're still dabbling with admin because you have a part-time assistant. You're still dabbling in operations because he's not really set up as an operations manager, and you're still doing sales. And so there's going to be this stretching as you pass 750, and that's why you're kind of capping out here between you being the working GM and a full-time GM. Full-time GM delegates all of admin and delegates all of operations and focuses on sales. And so to get to that point, it's going to be investing in him as a manager, and it's going to likely be investing more in admin to be able to then take the next step to 1.5 million. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, but that's the reason why I feel you're so profitable now is because you don't have 2 overhead people and you have a cheaper kind of part-time virtual assistant. So the question is, do you stay here and optimize it, make it more profitable, make Tracy, I think that's his name, Tracy, the general manager of this one location, make it very profitable, raise prices, not worried about like trying to get a full-time admin person? Or do you go big, go to 1.5 plus by getting Tracy completely running operations out in the field, getting a full-time admin person to be able to run the office the way you know it should be done, and then you focus on sales. That's likely the scenario to get to 1.5. And if you wanted to copy and paste this and do more, or just run one location very profitably, you'd put this thing into profit mode and you would not worry about adding that extra layer of overhead. Because if you add that layer of overhead, you got to grow to 1.5 to make the kind of money you're making right now. All right, 2 more callers, and then we're going to be doing some training. Next call, though, is coming in from 417. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike. My name's Austin Osborne. How are you doing?
Fantastic. What can I do for you, brother?
So, I am from Central Missouri, and I own an excavation business. My question to you is, we are currently suffering to get leads and jobs. I'm a country boy. I do things the best that I can. I haven't really went into Facebook ads or Google ads or anything. All of our leads come from word of mouth, or they come with our Google listing. And last year we made about 150 total. We profited about 100. All of our equipment's paid for. It's obviously not cheap equipment, but all of it's paid for. I'm needing to know your personal advice on how to grow this business. A business has been going around for 30 years that I took over 2 years ago.
So right now, do you guys have a website that's set up?
Right now, no. And that's the thing. I've reached out to website designers in Springfield. We're not from Springfield, but Springfield is the biggest town to us. And they wasn't the best. They wasn't a good fit for us. It's either way too much money or they didn't fit what we was trying to go for.
Yeah, so I think before you do any sort of marketing, before you spend $1 on marketing, I'm trying to optimize the website. And so if you're like, well, I'm willing to spend $500 or $1,000 per month on advertising, great. I would spend that money first on a great website. That alone will double the business. But more importantly, when you spend $1 on ads, it'll actually convert on the website. We got to remember, getting someone to click on an ad doesn't do anything for us. We got to get them to convert once they show up at the website. And so you might not be able to afford it quite yet, but lawncarewebdesign.com, homeservicewebdesign.com, at the very least, go look at the work that we do and you can see the sites and get some ideas. But invest there first, whether it be with us or find someone else and you do it in Squarespace. If you're like, hey, I'm not technical, spend whatever it is to be able to get a site that looks good and converts well. And if you're like, well, how do I build a site that converts well? I have a bunch of videos. Go to YouTube, type in Mike Andes website design. For example, I have several videos where I just go through site after site after site and just show you exactly what I would do to change it. And then you can have a designer do that. You can have someone else, hire a freelancer, or we can do it for you on a subscription basis at Home Service Web Design or Lawn Care Web Design. But I would not spend $1 on marketing until I have optimized my website. Because then every dollar I spend on marketing in the future will have a much better return because my site that I'm driving all that traffic to is actually converting at a higher rate. Because if 1 out of 400 people that get to your site convert to a lead, the fastest way to triple your business is get that to go to 1 out of 100. That's the real move. Not spending 4 times as much money on marketing, which would do the exact same thing in terms of leads as just improving the conversion. Last caller before we go to training is coming from 763. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
I can. What's up, bud?
Hey, real quick, I was quickly wanted to give a shout out to Home Service Web Design. They just finished our preview.
Let's go.
And I'm really, really happy with it. So just little kudos there. Behind the scenes here, I'm a sole proprietor for my handyman business that we do interiors in Minnesota. And with the weather and everything, we're kind of approaching the slow season with everybody. And we had a huge payout over the fall. So kind of following your 4L framework, we've got money in the bank. My idea was we were going to dump it into advertising to get ready for the spring rush.
Mhm.
So kind of decided to go with home service web design. Do you still believe that, let's see, overall revenue were just under 200K? Do you believe that having a kick-ass website is the best way to first start versus 10 different advertising companies calling me, every single day trying to buy leads, Angie List, stuff like that?
Yeah, I still believe that, and obviously I have a shoe in the game now, but I do that because it's very difficult to find good site designers, and that's why we started it. And so
Yeah.
that being said, take that off the table for a second. That I'm completely biased because we have a service that does it. The reason is because if you spend money on an ad and you get them to your site, that's like advertising for a sandwich shop. But if they show up and they don't buy because everything's falling apart and it's like, ugh, I don't know, who knows what's going on in the back kitchen there. Like, you're not selling any more sandwiches. Why would I want to advertise people and drive them to my storefront when it looks bad? And so I also believe that it's not just a leads thing. It's a matter of perceived value. Because when they come to a great looking website, they're willing now to pay more. Their close rate is going to be higher if you have premium services. If your site looks premium, it has reviews, it shows testimonials, it shows videos, it shows your crew, it shows your truck, all of that. And so it's definitely the best bang for your buck. And most of the time, and we have this data with home service web design. When we ask some of our customers, we know they do not do ads, and we track their sites a lot. And almost every single one of them more than doubles the revenue in 12 months if they're not doing ads, because just that alone allows the conversion rate alone to go up. But also, then the close rate goes up because now the person is primed to buy from a service that looks professional. And so, I would still say that's the best bang for your buck. Are you wondering what to do after that, though? Like, how do I then pour some money on these ads?
No, we're still kind of holding off. I'm like, as a sole proprietor and we're under 200K, I had a lot of hesitations after talking to your team with home service web design.
Mm-hmm.
They had mainly said that their target market really is for companies that are 270K plus.
Yep.
And squeezing it into the budget, it's just a proportion of just like, well, where does the money go, right? Like, if we're going to dump $500 a month, where is it going to go? And based on the framework that you talk about, it's like leads. We had a website and it's optimized on Wix, and we have a Google business page, and it seems to work, but I just wasn't happy with the leads that were generated based off of the website traffic.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming it's either an optimization issue on the website or SEO, and I don't have the time as a sole prop to be, spending 6-8 hours a day trying to get the SEO stuff done.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted somebody that knows what they're doing to do it.
Yeah, what's amazing to me is that people are willing to spend, $50, $100 costs per lead on ads, and yet they drive 95% of their traffic away from their website because it doesn't look good. And so all of your ad spend will be significantly, like, I'm talking double, triple, or quadruple your conversion rate if the site is optimized and done correctly. And so this is why, I would never spend $1 on marketing until my website is optimized for conversion, because otherwise I'm just pouring it in a leaky bucket. And furthermore, the site, if I can raise my prices by $5 an hour or $3 an hour or $2, like $1. So if you're a sole proprietor, that's 40. So let's go 60, 120. You need to charge $3 more per hour on the work that you do in order to be able to cover the site. Now, let's take off the table for a fact that you're going to get any more leads. Let's assume you don't get any more leads, which I know for a fact will not happen. But let's assume that. I happen to believe you can charge a lot more than $2 or $3 more per hour for the work that you're doing now, simply because the perceived value of the customer when they go to a site that looks professional, has a video, has you stand out from everyone else immediately. And so it's not just the leads, it is the value prop. And this is how I recommend most people when they're like, when you talk to the team, we usually don't take anyone under 200,000 because of this. And we wanted to make it sure, like, when we double your leads, you can actually take the work, because that's our biggest problem we had in the past. We allowed small operators in, and they go from 100,000 to 300,000, and they can't take on the business. So if you're going to double in revenue,
It's a good problem to have.
it's a good problem to have. Everyone says that until their next constraint is labor, and they can't get anyone to work for them, right? And so I think that yes, I would definitely spend the money there first. I'm completely biased because you're using home service web design, so take it with a grain of salt. Just know that to convince yourself, I would raise your prices by $2 to $3 per hour, and just watch what happens to your close rate. It'll go higher. Like, your close rate will go higher, like not just number of leads, but number of customers converting because of that website. And more importantly, the type of customers that are joining are now primed for premium prices and premium services. They're the type of people that are going to be accepting upsells, and those are the type of customers you want to have. Okay, for those of you in the call queue, we will come back to the calls later on, but right now we're going to do some training. We're going to be going over profit mode, and the $1 million lie. Can you pull up my slides? Let's rock and roll. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of training. And then highly requested today was that we do a software comparison and compare a Copilot, soon to be Homeworks, along with Jobber and Service Autopilot. So I'm going to do that right after this video, okay? And then, as always, if you have a question and you don't want to call in, you can always submit your questions via video, mikeandes.com/question. So let's go ahead and get this thing kicked off. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about profit mode and the $1 million lie that you've been told in the home service industry. So this graphic basically is this entire video and this entire summation of the book, honestly, in one picture. And that is, we get off the growth mode addiction that all of us have been trained to be on, where you buy more trucks, you hire more people, you take on more debt, and you just keep growing. And I have constantly said to people, do not quit when you feel like there's chaos in the business until you have spent a full calendar year from January to December in profit mode, where you did not buy a single new truck and you didn't increase the number of employees that you hired. Now, you're going to have churn of employees, but if you had 5 last year, you have 5 this year, okay? This is what we call profit mode. When you, instead of buying more trucks, hire more people, getting more debt, you enter profit mode, where we raise prices, we increase our profits, and we reduce our close ratio. Now, one key facet that's so important, this is why most people will not enter profit mode, is they are afraid that if they raise prices, they know that inherently their close rate will go down to some degree. They'll lose some customers, their close rate will go down. As long as you have a great website, as long as you have a great brand that's driving enough leads to replace churn inside of your business, you should be able to at least maintain the number of customers you're serving. So the objective in profit mode is I don't spend money on ads. As little as possible. Maybe during the slow season, you pay some just to be able to keep the crew busy. I'm okay with that. I don't want to be dipping way down in revenue in my off season and dropping below 50% of revenue in my worst month compared to my best month. I don't want that. So I might spend some on ads. But the whole objective here is I don't spend a bunch of money on ads, and that my organic traffic to my site, the referrals, and most importantly, the upsells that I'm able to sell my existing customers keep my crew busy, and I don't have to spend money on ads. But those upsells and all of those organic traffic and all those referrals is enough to replace the churn from my business that has a lot of recurring revenue. So if I have 120 customers and I'm at capacity, capacity is when I must hire more people or get more trucks, or I can't serve anyone else. That's capacity. And that would be growth mode. If I went and bought more trucks, hired more people, and expanded my capacity to 200 customers, that would be growth mode. Profit mode is when I say, hey, look, I'm only going to serve 120 customers. I'm not going to buy more trucks. I'm not going to hire more people. I'm not going to get more equipment. I'm not going to keep advertising and growing to get more customers. I'm just going to raise my prices every single time I get above 120 customers. And your level of confidence to raise prices and go into profit mode every single time you hit capacity increases when you know you have enough leads to replace churn. And for anyone that's ever said they entered profit mode, which I actually don't know of anyone, but like, assume for a moment you have heard someone, I raised my prices, I lost a bunch of my customers, and more importantly, my close rate dropped way down, and I couldn't close any more jobs. What they have done is they have not been able to replace their churn with the number of new leads coming in to be able to replace that churn. And so if I'm losing 10 customers a month to churn, people move, people pass away, whatever it might be, or bad service and they leave, I need to make sure I get at least 10 new customers, which might mean I need 20 more leads every single month passively from people seeing my trucks, seeing my crew, referrals, upsells. I might need those 20 leads, 10 new jobs every single month in order to replace that churn. So you can mathematically look at, okay, if I turn off all my ads, would I actually have enough leads to just replace the churn that I'm experiencing every month? You got to run the math. Now, don't overthink this. If you're growing quickly, growth is a byproduct of having higher value than price. You're getting more customers because they're leaving your competitors or they're joining your service because they see more value than the price you're charging. That's why you have an increasing number of customers. So what you do is you raise the price, thereby cutting out the people who value your service the least, and then you make more profits. So you hit capacity, you're tempted, as you have in the past, to buy more trucks, hire more people, get more equipment, potentially go into more debt, but we're not going to do that. That treadmill has been well worn in the home service industry. And people grow a $2, $3, $4 million business and hardly see profit. Work 60, 70, 80 hours a week in their business every single day. I see this all the time. And we somehow always think that on the other side of growing the top line revenue, getting more employees and getting more trucks, somehow the business is going to get better. And so profit mode is a fundamental foundation cornerstone of the copy and paste millionaire. So, warning, I believe that most people should build a business that does $800,000 to $1 million in annual revenue. Crossing $500,000, $600,000 annual revenue, putting it into profit mode, and then slowly growing it over the course of time as they raise prices to $800,000 to $1 million, having 6 to 8 employees being managed by one person, either the owner or a general manager that they hire. I think that the vast majority of people watching this should stop at one location at this size. And so as much as I talk about building a GM Plus model, growing to 1.5 to 3 million, as much as I talk about copy and paste, I think that the vast majority of people should not do that. Instead, they should probably stick with one location that has $800,000 to $1 million in revenue, has a whole bunch of systems that we talk about, incentives for their team, and optimize for their non-business goals. I actually believe this. So as much as I write this book for the successful businesses because these other 3 that I wrote, the off-season, P4P, and total business turnaround, is for struggling businesses. This one is for the people, the 10% of my audience that is going to do multiple locations or grow beyond $1.5 million. But the vast majority of people, in my opinion, should just optimize at this size business, be able to take $200,000 in distributions after growing the business for 5, 7, 8 years, getting it to optimized profitability, optimized pricing, optimized simplified services, recurring revenue. And I do believe that the vast majority should not grow beyond that. So let's go ahead and do the math on profit mode versus growth mode. Now, there's a bunch of variables. I try to keep this as simple as possible. So if you're like, well, what about this? The variable, you're probably right. I'm just making a point here. If last year your revenue was $800,000 and your profit was $100,000, that would be a 12.5% profit margin. All right, so 12% profit. Let's assume your hourly rate is $80. We decide we're going to keep growing this bad boy. Same prices, $80 an hour, but you're going to have to buy 2 more trucks and trailer setups. So that's going to cost you $100,000. You're going to put $50,000 in cash and then get some debt, $50,000 of debt to be able to expand the business. So you grow to $1.2 million in revenue next year. Let's go. 50% growth. Let's go. You're going to profit 12.5%. Same exact amount, $150,000 in profit. However, you have to minus out the $50,000 cash outlay that you're going to have on that equipment. We're not even going to take into account the debt, just the cash outlay. Now you have $100,000 in cash instead of $150,000. On $1.2 million, $100,000 in cash ain't so much. We're not talking about what, 7, 8% profit margins. Now let's talk about if we go into growth mode. Same exact business, $800,000 in revenue, Profit last year was 100K. We had 12.5% profit margin. There's a lot of businesses at this size. Honestly, you're scraping by. Last couple months of the year are good with cleanups, and you wrap it up the season, you get to like $100,000 in profit. Awesome. Let's go into profit mode. $90 per hour. We're going to go from $80 to $90. This is not a big jump, folks. I would recommend going to 100, and then this math gets really wacky. But let's just assume $90 per hour. We raise prices to all our existing customers and all new jobs that come in, $90 an hour. So because of that, we raised our prices by, what is it, like 12%, something like that, which I don't recommend. In the book, I talk about raising prices by at least 15%. I like more like 20% plus. But let's assume we're just raising it by 15, wait, what is it, 12, 13%, whatever. We're going to grow our revenue to $850,000 in revenue. Okay, if we go from $80 per hour to $90 per hour, we make $850 next year. But we're going to make $150,000 in profit. And so our profit margins are now 17.6%. Because we just raised prices. We didn't buy more trucks. We didn't hire any more people. We just drew $50,000 in extra revenue and put it right to the bottom line because all we did was send an email and tell people that their prices are higher. So let's compare these two. Profit mode versus growth mode for next year. If we go into growth mode, right side, 1.2 million in revenue, cash profit, 100,000, 8.3%. You're like, well, no, we made more profit, but we had the cash. Great. But this is the pain that you're feeling in growth mode and why growth sucks cash. It also keeps you very cash poor. And the reason I talk about this is because people will quit when they have 4, 5, 6, 7% profit margins. And it happens all the time because it's so stressful from a cash flow perspective. So 8.3% profit margin. Over on the left side, we only changed one thing. We raised our hourly rate to $90. In doing so, instead of 1.2 million, we only made $850,000 in annual revenue, but we profited $150,000. 17.6% profit. Not bad. And guess what? Next year, I'm going to do the exact same thing and probably get to 20% plus profit margins, which is the goal of the copy and paste millionaire. Pretty cool. Make more money, have to serve less customers, have less employees, have less trucks to maintain. That's a business that I think most of us could run. Here's the thing. This actually hides the real problem. Because next year, the person in growth mode that went to 1.2 million, got 2 more trucks, hired more people, they're going to have to increase their insurance, probably have to upgrade their shop space by growing by 50%. You're going to have to upgrade, probably double your rent. Hire a full-time salesperson, because 1.2 million now, if we're going to keep growing, like we got to hire a salesperson. And we're going to get an office manager full-time. It's actually then that the crash crunch begins and margins drop. It's not actually right here, because we can survive this. We can survive this, and we can continue to stay in growth mode. But what crushes you is when you have to then make huge investments in overhead expenses like an estimator. And all of a sudden, oh man, I have so many trucks, they're breaking down. I need a shop maintenance. Like I need someone, a mechanic. Straight overhead. Office manager, straight overhead. And all of a sudden you're stuck at 1.2 and you're making no more money. You're making less money than you were at 800,000 in annual revenue. And yes, eventually you'll pay off the loans. Eventually you'll be able to raise prices. And that's what I hear all the time. Eventually we'll raise the prices. Eventually we'll make money. Eventually we'll be in profit mode. But we keep growing. And if we actually boil it down to the brass tacks, is we're doing it because of ego. I know what it's like to have the trucks lined up along the road and everyone feels good. You do shop tours. You have your trailers all lined up. I understand that need to feel like you've made it accomplished, especially when maybe when you were younger, you were kind of like the dumb kid in school. Maybe you dropped out. Maybe you didn't finish and you were considered the kind of like the black sheep of the family. I understand the need to then prove yourself with more tangible evidence that you're successful, like trucks and equipment, but it's not going to make you more profitable. And it's not going to build you into a business that the copy and paste millionaire method actually applies, where you have systems and procedures and healthy profit margins. It's just going to inflate the amount of equipment that you have, and that makes you look good in front of other people. And if you look at the posts on social media that do well in home services, it is the ones where they post equipment, is the ones that they post trucks, and everyone likes it. And I have nothing against that. I don't have nothing against the influencers that do that. That is fantastic for them. I am glad that they get new equipment. But 99.99% of us don't make money on social media. We don't make any money from likes. We don't make any money from people seeing our new equipment. The equipment is a tool to build the business, and the business is built with contracts, contacts, and customers. And those things come from marketing. Those things come from raising our prices. Those things from systems. But if I take the same photo, I did this last week. I did a photo of equipment, and then 2 days later, I posted a photo of an org chart. 100x more views was on the piece of equipment compared to an org chart. The org chart is the thing that will make you money, that makes the business profitable and allows you to sell this business one day to someone else who wants to be on that org chart. It is the thing that allows you to attract talent, allows you to be able to move people up inside of their career, inside of your organization, and retain great people. Not the trucks and equipment. The trucks and equipment are a tool for you to be able to get the job done and get paid by a customer. Profit mode versus growth mode. Also, not to mention, the owner in profit mode will have a longer tenured crew because you're not hiring new people. So if you look at the average tenure of your team members and technicians out in the field, just the average, if you're in growth mode, you're hiring new people, which reduces, because they're 1 month, 2 months, 3 months tenure, it reduces the average tenure of your team, which increases mistakes, which increases the drag on your high performers because they're training now, so it reduces their efficiency. So I'm assuming in these examples that you stay at the same efficiency. Not true. Nay. When you start going in growth mode and adding employees and adding new customers, you have chaos. More callbacks, more mistakes, more damage cases. Less efficiency from your highest performing crew members. Also, not to mention, the owner in profit mode will have better customers. Why? Because they're not promoting and doing advertising where the lead quality is going to be lower than the people that saw your truck, that got a referral from their friends and family, that saw your Google reviews, that looked you up online. Those are better customers. Not to mention, the owner in profit mode will also be able to afford better compensation and benefits. Because now when you have doubling of your profit margin from 8% to 17% effectively, and everyone just sells themselves on the fact that, oh, no, like, I'll pay off the debt eventually, and then I'll have better profit margins. But no one does. People quit before they ever get there. And so we're on this treadmill. If we actually boil it down, it's because of pride. Instead of just running a profitable business that has a few less trucks, has less employees, that doesn't do a bunch of marketing and ads because I don't need my ego to be inflated by people screenshotting it and sending it to me and saying your ads look great. I would rather just send out text messages and emails from Homeworks and be able to get upsells of my customers where, like my general manager had last week, $8,000 of extra revenue within 24 hours from sending a text message. That same number of estimates accepted, I think it was like 18 estimates accepted, would have cost me hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars if I would have spent money on ads. But yeah, we go spend the money on the ads. We spend the money on the trucks. We spend money on hiring more people, getting more shop space, and expanding revenue and never actually making profit. The whole objective of running a business is to make profit. It is not to buy more trucks and hire more people. It is to make profit. And then that profit allows and affords you to be able to do all the things as to why you started a business. Like taking your family on vacation, being able to afford when people get in a jam, be able to pay for their medical bills, being able to help your team, be able to offer benefits, be able to get them to the next stage of their career, be able to create an actual career path for 8 or 10 years. If they work for you, you can actually get them above minimum wage. That's what that chart actually hides. The $1 million lie is that success starts at $1 million. And because of that, we stay in this growth treadmill, grow at all costs, and we take on massive debt. Inside this book, I do not believe that. I do not believe that 7 figures is where success starts. I have seen too many times where business owners that run a $700,000, $800,000 annual revenue business, 4, 5, 6 employees, absolutely crushing it on profit margins with a whole bunch of recurring revenue. Their sales are automated. Their admin on back end is virtual. Their operations are clean, tight. Team members are well paid because everyone knows exactly what to do and systems are in place. Alternatively, you can stop growing, make profit, and the business serves you, your family, and your goals. That is the $1 million lie. And in the book, we talk about growing past $500,000 and entering profit mode. Because if you get to $500,000 in annual revenue, and then over the course of a few years, keep raising your prices every time you hit capacity, assuming that you have a great brand, you have good trucks, you have a website to drive leads to your business and replace churn, You'll be able to build a business that over the course of a few years gets to $800,000, $900,000 in annual revenue. You have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 employees max, and it's very, very profitable. I believe the vast majority of people should do that one thing. And if you're that crazy and ambitious and entrepreneurial and you want to keep going, copy and paste that model. Instead of trying to figure out, how do I then do a sales management position? How do I then figure out how to do an operations manager? How do I figure out how to build all of this other? Just keep doing the same thing. Copy and paste it. That's the entire essence of the book. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and leave my slides again and put me on the full screen real quick. We are going to do a live demonstration. And, oh, well, this is perfect timing. All right, everyone. Hey, switch to this camera, guys. Camera 3. There you go. Come on in. Let's go. All right, this is my wife, Brianna. She's amazing. She's bringing me dinner.
Yes, this is dinner.
What's dinner?
Okay, food hall. This is.
You gotta talk loud because the microphone's like very, very something. Yeah, come on over.
This is chocolate protein shake.
Camera 1.
Which one? That one?
They're gonna switch it. There you go. Camera 1.
Chocolate protein shake. Oh, what are those?
Those are honey throat lozenges, or like whatever they're called. Cough
Part
drops.
2 of dinner.
That's what I was looking for. Oh, I got ibuprofen. Oh, we out here rolling.
Part 3, iced sugar-free mocha.
Okay.
Part 4, these are like.
Whoa, what are
chocolate
those?
Protein peanut
Did you
butter.
make those today?
Yeah, I did.
They're what?
Chocolate protein peanut butter.
Balls?
Yeah.
Hey.
Just in case you wanted some.
Let's go. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Can I get a kiss? Love you.
Do you need me to step in or no?
Do I need to go to the bathroom? I do. I got a long ways to go. Do you want to step in? Do you have anything to talk about?
Yeah, I do.
You have stuff to talk about? Oh, okay, great. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and take advantage of the fact that Brianna's here. So be nice to her in the comments.
Yes, please.
And do you want to see comments on the screen or not?
Sure.
You do? Okay, guys, if we can put, there you go. Okay, we have comments. If you have questions for Brianna about all the craziness that I have to put her through, you can ask your questions now. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom because we still have a long ways to go tonight. You want to put these on, and then Jace can talk to you. There you go.
Oh, I've never sat in these yellow chairs before. Let's
Yeah, they're
go.
better than the old green ones.
Okay. Hi, guys. I was warned this would happen. Wow, this sounds really cool. I was warned this would happen, so I came prepared. And also feel free to drop any questions in the comments, so there's no radio silence. But we are resuming our turnaround trips next year, I believe in February. So now's a great time to throw in your applicants. Hi, Daniel. Now's a great time to throw in your applications so I can put you on the list and we can start building out an itinerary for where we want to go for our first trip. So please send in your applications. Thank you. Hello, Lawn Care Monster and Dobbs Matt. How you doing? Something else that I guess I can talk about is my role in the media team. I am the trip coordinator, for those of you who don't know. So whenever you do send in your turnaround applications, I put them into our software that we use, I guess, for the media team. And then we just start to plan the trips. Love the vlogs. Hey, thank you for watching. So yeah, whenever you put in your application, we review it. And then we build an itinerary basically around that. So I get to do the fun stuff. I get to book the flights, the cars, the hotels, all that jazz. Since being married to Mike, what is the biggest pet peeve you have of Mike? Nothing. He's perfect. No pet peeves. This studio is sick, by the way. I feel like every time I come in here, there's something new that's added on. The media team has done a fantastic job. Kudos to the media team for putting this together. Y'all watch any good shows or movies? Actually, Mike, he was never into movies or shows. If I ever reference something, he doesn't really know because he's obviously busy crushing it. And I guess I just had too much free time on my hands before, so we don't watch a whole lot. But we try to find good movies here and there. I gotta say, movies these days, the new ones, not that great. So actually, if you have any recommendations, please send them my way. Just joining, is there a brief recap or a way to see what's been asked / summary? You can go back and watch the last 8 hours if you want to. How do you decide which application goes to video? It really depends. We like a good story, you know? And then we do like to target like ideally slightly bigger businesses, but we want any and all applications. And honestly, it kind of depends on the time of year. If we get applications in Texas, we might actually be going to Texas in February. We'll see. Just because winter is a little bit brutal, and we would rather go to this, or I would rather go to the southern states. But just depends on how many applicants we get. I hope Mike comes back soon. We'll do another food haul. So I made him a sugar-free mocha. Fun fact, before I came into Mike's life, he wasn't really into coffee. So I've kind of brainwashed him. I don't know if it's for the better or the worst. And then a chocolate protein shake with raw milk. If any of you guys are haters of raw milk, sorry. It's actually quite good for you. Oh! I gotta take this home and wash it, because then it gets all gross. And then we have lemon candy and cough drops and 2 ibuprofen. Can you guys believe he's going for 15 hours? I'm getting very uncomfortable, and I've been in this seat for 3 minutes probably. 15 hours is a very long time. Would you recommend a, what word is that? Trip in a camper. Would you recommend a trip in a camper? Not really. I mean, it was actually not that bad for as long as we did it. We did it for, how long did we do the RV trip? Like 6, 7 days? 10 days, wasn't it? Well, the trip was 10 days, but we had the RV for about a week. 8 days. Depends. Bree, can we get more post turnarounds or success stories? I'm enjoying the second channel content that is more in depth. Would love real life examples and stories. Post run turnaround success stories. Possibly. I show some behind the scenes on the vlog channel. Shameless plug, Mike and Bree vlogs. But anyways.
All right, let's rock and roll.
I'll let him take over
Thank
now.
you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
How are those?
Fantastic.
Oh, good.
Hopefully I can eat this other one sometime. All right. Ugh. We're locked in. Thanks, babe. Okay. Oh, we are so refreshed. We are locked in. Okay. Several people asked me for this, and so I'm gonna go ahead and do it. I'm gonna have a more in-depth one coming out once we completely move from Copilot over to Homeworks. I'm gonna have a more complete comparison. But I'm gonna go ahead and do a software comparison right now. Before we switch to the slides, just in case, because I know we have a bunch of new people. Oh man, I forget what this is. Oh, dude, it's iced coffee. Oh yeah, we need some caffeine, folks. We are. How long have we been doing this? 8 hours now. Let's go. Oh yeah, we got drugs. Let's go. A little ibuprofen. Honestly, doing this for this long is not so bad. It's the lights just piercing on your brain. It's great. Okay. Before we start the software comparison, which we will do momentarily, we'll get there. Keep me on the full screen for a second. All right. On the Black Friday launch last Friday, a lot of people noticed that... you can take the chat off here, guys. It gets me distracted. Sorry. A lot of people noticed that we did not open the gift. We did not open the gift. The reason is because if you showed up live or if you donate books at mikeandys.com/Black Friday on Christmas Day, that's why it's red, you're going to get access to the course version with 3 to 4 hours of me training on this concept of copy and paste millionaire, of stuff that was not included in the book. So if you donate, anyone that does on Christmas Day, you'll get access to that, as well as if you showed up live. So if you showed up live at the event, or if you donate any books, you'll be getting the course version of this for free on December the 25th. So that is what this thing is here for, and it will not be open technically until Christmas Day. So we're going to put that over here. Now remember, until tonight, this right here is when all these deals down below are going to be over. And until tonight at midnight, you can also get free 3 months of pay for performance software, p4psoftware.com, completely free for 90 days. So go check those out. and go to mikeandes.com/Black Friday. You can scan that QR code over there too if you're watching this on like a larger device. And you can see all of those deals. But right now, we're going to do a little software comparison. So pull up the slides, and we're going to do rock and roll. Now, wait, give me 1 second. Don't share my screen yet. Just wait. Hold on, Jace. I need to make sure I have this set up correctly so that I can... there it is. Okay, I'm going to go to the left then. Got it. Okay. I need to go full screen on this. Boom. And then over here, we'll have this. Okay, fantastic. All right, full screen. Let's do this. Oh, dude, this is going to be really bad really fast if this falls off. Okay, here we go. It's a horrible cup to have a protein drink in, honestly. It's hard to get the protein drink out. Okay. We're going to do a software comparison of Homeworks, formerly known as Copilot, Jobber, and Service Autopilot. These are the most common software systems that people are switching to Homeworks with, and what they've had in the past. So I'm going to compare several different things. I'm going to compare, wait 1 second. I'm going to compare pricing. I'm going to compare features. I'm going to compare their mobile app and support, and also the future of the business. So we're going to go through all of those. And I'm going to go through it live. It's going to be a little bit like I don't have slides for these. I'm going to go to their site so you can see it live. If you ever see this down the road, there's a chance that, their features might change, their pricing change. So if I say something about the companies, I'm not trying to be derogatory. I'm trying to give you information so you can make a good decision as to what software you should use. And I have made videos like this in the past. And I'll tell you the downfalls or the side effects from Homeworks. I just got a little alert though. It was very exciting. Thank you to everyone. We wanted to figure out last year versus this year, the NPS score of Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. Last year, our NPS score was 1. Not good. Last year, that was Q1 2024. So in the middle of bug hell, our NPS score was a 1. NPS is from -100 to +100. So we're basically right in the middle. Not good though. A 1 NPS score, not good. We just got a bunch of responses, pretty good today so far. And of course, this will probably adjust as the next several days go on. But we have a 62 NPS score. Like, I just want to take this moment, this is mostly for the internal team, and say thank you. It's all because of the designers, the engineers, the team on the support side, the designers, the sales. Everyone has put so much work into this, and we were not expecting to show this, but I just got the text from Josh about this with the screenshot of the NPS scores coming in. That's huge. That is probably more than like a higher NPS score than 80 to 90% of software. It's really fantastic. So thank you to the team. This is mostly for our internal team. I just wanted to say thank you to them because without them, we would not be able to do any of that. And that's a huge, phenomenal increase in Net Promoter Score. So thank you to the team tremendously. I know I will get a lot of the public recognition, but it is not me who's actually making these changes. And that took us from a 1 NPS to a 62, or what is it, 67? A 62 NPS score in the past year and a half since we were in bug hell at the beginning. That was the very beginning of 2024 when we got a 1. So big thank you to them. They are amazing. They are incredible. And I love them very much. But now we're talking about your business and if you should use Homeworks, Jobber, or Service Autopilot. Now, there's 10 other ones we could compare, but these are probably 60 to 70% of the people that are switching over to Homeworks, formerly known as Copilot. And so I want to go over exactly the comparisons and which one you should use, okay? And then I'll actually give you a comparison of exactly which one you should use based upon your size of business. So let's first go over... Oh yeah, I put this in here. I got a lot of heat for this before. I made this video and it made like 60,000 or 70,000 views. And I was just going on a whiteboard being like, hey, I would recommend using this one for this size, this one for this. I got people hating on me, not people in the comments. Like the founders or the CEOs or executives at these companies were not happy. And I was like, look guys, I actually stated that there's certain periods of time you should join your software. And they didn't like it. So if they don't like this, I'm sorry, but we're going to be honest about which software you should join and which ones I don't think you should join. So here we go. Don't sue me, bro. Okay, pricing. Let's just go ahead and compare. I'm going to do this live, so there's like a very good chance that something goes wrong because I'm just doing this live. So we're going to open up Copilot CRM, soon to be Homeworks. Then we're going to open up Jobber. And then let's open up Service Autopilot. So first on the docket, we're going to go over pricing. Here we go. Okay, let's do Service Autopilot first. I should zoom in a little bit. That's better. There you go, Service Autopilot. Okay, so I've used Service Autopilot for a long time in the past. Let's go ahead and check. We're just going to compare pricing for a moment. Now, given the fact the copy and paste millionaire needs automations, we need a client or customer portal, we need to have cards on file, we need to have texting. Like if we're going to turn off marketing, I need to be able to text my customers and get more leads. Okay, so we have to assume that's like the benchmark we're going for. I'm not going to compare it against like getting started and just sending out estimates. We're not doing that. We're trying to actually build a business that runs without us using this software. So Service Autopilot, since they got bought out by private equity, have really been a lot more vague about their pricing, unfortunately. I need Elite in order to be able to have a client portal. I need to have two-way texting. I have to. Like, I'm willing to pay whatever to get those two features. And so they don't really have the pricing here. I have done some investigative journalism. It is $899. All right, let me triple check. This is from one of their certified advisors. 1 second. I wanted to make sure I'm correct. $899. Okay. So it's $899 to be able to get this plan. They do not allow for the bulk messaging that we offer in Homeworks, or like even MailChimp. But I can do two-way texting. Like, so I can text someone and they can respond. I can text them an email, or I can text them an estimate or an invoice, etc. And all of these, I could be wrong on some of these things. This is based upon my research or me doing and actually using the software. So you can see here kind of what it includes. The nice thing about this is it does include 8 mobile users. And we've had a lot of pressure to be able to do this inside of Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. Because it's just a little bit annoying adding users a lot of times. You're like, hey, can I just bundle this up? So in 2026, we're probably going to do this. And also it makes the pricing more comparable. Some people look at our pricing and are like, oh, why are you half as much as everyone else? Like, well, we don't bundle a bunch of mobile users. And so we will likely bundle this and so that our prices are comparable, literally just so that way people aren't like, oh, it must be way less and we can't run a $3 million business on it. That's not true. Not true. But they do have multi-location management. So that's very helpful. The ability to be able to do a command center and go between multiple locations, very useful. Their field service academy part, not super useful. And Accelerate, not great. In my opinion, these will give you the templates to be able to get set up. We offer those for free at Homeworks. Just from the marketplace, you can download them. But a lot of these other things I do need. Like, I need to have two-way texting. I am absolutely knowing that my open rate is going to be 98% on a text versus 30 to 40% on an email for just the estimate. If it was just the estimates, I need texting. But they don't offer any bulk messaging service, so I'd probably need to go get MailChimp separately. They don't allow the sync up, so I would have to export my customers into MailChimp and then send out text messages, for example, from there. Okay, so for pricing, it's $899. I'm gonna get 8 mobile users. That's cool. But basically it's about $900 a month. It does not include the two-way texting. We'll get to that later. Let's go ahead and compare it with Jobber. All right, Jobber. Boom. And again, I will do a full analysis of what I actually recommend for every size of business at the end of all this. So love Jobber's website, by the way. They are fantastic. They have raised several $100 million of revenue or of capital from investors and private equity. So I'm not going to be an individual. I'm going to be a team. I'm going to grow my business. And we're going to compare monthly rates. Oh, by the way, did I see that right? This is all based on annual subscription rates. Ooh, okay, so it's not going to be $899. It's likely going to be around $1,100, maybe $1,000, because it's $899 per month, and this is per month, but this is for an annual subscription rate. So they lock you either in for a contract at this price, or there's a higher rate if you do monthly. It's one of those two things. I don't know because they don't show that here, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say they make you sign a contract, annual contract at this price. And if there is a monthly option, it's going to be more than this. So we can't really compare apples to apples because Jobber nor Copilot, soon to be Homeworks, locks into contracts like this. So just as a side note there for Service Autopilot. Okay, so let's do monthly just to keep, we're trying to compare apples to apples, but just keep in mind, asterisks, from a pricing perspective, you really can't do monthly with Service Autopilot at those rates. Okay, so we're gonna do monthly. So let's see here. We got 15 users, 10 users, and 5 users. We need to have all of these things so we can text, we can email, etc. So first off, from a pricing perspective, we're looking at $5.99 a month. Now this big $3.99 a month, that's just for the next 3 months. But after 3 months, like we're gonna use, hopefully our business stays in business for more than 3 months, it's gonna be $599. But it does include 15 users. Very nice. That way you can grow the business and not worry about adding or subtracting users or trying to be like conservative when you don't really need them all. Don't have to worry about that. I really like that. Very useful. Okay, so from a pricing perspective, we're looking around $5.99 a month is what we're gonna be charged. Because if we're gonna run 6 to 8 employees, maybe 10 employees during peak season, part-timers, etc., we need to have the plus. And we need to have it because I need texting. I need texting. I need the client portal. I need to be able to have a marketing suite so I can send out mass messages. The problem is I can't send mass messages right now directly from here. I would have to connect it with Jobber. So that kind of, or not with Jobber, with like a MailChimp, for example. So I'm just looking at here. I really like their marketing suite, by the way. The ability to like see your views. Really, that's just connecting in from Google. And you could technically do an automation that like sends a link to people. They really make it nice and streamlined to get online reviews directly from their marketing suite. Their websites aren't really great in terms of SEO. As is with any standardized templatized website, it's not going to be as strong as having a custom site that has SEO targeting, the keywords are corrected, like using AI for your area to actually optimize it. It's just not going to be as good. Like, when was the last time at the top of a Google search you found a Jobber site? So it's not against them. I'm just saying I don't think that's a useful tool at this size of business where I need most of my leads to come from my website. It is going to be useful for starters, like starters up. Like if you're just getting started and you're 100, 200,000 annual revenue, great feature. The fact that they, with a couple of clicks of a button, they can get you a half decent looking website, fantastic. Way better than not having anything, and way better than a lot of people trying to build their own site, honestly. The receptionist, I haven't heard good things about this. I know what it's like to build our own custom AI to answer phones. I've heard mixed reviews though. Here's the thing. I like it because I know that if I have a voicemail that someone hits, they are going to leave a voice message 37% of the time. I know that with our custom AI and us really tailoring it, we're able to get more than 70% of people that hit the AI to leave all their contact information and confirm a quote. I happen to believe, based upon my usage of their receptionist, it probably gets to about 50%, maybe 60% tops. So it's not as good as a human, definitely not. You want to answer every single phone call, but it's better than nothing because nothing is going to get you 37% voicemail. And having something might get you to 50 or 60% that will actually leave a message with AI and give you the contact information, to leave that information with the AI agent. But honestly, still better than just a voicemail, almost doubling in terms of the amount of leads that you'll get during off hours. So this is very good. I really like their online booking feature, super smooth, and like requests that come in, similar to like our work request form at Homeworks. Their client hub, that's kind of like their customer portal, also is very smooth. One of the strongest, we're kind of bleeding into features here. In my opinion, one of the strongest features is their mobile app. We'll get to that in a second though. They do a fantastic job on their mobile app. Okay, so we'll come around to that. In terms of credit card processing, one thing I do like is they have the flat fee, 2.9% plus 30 cents. It's straight, it's forward. Service Autopilot, you have to negotiate your rates. Usually it's going to be somewhere between 3 and 3.5%, 4%. But what stinks is they like PCI compliance fees, statement fees. You have to close your accounts like $400. It's really a nuisance, all the fees. It's the worst part about Service Autopilot, in my opinion, is this part right here, the card processing. It's because they're owned by a company called Clearant that does, they make their money on credit card processing. So not a huge fan of that. Their 1% on bank accounts, that's not bad. Like it's better than 2.5 or 3% for credit card processing. at one thing that we do at Homeworks is we cap this at $5. So on a $30,000 job that you're doing, 1% is still $300. We cap it at $5. Is it 5 or 8? It's either 5 or 8. I'm pretty sure it's 5. The reason we do this is because that's exactly what Stripe charges us. And so I know that this is the exact rates that Stripe has. We do the exact same rates for credit card, but we cap this 1% at $5. So if you had a $200,000 transaction and they pay with ACH, we're taking $5. We're not taking $2,000 as a 1% fee for ACH. So little things like this is where you got to really dive into these details, and this is why I do the walkthrough. Okay, cool. These are all the features. I won't get into features yet. We will get into features afterwards. Let's look at pricing for Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. Okay, so this is the day's deal. Sign up for enterprise level membership, complete the 12-point onboarding checklist. You get 2 months for free. Your first month refunded and second month free. But let's look at the actual pricing. Let's go to annual. I'm going to zoom in. There it is. Okay, so enterprise is $279 a month. We got to get that in order to be able to have the two-way texting, the customer profile. The Power Pack is also all the email and SMS templates, everything you need to get started, automations, everything is basically there, and then you can customize it if you like. We'll get into, again, more feature stuff later on, but $279 a month. Keep in mind, there's an extra cost of $15 per month for every additional user. We are likely in the future going to bundle this because it does make a nuisance. Like you have to add your 5th and then your 6th and then your 7th. It's just a bit of a pain in the butt. And more importantly, because of our pricing being literally half of like Jobber at $5.99, people think that our software is like not as good. And from a pricing perspective, it's just because they bundled 15 users in there. And if you look at the price on this, it's $29 extra per additional user. So if you're like, oh, I'll just go with the $349 option over here. Well, if you cross 10 users, you're going to pay $29 more per user. All right. Same thing is at Service Autopilot. I'm pretty sure it's $29 still. They might have gone up, but I'm pretty sure it's either $29. It might have gone up to $39 since I last used it, but $29 per user at Jobber. But they do bundle them in, and I like that. I like it a lot. It's something we will be adopting, so you don't have to kind of always be moving it up and down. We do not do that. You just pay for your flat monthly. It includes your one user, and then any additionals are $15 each. So realistically, if you're going to have, let's call it 8 employees, there's going to be an additional $140 or so on top of this. So we're looking more around that 300, almost 4, like $399, I would say, if you had 8 to 10 employees, is the cost of Copilot. So roughly speaking, as it currently stands from a pricing perspective, to be able to have 8 to 10 employees, we're looking at around $400 per month, $399, let's say, for Copilot. You can bring down your user in the off season though, so you probably save a little bit more there. Let's call it $400. For Jobber, we're looking at $600 to be able to get the features we need. And at Service Autopilot, we are paying $899 or $899, but we are locked into a contract. But again, caveat is they do have those bundle users, so we shouldn't have to get too far above 8 on that subscription. Okay, very cool. So we talked about pricing. Let's talk about features. Let's start with Service Autopilot again. So as we talked about already, we really like the multi-location management. I think their dispatch board, super, super strong. If you do recurring work, their dispatch board is fantastic. Their mapping is very good. Like their dispatch board is the best. Their automations are the best. Those are the 2 strongest features of Service Autopilot. It's why we stayed with them for so long, is because their dispatch board and their automations are fantastic. And on that dispatch board, like the wait list and a lot of the elements that we are actually doing inside of Copilot and Homeworks was inspired originally by them. We then took some of those things and like, hey, there's still areas of improvement like unscheduled work. There's a big gap and we've added to that. But one of their features that I think is the strongest is their automations and their dispatch board. The thing that gets me a little concerned is those 2 things have not changed in more than 5 years and have not been updated to modern technology. And I think that's going to be a huge liability in the future. And it's because the founders have left the company. And it's now owned by private equity. And I have nothing but bad things to say about how that company has been ran in terms of private equity. Not like business-wise, they're probably making money hand over fist. I know that actually they are. However, from a member's perspective, we have not seen any new features that are meaningful. They have cut support dramatically. It's like almost impossible to get a hold of them and try to make any changes. When we switched 100 plus locations out of Service Autopilot into Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. When we did that, it took us weeks of contacting them, and then there was fees, and it was such a pain in the neck just to get a hold of a human being. Because they've cut support, they've cut engineering, and they're doing it because they're just sharpening the pencil. They've raised prices dramatically, and I don't mind raising prices. I don't mind paying $8.99 a month. I think that's the steal of a deal if it can save me 40 hours a week in my admin side. If it can close me more deals and increase my close rate. But if you can't get it to where you make a mobile-friendly client portal where people can easily accept the estimate, if you can't respond back to me when I have a question, I can't get a hold of support, it makes it very difficult to be able to run my business, and that's why we had to swap. So, but in terms of features, strongest points, the best things about Service Autopilot, in my opinion, is their dispatch board and their automations. Very good. And even though they haven't been touched in years, they're still very, 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 very good. That's why I would stick with them. If I was a larger business, that's the one reason I would stick with them, is because they're just so good in those two areas. All right, let's talk about Jobber. Okay, the thing I love about Jobber the most is their mobile app. It's awesome. And the reason is because they have tons of money, given that they've invested in the company to be able to have huge engineering teams on just the mobile app. It's very helpful if you're out in the field doing sales, operations, and admin, because it allows you to do basically everything mobile inside the app. Very helpful. I really like the way that they've integrated the Jobber marketing suite. Basically, just pulling API from Google reviews, but having it in one spot is nice. It's very nice. To be able to send, when you send a mass message through email, you're able to keep track of how many leads came from that. Very nice. You could manually do that right now, like through email or like seeing your messages or seeing the amount of accepted estimates inside Copilot, but they have it really nice. It's called campaigns. I love it. Fantastic. The support has been tough, honestly, because they've grown so quickly, and a lot of people that are answering the calls are super entry level, and it's sometimes difficult to get more complex stuff. I really like elements that they have started, but are sometimes a little too simplified as we scaled to past the GM plus, like to GM plus, so past 1.5. There was areas where it was like we were bumping up against the edges, especially in automations and the dispatch board. So in my opinion, like the strengths of Service Autopilot are the weaknesses of Jobber. Their dispatch board, their automations is some of their weaker points, and those are things that we started bumping up to as we had locations past $1 million in annual revenue. And yes, they have automated follow-ups, but I can't customize so much of how that looks and like the way it's filtered. And like I automate follow-ups to my estimates and my invoices. Those are like the automated follow-ups to an estimate being sent out or an invoice being sent out. But there's not a lot of customization. I can't customize a lot of elements of their automations, and that's something that, again, is somewhat limiting. I like the fact they have straightforward pricing on processing. Again, if you start growing a business, you're going to start paying $40,000, $50,000 a year in card processing. If you have cards on file, etc., you're going to have that as a problem. Well, it's not a problem. It's a cost of doing business. But if that number is 3.5%, you're now paying $1,000 or more, and that's where Service Autopilot really, I just feel like they honestly just show their lack of care for members in the way they do their card processing. And the way nickel and dime people, you have to negotiate all the time, and people are paying all sorts of different rates, and it creates a toxic environment, in my opinion, at Service Autopilot. And it's because they're owned by a credit card processing company, and I'm not a huge fan. Okay. I really like some other elements like the AI voice at Jobber. Very nice to talk to your device. Again, very useful if you're doing sales, operations, and admin today and you're trying to juggle things. They make it very simple to work from your mobile device, and I like that a lot. Again, the strongest point of Jobber, in my opinion, is their mobile app. It is by far and away the best in the market. Hands down. You can compare it to us, and they're better. They have a better app than us by far. So their mobile app is amazing. I love it. So there we have it. That's pretty much it. I think that's all we got. Okay, so there's some features from Jobber. Okay, so for Copilot, the things that we're looking at that is different than the others is number one, mass messaging via text. Right now, that's not costing you a single penny. Down the road, we'll need to meter that based upon what we get charged from Twilio down the road. But we have been free, and we will continue to be free for at least the next couple months for text messages being sent out. But even if they cost me an arm and a leg, I would do it every single day of the week. And even if you don't use Copilot, like if you use Service Autopilot and you use Jobber, go get MailChimp. Oh, let's just pull MailChimp up. Let's compare. So MailChimp, let's see here. Okay, let's see your pricing. So let's assume for a moment that you're going to use Jobber or you're going to use Service Autopilot. You're like, okay, Mike, you've sold me on the whole, like, we need to text our customers. Great. Let's go ahead and do a plan where we can do SMS. They bundle it with email. You have to kind of get both of them. Let's assume your business has, let's call it 5,000 contacts. And you're like, well, I only need to send like a couple messages out each month, maybe one, and then they're responding back to me. So I only need 7,500. Ding, ding, ding. Incorrect. Because each text you send will likely be 3 to 5 credits. So the message that I sent to you all today, to remind you of this event today, that was 4 credits. Fantastic. 4 credits means I need to have at least 20,000 credits. So if you go down here, what's this A mean? Why does it think I'm in Australia? That's weird. Let me take that out 1 second. Okay. Why do they keep thinking I'm in Australia? Anyways, I don't want that. I don't have a VPN or anything. That's weird. Anyways, it's about that same price. So I go to my 5,000 contacts. I'm going to send them 1 text message, and I'm going to assume that there's about 3 to 4 text credits per text. Okay, $330 is going to get me my basic. This is sending out that 1 message. Now, if you're listening to this, you're like, hey, I can't join Copilot and Homeworks for some reason. This is a steal of a deal. Because I just had my general manager get $8,000 in 24 hours, 18 accepted jobs, and 53 estimates within a matter of 24 hours, let alone over the next week where it's probably $15,000 to $20,000 worth of jobs, let alone the recurring revenue he gets from those jobs. So this is still a great deal. This is better than any marketing platform. Because if you take 330 divided by 18, that's like, what, like 6, 10, $20, like $20. Like $20 cost per lead by sending out this text. You're not going to get that anywhere else. And more importantly, these are from customers you've already done business with because they're in your database. So even if you didn't use Copilot, I would spend the 330. I would. 100% of the time. The challenging part is that 330 gets you this essentials plan. And the problem is this part, the audiences. It's a little bit pain in the butt. It's not like you can filter things down and just like use tags. You got to basically send it to all your customers and maybe you segment out like your recurring, but it can get very difficult because you have 2 different software platforms. You got to keep track of everything. If you integrate with Jobber, at least you have a little bit more segmentation, but that is a bit of a handicap. And that's why technically speaking, to compare it to Copilot, you actually have to look at this price over here, the $700 to send out this text, because I generally want to have the unlimited audiences so I can filter people down by tags, by service, by area, by zip code, and segment them really well, create the right offer for the right customer. But I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to say, like, we just send 1 text to every single person in our database. That's $330. I think if you switch to the US side, it's a little bit like $10 or $20 cheaper. Because I think I remember I looked at this a few weeks ago, it was like $300. So let's just call it $300. All right. That is essentially what you pay for the subscription, and you get all of Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. And you get all the texting for the next couple months for free, completely free. You will probably spend more in text credits if you send out a blast than your entire subscription. All right, in terms of features, in addition to that, we have it where we can do call notes with reminders, super useful if you're doing an office admin. Multi-location, we have that as well, very good. There is the one thing that no one else has is the guarantee. If you grow your business, here, let's click on it. If you don't grow your business by 10% in revenue or profit, I'll give you your money back. It's all there if you want to check it out. Let's go back to here. Pay in full options. No one else has that. That's where when you're asking for deposit, you just have a button there that says, hey, if you want to pay the whole thing out right now, just click this button and it swaps it over and they pay up front. There's a good chunk of your customers that'll just do that. Waitlist and unscheduled work, that was released last week to be able to have that. Waitlist is also on Service Autopilot from a feature perspective. They do not have unscheduled work, but they do have a really good waitlist. And right now, it's better than Homeworks in terms of the waitlist because they allow for recurring jobs and some cool stuff with programs and treatments. We will be doing those similar things here in the next several months on our waitlist. Jobber does not have a waitlist necessarily, but there's some workarounds you can kind of make it work. Inside of Copilot / soon to be Homeworks, we have paid deposits prior to estimate acceptance. So before they accept the estimate, the deposit has to be paid. A credit card has to be on file. That way you don't have to then message the customer asking for it after they accept the estimate, and then you're caught in limbo of like an estimate being accepted, but you don't have a card on file. Should you put them on the schedule? They haven't paid the deposit yet, so I'm going to send them like an invoice that's 50%. Now that's a pain in the butt, a lot of admin time. You can automate all of this completely, like seamlessly inside of Copilot. Saves you a ton of time. The biggest thing I like inside of Copilot, soon to be Homeworks, is their off seasons. The ability to be able to set and forget your recurring services. You set it one time, you set an off season, so it pauses automatically for those months. This saves you days worth of admin time as you grow the business, because you don't have to pause every recurring service and then restart it in the spring. You just can let the recurring service continue, and it automatically pauses for the off season. And if your off season changes because of weather, you just go into one spot on the settings, move it out by a couple weeks, and all those visits over the next 10 to 15 minutes get added to the schedule. No going through 300 different recurring services. This was one of the biggest reasons why Service Autopilot was like such a pain for us, and we couldn't do Jobber like at scale, is I can't take 300 recurring services and immediately add one more visit to the end of the schedule for the end of the year. Inside of Copilot, you can do that. Just go to your settings, adjust the off-season dates, and over the next 10 to 15 minutes, because it's usually hundreds, if not thousands of visits that we're adding, it takes 10 to 15 minutes, but it's going to get all of those added to the schedule. Super powerful. It saves you literally days. This is why, like, I don't care which software you use. Software is the best bang for your buck to save time inside of your admin and improve your sales close rate. And if you do those two things, you should spend more time doing operations and making more money. If you're under 18, by the way, you can get the starter package of Copilot complete free. And we do have this onboarding over the first year. So you will talk to me in your first couple of weeks of being a member. And then on a weekly basis, we do the mastermind. But just new members will have a Q&A live call with me within their first couple of weeks. It's actually part of your 12 steps that you have to use for the Black Friday deal. One of those steps is be on the call with me on a live stream, and you can ask questions about the software, about your business, anything. I'm available on that call. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the next comparison, the mobile app. Here we go. So good. So at Homeworks, we have the Field Force mobile app. Jobber has their app, and Service Autopilot has their app. So let's go ahead and compare them. Actually, I'll just talk about it. So the best app right now is Jobber, and it's not even close. I'm happy to say it. They do a fantastic job at their mobile app. It's the best by far. Service Autopilot is caught between two different mobile apps. One is the legacy app. The other one is the team app, it's called. And they're finally starting to work on the team app, it seems like, but it was announced 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, like a long time ago. And so they're stuck between versions of their app, as well as like version 2 and version 3 inside their software CRM. And it's been that way for 5+ years. Very confusing. The team app, we kind of used it, but it just kept glitching. But I think they're fixing that. I've heard that is one thing that they are working on right now. But it has been years, and I think that the vast majority of their users still use the old app, the legacy app, because it's not good. In terms of Field Force, this is a brand new app a couple months ago at Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. And we have a web version where you can do everything, but it's not as mobile friendly as Jobber. Can guarantee that. Yes, you can do automation, you can do dispatch work, you can do everything on the web version of the Copilot mobile app, but it is not as user friendly because it's not a native app compared to Jobber to do everything outside of just doing your jobs. Now, the Field Force mobile app is designed for technicians, and it's really good at it. It is comparable to Jobber for all operational tasks, not sales and admin though. It does not cover those bases. And so I would say if I had to rank these, Jobber's the number 1 app. The Field Force mobile app from Homeworks would be number 2, mostly because we have the video feature to compress video files automatically, and it works offline. And then Service Autopilot, a close third. Now, the reason I say a close third and not way below is because it does have offline compatibility like the Field Force mobile app. So we have offline mode compatibility, and Service Autopilot does too. So if you do go offline as a spotty service, you will still get those updated to the CRM after you get back into service. It'll sync back up with the cloud. So that's very handy, especially even like hilly areas, bad service areas. That's a huge advantage. But Jobber would be number one in my opinion. Then the Field Force mobile app. I think we can catch them eventually, but they are a long ways ahead on admin and sales in their mobile app. Service Autopilot, again, works offline. It works pretty good. Sometimes it has syncing issues, which is a bit troublesome because if it doesn't sync up correctly, it's a trouble. But honestly, their offline mode, it works. And the legacy app, I can vouch for. The team app, I just see too many inconsistencies, but I think they are working on it. I hope they fix a lot of those problems for their users. All right, let's talk about support. Because a tool is only as good as your ability to use it. And so this is something we have invested heavily at Homeworks. I'll work left to right now, just so much easier. So at Homeworks, you now get a white glove onboarding. If you have trouble with your CSV file and importing those customers, we will do it for you. I think Jobber does this for a fee, and Service Autopilot has a fee, like a service as well for $1,000 or something that they'll help you. We'll do it for free. But more importantly, the support that you have ongoing is very important. At Homeworks, you can schedule a video call or a phone call, and 99% of the time you can do it within 24 hours. And so you can just go to the side, book a call, and do Zoom, and actually have a real person talking to you. They can walk through your account. We have in-house office team. They're fantastic. You can also use the chat. Let's go more logically. So Jobber and Service Autopilot do not allow for video support. I think it's super valuable because I like people to show me things and how they work. And usually I can cut down the amount of time it takes to solve something with you by like 5x, just by like, oh, just click this button. Versus be like, okay, over the phone, I'm trying to explain to you where to go and what the button is. It's so much easier to say, hey, I'm looking at your screen, share it with me. We're on Zoom, and I can just click around for you in your account or show you exactly how to fix the problem. So neither of them have the video. Phone support is pretty good at Jobber. Service Autopilot is in the gutter. Absolute gutter. Like, I'm sorry, but like, we were giving them tens of thousands, if not hundreds, no, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions, I guess. It'd be millions of dollars like every year from Augusta, and I couldn't get anyone to answer my support questions that I needed to be able to support our owners inside commands. I couldn't get an answer. And so it's like support's brutal. Like, I have no apprehension in saying that. Now, in terms of the chats, one thing I think is the Service Autopilot's chat is kind of new. They're using AI. All three of us are using AI. It's very helpful from a support perspective to triage 90% of questions that are, hey, here's how you do something, and you can just show them a help article. Service Autopilot's not great. It's okay for help articles, but anything beyond that, it gets really hairy, and that's where I got a problem with it, because when I hit the edge cases of AI, I need someone to help me, not just in the chat, but like a support call, a support video, something. Jobbers is better. They use the exact same intercom system that we use for our chat. So theirs is better. And they have a really good support help article. The help articles at Jobber are fantastic. Their training around using the platform and their help articles is very, very good. And so when you have really good help articles, the AI can help you a lot more in support side. And so Jobber does a great job of that. Homeworks, we have similar to them in terms of the intercom system that they use, we use for our chat. But what I wanted to show you is I'm going to actually log in to a Copilot account. So it is a test account. I'm going to go ahead and click on our support. Sorry, it kind of covers a little bit, but you can kind of see here, and I'll show you something that I think is pretty cool, is we have trained the system to actually give you business advice if you ask for it. So for example, let's just throw something at it. Let's see, okay, you're reading the book and you're like, the 4L framework, very cool. Let's, what is the 4L framework? Boom. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit. There you go. Okay, let's see here. The 4L framework is a business growth model that identifies 4 key constraints every business cycles through: liquidity, leads, labor, and leadership. There it is. This comes directly from my book, The Off Season, and it's going to walk you through this stuff. This will be your business advisor along with the support. All right, let's ask it like, because like inside of the KPI cockpit, we track your close rate. Cool. Let's say, what should my close rate be? My business, say business is in profit mode. Let's see if I can figure this out. And this is the language that I talk about in the book, and this is like why we built it this way. Let's go. Since you're in profit mode, your target close rate should be 30 to 50%. Bravo. Bravo. Okay, so again, if your close rate is higher than 50%, you might be leaving money on the table and should consider raising your prices by at least 15%. Very good. Very good. So we really try to design it where it's not just going to point in the direction of help articles and where to find things, but also if you have business questions and like you're going through the book, it will assist you, and it is trained on every word that I talk about in my content, so it can actually walk you through the systems of the copy and paste millionaire directly from the support. So pretty cool. All right, let's talk about the future of these companies, because in my opinion, when you make a bet on software, you're looking at 5 to 10 years from now, not the immediate future. So let's give our honest take on the future of these companies. Keep in mind, I'm extremely biased. I obviously own one of these businesses, but I'm trying to give you as much of my perspective as possible. So, Service Autopilot's future, man, they don't have the founders. They've cycled through several CEOs in the past few years. There's literally one member of their leadership team that has been on that team since I talked to them several years ago and shared my, not my complaints, but like my frustrations and concerns for the company before we started Copilot. I was like, look, there's no vision for this business. No one knows what you stand for. The community's obliterated because there used to be hundreds of people that showed up, like 400 or 500 people that show up to their event in person, and now it's down to like 100. No one really cared. It was just, they brought Cardone Enterprises in for like their academy, like blew up the community. Like, anyways, the future of the company, in my opinion, it's not good. Their legacy code is going to break. They are not adopting AWS, Azure, and cloud services that are required in this new era. Like, you can't be running on the servers that they're talking about. When they talk about their big server upgrades and they go down for 12 hours, that's the huge concern. It tells me that they're not using these platforms, and I know they're not, that are needed to scale. And they're going to break. It's not going to work if they don't make these huge investments, and they're not going to because they're owned by private equity. Like, Clearant is a subsidiary of Explore Technologies that owns a bunch of other CRMs that they just bought them all up in 2018 to 2022. They bought up all these companies. They own a whole bunch of CRMs and a whole bunch of industries, including the gym. Like, True Coach is a CRM they own. Like, look at the company. Like, they do not care. They do not care about their members. Bottom line, I can say that. Yeah, no. So they also came after me for literally saying their name in my books and wanted me to like retract my book and all this. I'm like, no way. Like, I do not say anything bad about you. And so, yeah, I'm not going to go through legal threats over me sharing my opinion. And that was back when I was using the software and I was telling people to use the software. It's crazy. Crazy. Okay, future of Jobber. Fortunately, both of their founders are still there. Very good. They do have last time I checked, about 4 to 5 very large private equity firms that have invested in there. So I'd anticipate, if I had to guess, the founders own less than 10% each. So they are very minority. They grew a ton. They have like 700 people on their team, which is great because they have engineering. Like, they have huge teams of engineers, hundreds of engineers. They have great marketing teams because they've had hundreds of millions of dollars invested in the company. And so it's probably worth, in my opinion, like a couple $1 billion, maybe $1 to $2 billion valuation. I don't know if their plans are still to go public down the road or what they're doing. I know their cap table is a little bit wonky because they got huge investments of like, how was it, 200 million? I think it was about $200 million. They got invested in 2022 or in 2023. And for a lot of companies, that was a down year. And so I'm anticipating they need to keep growing substantially. And that's why they're raising prices a lot. So they've more than doubled their prices in the past few years. And I believe it's a matter of them optimizing for profit, which is fine. Just they keep serving their members. That's all I care about. And they have been able to invest a lot in their engineering and creating new features. And I'm a huge fan of what they've been doing. I'm a little concerned because I know what private equity does once you, as a founder, do not have the majority ownership. And so I am concerned massively by that. And this is the reason why we didn't go with Jobber and we ended up starting Copilot, even though some of their features we were able to kind of work around several things. Ultimately, when a founder has 5-10% of their company, and it's owned by 4 to 5 private equity firms, they will eventually want to cash out. They will eventually cut support. They will eventually cut engineering. And that's not a matter of like if, it's a matter of when. The same thing that happened with Service Autopilot will likely happen with them. Unless the founders stay, they go public, that would be opportunity, kind of like what Service Titan did. And they would probably go up market like they have been, like continue raising prices. And that's fine. I don't really care. Just support your members, create better features. I'm happy. So I don't really have anything bad to say. Just know that there is big private equity involved, and that's why prices have increased. And generally, they start sharpening the pencil, and then they do hyperscaling. So they spend gobs of money on our advertising. Like every single person here has seen jobber ads, and they pay a ton of money to influencers. They were offering me so much money to be an influencer for them. It was insane. Like I would make more promoting their software in 1 month than I make in an entire year on AdSense when they offered me the deal. Like it's incredible. They're throwing money at influencers so much. The amount of money that they are making from influencers is crazy, insane. I don't know if the rates are still the same way, but like what they were offering me was like, I knew they wouldn't make that money back for 6 to 12 months if someone signed up. So when I see that, I just get a little bit nervous because I know they're hyperscalers. I'm a fan. Let's go. Keep supporting, doing engineering. I just don't know what's going to happen there when I have so much private equity, which a private equity is going to put money in and within 5 to 7 years max is looking to be able to flip the business or able to have a liquidity event like going public or usually selling the business to another private equity firm at a higher valuation. And so what they'll do is they'll raise prices, they'll cut support, increase margins, and then flip the deal to another partner, another private equity firm. And so I'm a little concerned by that, but so far, that has not been the case, and they have continued to march along. But when I see them spending as much as they are on advertising and raising price at the same time, it tells me that they're optimizing for something. It's usually going to be the next liquidity event or round of raising because they've raised like 4 or 5 rounds from venture capital and private equity. All right, so for Homeworks, the future is honestly me and everything that I'm doing. And so whether it be the book, trying to implement all the systems inside of there, I'm not going anywhere. My mission when it comes to my career is to make home service business owners rich. I happen to believe that systems are really important, and I think the number one way to build systems is inside of software. There are so many problems that we can solve inside of software, whether it be instant quotes, what we're talking about in the book, and is going to come to Homeworks in 2026. Instant quotes from your website embedded directly. And then you get quotes, you get accepted estimates with their card on file directly from that form moved over into your software. Little things like that. The ability to have a 10-minute video compressed in Field Force and inside the software is all something I dreamed of. It's important so that I don't have to go back to the job site. Estimate videos, very important. Deposit thresholds, credit card, all these things are simply me just trying to solve problems in the pain points of admin, sales, and operations for the business. And so our goal is for you to help you grow your business without breaking. And that means growing revenue, growing profits, and ultimately reaching your goals. And I'm extremely passionate about that. And does that mean that we're not capitalists and we aren't going to make sure we grow a good business? Absolutely not. I'm going to survey all of our members like we did. I'm going to make sure I'm competitive with these other players. I'm going to watch very much because one of the biggest things we get feedback on is the fact that they were confused about the name of Copilot. So yeah, we're going to change it to Homework so we don't get confused. And furthermore, I know right now people literally think we aren't as good of a software simply because of our price. And I'm going to bundle users down the road so that way we can at least be in the ballpark. So it's like, look, if you're comparing us against these guys, just know that we are very comparable. We're not a knockoff discount like a yard book. And so the future of the company is me. And so that's ultimately it. I'm going to be highly invested in this, whether it be recruiting, investing into the product. I am putting every dollar of mine into this company and have the past couple years. And so that's the future of the company. It's going to be me, and we're going to be using Augusta Lawn Care with hundreds of locations to make sure that the systems that we create in software scale and multiply, and you can use the copy and paste millionaire methods across the board. It's going to help you grow a business. I don't care about fancy features. I want you to make more money. There's no other software that's going to guarantee you will grow your revenue by 10% and guarantee you will grow your profit by 10%. Why? Because I only care about making you more money. If we don't make you more money at Homeworks, you should just leave and I'll give you your money back. That's why we have the 365-day money-back guarantee behind the enterprise level, because I know you will grow your revenue and you will grow your profit if you use things like Text Blast and the features that we talk about. And you will save a lot of time on admin when you can automate billing, invoicing, when you create custom automations and send text messages internally to your team based upon when the oil needs change, when the brakes pads need change. Just set up automations that text your internal team. Put a to-do on there. Make a reminder. These are the type of things that like we're going to solve these problems. And there's so much on the roadmap. There's so many things that members need. And yeah, Bug Hell like put us back like a year and a half, and it stunk. It really did. Like I poured every single dollar I possibly could into solving that problem to recruit the right people to make sure we solved it. And I told people multiple times when we were in the middle of Bug Hell a year and a half ago, like if I could give you $1 million to solve this problem right now, I would do it. Like everything I have is put in this company. And so Augusta Lawn Care, Homeworks, and the media team are combined into a holdco. So all together, we have a lot of dynamic to be able to promote the product using the media, to be able to test and make iterates from my own business. None of these other founders are actually running home service businesses. Every single day, I talk to home service business owners, hundreds, if not thousands. I make content for them, but more importantly, I actually talk to them on live streams. Every single member inside of Homeworks talks to me before they join as they join the software in their onboarding process. Talks to me directly on a Zoom call and can ask me questions about anything. Every single week, we have not live, it's a Q&A where you can submit a question because it was hard. A lot of people couldn't join on the weekends. So great, you submit a question, I'll answer it on the weekend. None of these other softwares are doing that. And ultimately, I just generally can say this as much as egotistical as it sounds, is no one cares as much as I do about your business. I'm just saying it because that's the truth. And I know this because I have talked to people in these companies and every other software company, and the only thing they talk about is cap tables. They talk about raising more money, venture capital, private equity, and their valuation. Those things never come out of my mouth when it comes to Homeworks or Augusta. We are trying to build a business that will endure for a very long time and that will make home service business owners rich. How will we do that? We will make it so differentiated down the road that joining the software is the thing you want to hide from your competitors, because you know that's your unique competition, your unique selling proposition. It's the way that you get ahead. It's the way that you win. And by doing that, people that join the software, that join the company of Augusta Lawn Care, that watch the content will win. They will become rich. And the outpricing and going to the bottom of the barrel and pricing and out competing with each other down to the bottom, we make no money, will stop for the people that watch the content, join Augusta, and are a part of Homeworks in the future. That's just how it's going to be. And I'm dedicating my career to that. So like, will I do other stuff down the road? I don't know. All I know is for right now, this is all I think about, and this is all I want to do. I feel very, very strongly this is why I'm here on this earth, is to help this community. And I don't say it lightly. I know it's like to not make payroll. I know it's like to be broken when you're growing. And so the reason that we named the business Grow Without Breaking is because I know what it's like to grow and break. And I've seen it over and over again where business owners do break physically, mentally, spiritually. Like, it's not worth it. And it's a solvable problem. It makes me very, very frustrated that people don't know their numbers. And more importantly, they might know their numbers, but they don't know how to actually solve the problem. And the ultimate goal down the road with Homeworks is that we take all of this data, we have all this information, but we do it for you. I can actually tell you what to do in your business, when to hire, when to go into profit mode, what your pricing should be, what services are least profitable. I can tell you that down the road. And we have the data. And so the objective down the road in the future of Homeworks is to be able to actually be the person next to you that inside your software is like, hey, these are your jobs that are not super profitable. Oh, by the way, like these services are the ones you make all your money on. Why don't we go ahead and set a text blast, click this button and we'll send it to all the people that don't have that service on their schedule. These are the type of things that we're going to build in the future so that you can grow your business without breaking your bank account, breaking your back, breaking your family, breaking your relationships. And to me, that is something, a small, very small slice that I can change on this planet in my career. It's not solving cancer. And yes, I went to school and I studied a lot of different diseases. And there's a couple specifically I did a ton of research in the lab on. And I was like very determined, like, I'm going to solve this problem. And I dropped out. Like, I am doing this lawn care thing. I am doing this home service thing for my career. And the whole objective of using the software and creating Augusta Lawn Care is to make that possible. And I looked at it very much like a life mission. And so that's kind of like the future of the businesses. So the question is, which of these three should I use? And I'm sure I can't see the chat right now, and I don't need to. That's fine, guys. I'm sure some people are like, well, I'm using these other ones. That's fine. I'll talk about them in a second. But these are the major ones that I want to compare to, because like the vast majority of people switching to Homeworks are coming from these two. So before 2025, so back in 2024 when we had a 1 NPS, this is what I would have been telling. Oh man, can you guys hide me for just 1 second so they can see what's behind my screen? Can you just hide me for a second? Or not? Is that possible?
No.
Not possible. Okay, I'll spoil it for everyone. Before 2024, the service autopilot was also in GM Plus. So if you look there, before 2025, so a year ago, when we were still struggling to get out of bug hell, I would have recommended, if you were a solo operator, so doing $0 to $250,000, I'd recommend you use Jobber. Super user-friendly, great mobile app, super useful to do juggling sales, operations, and admin out in the field, which is what you need as a solo operator. Hands down, no questions asked, use Jobber. If you're trying to grow the biz or currently at 250 to 750,000, before 2025, so back in 2024, I would have said somewhere Copilot, Jobber, that's a good fit. I would have said if you were doing over 750,000 though, you got to start thinking about service autopilot, and the GM Plus one is also service autopilot. Okay, I'll talk about like 3 million plus in a second, but that was before 2025. Okay, as of today, right now, after 2025, this is what my current recommendation is now. I still think that Jobber is the supreme CRM and software for anyone doing under $250,000. And will that hurt how many people join Copilot and Homeworks? Yes, because that's a lot of the people watching this right now. Do I think they could grow their business? Yes. Will it be the best fit for you if you're doing 100 grand and you're planning to do 120 grand next year? No. Use Jobber. It's fantastic. The mobile app is by far and away the easiest way as a solo operator to collect payment and get paid, get jobs with the way that they have the leads come in directly, and then doing operations, doing the work. It's fantastic. I think it's super mobile user friendly, not just their mobile app, but just the CRM in general. It's limited though once you start getting bigger. But at small, was there solo operator, use Jobber? I would recommend that. Personally, that's my recommendation. If you're planning to grow the business beyond that, that's when Homework starts to become useful. Okay. With automations, it's a little more complicated. The dispatch board, a little more complicated. Wait list, unscheduled work. There's more moving parts. Tagging. There's a custom automations. It's not like, hey, just click these buttons for which days you want this to go for follow-ups on an estimate. There's custom automations you can build out. And we have the templates, and you can just pop them in. And these are the ones I have built personally for your automations, text, emails, etc. But you can build out custom stuff. So it starts to become very useful at a working GM size, especially if you're doing multiple locations and having multiple access points to multiple locations, etc. Now, I cannot recommend service autopilot anymore for anyone. It's not on the board. Sorry. I think as it currently stands, I'd be okay. But when we look to the future of the company, I cannot recommend anyone use that software. And that comes from a place of genuinely wanting to help them back in the day when we were still members, and talking to them and asking for certain things that needed to be solved, asking for leadership, asking for community, asking for some vision to be brought back to the company, and it not happening. And so if you're over that 750, that's when I think Homeworks becomes really, really clear, or trying to grow towards that. And it's kind of a throw up when you're at 250,000 to 750. Like Jobber is probably gonna be better if you're not tech savvy, but if you want customization, if you want more control, if you want a more powerful dispatch board, if you want more improvements that we're making like a very high clip right now, I would probably use Homeworks. So that's my honest opinion. If it changes, I'll let you know. In March of next year, I'll do a more detailed analysis and break down things specifically, but that was kind of like it's the raw, honest truth in my opinion. And right now with the Black Friday event, you can get the 2 months free. You can get on board, go through the call with me, ask any questions you have, send a text blast. And I think honestly, most people will be convinced that they just send a text blast, that even if they use Copilot just for the text blast, it's a good deal. It's still cheaper than MailChimp by itself, let alone all the CRM stuff. And you should pay, by the way, if you're using another software like Jobber, Service Autopilot, or any of these other fancy ones, pay whatever you need to be able to get text blasts. I don't care if you pay $500 a month, do it. Okay, if you're doing over 5 million or you're doing big projects that are over $100,000 each, then I would consider these other more expensive options. And we're talking like very expensive. We're talking like thousands of dollars, $3,000, $4,000 a month at this size for Aspire, LMN, Single Ops, Service Titan. So LMN and Single Ops recently, through a merger, are now considered Granum. it's again private equity play. And Mark Bradley, the CEO of Element, is fantastic, but he's no longer with the company. I think he probably has. I'm sure he has some equity still, but he's not the CEO. They have private equity has merged these two companies, and it's now Granum. That's why you've probably seen like their orange little logo thing. Aspire, huge company. Owned by Service Titan, which is a publicly traded company. Service Titan and Aspire, great for big projects, great for large companies. They're doing 5 million plus. You're going to be paying 10 times more than some of the prices we've been looking at. But it starts to make sense because, again, I believe software is the best dollar for dollar spend in your business to solve the constraint of admin and sales and then streamline operations. Those 3 links. That is the whole logo of the Homeworks logo, is the 3 links of sales, operations, and admin, and making sure you can grow without breaking. So if you're like, hey, I like the whole Black Friday thing, I should join, but I kind of do a consulting call, or you just want a consulting call in general, go to the website. In the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see book sales and consultation meeting. And I know Christian is booked out crazy this week because of the launch, but next week you can get on a call with him and go over your specifics. If you want a demo, anything like that, Christian is by far the best salesperson you will ever have talked to on any software you have ever thought about buying, guaranteed. Guaranteed. There is no salesperson that cares as much as this guy about your business. I can guarantee that. I've worked with Christian for a long time. He used to be a personal trainer at my gym and then has moved into sales role. This is a phenomenal individual, and just as a human being, you will be blown away by the care he has for you and for your business. So book a call, bottom left-hand corner, books sales and consultation meeting. It's from the website, and you can just do a Zoom call, and you will absolutely enjoy your time with Christian. All right, Sir Jace, are we going to do some video questions, or what are we doing?
Yeah, we got some video we could do. We got some chat we could do.
Let's do a couple chat, and then we'll do a couple videos. If you could do me a favor and read the questions,
sure, yeah,
that'd be fantastic.
Let's do it.
The bottom part, can you change that to mikeandy.com/Black Friday? So if you haven't and you want to donate books, it ends tonight. All the deals run out, as well as the 2 months free at Copilot, the 3 months free for p4psoftware.com. All of that ends tonight in 6 hours. So mikeandy.com/Black Friday. Jace, if you could read me the question, that'd be great, because I need to get some calories in this body of mine. So let's go ahead and do some chat questions, and then we'll hop over to video.
I think we did this one, right?
Yep, we did that one already.
All right. We will do this.
So are you just kind of picking some of the best questions from the chat?
Yeah.
All right.
So this one,
oh, good call. Go ahead.
Is by Gold Standard Lawn and Landscape. They're asking, I'm about to upgrade my Copilot account to Enterprise. I'm logged into my free account. Should I navigate to a specific way to obtain the offer, or will it automatically be applied?
Automatically be applied. If you join Enterprise, upgrade, or joining new, up until tonight, it automatically put you in the sequence for the Black Friday deal. And you just needed to complete the 12 checklist, the 12-point checklist for onboarding. So, answer is yes.
This next one is from Lawn Care Monster 1024. They're asking, I had a quick question about the chemical tracking side. When are y'all going to start focusing on that? The update y'all have been doing lately are fire.
Yeah, so the waitlist was one of the most commonly requested features, and it's a step in the direction of doing a lot more chemical stuff. We have multi-step programs. We have the ability to do packages, but there's certain elements, there's 4 to 6 features that we would love to have that are from Spray does good, Real Green does good on several. Service Autopilot has some really good features that are for chemical applications specifically and tracking. We do chemical tracking. When you go to the site and you push the button, it gets all of the information, the wind, speed, and all that. We have that. But there's certain elements that when you start getting 100 plus chemical clients, there's certainly some things that we're lacking. So the waitlist was the first step in that direction. There's some improvements to that in terms of packages and locking that in. And so that's certainly something on our horizon. And you'll see, we've been releasing quite frequently the past few weeks. You'll see that as we go into spring, that would be something that's certainly on our priorities.
This next one is from Katie Brown 9050. They're asking, where do you start and how do you go about putting together an employee handbook? Our goal is to get it done before this spring.
Yeah, so at Lawn Care Media, you can actually just get one that I've created that is about 30 pages long, super long, so you could take some stuff out if you wanted. And then I have highlighted the parts that are state specific and you need to change. So you could probably make it pretty quickly. I would probably take it, throw it in a ChatGPT and like, hey, make this compliant to my state, and it'll do it for you. That's where I would start. ChatGPT, if you really want a template that I've made on lawncaremedia.com, it's there. It's part of the big full package, but it's also there for, you can single download it if you wanted to.
All right. This next one is from Dave Reeks. They're saying, I'm in Australia. What are you finding out about the Australian market and running lawn care here that surprised you? And what have you found challenging? What has been some of the benefits of the owl market?
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, my mom's from Australia. So I've been to Australia quite a bit. Western Australia, and then last year? 2023, I went over to Eastern Australia. So, yeah, unique thing is the cost of labor there is very high. The way that they have apprenticeships and everything set up to have a solo operator, as we would call it over here, you all would call it a trader, is the most common thing. So, like, for example, Jim's Mowing over there, they have thousands of locations, and I talked to like their top owners, and very, very few of them have employees. If I had to guess, 98% of their franchisees don't have employees, maybe 95% if I'm being generous. So it's very difficult to get labor. That is the constraint mostly. And on P4P, pay for performance, usually you have to give a higher percentage than what we can get away with in the US. Like 28 to 33% is very common over here for lawn care and landscaping. Even 25%. If you do chemicals and stuff, you can get done at 20%. Over there, you're looking more like 40%, even 43% I've seen them do in those same similar industries. But there's inherent advantages as well, because the cost of living there is high in most areas, like in the cities, and that allows for a much higher hourly rate. So an hourly rate over there, people are charging easily $120 for something that over here we'd charge $80. So it really scales, honestly, in my opinion. It's really, the culture there is very much about independence, and working for yourself is like a badge of honor, like being a solo operator, doing your own thing, having that freedom. And so I think the thing that I've been really impressed with the Aussies that are part of Augusta is that they have all scaled. One of the owners was talking to Liz the other day, like they're doing fantastic. And like over there, usually you only stay solo operator. Like if you do make 150, 200,000 annual revenue, like you're staying solo operator in this size, like most people do it. So I'm really, really proud of the Aussies over there. I think we have 3 or 4 locations, and they're crushing it. So what I found surprising is I thought it was going to be a bigger obstacle to scale, but labor has generally seemed to correlate with the cost of living, and they've been able to adjust their P4P percentages and make it work. We've added support for their nights, like their days are our nights. So from command center's perspective, we've had to add a little more support there. But yeah, like overall, it correlates. You have the labor is the biggest differentiator because of the way that they have like apprenticeships, and then people get locked in at certain rates that you have to charge. And it's like $35, $40 an hour. But again, you're charging more typically per hour to the customer. Good question. Let's do 2 more questions from the chat, and then we'll jump back over to questions from the video.
Cool. So the Alvarez brothers are asking, for Copilot, in terms of having multiple locations, do you pay for enterprise multiple times, or do you just pay for it once and have access to build out multiple locations?
Yeah, so if you have different logins for different locations, then you would need a separate account. If you're trying to do, a GM Plus model and just grow out there, you just do one. So this is my recommendation, and I talk about this in the book, and that is like, grow your location to the point where, okay, I'm now moving in this other area. Don't go start a new Copilot account, new shop space, get a general manager and for that. No, just grow your current service area over there, knowing you're not going to be super profitable because a different service area, you're driving further, less efficient, more drive time, etc. but get a full route and then start a new Copilot account, then get a shop space, then get a general manager. Until then, like you can start from day one being break even or better on a new location if you just grow that way. So I would not get multiple Copilot accounts and be like, I'm going to grow to the 3 locations. No, have one location, grow it to the point where like, hey, we need a 9th or 10th employee. Okay, let's cut this part out, make it, and now it'll be 30, 40 minutes drive away. We'll have a little shop space there. We'll get a general manager, we'll promote from within, and we'll start a second location. And that's when I would do my Copilot account. Now, as of the last couple weeks, we now have the ability to move customers between your Stripe accounts and inside of Copilot. So we can help you do this at support. So that if you broke this off, you could actually go and have a different Copilot account with those customers and keep their credit card information. That's the big key. You wouldn't have to ask them again for card information. So we can help you with that, but I would not do that. Like the copy and paste method is grow into a service area, and break it off, and from day one, already have a full route for your GM to be doing and being profitable, and already doing 20,000 plus a month in revenue. If you're doing that, you'll be very, very profitable, very much quicker than if you started from zero and take a year to get to profitability and starting from scratch, and all the time of the GM is just spent doing door hangers and yard signs and marketing and sales and admin stuff. I want them to focus on doing the work as quickly as possible, and that's the fastest way to do it.
So, this next one.
Oh, this is similar to the last one about chemicals.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. So Green Empire, again, back to what we said. Waitlist was the first thing that we needed to conquer towards making more comprehensive feature set for chemicals. This is certainly on our horizon. And certainly something we're working on, and Waitlist was the first of those steps towards that end. And we have taken a lot of feedback from members about exactly what they need. And there are several features that if we could lock it in, things like Gorilla Desk, Spray, and Green and Real Green that are meant just for chemicals, we'll be able to get you probably 98% of the way there with about 4 to 6 new features. And so this is certainly on our horizon. I'm not going to give timelines and dates. It's burned me in the past. I'm not going to promise it. I just know this is very top of mind. This is certainly on our horizon. We've been talking to members a lot about this. All right, one more, and then we'll jump into video questions. Okay, how do you become the authority in my industry, outdoor activities like you have in lawn care? First off, grow a really good business that makes a bunch of money. And so like I started creating content when I was right after my accident. If you look at my first videos, it was right after August the 4th, 2016 was when I got in the accident. If you look at my YouTube channel, a couple weeks later, I started my YouTube channel. And in my videos, if you watch the first one, they're like, hey, I don't have everything figured out. I'm just going to show you what I'm doing. And in that next year and a half, I turned the business around. And that's why we call it the turnaround show, is that the exact things I talk about is what I did in my business. And I just documented it. I think it got to me like maybe 4,000 or 5,000 subscribers. It wasn't a big audience. What changed is when I started showing my P&Ls that made $280,000 in distributions to the owner. Now, you can't make that stuff up if you have general managers. And at the time, my general manager was Lee, well, Liz and then Lee, and then Marcus. And I was showing all my P&Ls there. And that's when I unscrewed because it showed that I was not working in the business and I was making $200,000 to $300,000 in owner distributions without showing up. And that's using all of these systems after doing the painful job of undoing a lot of dumb stuff I had built the business, like offering way too many services, having chippers and hydro seeding and dump trucks and putting greens and artificial turf. Like we did everything. It was crazy. So after unwinding all of that, it took a couple years. But then once I did that, it showed the YouTube channel of like, okay, these are the problems. I'm struggling. Okay, I'm making these changes though. And now here's the results. And it showed there was some proof. So build proof. And you know, even this year when we got Landscape 100 on that list with in the top 100 landscape, that like just proof of like, hey, like it's real. It's not, I'm just making videos. Like it's real. Here's our revenues. We have to report the Entrepreneur 500. It validates some stuff. So in the past, I never gave our numbers into anyone because I didn't want that sort of attention. And I was like, oh, we'll fly under the radar. And I was like, no, like people don't believe you until you show them the numbers. So now like on our website, you can see the financial performance of locations after 2 years of Augusta. Like you can just see all the numbers, 10%, 50 percentile. Like that again was another like kind of inflection point, I would not worry about trying to be an authority. I just build a great business and share with other people, and don't worry about being authority. Just like I just genuinely care for home service business owners because I know it's like to not make money, and it just like tears my heart out seeing that in other people where I know it's a solvable problem, and they have spouse and family members that I didn't have when it was 2016. I got in the dump truck accident. I didn't have any dependents. I didn't have anyone that I need to provide for. And so it rips my heart out to see people go through these problems and go through exactly what I was going through, having a business without systems. It tears my heart out. And so I don't care about being an authority in this market. I could care less. I make videos to get attention so that the attention I can then deflect towards things I think will change people's businesses. And when I say join HomeWorks, when I say join Home Service Web Design, when I say join Home Service CPA, join Augusta, that is because these are the tools that I used, and I believe that they are faster ways of getting to the place I am at. And I would like to be able to give this to more people. Like, this industry has given me everything I could have ever hoped for. And I hope to give that same freedom to other people. And I'll like beat on my eyeballs and work hard to make sure that happens. And that's just, don't worry about being an authority. Just care for people, give away every secret you have, realize that they will eventually come to you for implementation because it's faster to just do what you say. Like, I talk about everything here inside this book is what we do at Augusta. You trying to build a command center is be very, very hard. It'll be faster to just join Augusta. I don't pitch on here like, everyone should join Augusta, everyone join Augusta, join Augusta. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this works. I know this works. And if you want to do it faster, I will do it for you at Command Center. I will do it for you inside of the way that we do our ads and we do our website and our Instagram. I'll do it for you. If you want to join HomeWorks, I will do a lot of these things for you. I will make it easy to get your deposit thresholds and cards on file. I'll make it easy. And you can beat your head up against the wall trying to build something else and doing instant quotes on yourself on paper form or some other form. You're not going to be able to do it as easily and as seamlessly as we will build from HomeWorks. You're just not. And so just care deeply for the people you're trying to help. And if you don't, you can't feign it. You cannot feign care. And the biggest thing that I do is every time I talk to a camera, I talk to my 18-year-old self right when I got out of the hospital. Because that's the person I make these videos for. That's who I wrote this book for. That's why I made landscapebusinesscourse.com. You can see the lacerations. I made that video in September of 2016 and showed all the things as I changed and evolved in the business. I just made a course of it, and it's free. landscapebusinesscourse.com. Just give away everything you possibly can and help other people. And if you don't care, it'll come through. If you're just in it for the money and to become an authority or build them, and I'm not, whoever this does every adventure, I'm not bashing you. I'm just like, don't do it for the money. The money will come if you just care and you create really good products that allow people to get to where you're at or beat you in terms of speed, and you implement for them. I believe HomeWorks will get you faster to where I'm at today than it took me years and years of beating my head up against the wall. Same thing with Augusta. Same thing with Home Service Web Design. Same thing with Home Service CPA. I think it'll get you there faster. And I know that if I show you this roadmap and you're like, okay, he was right. Oh, yep, that worked. Okay, that worked too. Okay, I should just go join HomeWorks. I should just join Augusta. I should just join Home Service Web Design because I know it's going to help me too. And people can connect. People are smart. And so literally up until a couple months ago, we never advertised because it's just simply a matter of I will not advertise the product until it is the best thing possible for our audience. You have not heard me talk about Copilot for almost a year and a half in terms of like promoting it, comparing it to other services, because I didn't believe it was the best option for business owners. I don't believe that anymore. I believe that the vast majority, if you're over $250,000 in annual revenue, should join HomeWorks. I believe that every single person in the lawn care and landscape industry will get closer to their goals if they join Augusta Lawn Care. So I will promote those products. And so you're going to see ads the next couple of months for HomeWorks because I actually believe it's the best thing for your business. And so, yeah, just like have conviction, really believe it. And if you don't try to feign it. If you want money, that's fine. Just tell people, like, I'm here for the money. Let's go. Join my course. That'll be my 2 cents. Okay, let's do videos. MikeAndes.com/question if you want to submit your video, just like, oh, my eyesight's getting brutal with these lights. I can't read the name. Sorry. Go ahead, play this one. And if you want to submit your question, go to MikeAndes.com/question. Otherwise, we're going to take calls after this. So go over here. And don't worry, there's so much more training. We are literally only halfway through our training for today's event. So go ahead and call this number, get in the call queue, and I'll be coming to call questions and Q&A live in just a second. Until then, roll the tape, Jace. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Mike, Dave Patterson from the Turf Manager, Worcester, Mass. We just hit 560 in sales this year, 6th season.
Let's go.
I'm assuming we're gonna hit about 800, maybe 850 next year. Including myself, I've got 3 guys in production, 1 secretary. And my question is, with limited funds, what are the best ways to buy into advertising or marketing? I do a bunch of free stuff, Facebook. But if you had 30,000 to advertise, what would you put that money towards? Thank you.
Okay. So, low-hanging fruit first. Before I spend $1 in marketing, I'm going to work on my sales system. I'm going to make sure I'm doing follow-up phone calls. I'm going to make sure my speed to lead is improved. Because there's no point in getting more leads if I have a leaky faucet, a leaky bucket. I.e., leads that come in and they leak out because I took 3 days to get back to them. Because I don't have a over-the-phone pricing. Because I don't have instant quotes. I'm going to try to refine that as much as possible. I'm going to have a follow-up system, text, emails, and phone calls going out to the customer, especially in the first 10 days. That's my first focus. Assuming we've done that, then I would make sure my website's dialed in. I would make every dollar of that 30 grand spent on the website will have higher outsized returns than spending on any other marketing platform. All right? Then I would take the money and I would create 3 to 6 tests. So you're going to be spending between $5,000 and $10,000 on each test. Assuming you have no marketing and you don't know any customer acquisition costs for the different channels, I'm probably going to do something like door hangers, Google ads, Facebook ads. I'm going to have like LSA. And I'm going to maybe try like Angie's or something. That's fine. LSA, the problem is I can't pour gasoline on it. I'm limited by how many leads they'll give me. But in terms of the money, I'm going to create these tests. I'm going to run significant amounts of money against it. And my whole objective is that by the time I spend half the money, so $2,500 to $5,000 on each test, I am then going to know pretty accurate which 1 or 2 are my best performers. And I'm going to spend the rest of the 30 grand, the other 15 grand, on refining those 2. So if all of a sudden you're getting customers from Facebook for $20 and they're converting really well, awesome. Dump more money on that. If Google is 50, I'm not going to spend more on that versus 20, assuming that the close rate's similar, assuming that people are converting, they're good quality leads. I'm not saying that's how I expect the customer acquisition cost to be. I'm just saying if that happens as you test, it'll be pretty evident pretty quickly which of them are your top, and then you can just choose the top couple and then optimize. So take your best performing ad. Excuse me. This is one of the things that we're talking about in the Facebook ads training. If for everyone that does the 20, 100, or 400 book donation down below, and gets us closer to 100,000 book goal. If you donate the books at 20, 100, or 100 book offers, if you do that, we're going to do Facebook ads training. Part of that is the optimization part. The reason I like Facebook ads is because it's the one area I can really dump money on, in addition to like door hangers. Because Google, I'm limited by how many people are searching the keyword. Local services, I'm limited by how many leads they give me. But with Facebook, if you optimize it, you can keep pouring money on it. You can scale it. You can keep it in front of more eyeballs. And so I'm going to be optimizing things like my creative. I take 3 of my top performing ads. I create another ad set. I change the title. I change the offer and I see what happens. Oh, that one outperformed the last ad set. Okay, let's take another ad set and combine the 2. Okay, what happens if I make it a reel and vertical instead of doing horizontal video? What happens if my hook, I say the name and the city of my service area versus not? These are the type of little things you start optimizing for once you are in the optimized phase of the ads. But the first phase is test. You got to test, then you optimize. So I'm going to test. I'm going to spend half of your marketing budget on testing. Then from there, take the top 1 or 2 to optimize the rest of the budget. Great question. Next on the docket, Jace. Shout out Jace in the chat.
Hey, Mike. Matt here with Augusta Delta and White Rock. And my question is, primarily about Augusta Delta. So we're going to do about 1.5 million this year and likely to hit 1.82 million next year. Pretty much in profit mode. We're not adding trucks or employee count. We're just going to grow into our capacities and raise prices heading into next year. So my question is, as far as our org structure, org chart, we've got kind of Andrew as the GM, and he's kind of like a sales manager
Can you pause it
in
for a
terms of
second?
that division.
I just want to make a point here. A bunch of people today have called in are from the Turnaround Show. And for all the clowns that clown on the people on the Turnaround Show, I want you to know that a lot of them crush it. Crush it. They kill it. And we try to do the follow-ups, usually like 6 to 12 weeks later usually, and get where they're at. But it usually takes a year or two to turn around a business to the extent that I talk about with them. And so usually you can, after 6 to 12 weeks, you can kind of see early indications of success, but not whether or not they actually turn the business around. I just want to be very clear. There's been 5 people today that have called in or talked on these questions that were turnaround shows and are crushing it. And so these guys are one of them that showed up a year ago or so, and people are clowning on him. And he's doing $1.5 to $1.8 million starting his second location. He just got their second location, him and his partner. And there's 2 of them, so that you can get to the GM plus 1.5 and above a little easier having a partner. I just want to make that statement. So if you're thinking about joining a turnaround show, just realize you will get clowned on in the comments because people are dumb online. 90% of people don't own a business. And the vast majority of people that watch the videos are going to clown on you being in a turnaround show. When I share my numbers, when I talk about stuff, people will say stupid stuff on me, and that's fine. I care about the results. And for someone like Matt and for his partner up there it's like literally 30, 40 minutes from where I'm sitting right now, drive, they're crushing it. And shout out to everyone on the turnaround show that has the kahunas to get on there in front of everyone else in their lowest moment when they're really, really struggling and get advice publicly and go through some dirty laundry, because the vast majority of them turn the business around and a year or 2 later are just like Matt, crushing it. So I say that in part because if you have a bigger business, you're like, I don't know if I want to air out the dirty laundry. If you're struggling in your business, we can help. Go to MikeAndes.com/turnaround. You can apply. But I just want to make that statement because there have been several people today, and I'm blown away consistently by how much they change over the course of a year or 2 after the turnaround show. And it's not because of me. It is likely the fact that they humbled themselves, got the leadership training required to really scale their business. And so I encourage you, if you're thinking about it, like, you know how many people have asked us to take down videos of their turnaround show? A lot of them. And almost every single one, a year or 2 later, their business is doing great. And we have to have them actually sign documents beforehand saying like, hey, we have control of the video. We had to do that because like we didn't like the whole like, hey, can you take the video down? There's mad comments about us. I don't want to cause any bad blood. It's like, look, please let us trust us, do what was said, and your business will grow. And that will be the best revenge ever. So I'm making that statement. If you've been thinking about joining the turnaround show and us flying out there, I highly recommend you do it. People like Matt execute, they crush, and shout out to Matt. Matt, thank you. All right, let's go and play. Jay, sorry.
But we were thinking of having a couple different departments within ops, one of them being lawn care and fertilization, one of them being small projects, softscapes, no multi-day stuff, and then another one being our strata and HOA, and kind of having a crew leader at each of those levels. Would it make sense for those guys in each of those departments to do the sales for their division? Or do you think it would be better to have a separate sales manager, whether it's Andrew or we promote one of those guys to that role? Would that make more sense than that person would be doing sales for all of the different work that we do? Or does it make sense to have kind of like a mini working GM or department leader, where the strata guy would do quotes for that division and the project guy would do quotes for that division, and the lawn care fertilization guy would do quotes and estimates for that division? So just curious what you think about that. Thank you.
Oh, it makes me so proud. Augusta Nation come out strong. Great question. That's a fantastic one. That's in the weeds, folks. This will not get clicks on YouTube, but that's a great question. So they're running a GM plus model, 1.5 to 1.8 million. They're starting a second location, and up there they do a lot of what's called strata. And down in the US, that would be like HOAs, etc. And so the question is, should I have my crew leaders of these 3 different kind of like segments of the business do sales? In my opinion, the person that's to be a great crew leader, if I expect them to also do sales, very expensive and very hard to find. I would rather have a salesperson. They don't need to be as good at operations and doing the work, but they need to be able to sell. And that's a very different skill and harder to find than someone who couldn't do the work. I would take your technicians out in the field on the 7 stages of success, Matt. I would channel that into, hey, you can become a GM, and then you could just put a slash, be like, or a crew leader in one of these 3 departments. Like you could make that the separate, kind of like same exact track. You could make the segment. So I'm a big fan of the segmentation. If you look at the GM Plus chart here for the org chart, you'll notice as you begin to grow past 1.5, you're going to need. Here. Oh, you're such a genius. Let's go. You're going to need these green parts. You're going to need the assistants. You're going to need the crew leaders. You'll see down here the crew leaders start popping up. That's when it starts to make sense to do what you're talking about. And it'd be okay to have a crew leader for your maintenance, a crew leader for your strata, etc. But keep them all in operations. It'd be very hard to find a salesperson for your strata, a salesperson for your chemicals, a salesperson for your maintenance. Like it's gonna be very difficult. It is much harder and more expensive to find someone that has sales and operations experience than just operations, and then go find one unicorn that's gonna be your sales manager. So if you're gonna stay in the GM Plus model, which is totally fine, I think you guys have made the decision to keep this one the big one, and then your second location is gonna start a little bit smaller and do more recurring revenue stuff. Great, awesome, fine. You're in the GM Plus model, you'll need a sales manager. And then inside of operations, you can create crew leaders. So that would like make sure the team is good, they're trained up, they're onboarded correctly, they have quality standards, do quality control. Good. I would not recommend mixing sales with operations at all 3 of those divisions. I'd get one sales manager. And then you can benchmark their metrics, perhaps kind of segmented out by those 3 if you really wanted to for the sales manager. But I would really recommend to not try to go find a bunch of salespeople that also know the operations. It's very hard to find, and I'm usually trying to find one per location. That's my general manager. And that's the person that can do the operations, they can step in, they can help everyone out, they know what's going on, they can run the whole place, and they're good at sales. Hard to find that person. They're typically going to be an entrepreneur, and they're going to start their own business. Next question, do we have another one, Jace? Another video?
Yeah, we can do 3 more.
All right, let's do 1 or 2, and then we'll jump into the call queue, because there's been some people waiting. If you have a question, call 361-733-3332, and we'll get to you in about 10 to 15 minutes. But let's go ahead and play the next one, Jace, for video.
Hey, Mike, recording from the gym right now. I love your content. Stoked. Anyways, what is the name of your business? My business name's MLC Martin's Lawn Care. Our expected revenue this year is 1.475, a little bit shy of 1.5 million. How many employees do I have? We have around, we have 7 to 8 employees. Had 10 earlier in the year, but we're right around 7 to 8, rocking 3 crews. My question for you is right now, kind of in a position where I'm over leveraging myself. I'm wearing a lot of different hats, and I don't have a whole lot of high talent labor. So I'm doing a lot of that. Managing all the operations, managing all the sales, material deliveries, and we do mostly landscape installs and cleanups, so one-time projects. Not only am I trying to get a continuity program like Harmosia suggested, but really what I'm trying to do is scale out either the operation side or the sales side. Curious which one would be easier, which one would be better for the business, and which one you think is going to be the biggest constraint going forward. Really curious on your insight. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
1.5 million. Good job, Christian. Let's go. Okay. So you said one word there that I wanted. You said over leverage. I think you mostly meant like you're spread thin, not like actually have a whole bunch of debt. Because if you actually had a whole bunch of debt, I'd probably say something slightly different. But I'm gonna spread. You're just spread thing. This is the problem. When you do big projects, ultimately this is what happens. You hit this 1.5. You grow in a big business, but you're doing everything inside the business, and it's hard to replace yourself because it's complex and custom services. So inside the book, we talk about simple systems. How do you build the systems? You use the framework right here. So we have the simple systems framework. Boom. Right here. You can't really see it. Hide me. There you go. Right now you're doing complex and custom work. This is what we call the treadmill junkie. Leads to burnout. So what I would recommend is slowly move up to the master juggler. which is where you still do complex jobs, one-time big projects, but you're going to standardize everything. So I'd first move you there. That's where you're going to go, top left-hand corner, the master juggler. And to do that, you're going to say, these are the type of pavers, these are the type of blocks that we install and nothing else. Take standard kind of materials that you know will work for 95% of people and use those. You will not have a drop-off in sales like everyone wants you to believe. Your bell guard is like, oh, no, you gotta have 1,000 options. No, you don't. Okay. Then as time goes on, I want you to move towards built to scale, which is the top right-hand corner, which is simple and standardized, which means you still standardize, but you simplify. You're going to cut some of those services out. Ideally, the ones that you know every single time you touch, you're on the project all the time. Anytime there's a service and you're like, yeah, I'll end up being there. Something's going to happen bad. It might be irrigation. It might be excavation. It might be something. For me, it was like hydro seeding jobs. It was irrigation. We did irrigation. I can't even believe it. Mercy goodness. We did irrigation. Tree tripping didn't go so bad. Excavation jobs, I usually ended up being on. So like I ended up just having to cut them out. So that's simplification, like just cutting those things out. But I would start with standardization because then that way you can maintain your revenue. So next year, instead of trying to like, we're gonna do 3 million, just be like, hey, we're just gonna focus on standardizing what we're currently doing. I happen to believe you'll actually make more revenue and more profit doing just the standardization because you're not gonna actually cut any services out yet. Then you'll simplify. Once you do that, then you have simplified and standardized the business. And that's just the services we talked about. Then you're also going to do the same thing for equipment, the way you answer the phone, your website, everything gets simplified and standardized. Then you have the opportunity to hand things off. Until you do that, if you start handing things off, you're going to create chaos. If you start handing off your operations, it's going to be chaos. Because no one knows how to do all the projects like you do. If you start handing off sales, no one knows how to do sales like you do. And if you're trying to determine which one do I hand off first, we always are going to move in the direction of I first delegate admin, then I delegate operations, then I delegate sales. So right now you're at that 1.5 million size. You're exactly at the point where you're feeling the pressure based upon the book, where it's like, I gotta hire an operations manager. It's the reason I do that is because it's easier to find the operations manager than it is finding a sales manager. If there is someone that's going to be able to produce $2 million worth of sales for one-time projects, they're going to go start their own business, or they're going to be extremely expensive and hard to find. It's easier to take one of your technicians that worked with you for 5 years or has worked in another business for 10 years and has some resemblance of training around leadership to step in. It's cheaper and easier to find them. Ideally, you can promote from within. So they're already part of the culture. Great question. And congratulations on your $1.5 million business. $1 business. Next up on the docket, Jace. Shout out to Jace in the comments for hanging out with us so far for 12 hours almost. Let's go.
Hey, Mike, it's Bryce with BM Home Services, based out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. We're a handyman and interior finishing company. Our expected revenue next year is going to be just over $200,000. We're just under $200K this year. We don't have any employees right now. I'd like to hire one in the future, and most of our work is just subcontracted out right now. But my main question is, watching a bunch of your videos, you mentioned when you're starting out small that you don't want to tell clients that you're the owner of the company. You want to base it off that you're the estimator. But also, I've seen in a lot of your videos that you mention that you want to have your name and your face and your crew and everything pasted on your website. So how do you go about talking about the culture and everything on your website, stating if you are the owner or not, but then if you're showing up in person that you're not the owner? If people are checking your website, are they going to make that connection? How do you deviate between the two?
Okay, I'm not sure. You must be talking about a very old video. Maybe in Landscape Business Course back in the day when I said talking about your own. I know exactly what video you're talking about. I was standing behind one of our trailers at our shop space, and I remember talking about this. Okay, great point. You got me. I made that video in 2016. So I think if you've watched the next video that I updated like a year ago, I probably edited my opinion on this. So my opinion previously was you're going to usually, when you're small, pretend like you're big, and when you're big, you pretend like you're small. Like it's a classic, like these massive companies trying to do these things that make them seem human and like small. It's like, no, you're a massive corporation. And then the same thing is like the small guy trying to appear like the big guy. It's like, oh, you're a solo operator. Once I find out, but on your website it makes you look like you have a bajillion trucks. Okay. So my previous thought process on this was share your face, have the community see your family, your team, more importantly, you, your character, and your personality on your website. I would say that is true if you're going to stay a solo operator. If you're planning to grow beyond a solo operator, do not do that. Because you will inherently disappoint people and they will ask for you for every single problem. To your point, you already know this. So if you're staying a solo operator, yes, you will get more jobs if people are like, oh, the owner's going to be on my property. Great. The reason I want you to be able to go to someone's house and on your business card, it says estimator and you introduce yourself as the estimator. And if they ask you if you're owner, yes, I would say yes. Like, I don't lie. But I'm not going to promote the fact that I'm the owner because I want my team to be empowered to be able to make decisions on the job and not pull me in. And more importantly, I want to be able to use, if I'm a solo operator, use this on your follow-up calls. I talk about this in the book. I also talk about it in the off-season book. And that is one of the most powerful closes as a solo operator is, hey, Mr. Jones, just calling you today. I know it's really important to get that project done by next weekend when you're having that party at your house. It's really important to me that we actually get it done by then. We were booked out several weeks, but you know what? I'm going to come and just do it myself, and I'm going to slot some time off for next Thursday, and I'll just do the job myself. You will close jobs left and right if you do that as a solo operator. They don't need to know that you were going to do the job anyways, yourself, because they think you're the estimator. And furthermore, it allows you to be able to hand off your admin much faster when you can tell the customer, like, hey, I'm the estimator. I get this video. I get this information back to the office, and they'll send you a quote within 24 hours. Again, prevents any sort of negotiation tactics, them trying to whittle you down on price, asking awkward questions. All of that goes out the door. All right, one more, Jace. Let's do one more video, and then we'll hop into the call queue. Wait, 1 second. Can we go to the call queue? There's someone that's been waiting for an hour and 15 minutes in there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We got a call coming in. And if you have a question, you want to call in 361-733-3332. But right now, we're going to have 907 come on in. They've been waiting an hour and 15 minutes in the call queue. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Mike.
Let's go.
So I just want, can you hear me?
I can. What's up?
Okay, perfect. So I had a question. Again, we're a small mom and pop plumbing shop, 3 guys running around. This year we'll do about $800,000 in revenue.
Very cool.
Profit wise, we're between 10 to 15%. We're on the growth side of things right now.
Okay.
One of the things that I had a question on was about your P4P book. I purchased that one yesterday. I got about halfway through it, and I was looking at it and trying to wrap my brain around trying to look more at the P4P, and specifically, it sounded like what you're trying to do in that is I have somebody, they're going to make a base wage, anything extra ends up going into a bonus. I think is kind of the gist of it, but I was looking for more detail on that.
Okay, rephrase your question a little bit, because for plumbing, it's going to look a little bit different of how you, based upon how you do your sales process. So are you looking for, how do I do P4P for
Perfect.
plumbers? Or what exactly is the question that I can answer for you specifically? Because plumbing is a little bit different in how I'd approach P4P.
Yes. Yeah. So that's exactly what it is how do I transfer, how do I apply P4P in the plumbing field?
Cool.
Listening to what you were talking about from the book where you're looking at some of these things, labor unions and all this other stuff. And again, a plumbing niche is always heavily dominated in unions, but looking at some of the stuff and saying, hey, there's more that's available for folks who are actually good at their job, and you're penalized for being good at your job when you're, time and material. We're not a time and material shop, but we're also not full commission either. It's kind of, we have a hybrid ourselves. I'm just trying to figure out how to wrap my brain around how do I put something together that's similar to your P4P, or maybe could you break down your P4P for just a little bit better, where again, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so your sales process right now is they call in and then they're trying to book an appointment with a plumber. Plumber goes out and there's an hourly rate attached to how long they take. What's your sales process now?
Perfect. So what our sales process is right now, somebody calls in, we have a dispatch fee, we go over there to look at your project, and then what we do is we basically quote it out on the spot. Let's say equivalent wise, we're changing out, I don't know, a shower faucet, and that's rated at, I don't know, let's say 2.5 hours for fun. And now we know we're kind of under the gun for going 2.5 hours. Now let's say that's for how we're paying employees is somebody comes through, they say, okay, well, I got this shower faucet changed out in 2.5 hours. So they made their 2.5 hours worth of base pay. And because of that job that sold for 2.5 hours, we give them a bonus for a 2.5 hours. So we give a little bit extra in there. The idea behind that is looking at it to say, hey, if there's a way that I can figure out how to change out that shower faucet faster, what we're looking to try to do is line you up with more jobs that'll let you sell more. So we're now selling more billable hours and not necessarily having to accrue a bunch more billable hours.
Yep. So why would you not, I kind of know the answer to this, but I'm going to clarify it. Why would you not just give them a percentage of the labor revenue that they earn for the business? Why would you not do that? I think I know what your answer is, but like, I just want to hear it.
The labor revenue as so commission, if that's what you're referring to, why do we not give a percentage of the job as a commission? We just reformulate that different. If we use that term, hey, you're going to be more commission based, then a lot of guys, they frighten away from that. They fret away from that. So, trying to find the verbiage or trying to find a program that seems better than, again, we're not an hourly rate shop, but the guys do make a base wage that's hourly. And then on top of that, whatever gets sold, we throw a commission or a percentage on that.
You say, hey, this is your base pay. You can't make less than it. But if you beat it on pay for performance, where you're getting you can call it commission if you like, then you'll make that. But you're making at least this base pay. And so how you word that is like you have to do like overtime hours based upon base pay, et cetera. And that's going to be obviously a livable wage that is competitive in the market. But then you're going to track commission, as you call it. I call it P for P. Either way, a percentage of the labor revenue. And if you're just going to give them the higher of the two. So that's how you would explain. Like, hey, you're guaranteed to make $42 an hour. But if you make $60 an hour on pay for performance, because you crush it on a couple this pay period, you get 60.
Okay. I that's exactly what I was kind of looking for, and that was the clarification that I was looking for on this, is to see how do you track it. Does your software track that stuff easier for Copilot or whatever it's called?
Yeah, so yes, it does, but I don't think you need that quite yet. Like it would make it easier. You could check it out, use the free 3 months at P4P software and see if it's helpful. I think if you did it, you can use what's called simple mode, which is basically you just put the dollar amount in there and it gives them a percentage. It's very basic. It doesn't use budget hours. It's very simple. You could probably use simple mode inside of P4P software, because when you say commission, do they just get a straight percentage of revenue they earn on the job, or is it just the labor revenue?
100. Yep. So commission. So again, so let's say we sold that shower faucet, and that shower faucet is equivalent to 2.5 hours billable to somebody, but we have that multiplied by our, hourly rate. So then that's how we calculate what our flat rate is that we're charging out for somebody for that item. And then they're seeing a commission, or they're seeing a percentage of that come back to them regardless of how long it takes.
Right.
But that's one of the ones that we are tracking currently. So if it takes longer, hey, I took 3 hours in order to do that. Now we know that either A, we have to have better training that's involved, or we need to B, charge the bid the projects a little bit differently, or see, hey, maybe this is just not necessarily cut out for you, and figuring that out. But one of the three usually ends up happening.
Right, but you're not giving them a percentage of materials. So like if they change out the shower faucet and it's a $50 faucet, they're not getting a percentage of that, right? Just the billable hours.
Just the billable hours. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I think this is a perfect case for P4P. I would be giving them, being it very clear, you get a base wage, and we just track your commission and we track your base pay, and you get the higher of the two at the end of the pay period. Very simple. It's like, hey, oh, you want $38 an hour? Great, that's your wage. But by the way, we do track commission, and if you make 42, you can make more. No downside. You only make 38 or more. And then what I would do is, like, inside the P4P software, we have the leaderboard, so that way when I'm doing an interview, I point up there and say, yeah, see Joey, he made 42, he made 41, he made 46. And then they see, oh, like, yes, 38 is base, but there's real people that are making more money.
Gotcha.
So I think
that was my question, Mike. I really appreciate your time and listening to you.
You got it, brother. I appreciate you. Let's go. Plumbers. I love it. Okay, let's go jump into the next call, which is coming from 208. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike. Thanks for meeting with me.
My pleasure.
So a little bit of background. My name is Porter Robinson. I'm 21. I started a little lawn business when I was in high school, and then took a little break for 2 years to serve a mission for my church, and now I'm back at it, looking to grow. I'm learning web design, and I'm looking at building my own website, and I love the idea of having instant quotes available from your website. And so I looked at a lot of Augusta's stuff. And my question is, I've been thinking about different ways to do instant quotes. And when you do quotes over the phone for people, you have employees do an aerial measurement of the yard, right? So my question is, why not just put a simplified version of that, like that tool, on your website, so that clients, when they go on, prospective customers can go on and just measure their own yard? Is that, what's your thoughts on that? Is that a good idea? Is that too complicated?
Because the drop-off rate. So I've tracked this, and the drop-off rate is too high. If I'm gonna go do if I'm gonna go get a quote from someone, and the first thing, like, okay, so measure your property. It's like, wait a second, I have to do work. And so there is AI that will do this and, like, kind of scan off the properties, etc. There's a lot of reasons why we don't use that, and there's a lot of reasons why I don't have them measure the property on their own, because the drop-off rate. And what all these softwares will do is they'll tell you about how much more accurate they are, and they are more accurate. But what they won't show you is all the incomplete forms that never actually got submitted because someone put in their address and then realized that you're going to require them to measure their property. And so that's what I'm going against. Like, if I can guarantee you that at least 25% of people are going to drop off when they have to do that. I want those 25% of people. And so what we don't see that drop off, we see a 3% drop off when I show them small, medium, and large, because immediately it makes sense to people. They see the picture like, my property looks like that. And so there's way less drop off. And I do not want to increase my customer acquisition cost by 25% by having a drop off on my form. And I never get that information submitted to me because they don't click submit. Now, then the next question is, well, why not just have it where they submit their information and then they go to another page and they have to do measuring the property. Then they click submit and they go to another page where they see the pricing. Again, every single time that page loads, there's drop off. Massive. Like, we're talking more than 30% when you have multiple pages like that. So now, yes, I've got their contact information, but they have dropped off at every single one of those stages. And so this is much more a matter of, like, conversion rate optimization, CRO, and us just, like, looking at this religiously. And so when we build out this in Homeworks, like, that's all I'm thinking about. Is like, how do I capture the information as seamlessly as possible, and because, like, when you ask for more information on a form, you're going to decrease your conversion rate. So, for example, on the Black Friday launch, I asked for everyone's cell phone number. That increased my cost per lead by 30%. But I wanted everyone's phone number so I could text them, and it's a higher quality lead. And so sometimes if you are overwhelmed with work, doing what you just talked about is good because it increases accuracy and it reduces tire kickers. But if you're in growth mode and I'm spending money on ads, I do not want to decrease my conversion by 25% because I'm requiring someone to measure property to get me incrementally more accurate, which, by the way, they can also make mistakes too. Small, medium, and large is going to be less accurate. it's just going to be less accurate. However, I have the verbiage that basically says after the first visit, I can adjust the price. The very worst case scenario is I misquoted over the phone or I misquoted on instant quote, and then first visit, I'm going to adjust the price. And so I would rather get as many people to submit the form as possible and then adjust pricing if I have to. And I'll be honest, at Augusta Lawn Care, less than 1% of our instant quote forms have to get price adjusted. So I just want as many people to fill out the form and not get caught up in the fact that they have to measure or have to wait for AI to scan a thing. Even 5 seconds of them waiting will dramatically reduce my conversion rate. So that's the long and short of it. Do you have a follow-up on that, though?
Yeah, I have a quick follow-up there. So if I did put the small, medium, large on my website, and then they clicked on it, they accepted the quote.
Yep.
What does it look like for you guys from that point on? Do you ever like bring up a picture of their property to make sure before you go, or do you just send the crew out there and then they figure it out on the spot? What does that look like?
Yeah, well, see, when we give them the price, we also, in the quote-unquote fine print, we do only 3 lines of fine print. It's not fine. It's literally size 16 font. And I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm saying, hey, after the first visit, this price is subject to change. Also, on the first visit, if your property is overgrown, we're going to be charging you this per minute rate. I know that less than 1% of people at Augusta do we change their price because they're usually pretty accurate. And then secondly, if they do show up to the property and it's overgrown, I have the coverage of being able to charge them. And they're not getting past the instant quote form without a card on file. So I'm going to be able to charge them.
Okay. And how do you require the card on file? Is that through HomeWorks?
Well, we're building that. So the instant quotes is not yet done in HomeWorks, but in 2026 it will be. And then, yes, the integration with the cards will pull all the information and the lead and the card information directly into HomeWorks. I have yet to find a good place to point people in the direction of building this outside. That's why we're building it at HomeWorks. If there's good form builders that would automatically pull in the Stripe information, put it into your account, like it's very difficult because of PCI compliance to take someone's card information on your website and then put it into Stripe and then connect that to any CRM. Very difficult. That's why we have to build it in-house. And so we have done it with engineers at Augusta, but it takes a whole engineering team. Like it was a year of engineering to build what we have at Augusta. And so our hope is that we can do that not our hope. We're going to do it for all the members of HomeWorks in 2026, but it's very difficult. If you're trying to replicate the card on file part, like it's very, very hard. And so, I would say I would still do instant quotes, even if you were building your own form, like use Jot form, paper form. Those are great options. You just won't get the card information, and there'll be a bit of a drop off of people that don't like respond back to your estimate and respond back to you when you ask for a card on file. But our hope is that we can build this and just integrate it directly in your website using a snippet, and then you can like edit the form, etc., inside of HomeWorks. But if you're trying to build it outside of that, I would just go for everything beside the card collection, because you will have some drop off, but it's still going to be a higher amount of savings on admin compared to like doing drive-by estimates, in-person estimates, etc. Even over the phone. Like the thing about instant quotes is it doesn't cost a single penny besides the subscription. If you use like Jotform, for example, and you build the form out, it doesn't cost you anything for someone to submit the form. Whereas if you do OTP, cool, but now I gotta make sure someone's answering the phone as many hours of the day as possible. And I gotta pay every single time for 8 or 10 minutes for them to actually like measure a property, get their card information, etc. That if you're doing a phone service, that could be $10, $15. If you're having an admin person sitting around twiddling their thumbs for 30, 40 minutes out of every hour, you're also paying that much. And so that's because $8 to $10 is saved the minute I have an instant quote. So even if there is some drop off when I go ask for card information or ask for them to put ACH on file, I would still do instant quotes. I will say though, once we have this in HomeWorks, it's gonna be like super smooth. You'll be able to customize the form, put your pictures in, small, medium, and large for all sorts of different types of services, and make it your own. So next call is coming in from 202. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Hello, hello. Oh, they dropped us.
Hello?
Oh, there they are. There they are. How's it going?
This is me?
This is me. How you doing?
Oh, hey, what's up, Mike?
What's up, brother? How can I help?
My bad, I had you in my pocket, man. I was up here doing dishes. But look,
Good man. Good man.
I had yeah, bro. So look, I had a call with you. I want to say maybe like 2020 or around like COVID time when they was doing all the loans and stuff like that. But I had a YouTube call with you, I believe, or you posted it on your YouTube. But I had a business in Washington D.C. and basically I was featured in the Washington Post and all this other stuff, and I had a whole bunch of other stuff going on. But I still am doing the company, and basically I was trying to figure out how to get back on track with things. When we talked before, I told you about basically how I had this stall time around every winter time, where as though the business drops off, things get slow, and I gotta pretty much let people go, or people find other work to do because things get slow. And we transfer over to snow removal and we do handyman services and stuff like that. But I never really got that point to where as though I got to a place that we've been busy all winter.
Okay.
Other than snow removal, we get decent snow somewhat in the wintertime in DC, but it's kind of hit or miss, and it's not everyday work, like it is in the spring and the summertime. But one thing you told me when we had the initial call was simplify services.
Yep.
So I did exactly the opposite of what you said.
Oh, no.
I didn't simplify services. Yeah, I was still doing like the big projects and trying to get money real fast, pretty much. And basically, I made a whole bunch of wild financial decisions around that time. I was just purchasing the house that I grew up in, so I purchased that house, but then I chose to renovate that house like a year after I purchased it, and pretty much put myself in a vicious financial hole to where though I didn't know if I was going to make it out or not. And I'm really just coming out of it, actually, to be honest with you. Not in the way that I'm financially set or back to where I'm supposed to be, but mentally I'm to a space to where though I can actually start working myself out of it. Because for a while I was at a place where I couldn't even move forward. Like, I couldn't even see the next step. I didn't think like tomorrow was a thing type thing. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm getting back in the flow of things and trying to get back focused. And I ain't really have a question, man. I just wanted to say I appreciate you. I've been following you for a while, taking in your content, listening to what you say, man, other than what you told me to do. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been tapping into your content, your community, and I'm proud of how far you came in the process, man, with the books and the courses and the programs. You got apps now, bro. Like this, I don't know if you take the time to look back and see where you came from and what you're doing now, but from somebody from the outside looking in, bro, you're doing an amazing job.
Thanks, man. I appreciate the support. You have a great evening, brother.
All right, man.
Take care. Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and do some training. We're breaking it up. If you think the rest of this day is just going to be Q&A, you're sorely mistaken. We're going to break it up with some training now, and then we'll do some video questions. And if you're like, how long is this going to go? I guess we'll find out, won't we? Okay. But first, real quick, I wanted to just shout out all the people that have been joining Copilot soon-to-be Homeworks today. It's been pretty phenomenal. Everyone getting in. It ends in 5 hours, the deal. So we got Rondu Homes, we got Gold Standard Lawn, we got Baja Cuts, Solterra Online, we got TS West Construction, Clean Earth ODS, Pink Service Company, we got Clean Gutters, we got Southridge Landscaping, we got a couple UK companies, Redline Landscape Group, Texas Mojo, we got Jason, the website doesn't say it, sorry. Greens of Appalachia, Central Exterior Cleaning, Amerigrow, True Green Lawn Care. I'm guessing that's not the big True Green. We got Lawn Officers. We got Restoration Landscapes. There's just a whole bunch. So thank you, everyone, for your support. I really do appreciate it. I think this is a really fantastic offer if you're joining a CRM of any sort, or if you're wanting to switch over to Homeworks, this is the time to do it. It's a great time as we head to the end of the year to switch over on January 1st. So you have clean books and reports in both of the CRMs. So I appreciate everyone's support. All right, let's go ahead and do a little bit of training. Give me one moment here while I swap over. All right, here we go. This one shouldn't be too long. Oh, this will be super long. This is number 5. Okay, all right, here we go. I'm gonna go over. This is gonna take a while. All right, so buckle in. You can share my slides now. We're good. Buckle in because this is probably gonna be the longest training segment of the day. Okay, we're gonna go over. All right, give me one second. I'm gonna have a little bit of food here because this will probably take me an hour plus to go through at least. Jace, if you need to take a break, this is the time to do it. During this training session. Shout out to Jace. Going late here, folks. Again, if you have a question, go to mikeandys.com/question. Submit a video and we'll answer it. Okay. Sorry. I gotta get some calories in me. We have been now. Not 12 hours yet. We're at what? 10 hours? Yeah, we're at 10 hours. Good stuff. Okay, we're going to do some training. I'm going to show some doodles and illustrations from the book. And how this works is I draw them here on my iPad, and the media team makes them look a little more pretty. They take mine and kind of like move things around a little bit. But I made these illustrations for the book. And then shout out to Heather, shout out to Katie on the design team. Help me out, make sure they're looking all pretty like. We're going to go through these. This is going to be a long session, so buckle up, folks. These are some of the things that is inside the book, but in my opinion, express a lot of concepts of the book in a picture. So if you're like me or the more visual learner, this will be helpful for you. If you're a screenshot type of person, you will want to take screenshots on this one because you can refer back to these little doodles and illustrations and it kind of encapsulates an entire concept inside of it. So here we go. Okay. This first example shows why so many people go back to being a solo operator. Because you enter this wilderness of profitability where all of a sudden you have $100,000 in annual revenue with a 70% profit margin because you do all the work. You don't have any payroll. You're the only employee. Everything is done efficiently because you're the owner. You don't have a lot of waste because you do everything efficiently. You don't have a bunch of insurance. You don't have a shop space. You're usually running out of your own office space or small storage facility. I ran my first shop as a solo operator out of a $40 per month shop space where I just parked a 6x12 enclosed trailer. So really low overhead. I didn't have an office person. I answered the phone. I got a VoIP, voice over IP address, internet or phone line, so I could get a different phone number from my cell phone. Cool. $100,000 annual revenue, 70% profit. All right, total profit is $70K. Let's go. Now the hard part is on your journey to $800,000, and you're making $800,000. You cross $500,000. We go through going through profit mode, raising prices. We have 6, 7, 8 employees now, and we're doing 20% margin. And you're like, man, we only make $160,000 in profit. It's only $90,000 more than I was making when I made 8 times less less revenue. Like I 8x'd revenue and I barely 2x'd my profit. And this compression of profit margin is why a lot of people will stay solo. When in reality, if I can build a business that is $160,000 in profit without me ever being there, the likelihood of me selling that business and the valuation of that business is far superior than when I'm making $70,000 in profit, 70% profit margins on $100,000 in annual revenue. And so the copy and paste millionaire knows that real value comes in a business that runs without you, not in high profit margins. So if you're running a $150,000, $200,000 business and you're going on Facebook groups talking about all your 60 and 70 and 80% profit margins, I'm sorry, but you don't have a business. If you were to sell your business today, you would sell it at the cost of your equipment, and maybe a little bit for your contacts, like your contact list and some customers. Like very little, there's no enterprise value. Whereas this other one, you would likely be able to get at least a few $100,000 for that business. Not for just the trucks, like for the business, because it produces profit without you being there. I would rather have the second business with the 20% margin compared to the 70% margin, but the $800,000 business has a general manager, 6 to 8 technicians out in the field, and runs without me there, gets sales while I'm not there, because I have sales automated with instant quotes and over the phone estimates. I have the admin side covered with a virtual assistant, someone else that's answering the phone. I have a general manager taking care of operations, and I'm running a 20% margin. Don't get caught up in the profit margin. Get caught up in the actual profit, and more importantly, the level of work, effort, and hours that is required from you as the owner. Now, if you take that bottom one and you're like, well, I'm doing $160,000 in profit. But if you're working 60 and 80 hours a week, you technically don't make any profit, because if you were to replace yourself with a salaried employee, you'd have to pay them $160,000 to work 70 hours a week. And so if you are the operator of the business, the reason I love the copy-paste millionaire method is it doesn't let you hide. It forces you to confront the fact that we need to raise prices more. The vast majority of us don't raise our prices simply due to the fact that we look profitable as long as we're working 70, 80 hours a week. We're like the duck with their feet underneath the water, and everything looks good above the water, but underneath the water, they're treading. And that's the business that a lot of people are operating. $600,000, $700,000, $800,000, running $100,000, $150,000 in profit. But if you were to take and go hire someone to run this business for you, you'd have to pay them $150,000 to work 70 hours a week, because you haven't simplified, you haven't standardized, you don't have the systems in place. It would require a huge amount of experience and a huge amount of hours every single week, and it would cost so much just to hire someone to do your job. This is why I'm a big proponent of building the business as if you were going to leave and as if you were going to sell it. You start thinking about the business differently. You start thinking about, okay, if I was to pay someone $150,000, would I actually be profitable now? Oh, I wouldn't be. So either A, I need to reduce the complexity of the business. I need to simplify things. Or I need to reduce the customization, i.e. standardize the business, so that I can actually have someone step in and take the reins of the business. If you have key man risk and you are the key man, or your spouse is the key man, you don't have a business. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not being facetious. I'm not being mean. I've been there before, and it almost killed my business when I got stuck underneath a dump truck of a PTO in the PTO and ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks, couldn't come back to work. Almost killed the business. If I would have had a spouse and family that I was responsible for as dependents, I would have gone bankrupt in those 2 weeks. 100%. And so if the business can't run without you for a couple of weeks, you don't have a business. I want you to target the second category with you out of the business. Because if you make what is current, something, there are going to be people watch this and be like, oh yeah, I do that. $800,000, I make $106,000. But you work so many hours, if you were to replace yourself, you wouldn't be able to pay someone a nominal salary of $50,000 that you're taking out right now. You'd be paying them $150,000. And then you're locked to the business. These are the golden handcuffs. And any sophisticated buyer that's willing to pay more for your business is going to be able to sniff out the fact that, oh, if I buy this, I have to work 70 hours a week. Again, sometimes come across like I'm speaking down to people. That's not the case. I want you to win, and I know what it's like to be in these scenarios, and I just desperately don't want you to be in a position where you're working 60, 70, 80 hours a week, and you can't leave the business, and you can't hire anyone to replace you because it's not simplified, it's not standardized, and you have no systems. Okay. Next doodle. These are completely random. These are doodles from the book, and I'll explain them in detail here. Okay, this is a very chunked up version of how to pay a general manager when you're doing multiple locations. So, we take the average monthly revenue for a quarter. And so let's say the first month was $60,000 in revenue, second month was $70,000 in revenue, and the third month was $80,000 a month in revenue. Well, the average monthly revenue for this past quarter was $70,000. Now, I recommend in the 4L framework that you have 1 month of revenue in the bank at all times. Anything below that, I consider you starting to have a cash crunch of some sort. If you have over a month worth of revenue, I now consider that distributable cash, i.e., money the business can distribute back to the owners. I would recommend doing this from day one because it gets you in the habit of knowing how much distributable cash the business is actually making, how much net free cash flow, how much cash can this business push out, suck out. Like in a business like landscaping, painting, electrical, plumbing, we aren't getting massive valuations on revenue. It all depends on how much free cash flow this business. It's a profit-making business. We need cash flow. The boring businesses that we talk about in home services need to create cash flow because they don't make valuations, and you're not going to go raise a bunch of money on your $2 million business that's not making any profit. There's no one going to give you money. So in this case, if I have $100,000 of cash in the bank at the end of the quarter, I have an average monthly revenue for the past 3 months being $70K. The threshold of how much cash I need to keep in the bank is 1 month of revenue. That's $70K. That means I have $30,000 of distributable cash. That is money that can be distributed to the owner. That is the number when I do a GM over 6 to 8 employees, doing $800,000, $900,000 annual revenue. That's what this business is going to do in an annual basis. In profit mode, no sales manager, no office manager, no fancy offices. This business is going to make profit. And I am wrong for some part of the population that they build their business differently than the copy and paste millionaire method. I happen to believe it is single digits that should not use this method. Everyone will discount it and build their business differently, thinking that they are a part of that small percentage. In the book, I talk about the industries that I recommend not using the copy and paste millionaire method. And I happen to know everyone that's registered for the Black Friday event and in my subscription list. I have gone through, and like 95+% of you fall into the copy and paste millionaire method, where you would make more money if you just built the business this way. You're like, how much do I pay myself? Pay yourself a regular salary and then use distributable cash. Why? Because then once you hire someone to be a general manager or you step out of the daily operations of the business, you've already established what your cash on hand or your working capital needs to be, and you're in the habit of quarterly distributions. Because the whole reason the business exists is to pump out cash. But we need to keep working off working capital in the business, and that's 1 month worth of revenue. If you want to be more conservative, you could go to 2. If you want to be more growth-minded, you could go 2 weeks. It's going to be a little bit tight. There's going to be times you're going to be squeaky on cash flow, but 1 month of revenue, in my opinion, is a good threshold. Okay? Now, if I'm giving a percentage of that to my GM, because now I've moved out of daily operations, I now give my salary to them, and I move to just the owner that's going to get distributions, which, by the way, is taxed way better than your salary. The distribution of $30,000 or 33%, $30,000 distributable cash. That's the difference between the threshold of $70K and how much money is in the bank, $100,000. $30,000 of distributable cash. And I give 1/3 of that or some percentage of that to my general manager. In this case, this location is giving 33% of distributable cash to the GM because the GM is running every aspect of the business, has likely been there for 5 to 6 years. It probably did not start at 33%, probably started at 15, went to 20, went to 25, went to 30, went to now 33%. They're going to make $10,000 in quarterly bonuses as part of the distributable cash model. This is how I recommend doing a general manager of a location that's in profit mode using the copy and paste millionaire method. It's going to start to look different if you go the GM plus route. We have multiple managers at sales, operations, and admin, and GM plus at the top. I'm probably going to give them a lower percentage. I might give some of it to some of my mid-level managers. It's going to look different. But for the copy and paste method, which is 6 to 8 technicians, 1 general manager that is, when it gets slow, actually out in the field, a working GM. My sales is automated as much as possible with over-the-phone estimates and instant quotes. And then my admin is remote until if I'm going to actually scale up and get an office manager in-house. So this is how we pay our general managers. This aligns the goals of the general manager with that of the business owner. Once you are remote, the only thing you care about is distributable cash. As the business owner, the only thing I care about is that I am making money every single month while I'm out of town, while I'm not there. And everything boils down to distributable cash, because if they're inefficient in the field, I'm not going to make as much distributable cash. If their close rate's way off, I'm not going to make as much distributable cash. Any aspect of the business that is off eventually leads to distributable cash. So if you want someone to be responsible for the business as the general manager, give them a piece of the action at the bottom of the funnel, i.e. distributable cash. Okay, I'm actually going to pause here for a second. Just go full screen for me, Jace. I want to go ahead and show you, I was not planning on doing this. This is not in the book. Give me 1 second. I am going to show you this month's P&L from the location. So at Command Center for Augusta Lawn Care, they send owners every single month let me see if I can do this fast enough. They send the owners of the location their profit and loss statement, because they do the QuickBooks for owners inside of Augusta. If you do home service CPA and you're not inside of Augusta, they'll also send you your monthly reports. That being said, I usually on the second or third of the month will get a report from Command Center showing my profit and loss. I'm going to quickly try to pull in the profit and loss statement from my location from last month. This is not scheduled, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna go into my email. I'm gonna go to Command Center, and I'm gonna do. There you go. Okay, let's see what we got. Nope, not there. Michael, where did you put it? Did I put it here? Okay, give me a second. We will find this. Don't you worry. Reports. Where did I put it? Oh, you know what? I know where it is. There it is. Okay. I'll put it here, and I'll go to Dustin. Here we go. All right. Boom. And then I'm going to open this up. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to export this as a JPEG. So that way I can actually put it into my slides. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Trust me, it will be worth it. Okay. Here we go. This is the P&L from 2 days ago from my location. And I have not been to this location since the general manager took over. Okay, now I just present. Bam. All right, back to my slides. Okay, so this is the profit and loss statement from November. Inside the book, I share the entire past year for this location, but this is the last month, okay? So if you want to zoom in, you can. So it shows the income, $92,000. Again, this location has been in profit mode for several years. So they're right around that million, probably 1.1, maybe 1.2. And they're right inside, I think they have 5 or 6 employees right now. So you can see all these are the numbers. You can see the rent and lease is $6,000. Too high. That's why we're trying to move out of there. It's not $6,000 for the month. It's 2 months in one. But still not bad. $29,000 in profit. That's about a 32% profit margin. Now, this month specifically, there was no profit sharing given because every quarter that money comes out. So for example, in July, August, and September, in October, there's a big bonus to the general manager and to the team. So that would have brought profitability down because the wages would have been way higher. That being said, in November, this is just a regular month, and there was no profit sharing given. So good, solid 33% margin. It's going to be an average at this location between 20 and 25% because the months when we do profit sharing and give out money, it drops down below the 20% margin. So as a blended average, 20 to 25% margin is what I'm going for. This month is higher. Cool. So there's the numbers. Here's the thing. When I get this report, I just look at one number. I just go to the bottom and say, how much money did we make? It's the only thing I care about as someone who, I'm not involved in hiring. I'm not involved in their advertising. I don't even know what they're doing in terms of if they're running ads. I don't know they shouldn't be because they're sending out text messages and homeworks. But I don't know any of that. I should probably tell if I actually look closer. What are we doing? Advertising was $400. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're doing Google local services and they just leave that on all the time. That's the $400. Okay, cool. So all of that to say, the only number I care about as the owner is the $29,787. That's the only thing I care about. And I only care about the end of the month, at the end of the quarter, taking distributions from this business and giving the percentage to the general manager to run this location. Distributable cash. He gets a percentage. He gets a percentage of every dollar I take out of the business. Okay, this doodle inside the book represents why when you have a couple employees, losing one is so catastrophic. Because if you have budget hour capacity of 100 budget hours per week, so 33 for you, 33 for an employee, 33 for employee number 2. If you lose one employee, you just cut your production capacity by a third, 33% down. So you might have had 195, 105 budget hours scheduled per week, and you lose one employee, and all of a sudden you are way behind. Because you literally have 50 to 60 budget hours per employee, you and one other person. This is why it's so fragile when you have 1, 2, 3, and 4 employees. That's why I like having between like 6 and 8 employees for the perfect copy and paste model. Because if I lose 1 or 2, it's not as jolting. Like if someone quits or someone walks off the job and I have 8 employees, hey, the extra 12% we can absorb into the other 7 team members. Okay, so the reason I don't want to stop and optimize for profit at $200,000 business with 1 or 2 employees is because if I lose one, I'm just immediately in chaos. Very hard to leave a business that you're one person walking off a job or getting hurt or something, and the business immediately is 30% behind schedule. Very hard to scale that business. Okay, this is the sales speedometer. So when we look at the close rate, that's accepted estimates divided by sent estimates. That determines my close rate or my close ratio. Inside the book, we have this demonstration of a speedometer, and based upon where your percentage is at. Now, if you're trying to optimize for growth, remember we have growth mode, we have profit mode. If we're trying to optimize for growth, I want you between 50 and 70% as a rule of thumb. Now, not every month, not every week, but on a quarterly or annual basis, I want it in 50 to 70%. There's going to be times of the year where that increases or decreases, but as a rule of thumb, 50 to 70% is a great range. If you're over 70% on your close rate, you need to raise prices immediately. Why? Because you're leaving so much money on the table. And if you raise prices and lose like 5 or 10% close rate, it's likely that those lost customers you could easily spend on marketing and recoup way more leads by just raising your prices enough to get under 70%. The reason I say this is because I already know that when I send an estimate, there's going to be some percent of the population that like will not buy from me if I charge anything. Like they're just not going to buy from me. They're going to have the cheapest, like that's 10%, boom. So I can only really sell 90%. So if you're closing 85, 90% of your jobs, of your estimates that are being sent, get accepted, you're leaving a massive amount of money on the table. Raise your prices to the point where you get to 65, 70%. And if the extra margin caused by raising your prices 15, 20%, you're going to be able to get way more leads if you just spent that extra margin on marketing. If you raised your prices by 15% and you're doing $50,000 a month in revenue, raise your prices by 15%, that's $7,500 in extra profit. Do you think if you went from 80% close rate down to 65%, like, oh my word, I'm less work. You got $7,500 more in profit. I guarantee you, if you spent a third of that, $2,500 on ads, you'd be able to get a whole lot more leads than the ones that dropped off. Oh, and by the way, the ones that drop off because you raise prices are your least quality customers. The least likely to get upsells, the least likely to go throughout the off season with winter services, the least likely to take on warranties or guarantees, etc. All right. So raise your prices if you're over 70% across the board. Raise your prices by at least 15% if you're above a 70% close rate. If you're trying to optimize for growth, I'm going between 50 and 70% close rate. And if you're in profit mode, keep raising your prices when you hit capacity. Because you can't serve more customers without buying more trucks and hiring more people. So it's not a matter of even your close rate. It's a function of, I need it to be within 30 to 50%. Here's why. If it goes below 30%, you're like, man, I just keep raising my prices. I have enough leads. I'll be at a 15% close rate. I don't want that. I want it to be between 30 and 50%. Well, what do you mean by that? I kept raising my prices. Now I only have a 10% close rate. I want you to diagnose your sales process if you're under 30%, because there is an actual cost of estimates pouring in and 90% of them being rejected. Over the phone estimates, drive-by estimates, in-person estimates cost you money. Instant quotes, not so much. It's the one time, that's why I love instant quotes, you can be deep into profit mode and getting a very low close rate and it not costing you anything because it doesn't cost an admin time. It doesn't cost you driving there with an estimator, all the rest of it. Instant quotes, I give you the green thumb. I know that 99% of you don't have instant quotes. So you having a close rate under 30% is wasting tons of capital in drive time, producing designs, admins answering the phone, going back and forth about the quote, creating the quote itself. Tons of time and money and energy is lost. So what do you do if you're at 10%? Well, I'm going to diagnose my sales process if I'm trying to grow the business. Trying to do better close rate. I'm going to make sure that I am getting speed to lead much better. Like I'm trying to get to them faster, get the quote to them faster. I know that 70% of quotes are going to accepted who go to the person whoever gets the job first, the estimate to the customer. So I'm going to focus on my speed to lead. I'm going to make sure I answer the phone when it rings. Like unlike 90% of people in this home service industry, I'm just going to answer the phone. I'm going to diagnose my sales process. Now, if you're like, hey, I'm in profit mode, I'm under 30%, what do? You want to qualify your leads more. So that on your website, you might put your minimum price. You might put your rates. Not for instant quotes necessarily, but to show people that you're not cheap. So that way you can disqualify 10, 15, 20% of people before they even submit a quote, before they call you, before they waste your admin time. They've been qualified by the fact that you've shown some pricing. You might disqualify some people by saying, like, reducing your service area. Whatever it is, I am trying to qualify the customer more if I'm in profit mode and my close rate is under 30%. So either way, whether I'm trying to grow and I'm trying to get my close rate up, or if I'm in profit mode deep and only closing a very low percentage of my jobs, great, you're probably winning. You're crushing it. I still think you can optimize by qualifying customers more before they get to you so you don't spend a bunch of time doing estimates for 60, 70, 80% of your jobs that aren't getting accepted. That is the sales speedometer. I will live and die by that bad boy. This is what we talked about earlier, and that is how I start multiple locations. I am not going to, unless I have plenty of capital. If you have over $100,000, you're rocking and rolling to go spend on a second location, you can start in a new area, start from zero. Expect 1 to 2 years of unprofitability if you're doing that. The more probable form of success, the most probable way of success when it comes to multiple locations is to extend your service area, knowing that you probably won't be profitable in that new area because of the extra drive time. It might mean on pay for performance, you actually give a higher percentage for your team to go into that area because they will not make above base pay and they'll get mad at you. I'm willing to do that for a year to grow into this service area and then break it off into its own location once it already has a sufficient amount of revenue to keep the GM busy and potentially even one employee. From day one, if you can break that location off, immediately have 40, 50 budget hours worth of work, you can almost be profitable from day one on the secondary location. And the level of risk is so much lower because you've de-risked it by proving the market. You already know what ads work. People already are calling you for referrals. Your website is already ranking in that area. Now, if you want to grow fast and you start a multiple at the same time, you can do that. You'll just need more money. And you will go through a year or two of unprofitability if you start from zero and are pouring a bunch of gasoline on that market. So the most conservative form to do the copy and paste millionaire method is as you get to 6, 8 employees and you start needing a 9th and a 10th, I'm going to expand my service area into an area and then break it off and get my location back to 6 to 8 employees and take one of my technicians, rise them up as the general manager of the location at my existing location that they just have to monitor operations. Sales is automated and admin is delegated. Okay, that's the goal. So they can just focus on operations at the existing location. I then, as the entrepreneur, will go do sales and ramp up and do a bunch of ads and door hangers in location number 2 and take it from $20,000 a month back up to $50,000, $60,000 a month and copy and paste that method. Get the location, you grow it up, you go extend into the service area, work there for a year, somewhat unprofitable, then break it off, make a new location for next. The secondary location goes into profit mode, and this is the copy and paste millionaire method. Copy and paste. Don't replicate or don't try to iterate and try to expand. Like A $3 million business is a completely different business than an 800,000. Completely different. 6 to 8 employees, completely different business than 25 to 30. The thought that you're like, oh, I'll just keep doing the same thing. No, you're going to have to learn management. You're going to have to learn mid-level management, compensation for sales, operation, admin. I cover how to do that in here. That's the GM Plus model. And as long as you as the owner are there working all the time, it probably is the easier path. The harder path is what we're talking about. The copy and paste millionaire method is the harder method. But if you can do it, you can take the exact same model and just keep doing it over and over and over and over again. And if you look at the most successful people that have done massive chains, like for example, Raising Cane's, what's the other one? The Chinese restaurant. It is, oh man, I'm just blank. Panda Express. They own all the restaurants and they've done it for 20 and 30 years, just one at a time, 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 at a time. They just keep copying and pasting. They're not going to reinvent how to make rice and chicken. They're going to reinvent how to create chicken fingers. They're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. And just keep moving the market. Fantastic. Copy and paste millionaires constantly tracking the efficiency score. Efficiency score is budget hours divided by clocked hours. This is going to measure how efficient my laborers are out in the field. Very important. It determines so much in terms of profitability. It determines who my highest performers are, my lowest performers. I can track so much of this inside of Homeworks and inside of P4P software. They sync up together. The direct integration allows your crew to be able to see before they even start their day a thermometer of all the jobs and what the revenue that they're going to earn the day. And as they clock the jobs in Homeworks and complete inside the P4P, it fills up that thermometer and you can see how much money they're earning. Super valuable. Be able to have a dashboard, be able to have a scoreboard showing the efficiency of every crew member and how much they're making on P4P, and the ability to be able to recruit using that scoreboard, very valuable. Efficiency score, super important for operations. We talk about KPIs and metrics. It is the number one thing, efficiency. The only other thing I really care about when it comes to operations is quality. I need them to be efficient, but I need them to have high quality. Because you can make your efficiency score really, really good by going really, really fast, but if you do a bad job, you're not going to have any customers to serve very quickly. So a couple of the KPIs when it comes to operations is the work being done efficiently? That's the efficiency score. And are customers happy? Customer satisfaction. You can measure that, yes, through Google reviews, but Google reviews are not a great indicator. That's why I prefer surveys. So like from Homeworks, you can send out a survey, 1 through 5 stars. And then if they put 5 stars, you can then send them a link to go to Google. But then all those 4, 3, 2, 1 stars, I want to see those. That's why as the copy-paste millionaire method, I want them to leave me a 3-star because I then can figure out and quantify customer satisfaction. That's why at Homeworks today, we are literally doing a NPS score, Net Promoter Score. It is essentially asking our customers, where are we at? How are we doing? It's a way for me to be able to benchmark, is what we're doing, are we headed in the right direction? And so when the NPS score goes from, in 2024, from a 1 to this year, a 62, okay, we're doing something right. Keep doing more of that. And as someone, when you're running a business from afar, I need to see the negative feedback. I don't just want to see Google reviews. I need to be able to make sure that the efficiency score, quantity, matches up with the quality of the work. These are the counterbalance that you need to have on pay for performance, and any sort of compensation model is efficiency, productivity, quantity, but then I have to have a quality measure. Otherwise, your service business, if service is poor, will soon no longer exist. All right, efficiency score speedometer. We have an efficiency score. What's a good efficiency score? Let's go over it. If your team is over 90% efficiency, which means they complete 9 budget hours in a 10-hour clocked day. So budget hours divided by clocked hours is something we track religiously in Homeworks. Every single calendar view, both month and week and day, has how many budget hours is on the schedule. We show you if you're over the capacity. It's very important. And I didn't get through the list of everyone that's joined today. But thank you so much for all the support at Homeworks. I see a lot of people joining for the Black Friday deal. It has 4 more hours. But inside of Homeworks, we are going to make sure we track our budget hours religiously. Every single task to do, visit, estimate, meeting, job, Every single thing has a budget hours attached to it because that's how I figure out my efficiency score. And if you're over 90%, your team is elite. Keep in mind, efficiency score can be gamed. How? If your estimates aren't accurate, if your budget hours are not accurate, efficiency scores can be gamed. So if you can really massively increase someone's efficiency score by just reducing the hourly rate and increasing the budget hours on the job. Price stays the same, but I reduce the amount of hourly rate from like $80 an hour to $70 an hour, and then just increase the budget hours by that same percentage. You can game the system for efficiency score. That's why efficiency score is much more a metric of comparison over time and comparison between crew members and crews. Do you figure out who my top performers are, my highest performers, my lowest performers, and compare the customers in terms of which jobs are underpriced and need more time allocated to them. Is my estimating accurate? That's what this was really for. Assuming that your budget hours are accurate, though, assuming that what you actually put in an estimate is how long the job should take, and on average, you're accurate, because they're always going to lose a little bit more on one job or beat the budget hours on another job. But as an average, if you're actually accurate on your budget hours and 90% of your time is spent doing work, not doing drive time, load time, meetings, 90% plus, elite, fantastic. I have yet to see a home service business that has accurate budget hours and efficiency score over 90% across the board that doesn't make profit. And usually 20% plus. Now, an average crew is going to be between 70 and 90% efficiency, meaning that there's 10 to 30% of their day not spent generating revenue producing work. Drive time, load time, team meetings, fueling up, lunch, gas station breaks, etc. That's average. Generally speaking, on pay for performance, if they're over 70% efficient, they start making above base pay. Generally speaking. It depends on what you put your percentages and your base pay is at, etc. But as a rule of thumb, typically over 70%, they start making above base pay. If they're above 90%, they're usually crushing. They're usually making like 30 to 40% bonuses on top of their base pay. Now, below average is 50 to 70%. Again, the reason I need to have this number is that when I, as a copy and paste millionaire, am running a location from afar, I can see these numbers and not go and wonder what's happening to this. I know that this is a red flag if they're at 55%. I have yet to see a home service business where their efficiency their budget hours are accurate and their efficiency score is under 50%. I have yet to see anyone in double-digit profitability. Not a single one. Even the companies that have very high-ticket items like HVAC, electrical, etc., still, because they also have higher wages. So, still, if they're not producing revenue for a minimum of 50% of the day, I have yet to see anyone in double-digit profit, so above 10%, and a lot of them lose money. A lot. If you go back on the Turnaround Show, Carter from Rough Cuts out in California, he was one of the few businesses where I told him, hey, you should scale back to being a solo operator and raise prices and reestablish the company. The reason? 32% efficiency score for his team. That tells me that someone, A, doesn't have the skill of management yet. They can learn it. But they don't have the skill of managing team members and making them efficient and training them. And or you have really bad employees that you need to clear the deck. But you will not make money at a 30, 40% efficiency score. All right. This is another doodle that I made inside the book. The first example is when you collect 30% up front on the job. This is for deposits. This is why it's so important inside of Homeworks to have a deposit threshold. In my opinion, I want to collect at least 50% of the revenue. Why? Before the job starts. Why? Because I want to make sure I cover the cost of goods sold so I can do the job without going in the red. What does that look like? You're like, oh, no, I got 30%. Okay. You started doing the job. You got 30% up front. But then you did the job over the course of a couple months. It's a big project. It's a huge job. It's probably a $50,000 job. $60,000, $70,000. It's a big project. This is like $100,000. Let's go. $100,000 project, collect 30% up front. So $30,000 up front. But then I'm going to cover all the wages, all the materials, all the subcontractors, and ultimately I'm going to spend $70,000 on this job. For the vast majority of us, we would celebrate. You know why? We made $30,000 in profit. We are 30% profitable. In example 1, if I didn't show example 2, all of you would probably be jumping up and down on example 1 as this is a good job. I made 30% profit. It was a $100,000 job, and I made $30,000 in profit. Let's go. That business in example 1 will grow their way into bankruptcy. Why? Because they went into the red by $50,000. Oh, sorry, their profit on this job is 20%. It looks like, yeah, 20%. Okay, so $100,000 job, they made $20,000 in profit. Up front, they collected 30 grand. They spent throughout the job a whole bunch of money on materials, all the rest of it. They came out with $20,000 in profit at the end of the job. Most of us would jump up and down, be excited. We made $20,000 on this project. Let's go. But what you don't see is that you collected 30, but then you spent $80,000 before you then collected the rest of the project cost, the other $70,000. So yes, you made $20,000 on this job. At some point in this job, you were negative $50,000. That means if you had 2 of these jobs going at the same time, you could potentially be at negative $100,000 in your bank account on 2 projects. That happens at the same time. You got a couple employees walk off a job, you get a lawsuit, and then someone gets in an accident, and your business is gone. All right, compare that example number 2. We're going to collect 50% up front. Then midway through the job, we're going to collect another 30%. At the very end, we're going to collect 20%. We're going to do progress payments on this massive $100,000 job. I never go in the red. Same exact job. Same amount of profit. 20% profitable. I'm at $100,000 in revenue. At the end of the day, I walked away with 20 grand profit. But the difference in example 2 is my cash flow never went negative. It never went red. And this is how you're able to sustain cash flow. Same profit, same P&L. Everything looks the same besides cash flow. This is why an entire chapter of the book is dedicated to cash flow. This is a huge sticking point for why projects can sink your business. If you're not collecting enough money up front to cover your cost of goods sold, which is your direct labor, your materials, and any subcontractors, as a general rule of thumb, I want to cover all of those things with the money I collect before I have to pay my customer, before I have to pay my employees, before I have to pay my vendor, before I have to pay my supplier, before I have to pay for the equipment rental, before I have to pay for dump fees. I want all of that money from the customer. If you don't, you are financing these jobs without knowing it. And you're telling yourself, based upon your P&L at the end of the year, that you're 20% profitable. And then you wonder why there's times of the year where you have no money. It's because you're using example 1. This is why I'm such a huge advocate of having deposit thresholds inside of Homeworks to where you can't even get the job accepted before they pay the initial deposit. I don't want to have to be sending an invoice to a customer that's accepted an estimate. I'm like, okay, go ahead and pay this invoice for 50%. No, I want it before I even get notified, before I even have the opportunity to order materials, to schedule a massive piece of equipment for a rental for the day. Before I get anywhere close to that, I want to have that money in my bank account so I can pay my employees, because otherwise you're digging a massive hole. This is the power of deposits. This is the power of progress payments on big projects. It keeps you from negative cash flow. And you would be amazed if you actually thought through and actually did the math on some of your big projects, how negative you are at some period of time. And you take 2 or 3 jobs that you're running in a larger company, and all of a sudden you're a $50, $100, $200,000 in the red at some point in time on profitable jobs. And this is how you stay on the treadmill of, I must keep growing, I must getting more leads, I got to get more jobs. You're on this treadmill, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul, because Paul is out here $50,000 in the red. So I've got to use the deposit from someone else's job to cover today's expenses, because I got to pay my employees today. I got to pay the vendor today. My customer is going to pay me in 3 or 4 weeks when I get this job done. Hopefully they pay me. And what keeps businesses going broke, and using example 1, is they go to the end of the job and they don't pay at the end of the job. They wait 30, 60, 90 days. That's why inside of Homeworks, you can set it up to where they get penalties and fees based upon 30, 60, 90 days, or whenever they go overdue. Because I don't want them waiting 30 or 60, 90 days, especially if I'm going in the red because of bad deposit thresholds. I don't take progress payments. If I'm not doing that, I'm going in the red, and then I'm letting 30, 60, or 90 days go by for the customer to pay me on an interest-free loan. I'm going to have a card on file so I can charge them immediately. And if I'm not doing that, if I don't have ACH, I am going to definitely be charging them a fee if they're going to be going way overdue. All right. Another doodle. Okay, this boggles my mind because when I said collect card information, somebody was like, there's no way I'm paying 3%. You know what boggles my mind? Well, first off, what boggles my mind is I cut a piece of my drawing off. That's a shame. But when you look at loans and debt that so many people will use when they're cash constrained, many times a line of credit or some sort of bridge loan, working capital loan from your bank is going to be well over 20%, depending on the interest rates that you're currently in the environment. If you're using like a Stripe loan or a QuickBooks loan, it can be well over 30 or 40%. Let's just use 20% like a credit card. 25% is probably what a credit card is right now. Here's the thing. It's amazing to me that someone would say, I will not pay 3% in credit card processing fees. But yeah, I'm going to go get a line of credit and pay the bank 25% or 20% or 15% on a loan to bridge my cash flow. Why not just accept credit cards and pay 3% to get the money tomorrow in your bank account? Because that's why you have the cash flow crunch. You're not requiring credit cards on file. Every single customer that ever accepts an estimate from me must have a card on file. And I did it by clicking a button inside of homework settings to where they can't accept the estimate without that happening. So I pay 3% for credit cards. I'm like, I don't want to pay 3% on a $100,000 job. That's $3,000. Great. Inside of Homeworks, we charge 1% for ACH, and it's capped at $5. There's no one else in the market that will cap it at $5. So now you're gonna pay $5 to get your payment right away. So if you're paying somewhere between 1% and 3% for processing with ACH or credit cards or whatever, why are we crying over that when we're all at the same time you're using your credit card, at the same time you're using a bridge loan, at the same time you're using a credit card processing loan, at the same time you're using a line of credit that is charging you 15, 20%. It's crazy. And it's all because we have bad cash flow. Fix the problem. Here's the solution. Accept credit cards. Every single estimate gets accepted. You push one button Homeworks, and that will never be a problem again. Like, what if it expires? Great. As soon as it expires, it sends them an email and sends me a notification. And immediately, I'm going to be letting them know in 7 days that overdue invoice is getting more fees. Okay. When it comes to scheduling, the vast majority of us give the squeaky wheel gets the grease. It's a really bad way to be able to do scheduling. Instead, I'm going to give a prioritization of scheduling jobs. I'm going to prioritize recurring and time-sensitive jobs during the spring rush. First come, first serve is a horrible way to do scheduling. Because all you're going to get is a whole bunch of jobs coming during the spring rush. You're going to get them all in the schedules, be crazy busy, and then you're going to run out of work. So, I am going to prioritize only time-sensitive, meaning they can't wait a month or two. And recurring, meaning they're going to happen weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly. Those are the only high-priority jobs in my mind when it comes to scheduling. If the job can wait, i.e. they're not time-sensitive, but they are recurring, meaning, hey, you can push this bush trimming off for a few more months. They don't look horrible now. I am not making this a priority. Why would I put it on a priority when it's all these leads are just gushing in? I'm going to put a job that's low priority. But it is not time sensitive. But it is recurring, so it's mid. The same thing is true with a one-time job, but it's time sensitive. If a project, for example, like a weeding job, overgrown, HOAs down their throat, it's a one-time job, but it's got to get done in the next 2 weeks. That's a middle. You're like, well, isn't it really time sensitive? It is, but because it's not recurring, I'm not going to make it a high priority when I have all these leads coming in. I need to have a filter for which leads come in to determine which ones need to go on the schedule right away. And the only highest priority is recurring, time-sensitive jobs. Now, low priority jobs are one-time jobs that are not time-sensitive. These people I am trying to book out into the future. If I'm in spring rush and I'm drowning in leads, I am not going to schedule a paver patio from three weeks out from now. You're like, well, you're only 3 weeks booked out. I know I'm going into spring rush when I'm going to get a ton of recurring jobs and a ton of time-sensitive jobs. I'm going to try my very best to schedule this job 3 to 4 months from now in July or August when I know leads are going to decrease and I'm not going to be getting a bunch of recurring jobs coming in. You got to prioritize the leads. Otherwise, this leads to high highs and low lows. And you give up during the low lows and you go way excessive when you're in high highs. We want lower highs and higher lows to stay more even keel and to make sure our lead flow is evened out throughout the year. The Trinity of the Trades, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my pyramid scheme. Pyramid scheme here is the Trinity of the Trades. So the Trinity of the Trades, in my opinion, is how you build great culture inside of a home service business. Foundational element, pay for performance. In my opinion, if you have one or two of the three, your culture will still fail. I will explain in a moment why you need all three, but let's first go through them. Pay for performance is foundational. You pay people, the harder they work, the more money they make. That's foundation. You got to do that. Table stakes for a great culture. If you do that, you also need to open up the books, which means you stop hiding things from people. Let's be honest. If you are not doing open book management, you are hiding things from your team. Including Jace out there at the media team, they see all the numbers. They get the profit and loss statement for the media team at the end of every month. Jace, have you seen one yet? I know you're relatively new to the team. Have you seen one? Yeah, cool. So, I could probably a couple now, but like, share the numbers. You have nothing to hide. And you're like, well, what happens if they see I'm making a bunch of money? Then give them a piece of the action. That's the third one, profit sharing. So I was afraid to implement pay for performance. Best decision I've ever made. I went from making hardly any money to making $280,000 in distributions the next year. Open book management. I was freaked out of my mind to open up the books. Within 1 year of opening up the books, I was profitable. Profit sharing. I was freaked out about offering profit sharing, but I was forced to do it because when I made a bunch of money and wasn't showing up to the office anymore, it felt wrong. And I wanted the team to still be constantly thinking about the bottom line, so I gave them a piece of the action. The crew out in the field, as well as the managers. Okay, why does this not work if you implement two or one of them and not all three? Because if I do pay for performance, and everyone is able to make more money if they work harder, I need to open up the books so they don't think I'm fudging the numbers. I need to open up the books to be able to show them that there are people making more money when they ask for a raise. I need to have the leaderboard. That's why I have in P4P software. See how many yellow slips people are getting. See how much money they're earning. I need those open books so I can prove to the person that's complaining about their pay and they're not making money on P4P that no, other people are making more money. See the top performers? See how when they walk in to the office in the morning, they take 5 minutes and they're out the door. See how they pack a lunch? See how they're not stopping 5 times at the gas station, 24 smoke breaks in the day? That's why they're making that kind of pay. So do more of those things and you'll get that kind of pay. That's what P4P is. But I need to open up the books to be able to prove to them that I'm not fudging the numbers and I'm not playing favorites. That's why I have to open up the books. Also, if you had the choice of working for someone you liked versus someone you did not like, who do you think you would work harder for? Who do you think you would have discretionary effort given to as a boss? Who would you give it to? The person that you did not like or the person that you liked? I would happen to believe the vast majority of us would work harder for the person that we liked. What's the number one way to make sure that someone doesn't like you? Hide things from them. How do you know that? If your spouse is hiding something from you and you find out, how do you feel? If you're hiding things from your team, like the revenue on a job, the budget hours on a job, how much money you're making, eventually they will find out. They will find out how much you're earning on a project because they see the estimate sitting there. They'll see the invoice. The customer will pull it out in front of them and ask them about something on the invoice. And all of a sudden, they see $6,000 in this project. And in their mind, they're doing the math like, wait a second, I'm making $300 and boss man is making $6,000. That ain't fair. But you're to blame as the owner because you haven't opened up the books and shown that there's also insurance, there's fuel, there's rent, there's payroll taxes, there's sales taxes, there's a whole bunch of expenses they're not seeing, and they just think that you're making a bunch of money off their back. So open up the books and show them otherwise. If you're struggling and you're not making a lot of money, open up the books and prove that you're not making the money. Because I can guarantee you, especially if you're growing and pouring every dollar back in, you might be in debt. You might be working 60, 70 hours a week, not pulling hardly any money out of the business because you're just trying to grow and put the money back in. But the team members look at you buying the more trucks, getting the more equipment, and you see that as debt and like more stress and more anxiety. They see that as, oh, the boss is flowing. They're making tons of cash. So if you're not making money, open up your books and prove your team wrong. And show them that you're not making money, and show them the books, and rally the troops like a head coach during the halftime in the locker room, jazzing up the team when they're 24 points down at halftime. That's what the motivation and the culture needs to be, is like, we've got to turn this thing around. We're in this together. We're going to work hard. And now when they see you rolling in at 6 a.m. and rolling out at 7 p.m., working 13-hour days, like, man, boss man's crushing it. Like, he's working hard. And we know he's not rolling it in. We know we're making more than him right now. Now, on the flip side, if you're making a bunch of money and you're hardly showing up, I know what it's like to be there, and you need to open up the books then as well. And it's a little more scary because, like, well, what happens when I stand up in front of my team? I made $300,000 in distributions, and they're making between 30 and 40 bucks an hour, and they're working, slaving away every single day. Now, what they're not going to see is potentially the 5 years of you in growth mode trying to get the business to that point, but they don't care about that. They're not going to see that. And that's not really up to, they're just not going to see it. They're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you worked crazy amounts of hours and slept in a closet for years to be able to afford where you're at today. They're not going to take that into account. What they're going to see is you made $300,000. I made $50,000 or $60,000. That's not fair because you showed up to the office once a week. So what do? You profit sharing. You have to do all three of these things. You give them a piece of the action, so their goal is still to make that bottom line profit as high as possible. So that when you leave, they still want that number to be higher. They want to make more profit. They also bring the team together and is a unifying function that now when Billy Bob runs over a trimmer and breaks a $500 piece of equipment, we know that's an expense that just came out of everyone's profit sharing. And we can see on the open books that there was extra expense on the equipment because we had to replace that. And that comes directly out of the profit sharing for this entire team. So P for P is individualistic. The more money, the harder you work, the more money you make. Profit sharing unifies the team around the common cause that we need to have high quality, not mid-do damage cases, and the business needs to make profit. Because we're all together are getting a piece of the action. All right, another drawing from the book. The percentage of revenue spent on total admin costs. So when I look at admin expenses, I am thinking about all of your rent, all of your wages, all of your furniture expenses, all of your utilities that go into your office space. So if more than 20% of your revenue is going to your rent, your utilities, like your internet, your water, your sewer, paying your admin person, your office manager, paying for the equipment, like your computers, furniture, cleaning the office, all this other stuff. If it's over 20%, I have rarely seen a home service business make money. If it's between 15 and 20%, not good. No bueno. The goal is to be under 15%. 10 to 15 is okay. 5 to 10% is very, very good. You're running a very tight, very efficient machine. And the most elite businesses that I have seen in home services, under 5% of their revenue goes towards admin. Almost always, those companies have been in the copy and paste millionaire method. They have 6 to 8 employees, a general manager. They have no office staff. They have a remote virtual assistant or agency that's like answering their phones and doing per minute tasks, and their sales are completely automated. The only companies I've ever seen be at 5% or less are the ones that follow the copy and paste millionaire systems religiously. And that's our goal. Total revenue, looking at admin, being all the wages for your office person. As soon as you hire an office person full time, let's just call that $6,000 a year. That's $72,000 a year in, like, assuming we have like some benefits, we have some overtime or paid time off, we have taxes. You're going to be looking at $6,000 a month easily. For a good office manager, 100%. If you're running a business that is $700,000, that's 10% of revenue, just like that. So if I pay an agency a couple of dollars per minute to answer the phone, yes, during the spring, I might pay them $6,000 or $7,000. But during the off season, when I don't have the phone ringing and I'm paying them $500, that's a winning formula to get down to closer to 5%. Actually, if you look back at the P&L from my location, that was $3,000, I believe, at Command Center that they paid for to do all the admin. And then they were 90, so it was about 4%, 4.5%, probably 5%, right in that area of admin. And Command Center does all their admin, and the general manager does all the operations, and all of the sales is instant quotes and over-the-phone estimates. All their phone calls are answered, emails are addressed, payroll is done, pay for performance is ran. Everything inside the admin side is done. The general manager focuses on operations, managing the team, training the team, making sure all the equipment's ready to rock and roll, filling the schedule, working on scheduling, invoicing. That's what they focus on. All right, technicians to admin ratio. I love the top one. It's very actually hard to get to 1 to 10. Let's be honest. I'm just showing an example of ratios. I'm always tracking this ratio as I grow the business. And that is, what is my ratio of technicians to admin staff? I have seen this time and time again where someone has like one office person in the office. They have 10 technicians. Let's go. And all of a sudden they grow the business. They have 30 technicians, but 10 people all of a sudden being admin. That's crazy. Now our ratio is down to 3 to 1. Is that a horrible ratio? Maybe not. For some industries like HVAC, you need a salesperson and a support person and maybe 2 technicians or 3 technicians. Okay. I'm still tracking the ratio. So just get me get the spirit of the law here. This is not a hard and fast rule. I'm not saying you need to be 10 to 1 ratio. I'm saying track this ratio, and as you grow, don't let admin bloat happen. So if you have a 1 to 4 ratio and you start to grow the business and start to become a 1 to 2 ratio, we got a problem. We have admin bloat. We shouldn't be having more admin staff as we scale, and when we should be having economies of scale, better training for admin staff, etc. Here are the ways to give an estimate. The slowest way to give an estimate is in person. I'm constantly trying to move towards the right hand here, towards instant quotes. In between that, I have in person, I have drive-by, I have over the phone, I have instant quotes. Faster the better, because I know that 70% of people accept the first quote they get from a home service provider. Stat from Angie and Invoca, a research firm. I just want the quote as fast as possible to them. Now, here's the problem. It's the inverse when it comes to accuracy. So the most accurate form of doing an estimate is in person. Then drive-by, like seeing the property, seeing all the variables of what's going on. Then over the phone is a little bit less accurate. Instant quote forms, the least accurate. Again, I just want to make a comment. 1% of Augusta Lawn Care instant quote forms have to change their price, and it's the least accurate. Why? I'm just trying to improve my speed. Because I know if I improve my speed, I will get more jobs. I will get more customers. I'll get the highest quality customers, and I'll make sure I have a card on file immediately. And it doesn't take any of my admin time. This is what the copy and paste millionaire does. They automate sales as much as possible. He's like, well, some of my jobs kind of got to be done over the phone at the very least. Okay, then your person that is going to be answering the phone and you're getting charged by the minute on, they'll answer the phone for you. So you don't have to get a big fancy office space. You're like, man, I actually got to do drive. I got to see the property. I get the property cleanup. The variables are just too great. I'm going to have my crew drive by, go on the Field Force mobile app from Homeworks, record a video for me, and then I at the office, I'm going to view that video and send the quote out. I'm going to avoid doing in-person estimates where I send the most expensive person, the estimator, with the most experience inside of a vehicle driving 20, 30 minutes, talking to a customer for 30 or 40 minutes, driving back 20 or 30 minutes, and all of a sudden I've wasted 2 hours, which is you're charging $100 per hour for a technician, let alone an estimator that's far more valuable. You just wasted $200 on an estimate that you might close 50% of the time. So in reality, the cost to your business of getting a new customer is $400 in just the cost of getting delivered estimates. That's crazy. So the copy and paste millionaire is moving towards the right-hand side here. Instant quote form as much as possible. On services, I'm trying to do over-the-phone estimates. If I can't do that, I'm going to drive by. At the very worst, I'll do in-person estimates. And there are some jobs and big projects you're going to have to do in-person estimates on. And I give up a little bit of accuracy in order to get the job out faster, knowing that I will close the vast majority. I'll have a higher close rate. I'll get the highest value customers, and I can sell them more things down the road. At the very worst, adjust price because it was done over my website on instant quote forms or over the phone from my admin. All right, folks, that was a marathon. That was all the doodles and the sketches that I have inside of the book, or most of them, a bunch of them, and some of the concepts of the book. All right, from here, we're going to do some video questions. So MikeAndes.com/question over here. If you want to submit a video, go to MikeAndes.com/question. I know it's getting a little bit late, and so let's go ahead and do some video calls. Again, down below, MikeAndes.com/Black Friday. If you can put that banner up, Zace. These deals are now ending in exactly 4 hours. 4 hours and 4 minutes. That's midnight Pacific Standard Time. I know for some of you it's already 11 p.m. on Eastern Standard. Let's go. But if you're doing Pacific Standard Time, that's 12 midnight is in 4 hours. All the deals are going to end, including joining Homeworks, currently called Copilot, getting 2 free months there, as well as unlimited text messages, as well as getting 3 free months at PPPsoftware.com. You can just go there and sign up and get 3 months immediately free. That ends tonight. And then all the donation offers for the books, as we're trying to get to 100,000 books that we're donating to business owners in 2026. If you donate towards that and help me to get me towards my goal of getting those books in the hands of owners, I will then correspond with the donation tier rewards and be able to get you as much value as possible. So go check those out. All right, let's get into some questions. First question we got here. I can't read. My eyes are blurry from all the lights. Go ahead and play the tape here, Jace.
Hi, Mike. My name is Daryl. I'm with First Fruits Lawn Care. I'm a solo operator, and my business is in Riverside, California. We did about 100,000 this year, hoping to do about 200 to 250,000 next year, and get a couple of employees. In my market, landscaping is fairly cheap. Most providers are only charging about 90 to 100 bucks for a month of weekly service. And most of the clients or potential customers have had their landscapers for decades. So to pierce this market, I found it pretty tough, and to get route density. One of my marketing strategies for 2026, I was hoping to do door hangers on the homes in the surrounding areas that I'm working, in the neighborhood that I'm working, but also offer a no-brainer deal, which would be 1 free month of service if you choose to put your card on file. So for potential clients that would like to take advantage of 1 free month of service, their first month free, if they put their card on file, that's an offer I'm willing to provide only for the month of March, the beginning of the growing season, and something that would expire April 1st. Let me know how this sounds. If there's any holes in my idea, I'd love to hear what you think, Mike. Thank you.
So my only concern here is that you are giving this offer for free services during your busiest time of the year, March. I do not want to be doing free work and losing money on jobs when I have a whole bunch of leads pouring in. So assuming you're not demand constrained, like assuming that during the spring rush you have leads pouring in, I would not do this. If you're like, hey, even during the spring rush, I just do not have enough leads coming in, then maybe you do this. And this is an entry offer to get them in the door. What I would also say is I would really try to reconfigure the way you do your upsells. So it's like, hey, your first month is free. And then I would really try to get them on like a property cleanup or something that's going to initially get you $300-$400 to be able to cover their acquisition and make sure you don't lose your shirt in that first month. But I'm very cautious of doing freebies during the spring rush if you have a whole bunch of leads already showing up at your doorstep. If you don't have that, I think that we need to address that in the form of a better website, better branding, etc. I think that's a different problem altogether if you're not getting leads during the busy season already. So I'd be cautious with that. I would reconfigure your offer to try to get more money up front and not just be immediately giving away a free month. Why? Because let's just say you have a cost per lead of $50 and you close 1 out of 2, it's a $100 customer acquisition cost. Let's assume that you also have to spend, let's call it $20 to $40 in admin or sales cost to close the deal. Now we're looking at, let's call it $120 of your actual cost to get the customer. Now you're going to need 3 or 4 free services. Let's assume that you're running a 50% gross profit and you're running at $300. So $150 of actual cost you're going to be putting in to supply that first free month. You're $150 plus $120, you're $270 deep into this customer. Now, if we're charging $300 per month, it's going to take, assuming you're like a 20, 25, 30% profit margin business, it's going to take you several months to get break even on this customer. I'm not a huge fan of taking 6 to 12 months to break even on a customer. So I would only allow this offer if you're also going to upsell them and have a relatively high rate of acceptance for another service that you can get immediately $300 to $400 to recoup that cost of the $270. Because that's really the cost of getting the customer. You have customer acquisition cost, you have cost to actually fulfill on the estimates and get the estimates out, whether it be admin or sales time. And then you also have the cost of delivering free services. So I'd be trying to upfront that as much as possible. Perhaps if they pay for the whole year upfront, I give them the first free month. That's probably not going to have a great hit rate. I'll also be very careful of someone that's like, put a card on file, great, get a free month of service, and then they bail. So you got to be careful of that too. Now you're $270 deep. If 1 out of 3 or 4 people do that, now that $270 just became $400 because people are misusing the program. So be very careful with that kind of offer. It's certainly a grand slam, great offer, let's go for the customer, but you got to make sure it's positioned correctly to where you actually retain all of them. And ideally, you recoup more dollars and cents up front instead of going out. Like, there's a cash flow problem if you don't collect at least $300 to $400 up front. All right, next question. Go ahead, Jace.
Yeah, Mike, do you want to swap over to do some chat questions?
Oh, sure. Let's do that. Very cool. All right, we're going to do some chat questions. Jason's going to pull in some from the chat. If you have a question you want to submit a video, go to mikeandys.com/question. It's going to take you like 30 seconds. And you can see here, the videos are really easy to make. The questions are in front of you. It gives you 90 seconds to make a video. Highly recommend it. We can play it here for everyone. All right, we got Chuck Martin. I love the pay-for-performance model. How would I apply this to an irrigation business? There's a few things you could do. One is you could have standard amounts of budget hours for certain types of repairs or installs or maintenance services. Like you just know it's going to be 1 budget hour, for example, for a blowout, or 1 budget hour for a startup. And you might do it per zone, for example. And then that budget hour corresponds with how much you charge the customer. And then your employee gets a cut of that percentage, a percentage of that labor revenue. That's one way you could do it. That's a little harder with irrigation because you don't know what you're digging yourself into. And a lot of times you're charging an initial fee to show up and then and then an hourly rate. So there's still opportunity for pay for performance on this type of work, because the real opportunity in doing P4P is getting them to do as many billable hours as possible, i.e. not driving around and wasting time sitting in their truck. And so what I would be doing here is still offering a percentage of the revenue they earn for the business in terms of labor revenue, not materials, but labor revenue. Because now they're incentivized to do as many billable hours as possible, move from job to job as quickly as possible, and it's still going to be a function of a percentage. So I would pretty much do this exact same way. If you actually want them to be really efficient, you're going to assign budget hours, and then you're going to charge based on that. It's very difficult with irrigation because you'll dig into something and all of a sudden it's a 10-hour job, and you can't use a 2 budget hour, this is going to be a simple head replacement, and all of a sudden this became a 10-hour job. So it'd be difficult to assign budget hours a lot of times these type of services where you can't see what you're actually getting yourself into. That being said, I think you could still give a percentage of labor revenue to the employee, and that way they're incentivized to at least compress the time between jobs and reduce the amount of wasted time that they're not charging customers, i.e. billable hours. All right, Jace, next one. Great job. All right, Zachary Kemp. Just to make sure I understand, for those that are already in Copilot, we don't need to do anything for the Switch unless just want to donate. The Switch. Okay, I guess you're talking about the switch to Homeworks. You don't need to do anything. In spring 2026, we will switch from blue to orange, and the design will change to the Homeworks logo and the website, etc. You will not need to change anything. If you look at unscheduled work and the waitlist, you'll see that design looks slightly different, just cleaner, looks way better. It's a different code base completely. We will be going page by page and doing that systematically throughout 2026. Better filtering, like there's parts of the design that are in PHP, the old coding language, that we will bring over to the same language, which is React, that we are using for currently waitlist and unscheduled work, and the customer portal that we've rebuilt this year. You'll just see that propagate across the system, but the actual switch over to Homeworks will not be anything you need to do. Copilot will just become Homeworks. You'll see it go from blue to orange. We'll have a big announcement about it, but it will not change the software at all. Next question is from Michael Bedsol6041. What is the best way to phrase it to a client that you are raising prices word for word? How would you say it to a client? Okay, so what I actually recommend for everyone listening, if you go to mikeandes.com/AI, I have an agent that will tell you exactly what I would say. Actually, for funsies, can you share my, give me 1 second. Can you share my screen, Jace, real quick? We're just going to put through the paces. So I'm going to go to mikeandes.com/AI. Boom. You can also do this inside of, if you're inside Copilot, you could actually just ask the chat and it would give you this similar script. So let's go ahead and chat with this fine gentleman. Let's see here. We're going to do, let's see here. Okay, let me zoom in. Sorry, you can't see it very good. Okay, so say I am trying to raise my prices to my customers. Give me a email word for word of something to send them, telling them about price increase. Cool. Look, okay, here we'll read this. So, important update, service rate adjustment. There's your list here, or your email. Hope you're doing well. I wanted to personally reach out and let you know about your upcoming change to our service rates starting effective date. We will be adjusting our prices to better reflect the rising cost of fuel, labor, and materials. We're committed to providing you with top-notch service and ensuring that our team can continue to deliver the quality you expect. This adjustment will help us maintain our standards and invest in even better service for you. If this change causes any financial strain, please reach out. We value your business and we want to work with you to ensure a smooth transition. Let's go. There's your email. MikeAndes.com/AI. We made this completely free. It's trained on all of my content, my books, my videos. It's like 20 million words it's trained on. And it's updated constantly every video I make. So check it out. I will say, you can take my screen off. Sorry, Jace. I will say this when it comes to raising prices. Assuming you do a good job and you survey your customers and they're happy, you should raise prices. It allows you to be able to retain your team members and pay them more. It is ultimately good for your best customers. By you not raising your prices, you are simply catering to your worst customers, the ones that value you the least, and they prove that by when you raise prices, they leave. Therefore, they value your service the least. So by raising prices, you serve the top 80 to 90% of your customers that value your service a lot. You serve them better. You say, well, no, it's actually going to go to my pocket as profits. Good. Probably means you're going to stay in business longer and be incentivized to continue providing a premium service. And they, as a premium customer, would rather pay you more and not have to go get a new contractor every single spring because they're going out of business. So it's a good thing that you're making more money. And that money is likely going to your team and getting more equipment and investing in the local community and all the other things that you're going to do that are positive. The vast majority of home service business owners, when they make more money, it goes to good places, creating jobs, giving the family, community, church, etc. That being said, you are doing your best customers a disservice by not raising prices. Because you now have the resources to go retain talent more. Like they would rather, your best customers would rather you have better talent. They would rather you keep your employees for 6 and 12 months instead of 2 and 3. So you being able to raise prices and then pay them more is best for your good customers. You're cheating them by having more churn with your employees because you stopped raising prices, or you don't raise prices, or you're afraid to raise prices. And the customers that are going to give you the heat are your bottom 5 to 10%. You're misserving the customer, and you're misserving your team by making them keep serving the bottom 5, 10% of your customer base. That if you just raise prices, would immediately wipe out all the complainers, all the people that say negative things. You just wipe them out immediately. It'd make the team morale shoot up. And it also make you more profit. It's a win from all perspectives. Again, your confidence to raise prices hinges on your ability to be able to keep bringing in leads once the prices are high without having to spend a bunch of money on marketing. And that's why going into profit mode, when you actually can't do any more jobs without buying more trucks and hiring more people, it forces you to raise prices. I must do this because I am capacity constrained. And instead, most of us stay on the treadmill of I will continue buying more trucks, getting more equipment, and hiring more people infinitely. Until finally one day I drop dead out of exhaustion of working all these hours, not having systems in the business, and not making any money. And that doesn't serve your customers well. If you actually cared about your customers, you would make sure you build a sustainable business that is profitable above 20%. It is not good for your customers. Their best customers do not want to be finding new contractors every season because they keep going out of business due to low prices. You are catering to your worst customers by not raising your prices. You're not serving your team, you're not serving your family, and you're likely not achieving your goals because of this. So raise your prices when you hit capacity. The sooner you do that, the faster you'll make profit. The faster you make profit, the sooner you'll get sanity. The sooner you get sanity, you'll likely hit your goals outside of work, which is likely around freedom, spending time with your family, and all those things get robbed because you didn't have the guts to raise prices. There's my little stump speech on raising prices. Okay, next question from the chat. All right, Jackson Tabor. What are the benefits of joining Augusta over being independent if the copy and paste roadmap and homeworks are being used? Asking from Australia where Augusta doesn't have brand recognition. Yeah, all the principles of the copy and paste millionaire are done already inside of Augusta. So for example, you don't have to go figure out who's going to answer your phone, run your payroll, do P4P software for you. It's all just command centers built. The hardest part about building Augusta has been the command center and actually scaling it to what will be this spring, probably 70 to 80 agents. Tracking their computers, tracking every minute, tracking every word on the phone using AI, having AI voice being able to be integrated to cover if we have overflow or during off hours. 24/7 now, as of March, will be human agents answering the phone because we've been able to train them to the extent where we make more money using the upsells and upselling customers on every single phone call, and we track it using AI. Like, these are all the things that, yes, you can figure out. And I will give you all of the roadmap on how to do it. The reason you join Augusta is because it's already done for you, and you should be able to do this faster. You shouldn't have to spend 19 years like me getting to where I'm at and having multiple locations. You should be able to plug and play. And if you're starting from zero, grow to $500,000, usually takes about 2 to 3 years, depending on your sales ability. Throw that thing into profit mode, spend a year or two, get your general manager moved up through the stage of success. These are just the things that we talk about in the book, and Augusta are just kind of done for you. This is the faster way of doing it. And in my opinion, that's actually not the reason you join. You join for the community of other people that are wearing your uniform and can go back for you and give you advice. And you know that they're wearing the same brand as you. That community is what keeps you from quitting when you're in low lows. And so that's like the intangible thing that no one wants to talk about because everyone's trying to make sense of dollars and cents of joining a franchise or a community. You need a community to pick you up. Like, for history, the human race has evolved and grown and been able to adapt because we have community. We have people that go out and fight. We have people that protect the home. We have constantly lived in groups to protect each other, and it's prevented a lot of death. And it's when one person gets out in there by themselves, that's when they get hit by the grizzly bear. Like, if you look at like the way that a prey is hunted out in the wild, is when someone gets off by themselves. And the same thing is true in entrepreneurship, that by yourself, you will likely give up and throw in the towel when the times are hard and you have no one to support you, that you do not trust and does not love you. And so when your family's telling you should quit, when they're telling you that you're not a success, when you're feeling like a failure, you're more likely to throw in the towel if you don't have a community. I don't care if you call it a franchise. I don't care if you call it a group, but a group of people that really actually support you and pick you up when you're down. That's the whole objective of a franchise, in my opinion. All the other things like preferred vendors and the discounts, having command center, having free access to P4P software. We do the software we talk about in the book called Spark Hire. There's the video screening for applicants. It's usually $499 a month. You get it for free. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that you can make sense of financially of why you should join Augusta. But you join Augusta, in my opinion, for 2 words: Augusta Nation. That's why you join. Because the only way to lose in business is to quit. And so I should do everything possible to ensure that I don't quit. And the highest probability of success happens to the person that has people that can pick them up when they fall down. And this is like tried and true throughout history in terms of like the reason you take care of your parents is that hopefully one day your children take care of you when you need help. And so the whole objective of a community is that you give more than you take. Because if everyone has that mentality, that is when the community grows. So when I'm trying to give 100,000 books away, it's not because I'm Mother Teresa. It's because I know if I give way more than anyone else could ever expect, and I give 100,000 books to people who don't know who I am, there's a good chance I'll get taken care of down the road when I need it. When I ask everyone to support, that people will. When I say, hey, I think Homeworks is a good thing to move into, I think people will join. And there have been hundreds of people that have. And the reason for that is because I try to give as much as I possibly can, and then there are other people that will support you. And this is the trend of a community, is you give more than you take, and if everyone does that, and the net benefit of the community grows. The reason that we're in $38 trillion of debt in the United States is because everyone's asking, what do I get out? Instead of what can I contribute, it's what do I get out of it? What tax breaks do I get? What benefits do I get? What do I get for free? What stimulus, what handouts do I get? And because of that, we're all takers in this community. And for that reason, empires fall. And so a community is only as strong as the aggregate ratio of givers to takers. And as long as more people are giving than taking, the community will grow. And a franchise is the best way to improve that ratio simply because we're all wearing the same uniform and we all collectively need each other to succeed. Anyways, that's my stump speech. Sorry. It's been 12 hours of almost, or wait, we 11? We're at 11. No, are we at 12? No. Yeah, 11 hours and 15 minutes, something like that. All right. Next question. What are key indicators that raising prices is the wrong move? Okay, this would be that you do not have enough leads coming in when you turn off ads. So if you turn off all your ads and you still have leads pouring in, great opportunity to raise prices because you know if you lose customers, you'll refill lost customers very quickly. The second thing I'm looking for is your close rate. It tells me a pretty good indicator, assuming that everything else in terms of your sales process is held constant, which is everyone just assumes that their sales process is great. But every sales process can be improved. But let's assume that it's perfect. And your close rate is at 30, 40%. I'm less inclined to raise prices. But I will still raise prices if I have leads pouring in. That's why having a great website is so important. Having a great brand, trucks is so important. This is why we create Home Service Web Design and LawnCareWebDesign.com is because of this. You can only go into profit mode if you're able to get enough organic leads, referrals, and upsells to replace the people that leave when you raise prices. So your level of confidence in a price increase is directly correlated to the amount of organic traffic and leads that come in when you turn off ads. So how you can kind of like slow roll a price increase is just turn off your ads. See how many leads come in, and very quickly you can do the math. Okay, if I lost 5%, 10% of my customers, that's 20 customers. Okay, I'm currently getting a net 5 customers per week. That means in 4 weeks, I will replace any customers that leave and be, in 4 weeks, back the same number of customers at a 20% higher price. Doubling my profit margin, because last year I made 20% in profit. So I doubled. Yeah. So those are the two indicators, close rate and the amount of leads that come in when I turn off my marketing. And those things, that is only achieved by having a great brand, a great website, trucks that are decal and wrapped, uniforms, great word of mouth, great reviews online, great ranking on search engine optimization on Google, etc. Good question. Very good question. I don't think I've ever been asked that one. Very good. Next one, Jace. Shout out to Jace in the comments. Jace has been with us from 9 a.m. today, and here we are, almost 12 hours later. Ray Bowman, how do I keep my tree service crew busy in the winter? We shut down and do land clearing for developers instead. However, the last 2 years have been extremely slow due to the economy and high interest. So I would, first off, the off-season book is what I would recommend. There's 5 different cures. You're thinking about adjacent number 3, the cure 3 inside the book. There are 4 others. I would go through that. You can get that for free at mikeandys.com. There's a free course where I go through this entire book on a course version. It's totally free. You can get the book if you want, but like the course is free and covers all the material. And goes through the 5 different cures. So go through that because there's 4 other cures. You're talking about an adjacent service, like doing something like land clearing. I think that's a great idea. But if it's been slow because of the economy, you might need to start pivoting towards more essential quote unquote services like bush trimming, for example. Like, well, why? Like, how? What? You can still do bush trimming during the winter. Would that potentially mean your crew leaves? Maybe, but maybe you give them the option. Hey guys, you guys come back in the spring. I'll give you a come back to work bonus for $2,000, or you can stay on, and we're gonna be doing trimming bushes, because I can trim bushes and I get that work during the winter. I can't get this other work. For example, I'm just making that up, but the book will give you a whole bunch of new ideas on how to do that. All right, next question. Jace, whenever you want, if you want to switch over to video questions, we can do that. Totally fine, but let me go ahead and see 1 second. I will go up to that question there 1 second. I want to make sure I've covered all aspects of what I want to do for training so far. All right. Okay, I think I did my 9 segments so far today. Jace, did I cover all 9 so far?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. All right, so we're on pace. Good stuff. Okay, back to questions. I know Augusta has its own pass for winter revenue, but do you think junk removal is a good option? I think it's a little bit... I don't think junk removal is a great adjacent service to do in the off-season. Mostly because I don't see as much crossover. Junk removal is usually a one-time job, so it's hard to upsell my existing customers. If I have 5,000 people, I'm saying, hey, who needs junk removal? It's rare. They're like, oh yes, I need this taken out of my house. I would rather do a service that everyone kind of needs at certain times of the year to be able to like sell existing contact database and send one text message from Homeworks and immediately fill my schedule. So like when we do this at Augusta, as we go into the, like using Augusta lights and the Christmas lights kind of things, when we send out a message to people, we immediately get 30, 40, 50 estimates for Christmas lights when we just text blast our very first time to out for lights for a location. People have already done landscaping. Most people like Christmas lights. They're at least interested in a quote. And you're going to immediately get a whole bunch of options. For junk removal, it's usually circumstantial, one-time stuff. It's rare that I send a message out to all my contacts and immediately get a bunch of work. I would rather do something that is seasonal during my time when, like, ideally for an adjacent service in Cure 3 of the off-season, is we are trying to figure out an adjacent service that has an inverse demand of my primary service. And so junk removal is going to have the same demand curve as mowing, for example, and landscaping. Sounds like your MD lawn landscape. So like during the spring is when junk removal companies are still busy. The reason I like snow is because when there's snow on the ground, there's no mowing. And when there's mowing happening, there's no snow. So I like to have the adjacent service to be an inverse demand curve of my primary service. The opposite. So when it's busy, one's slow. And when one's slow, the other's busy. Awesome. Again, MikeAndes.com. The course for the off-season book is on there for free, or just get the book. Either way. Quick reminder, everyone, it's 3 hours and 30 minutes until the MikeAndes.com/Black Friday deals are completely gone. So go check it out. By doing that, you're going to be able to get 2 months free of Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. You're going to get all the text messages you possibly could ever send out. You will pay for the entire next 10 months of Copilot if you just send out a text blast. I can guarantee it. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. And it's free. You can literally cancel at the end of the 2 months if you really wanted to. But I genuinely believe you send out text messages and pay for the next 10 months in one text, you'll realize that this is something you should probably be doing every single month. Also, join P4Psoftware.com completely free for 3 months. 90 days. Go check it out. Just sign up. Again, this is all expiring in 3 hours and 30 minutes. If you are willing to help me get this book in the hands of 100,000 people that I want to donate this book to, and you're willing to help me do that, because it's going to cost a lot of money. If you're willing to help me, there are other giveaways that I am offering, including coming out here in person and training here at the headquarters and seeing Command Center, if you're willing to help me get to that goal and donate some books. So thank you for those that are doing that. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. All right, next question, Jace. Just interrupt me, Jace, if you ever want to swap over to the video questions. That's totally fine, too. Hi, thank you for answering my questions. I want to know what's the best way to market your brand service at a low cost. Okay, put that to the MikeAndes.com/AI. But there's just, again, I would test and then I would optimize. So I'd take your market, I would look at 3 or 4 different channels, whether it be Facebook ads, Google ads, door hangers, etc. I would test, and then I would take a few, the couple that really work, and I just optimize them. So I'd make my ads better. I would optimize my door hanger. That's why, like on lawncaremedia.com, which you get for free, by the way, if you donate books to this, you get free books. If you donate the books, you get the lawn care media stuff for free. One of those things is we optimized that door hanger 25 times over the course of 5 or 6 years after putting out hundreds of thousands of door hangers. So I know that door hanger will convert 5 to 10 times more than if you just go out and do a door hanger that has your services with a phone number. Because we optimize door hangers. We put out millions of them. Next question. Oh, an easy one. Let's go. All right. Derek Anderson, in the copy and paste method, it seems like the GM, the key man risk, how to mitigate that. The reason you how you mitigate this, Derek, is you simplify and standardize. Because sales is going to be automated as much as possible. Instant quotes and over-the-phone estimates. Admin is going to be someone else, virtually, ideally, so I don't have to get a fancy op space, they have a whole bunch of redundancies. So they have 10 people, 15 people working, and I'm just getting charged by the minute. So if someone bails, I don't have to, that's not my problem. It's not my GM's problem. They figure it out, and they keep answering the phone. And I have a bookkeeper, like home service CPA, just doing my books, doing my taxes, doing my payroll. I don't have to worry about that. And so my general manager just has to focus on operations. So the skill level is way lower. So although there is key man risk in the fact that it's one person, yes. However, I don't need them to be a superstar. I need them to run the crews. Put the jobs on the schedule, make sure people are trained up, hire people, and focus on the team, doing the work, operations, doing the work. And so I can replace that person usually, once a location is in profit mode and is stable, I can replace a GM that needs to leave. I can replace them usually with anyone that's worked in the business for 6 to 12 months. I can replace them. Because they learn all the operational aspects, how to do P4P, how to do training. If they're good at P4P and now efficient in the field, and they have some leadership chops, or I can train them up on leadership, then they can become a GM. It's very easy to create working GMs, i.e. I don't need them to do sales. I don't need them out every day selling and door knocking. And I don't need them on the phone, answering the phone, and being a great customer service rep. I just need them to take care of the team and be in operations. So the key man risk is true, but it's much easier to replace them with one of your technicians, and you should have 6 to 8 of them, and usually one of them is really, really good, and you could train them up pretty quickly to become that GM, that working GM's role. Great question. Very good. Next question on the docket. Vincent, do you have any advice on how to manage inflowing leads in an organized way to make sure no follow-ups or nurture is missed? Software like Snippy Lead, Go High Level, where we're $1.1 million size. We have a remote admin and just hired an ops manager for the first time this past week and want to systematize lead inflow to make sure we follow up multiple times in junk removal space. Okay, so in Homeworks, that's the software I have. So I don't know about, I've never heard of Snippy, and I know what Go High Level is. That being said, inside of Homeworks, you just create custom automations. So text, email, you can do follow-up phone calls. And in terms of making sure they're not missed, just automate it. Like they get text, they get emailed, and what prevents that email or text from going out is if the estimate is changed to accepted or declined. Until then, the text, the emails go out, and I'll have internal to-dos or messages to my office staff to call them. Again, it'll be automatically stopped if the estimate is marked accepted or declined. So if someone's like freaking out about you following up, it's like, hey, let's click decline, and then like we will stop contacting you. So yeah, I would just build out the custom automations. I would use Homeworks. In terms of Go High Level and Snippy, I'm sure there's a way to create this. The challenging part is then making sure that when the estimate is accepted or declined, the automations stop. It's not hard to trigger an automation. It's hard to stop the automation. And that's the part they're having inside of your CRM instead of patching stuff together is usually more helpful. And that's why in Homeworks, we build it internally. But yeah, I would have text and emails. I would have a phone call after 24 hours. Usually one day, 3 days, and 5 days, we call them. And then we're having text and emails on all the other days, especially the first 7 to 10 days, what you want to focus on. Next one up. Gricovio. All right. Mike, it's my first year in Bellingham. We started in late August. I have one skilled employee, but little recurring work. Should I expand to places like Mount Vernon to get more projects, like landscape? I would not recommend doing this. I happen to have a location in Bellingham, and there's plenty of work in Bellingham. You don't need to go to Mount Vernon to get more work. If you have one employee, like you've not tapped out the market. And so there's absolutely more work. Our location will do that, like the $1.2 million at that location, doing mostly recurring services that you do. So you have not tapped out the market. The only time you start tapping on the market is when you can prove that your customer acquisition cost is going up very steeply as you spend more money and as you begin to scale. That's when you're tapping out a market. So if you're getting leads for $40 and then as you continue to grow and you try to scale up your ad campaign to become $80 and $100 and $200, that's when thinking about going to a new service area might make sense. But you haven't tapped out a market. You can build $1 million business as long as you have 100,000 people, no problem. In almost every market. Even markets where it's like a little bit deflated in terms of the economy, there's always enough customers in almost every home service industry, if you have 100,000 people, to be able to build $1 million business. Almost every single service, unless it's very, very niche and one-time jobs and super cyclical based upon the economy. That's the only times I can see like that not working out. Next up on the docket. Let's go. Magnificent cleaning services. Magnificent. What made you choose franchise method over privately owned? I heard there's less profit in franchising. It had nothing to do with profit. It was a function of when I was doing the videos, people did not listen to me. And so the number one way to be able to get them to listen to me is compete with them. And so the vast majority of you watching that are in lawn care and landscaping, we probably have a location within 5 to 10 miles of you. I can see that based upon who uses the services, etc. And that's the whole objective, is to raise the level of professionalism in the landscape industry. That is the goal and objective of Augusta Lawn Care. And so people didn't listen to me when I just talked about pay for performance, estimate videos. By having the software and by having the franchise, people can use the tools and they can actually be forced to do that because the market starts demanding it. So when an Augusta location moves into an area and starts to grow and pool all the best talent, we see people join P4P software around our locations at that time. And that's what I want. Like, I want to change the level of professionalism in the industry. I'm very clear with our owners that, like, I share everything we talk about at Augusta. I share exactly what we're doing publicly. I'm not going to have the tools to be able to give you like a command center, the software that we have for recruiting individuals, a lot of the back end stuff like that we just do for leads, etc. Like we don't do that. That's all internal. But in terms of privately held, you'd make more money and the valuation would be higher. But I wouldn't be having 200 locations in 5 or 6 years. So my goal is to get to 1,000 locations, and by that time I will compete with most landscapers. And by doing that, we can then put pressure on the whole industry. And I don't want to put anyone out of business. Anyone that's watching this video, I do not want to put out of business because you're trying to improve, become premium, invest in your team, do pay for performance, have a great service, be professional, above board, pay your insurance, etc. Everyone that's not watching this video, that drives down the professionalism, has horrible stereotypes, doesn't answer their phone, is doing things under the table, not paying workers' comp, those are the people I do want to fail. I'm sorry, I don't want to see them hurt. I just need them to fail and the money to go to people that are trying to improve the level of professionalism in this industry. And I could pretend like I don't want that to happen, but the ultimate fact is if we all actually do what we're talking about in this book, people that don't answer their phone, people that don't have systems, that don't have automations, that don't take payments on the phone, that don't do instant quotes, they will eventually go out of business, unfortunately. But it's also by doing that, we raise the level of professionalism in the industry. That's the North Star. Next question. Jay says, on it. Gus has a question. I would like to talk to someone about joining, but using robot mowers as my model. Is this doable? I'm guessing you mean for Augusta. Yeah, Gus, go on to AugustaLawnCareServices.com/franchise. You can book a call with the team. You could absolutely do robots if you would like. And it just fit within all the systems. It's just a matter of like, instead of employees, you have robots. And if you figured that model out, you could still tap into like the leads and all of the command center stuff. I think the part that you might have a little bit of trouble is command center being able to manage someone calling in about a robot and them not having that at all of our locations. However, there could definitely be notes inside of your wiki, inside homework, for them to reference, be like, oh, he uses robots. That's what they're talking about. And they get some clarity. And I think that'd be the one hiccup, but it wouldn't be a blocker. So book a call with the team and we can go over it and look at your market. That like your market and your abilities and your skill and your capital is far more important than whether or not you have robots. All right, next up.
Yeah, we still don't have many videos in the queue yet, but we
Oh.
still have a good chunk of chat questions to address.
Yeah,
if you
keep
wanna
going through chat. That's fine. That's fine. We're cool with it. All right, Kirk. Okay, by the way, if you want to do a video, because like right now it's late at night, and you're like, I don't want to be calling in, just go here, mikeandes.com/question. You can submit a video. It takes like 60 seconds, and then I can watch the video and probably get more context to your question. Kirk, what if a quote will take you an hour or more to complete? What if a quote for a larger job might take me an hour to put together? Still do it on site. Okay, so you're talking about if you're doing an in-person estimate, should I actually put together the quote for the customer on site, like on their job site, before leaving? I don't think that any job I want to do should take an hour to put together a quote. I'll be honest. Like if you're living by this method of simplify and standardize, because if it takes me an hour, it means I have not created a template for that service. And I can't just like copy and paste the notes and change a few things. It means I'm probably likely creating a very custom job, and it's likely very complex. The very opposite of what the copy and paste millionaire does, which goes after simple and standardized. And if I don't check at least one of those boxes, I don't even want to be doing the service. So sometimes this is actually a great forcing function I filter to know, oh, this is not a service I should be doing. And so I'm not saying you should not do these services. I'm just saying if you are doing these, this is probably a red flag for me. However, if it's going to take you an hour, I would probably leave the customer's house. Because like it's just awkward for you to be sitting in their driveway. But we do massive projects, but using a template and standardizing the service allows us to do math in a couple minutes, still send the quote to the customer. Before we pull out of their driveway, that estimate is being formatted by Command Center and sent over to them. So I would really focus on standardization of these big projects, standardizing your estimate notes, standardizing your pricing, really nailing that. And then down the road, I think eventually as you begin to scale the business, you'll try to start simplifying and cutting out the 10, 20% of jobs and services that are causing you 80, 90% of your headache. Next question. JMay1232. I've been watching your training videos, and you mentioned a little bit about starting a lawn care business part-time. My question is, what systems would you set up to manage a full-time employee when you only work part-time? So the copy and paste millionaire is built on you not being in the business. So all the systems would apply for you, because even if you only have one employee, assuming that you're building this model because like you have a full-time job and you have someone else doing the work for you right from day one, you essentially must use the systems because you're running the business from afar, quote unquote. Even if you're like doing your job, if you can't be in operations helping them, you are technically you're forcing yourself prematurely in terms of size of business, but you're essentially forcing yourself to run the business without you being there. And so it's going to require you to have your KPIs and your metrics and all the things we talk about for sales, operations, and admin. And it's going to force you to do that right away. So the reason that most of the time these don't work, this doesn't work out for most business owners, is because they don't have the systems in place and their metrics and knowing their numbers that is required usually when they're much larger. But now, because you aren't going to be with them and they're out working by themselves, you've got to have those systems and metrics much sooner. So everything we talk about in the book will apply, and some of the things that we talk about later in the book will actually apply in terms of knowing your numbers, certain metrics that you're watching, because you're not in the business enough to be able to know certain aspects of management. Great question. Next question on the docket. Hey, Mike, my question for you is, should I use a dealership line of credit to buy new trucks, or should I go to Facebook Marketplace to buy used vehicles? Okay, so the problem with used vehicles right now is that they are so expensive compared to what they used to be. And if I take a truck that, like in the past, I would have bought for $5,000, that same truck is now $15,000. And so the discount of used is significantly lower since COVID. And I thought it was going to correct a lot, like go back to normal, but it really hasn't. And if you start thinking about, if you're going to have a truck for 10 plus years, if you're going to be in business for 10 plus years, it probably makes sense to actually go new. So I've said this a couple times on the podcast. The reason I don't talk about this a ton is because people hear me say that and then they get started and they buy a new truck. And the vast majority of them won't last 10 years. They'll last 2 or 3. Because the churn rate in this industry is brutal. Because low barrier to entry. So the reason I still talk about paying, like, I don't want people to get in debt and ruin the next 10 years of their life in bankruptcy because they went and bought a bunch of trucks, went into debt, got a line of credit, got a 4 or 5 year term loan on a piece of equipment that now is underwater on in 2 or 3 years when they go out of business. But if you're going to be in business for 10 years, it's likely from a cost per mile and the reduction of just stress, getting new actually makes a lot of sense. I like buying trucks that are 1 to 2 years old and that have 10 to 15,000 miles. That's my sweet spot. There's been a good depreciation bump, usually 25% decrease in value, but I still have 90% of the lifetime of the vehicle. And I can usually still buy those from dealerships, like CarMax, for example, and then get them sourced relatively easy. So like we do all silver autos at my location, same type of truck, usually 1 or 2 years old, 10 to 15,000 miles. I'm usually getting them between $27,000 and $31,000. They're nothing fancy, but that's what I do. Not saying that's what you should do, because when I first started, everything was used. Everything was very cheap, because I just needed to focus on getting more customers and spending that money on marketing. And I didn't have the credit. I didn't have the credit to be able to go get loans. And so, because I was 18 years old. So work with what you got. But if you're going to be in business for 10 plus years, if you've been in business for a long time, if you have a lot of profit, like from a Section 179 tax perspective, it might make sense to go get new and be able to actually capitalize on those savings from a tax perspective. Next one. Hi, Mike. If you could only pick the top 3 fundamental principles for a home service business to dramatically improve its profitability and efficiency, what 3 would they be? I would just make sure that they know all the metrics for sales, operation, and admin. Sales, likely, close rate, and my customer acquisition cost. For operations, it's likely going to be my efficiency score and my customer satisfaction. And for admin, it's going to likely be speed to lead and what percentage of phone calls are getting answered. That's really my main focus. So like those are the 3 fundamental like KPIs situation. In terms of principles, I would be looking at the trinity of the trades. So pay for performance, open book management, and profit sharing as the fundamental principles. Because if you do that, the culture will be good, your team will be highly paid, and you'll be able to retain employees, and therefore your customer service will be higher. Like there's a lot of ripple effects if you just do those 3 things together. That's what they call the trinity of the trades. All right, next question. How did you guys make the switch to a software if you manage everything on paper? I'm trying to help my dad with his company, but I don't know how to fully help him with the switch. Like, do all the clients need to download the software as well and stuff? Thanks. Customers do not need to download the software. They will get a link to their customer portal. Inside of there, they'll be able to pay you. They'll be able to see invoices and estimates. I would book a call with Christian at copilotcrm.com, bottom left-hand corner, book a consultation with him. He will walk you through every question you have, and you can sit him down with your dad and get any questions answered, but they don't need to download any software. I can guarantee you the incremental cost, and the value that you will add to your customers will make up for any cost of the software, because the value of the customer will improve because you're now valuing their time. You're not doing things with paper and them waiting days for estimates. Like now it's instant. The communication cycle is better, and that will improve the perceived value to the customer, and you'll be able to raise your prices. Next question. We got 17 more minutes, folks, until we end the live stream. We got 3 hours left until the deals run out. Okay? Real quick, show my screen real quick. 1 second. Let me switch over here. Let me go full screen. Go ahead and show my screen now. Okay. MikeAndes.com/Black Friday. This is when the deals are ending. You got the 4 different donation tiers. If you donate the books, I give you free stuff. Okay, all these books will be sent out in 2026, as well as Copilot CRM. You get 2 months free, unlimited text messages during that time, as long as you go through the onboarding process. Part of that onboarding process is you do get to talk to me on a Zoom call. So I think there's one on Friday. Every Friday usually is when I do these. And so you can talk to me directly, ask questions about the software, your business. We'll do a Zoom call with new members. So as well as a mastermind every single week. This also comes with a 365-day money-back guarantee that guarantees you'll grow your business by 10% in revenue or in profit. So go check it out. Soon to be Homeworks, but for now, copilotcrm.com. It'll walk you through that deal. Also, for everyone listening, until tonight, you're able to go to MikeAndes.com. Sorry, not Mike. P4Psoftware.com, and you can get 3 free months of using the software completely free. So go check that out. Usually it's $199 per month. That's $597 worth of value. completely free. Okay. All right. Get rid of my screen. Back to the questions. We got 15 more minutes on this live stream, and then we'll wrap it up for the day at 12 hours. But we got 3 hours remaining for the deal. So if you've been thinking about joining Homeworks, anything like that, I highly recommend checking it out. All right. Let's jump into this bad boy. Some more questions. Mr. Jace. William Supankik. Can text use Copilot video for before and after on daily jobs? Currently using Company Cam. Yes, they can attach it to before and after the videos or pictures. They can also choose whether or not it's visible inside the customer portal to the customer. And they can also attach it to the visit or the property. So if you want future crews to see it, you attach it to the property. If they just want it on this visit, because it's like an upsell, for example, they can attach it to the visit individually. Great question. Again, Company Cam is going to cost you somewhere between $20 and $50 per user. It gets expensive if you're having 6, 7, 8, 10 employees. All of that video stuff is inside of Copilot. Soon to be Homeworks. Next up. What is the best way for a new business to help grow sales? What is a good way to keep and retain work for off-season? Number one thing I'd be saying, the vast majority of us don't upsell our existing customers enough. Sending a text, an email to your existing customers and offering them a service that is required at that time of year. And doing so in a non-salesy fashion. If you have an email that you have a whole bunch of images and video embed and a banner and a GIF, all this sort of thing, like you can design those inside of Copilot, inside of Homeworks, you can design that. I would not recommend that for a marketing message. I would just do text and I would make it very personalized. Mr. Jones, crew was at your property today and realized you might need a property cleanup. We get busy here pretty soon. Would you like me to go ahead and get you an estimate tomorrow so we can get that on the schedule and beat the rush? That will get responded to much more than $99, buy today, first 10 spots, blah, blah, blah. Like, yes, you'll get some responses to that. You'll get more responses to the personal email, i.e. text messages from Copilot. Absolutely, 100%. So I would start there first. If you're not exhausting that, there's no reason to spend money on marketing. Like if you're not selling more to the people who've already bought from you, why go after new customers? Next on the docket. Hi, Mike. My question for you is what % of your revenue should be spent on office space / storage for a landscaping company? So go back. We previously talked about it. It's inside the book, and that is I want less than 15% of my revenue going to admin-related things, including my office space and rent, including my wages for my office and admin person, including all the utilities for that shop space, including all my furniture, computers, other equipment inside that office, all admin-related things I want under 15%, ideally under 10%. The best of the best are under 5%. It's very rare. Very rare. It's usually deep into profit mode, years into profit mode, and optimization, simplification of services, etc. Next up. Howdy, Mike. How do I clarify with a customer that I am not an arborist and I just cut yards? For example, should I have the customer sign an agreement of understanding? Sorry for my vague question. No. Just make sure it's really clear on your website so they don't ask you for that service. And all your marketing collateral shouldn't have trees in it. Don't mention trees anywhere. And don't accept those estimates. If they ask for trees, we don't do trees. Make sure it's very clear in your branding. Sometimes people will be like, oh man, I'm getting all these projects and I really want to focus on recurring work. And I look at their website and it's like tons of like massive projects and outdoor kitchens. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like your brand, when people come in here, they need to see the services you're wanting to actually promote. All right, next on the docket. Next question. How is Copilot for a business with currently less than 150K in revenue? So previously I did a comparison of Jobber, Service, Autopilot, and Homeworks. I would recommend if you're staying at 150,000 in annual revenue, stick with Jobber. They're going to be the best for a solo operator. If you're planning to grow beyond 250,000 and start hiring people, that's when Homeworks starts to make sense. If you're starting to grow past a 500, 600, 700,000 annual revenue, that's when I think Homeworks is the obvious choice. But if you're staying at 150,000, I'd recommend Jobber. Next question. Let's do one more. Last question of the day. Big men with big text. I saw this the other day. It's hilarious. Can a customer request an estimate and Copilot automatically send an estimate based on the info and address the customer entered? This is gonna be instant quotes, honestly. Yes, you could piece this together with Zapier, like someone fill out a form based upon that, if it sends them back yes, you could do this. You have to stitch it together. Instant quotes is gonna solve this, where you can embed it directly in your website. They can see small, medium, and large. They can put their credit card on file. It all gets transferred over to Copilot inside their account. All of that will be much more automatic and customizable and look really pretty, and way less connecting things through Zapier and other automations and a whole bunch of other rigmarole. It'll just be so much more smooth with instant quotes, which we are building for 2026. So, all right, we can take that down. Take that down. We can take this down. No more questions. Is there any submitted, Jace, that we need to get through in the videos or not?
Nope.
Okay, cool. All right, so we got 10 minutes until I'm going to cancel out here for the night. We got 3 hours until the deals end. I want to take the last 10 minutes and just say thank you to everyone for all the support in the past few days. We were able to get to the #1 best seller in entrepreneurship and the #1 new release in business on the weekend. Now, we won't stay there. I know it's because of the launch, but I just want to say thank you. That's like kind of a cool thing. We weren't trying to do that necessarily, but very cool that someone from home services is able to do that. Everything I do is because of you all listening. Augusta is supported by the owners. We don't have venture capital, private equity. We don't it's just however much the community supports, I'm able to continue growing. And I hope that I'm a good steward of what you've given to me in the form of supporting the mission. And that is when we get more money, we try to do as much as possible for free. MikeAndes.com/AI, it's free. HomeServiceCPA.com, you can talk to Chelsea and the team for free and get a consultation for your taxes, your payroll, your bookkeeping. Home Service Web Design, LawnCareWebDesign.com. You can get a free consultation on your website with one of my team that has years of experience for free. All the books are free. You're going to see soon, the audiobook is going to be free in 2026. The books, we're giving 100,000 of these things away for free. P4P software, this weekend you get for 3 months for free. CopilotCRM.com, you get 2 months for free with unlimited text messages. All the courses are free at MikeAndes.com. We try to do our best to be good stewards of what's been given, and I really do appreciate everyone's support. We get more videos, like you recently noticed on the Mike Andes channel. We now doubled to 2 videos a week instead of 1. That's because we've been able to now get more team members, more editors, and just improve the quality of the content. The Home Service Millionaire channel was created this past year. That takes 2 editors right off the rip. They produce 2 to 3 videos a week. We're going to be doing a bunch more of live streaming because of that extra firepower from the team. That's all because of your support. And I'm very, very thankful. Whether you're at Home Service Web Design, Lawn Care Web Design, Home Service CPA, a member of Augusta Nation, you joined Copilot, soon to be Homeworks. I am indebted tremendously to all of you. And when I do promotions like we're doing at the book launch, I am always trying to balance what can we actually afford to do for free for the people that are up and coming. And so I genuinely do appreciate everyone that has made it, is doing good in revenue, and is supporting the book launch, is supporting me getting the message out, supports everything that I do. Like I know there are people back in 2022, 2023, 2024 that joined Copilot and paid their dues for 6 to 12 months while we were going through bug hell and didn't even use the software, but they knew that we were funding this internally, we didn't have private equity, and they just wanted to support the vision. I am so grateful and thankful to you. That's in part why we have kept the text messages for free for the past couple years. Eventually, we'll have to charge for it because there's actual hard costs of 2 to 4 cents per text that Twilio charges us. We will have to. But for now, it's free. And I really do appreciate everyone for supporting my mission. My goal is to make home service business owners rich. And the individual companies kind of have their individual mission. So there's 3 components of the company. There's the media side. And the goal is to make home service business owners rich. All the content I make, the books, the courses, the conferences, the workshops, everything I do is revolving around that. For Augusta Lawn Care and for the 200 plus locations we have there, the goal is to change the level of professionalism in the industry by competing with people and then forcing people to change their behavior because the customers are demanding it. And then for Copilot, soon to be Homeworks, our goal is for you to grow without breaking. And though all of those mission statements are so fundamental to every single decision we make inside the business. And the leadership teams know this, And if you met some of the leadership team at last conference, Lee, Nick, and Liz on the Augusta side at Copilot and soon to be Homeworks, you might have seen Dan, VP of Engineering, Nathan, VP of Design, Josh, VP of Product. These are phenomenal people, and there's a huge amount of people behind me making all this possible. Like this spring rush, we'll be hiring, I think, about 30 or 40 new agents at Command Center. So like, there's probably a couple hundred people during that peak season that are behind what I'm trying to do here. And I want to say thank you to all of them. The team that makes all of this possible, designing this book, like, is a tedious process. This is not just a bunch of black and white text. This is text and graphics and charts and links and making the stream possible and building out the set in a matter of a few days. When we moved over to the new headquarter building and building out all sorts of pages at MikeAndy.com/Black Friday for every single one of the offers and the giveaways and the donations. This is a huge amount of work. And I want to say thank you to everybody in the team that makes this all possible. Without you guys, I would not be able to do this. And more importantly, to everyone that supports via purchasing the book, purchasing the donations, purchasing Copilot and Homeworks. We have a lot of plans in 2026, and it's only possible because of your support. We don't have backing. I don't have private equity. Everything is owned by me and members of Augusta Nation and employees that work here, 100%. And so there's no debt on the companies, et cetera. And that is because I feel like this is something that we want to do for the very long term in order to meet the mission of all three of the companies. Make home service business owners rich. That's the media team. To change the level of professionalism in the landscape industry. That's for Augusta Lawn Care. And to allow home service business owners to grow without breaking is the ultimate goal of Homeworks. And so, like, this weekend has just been phenomenal. The amount of support at Homeworks, people joining, big businesses joining, $3, $5, $10 million businesses. I appreciate it tremendously. I will not let you down. I'll do everything possible to make sure that the investments in the products that we create are the best return for your business. They allow you to grow without breaking. And I will do everything in my power to be a good steward of those resources, to hire better talent, to improve the product, and to also give back to the community that I am a part of. Every single day I talk to home service business owners, whether it be inside of Augusta Nation, whether it be inside of Turnaround Show, whether it be inside of Homeworks and Copilot. Like, I am talking to owners every day, and I feel like this is something that is important to have in our industry. And that is something that's genuinely connected to owners. I understand the feeling and the pain that people are going through when they're struggling and when they need a turnaround. I empathize dramatically with them. I know what it's like to struggle, and I do believe that software can help. I do believe that having systems in your business will help. I do believe that having a great website will help. And so I wanted to say thank you to everyone that makes all of this possible.